When the doctor has a plug chapter 377 to chapter 451. Tao Mi looked at the solemn Chen Song and could not help but ask, Xiao Chen. Is it okay? Chen Song took a deep breath. Could he say no at this time? Of course, he could. In the face of a complicated thoracic cavity, he needed to loosen adhesions and remove secretions step by step. Every step of the work needed to be carried out carefully. However, everyone present understood how difficult this operation was. There was no need to say anything. First of all, the esophageal wall was damaged and needed to be repaired. Secondly, although the blood vessel wall did not need to be repaired because of the stent, the surrounding eroded blood vessel epicardium definitely needed to be debrided to prevent tissue damage from aggravating and spreading. The human body was like an apple. If you don't remove all the rotten parts around the apple and clean it up, it won't take long for the apple to completely rot. Therefore, although the blood vessels did not need to be sutured, debridement was indispensable. The debridement of the thoracic aorta required Tao Mi to do it herself. Suture? Impossible. With such a defect, once sutured, the thoracic aorta would be narrowed. This was a dam. Once it narrowed, there would be more problems. With the stent, there was no need to worry. However, there was still the most difficult thing: how to find that fishbone. Such a slender and sharp fishbone was definitely an unstable factor in the thoracic cavity. Finding it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the thoracic cavity. The operation was carried out slowly. The loosening of adhesions was a very ingenious and skillful job. Just like abdominal adhesions, a group of tissues and organs were stuck together by secretions. After a long time, it was easy to damage the original organs and tissues. Moreover, the tissues, blood vessels, and organs in the thoracic cavity were more fragile than the abdominal cavity. To put it more vividly, the skin was thin and there were more fillings. It was easy to leak. Seeing this, Tao Mi, Li Baoshan, and the others also kept quiet. Chen Song began to work carefully. The adhesion of the esophagus and organs, the adhesion of the esophagus and blood vessels, the adhesion of the nerves and blood vessels. Chen Song's hands were very steady, very steady. He carefully peeled off the sharpness bit by bit because if he used too much strength, it would be troublesome if a piece of the trachea was torn off. Everyone also had a headache. Who would have thought that a small fishbone would cause so much damage to the thoracic cavity? It was truly unimaginable. No wonder her chest hurt. If her chest didn't hurt, her heart would hurt. The adhesion in his chest was slowly dissolved. The surrounding doctors could not help but exclaim as they watched Chen Song's surgery. Indeed, one's ambition does not lie in one's youth. To have such ability at such a young age, it was no wonder that he could gain the trust and respect of these directors. This was also the reason why the nurses in the operating theater were so friendly towards Chen Song. Because their eyes were very sharp, the nurses in the operating theater were the most arrogant. They were not polite to the junior doctors at all. If they were late for an operation, they would definitely be scolded. As for helping them put on the surgical gowns, that was done by the interns. If you want to enjoy the dressing service of the nurses in the operating theater, you have to be a chief physician, otherwise, they were at the level of Chen Song. These nurses had seen many of the interactions and cooperation between these chief physicians and Chen Song. Naturally, they treated Chen Song and these chief physicians on the same level. Even if Chen Song had not become famous yet. Was it not a matter of time? The promotion system in the hospital was very strict. You could not become an attending physician just because you had the standard of an attending physician. It required a lot of years. However, if your ability exceeded your job title and your position, then that would be the true awesomeness. Therefore, Chen Song might seem like a junior doctor now, but if he went to any department in the surgery department, who would dare to give Chen Song a hard time? They were still waiting to call Chen Song to save the situation if something happened on the operating table. After Chen Song cleaned the thoracic cavity in an orderly manner, it was time to look for the fishbone. For everyone, looking for the fishbone was a difficult task. However, Chen Song was the only one who could do it. For him, the difficulty level was as simple as nailing a nail on a board. Chen Song could basically see it with a glance. The green trachea, nameless artery, and aorta. Suddenly, a red name appeared in front of Chen Song's eyes. Fishbone. The bright red name was very eye-catching. At this time, the fishbone had almost pierced into the thoracic aorta. The tip of the bone that was exposed was less than 2 or 3 millimeters. Even the experienced and knowledgeable directors couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. It was really King awesome. Even Tommy said, "This fish bone is really restless." Indeed, it was really a disobedient, ambitious, and bad fish bone. At this time, the treatment plan was very simple. One person just needed to pick out the fish bone. But, who would do it? Everyone could not help but stare at Chen Song. Because everyone believed in him. This young man's technique was as steady as an old dog. There would not be a problem. Chen Song saw that everyone was looking at him with anticipation. He was also a little proud. It seemed that his little hands had been recognized. Yes, not bad. Thinking of this, Chen Song turned around. Vascular forceps. The scrub nurse quickly handed it over. Chen Song took the vascular forceps with his right hand. He held his breath and focused. He carefully pulled out the fish bone. However, it took him a long time to pull it out. How long would it take? Chen Song could not help but be shocked. He did not dare to speed up. When the fish bone was pulled out, everyone was instantly stunned. Because this fish bone was about 4 centimeters long. This was, 2F** king scary. Even the experienced and knowledgeable surgical team, the chief physicians, especially Chief Physician Xiao He and Dr. Lu Xiaojun in the endoscopy room, exclaimed in surprise. "This is not a plastic toothpick, is it? It's so long." Xiao He frowned. Everyone quickly took the murder weapon and looked at it carefully. No. It looks like dental floss. Look. No, it should be a fish bone. But, such a long fish bone, how can he swallow it? A fish bone caused a commotion in the operating theater. A group of chief physicians held the fish bone and were as happy as children. On one hand, they were happy, they found the culprit. On the other hand, they were surprised. How did such a long fish bone enter the stomach? The rest of the work was carried out by Chen Song and Chief Physician Taomi. The surgery ended successfully. Half an hour later, he looked at the fish bone in his hand. Chen Song could not help but shake his head. A fish bone caused tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of injuries. This was something that no one would have thought of. But fortunately, the person was fine. Otherwise, it would have been a matter of a human life. Perhaps it sounded exaggerated. Actually, this was just something that happened around them. Some dangers could not be seen. When the man woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed in the observation room. Now, there was no need for him to go to the intensive care unit to spend the money. After all, the cost of a few thousand yuan a day was not something an ordinary family could afford. For this fishbone, the man would probably have to spend more than 100,000 yuan, right? Even with medical insurance, it would probably cost tens of thousands. When the wife saw that the man had woken up, she was extremely happy. "Hubby, you're awake." The man opened his eyes dizzily. "Is the surgery over?" His wife nodded. "Yes, it's done. Everything went smoothly. Don't move around. The wound hasn't healed yet." To be honest, the man had fallen asleep while lying down. After the surgery, he did not have much of an impression of the entire process. His wife, on the other hand, sat by the bed and thought about a lot. What kind of blow did a fishbone bring to this family? Tens of thousands of yuan was a relatively heavy blow to this newly formed family. The observation room was a relatively large room, but each bed was covered by a curtain. This made the patients in the emergency department feel a sense of security while they were nervous and flustered. This curtain was like a shroud, but it was also like a privacy wall. The people inside were telling their family about their family matters. The surgery cost a lot of money, right? Yes, how much? Don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. I'm here. We'll have to buy a house later. The man sighed. The people who sell houses can't afford a house. His wife smiled slightly. Let's rent a house. I think renting a house is pretty good. It's affordable. Let me tell you, I studied economics. When the house price exceeds 300 times the monthly rent, it might be a bubble. If that's the case, renting a house is definitely suitable. Also, I heard that the house price in Ammoniang City will fall next year. Maybe we'll get a blessing in disguise. Listening to his wife's comfort, the man suddenly thought about it. With a wife like this, what else could he ask for? Looking at the strength in his wife's smile, the man could not help but squeeze her hand tightly. Make up your mind. In this life, I won't treat you unfairly, wife. Outside, in front of the nurse's desk in the observation room, the old doctor from the emergency department, old Hu, suddenly sighed as he listened to the conversation between the man and his wife. Selling houses can't afford a house. As doctors, we can't treat patients either. The same thing happened in the cardiovascular surgery department. Wu Yushu's operation was very successful. He lay on the bed, and his wife, Xianxia, who was in her 50s, placed the porridge she had cooked beside the bed to cool the heat. This was Wu Yushu's favorite, longan and lotus seed porridge. He usually couldn't bear to drink it, but he always wanted to buy some to try every now and then. Xianxia was also busy, so she didn't cook for him every day. Honey, how much did this operation cost? Wu Yushu was a little worried. With a smile, Xianxia comforted, we'll talk about it when we run out of money. Rest well. Wu Yushu laid on the bed and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Io, how long has it been since I had a good night's sleep? How comfortable. Xianxia looked at her husband, the man who used to be high-spirited. At this time, wrinkles had formed between his eyebrows. She felt a little distressed. I'll ask the anesthetist to give you an injection another day. You can sleep again. When Wu Yushu heard this, he suddenly laughed. Forget it. This needle costs a lot of money. I'm so distressed that I can't sleep. Xianxia looked at old Wu and felt her heart ache. The operation this time had really scared her out of her wits. It wasn't just because old Wu earned money, but because old Wu was the pillar of this family. He was Xianxia's backbone and the child's father. Without him, there would be no family. This was not something that could be measured by money. Life was fragile. It really couldn't withstand too much suffering. This incident had given Xianxia too many thoughts. She was also a teacher. Usually, she taught others too many principles, but when it came to herself, they didn't count at all. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but say, hubby, don't tire yourself out. Really, if you fall sick, this family will collapse. The money for the house will be taken care of by the children and grandchildren. How capable can the two of us be? Wu Yushu sighed. I just don't want the child to be so tired. There's so much pressure. He just started working, and he already has a mortgage of a few million yuan. This is not conducive to his development. Wu Yushu was a cultured person. As the section chief of a state-owned enterprise, he could be considered to have some power and knowledge. The child is just starting out. If there's too much pressure, it's easy for him to have a bad temper. It's not good. I'm thinking that at my age, I don't care about these things. If I can earn more, then I'll earn more. If the child can be less stressed, then so be it. We're getting married soon. The betrothal gifts, renovations, and the house all need money. At this point, Wu Yushu couldn't help but sigh again. When Xianxia saw this, she quickly said, if we can't afford the car, then we'll buy it later. As for the renovation fees, we'll take it one step at a time. What's the point of being anxious? Wu Yushu looked at his wife and couldn't help but say, dear, I've thought a lot about this operation. I feel that I've let you down. You haven't enjoyed many days of good fortune with me, and I haven't been able to take good care of you. Sigh. When I retire, I'll cook for you every day. You can go square dancing, and I'll stay at home and cook for you. Xianxia smiled at old Wu. Her heart was also filled with warmth. Meanwhile, outside the door, Wu Qiong's face was already covered in tears. Hearing her father's words, Wu Qiong felt as if she had been pricked by needles. When she thought of her father's usually stern face and his bad temper, Wu Qiong was usually unhappy. Wu Yushu didn't like to express his feelings. He kept things in his heart and carried responsibilities on his shoulders. He shouldered the burden of a family alone. How could he not be tired? Thinking of this, Wu Qiong's heart was extremely uncomfortable. Every family had its own difficulties. After seeing so many things like this, I originally thought that my heart would be as indestructible as iron. However, in the end, I realized that I couldn't lose this feeling in my life. Mengshi was resting tonight, so Xianxia didn't have to go to Eastern University's first courtyard. He was also happy to have some free time. He walked to Qinyu's side and smiled. What do you want to eat tonight? It's my treat. Qinyu's eyes turned. There's a fish hot pot restaurant over there. Why don't we take a look? Xianxia's expression changed. Can we not eat fish? Qinyu looked at Xianxia curiously. Why? Fish is quite delicious. Xianxia thought for a long time. He thought about today's surgery and what would happen if he choked. Finally, Xianxia said, I can't afford it. Qinyu rolled her eyes. Tisk, you're right. It's my treat. You just have to eat with your mouth. However, Xianxia asked again, are there any bones in the fish hot pot? Hot pot in the middle of summer. Xianxia did not know what kind of obsession Qinyu had with hot pot. Sweating and eating hot pot was a unique experience. On a whim, Xianxia suddenly felt that he should share today's case. So, he explained the patient's surgery process in detail. Qinyu listened enthusiastically, feeling relaxed and happy. She was full of interest. He even asked about the details of the surgery from time to time. As a medical student, life was so boring. Xianxia could not help but say in the end, sigh, who would have thought that a fish bone would cause such consequences? It could even be life-threatening. Qinyu was fine, but it did not mean that the others were fine. The young couple at the side was eating enthusiastically. The man was a chubby young man. But, when he heard Xianxia's conversation, he could not help but listen a little more out of curiosity. After listening, the two of them suddenly felt that the food was not delicious. They hurriedly ate some food, got up, and left. Qinyu smiled. If you continue talking, I think the boss will chase you away. Xianxia laughed. After Qinyu paid the bill, the two of them left the hot pot restaurant. The feeling of living off a woman was really good. After accompanying Qinyu to walk around the night market, they went back downstairs and still lingered around. Upstairs, Ji Ruyun sat on the sofa and fanned herself. She looked at the time. It was 9:55. She looked at Lao Qin, who was watching TV on the sofa, and could not help but ask, eh? Lao Qin, why aren't you on the windowsill today? Your precious girl is coming back. Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Xiaoyuan curiously. If it were in the past, Qin Xiaoyuan would have been on the windowsill at this time. But today, he was not peeking from the balcony. Instead, he was watching TV calmly. This made Ji Ruyun puzzled. Did Lao Qin have a change of personality? Qin Xiaoyuan waved his hand and said lazily, take a rest today. When Qin Xiaoyuan thought of Xianxia's surgery today, he could not help but click his tongue a few times. This kid was quite capable. This was a good thing for saving lives, and it was also a big thing for the hospital. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan felt that he should give Xianxia some benefits. However, thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly felt a little strange. Did he feel like he was selling his daughter for glory? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan quickly shook his head to get rid of this terrible idea. However, when Qin Xiaoyuan thought of Li Baoshan and the others' evaluation of Xianxia, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps Yu wouldn't suffer if she followed Xianxia, it was just that the children from the village did not have a good foundation. It might be a little troublesome to buy a house. 1 or 2 years would probably be enough. Why not buy an apartment and rent it to them? When Xianxia returned home, he heard the system prompt sound. Ding. Pulled out the fish bone and completed the rescue mission. Obtained, diaphragmatic hernia repair. Master level. Diaphragmatic hernia repair? Xianxia's eyelids twitched. It was a very good skill. This was a thoracic emergency surgery skill. Not bad. It seemed that his profession score had improved very quickly. It wouldn't be long before he could third transition. What kind of profession would be better for him? Skill points should not be wasted. All kinds of unexpected things could happen at any time in the emergency department, so he should be prepared at all times. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday, when the second provincial hospital was not busy, Xianxia arrived at the first hospital of Eastern University early. The current Xianxia was becoming more and more familiar with the situation here. The young nurses of the cardiac surgery department of the first hospital of Eastern University also happily accepted Xianxia's existence. After all, a handsome person with a good character, a sweet mouth, and diligent. He had a lot of hair. He was tall and handsome. In any case, he was good in every way. Such a person was also pleasing to the eyes of the young nurses. After all, the first hospital of Eastern University was full of talents. The cardiac surgery department was already full of doctors. Under such a big background, not to mention finding a handsome person, even finding a person with a lot of hair would be difficult. Basically, it was more or less the same. The young nurses couldn't help but sigh at this. As for Ge Huai, who was originally a potential department herb, he could only retreat to the second line. This afternoon was surprisingly not very busy. Everyone in the office seized this opportunity to quickly organize the medical records. Last month's medical records were almost finished in the middle of this month, but no one had yet to hand them in. The medical records room had been called countless times. The doctor sorted out the medical orders, checked the drugs, and looked for various test sheets. The nurses also had to prepare various nursing records and sign the forms. Wang Yan was about to return to the nurses' station when Ge Huai hurriedly stopped her. He said with a smile that he thought was charming, "Yan Zi, help me print a copy of the original test sheet of patient 51. Wang Yan snorted, "I have a lot of things to do. You can go by yourself." Ge Huai had no choice but to look for Chen Song. "Xiao, help me print a copy of patient A's test sheet." At this time, Chen Song was holding the latest cardiac surgery guide and reading it with relish. When he heard Ge Huai's words, he suddenly said "Oh." When Wang Yan saw this, she immediately said, "Dr. Xiao, you read the book." After saying that, she glared at Ge Huai, "Why are you so lazy? Dr. Xiao is reading, and you're disturbing him. Give me the patient's hospitalization number. I'll print it for you." Wang Yan's words made the people in the office laugh. Ge Huai suddenly sighed, "Sigh. Ever since Xiao came to the department, my position as department herb has become more and more unstable." Wang Yan happened to hear it and couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Dr. Ge, what do you have to compare with Xiao? You're not as fast as Dr. Chen, and you're not as handsome as Dr. Chen. You don't have Dr. Chen's thick hair, and you don't have Dr. Chen's tall and straight figure." With that, the office suddenly became lively. Ge Huai did not care. After all, he was used to joking with this group of young nurses. Chen Song, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "I'm low-key enough, how did I get discovered?" When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh. He looked at Ge Huai with eyes full of sympathy. "Dr. Ge, it's all my fault for being too outstanding." When Mengshi saw this scene, he could not help but look sideways. His eyes were full of smiles. At this time, another nurse came in. When she heard Wang Yan talking about this, she also smiled. "Dr. Ge, that's enough. Don't talk anymore. You've made the wrong choice by comparing yourself with Xiao. Xiao is now the second Prince Charming of our cardiac surgery department." The other doctors laughed one after another. "Who's the first Prince Charming?" The nurse said, "Of course it's the chief. Our chief Xia is the Prince Charming of our department, but Xiao is still a student." This time, Mengshi was amused. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. He quickly got up and ran to the nurse's station to print the test results. This office was too dangerous. However, when he arrived at the nurse's station, a group of young nurses saw Chen Song coming over and quickly asked him, "Dr. Xiao, what are you busy with?" Chen Song said, "I'm printing the test results." "Aya, we'll do this work. Take a rest." "Whose test results?" Chen Song said, "The inpatient number is 10192811. It's Dr. Ji's patient." When the nurse heard this, she immediately muttered, "This Dr. Ge is envious and jealous that you're more handsome than him. That's why he asked you to do chores." Another young nurse also nodded. "That's right. All right, Dr. Chen, go read the books. We'll print it." Chen Song. Taomi was invited to participate in this surgery. It was also an exchange event organized by Eastern University First Hospital to promote communication between the two sides and play a role in promoting mutual promotion. The director and deputy director of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery of Eastern University First Hospital participated in this surgery. More than a dozen people gathered in the operating room to exchange the surgery. Of course, Chen Song had no chance to see such a scene. Chen Song was naturally not qualified to observe the live scene. Not only him, but even Ge Huai was not qualified enough. There were also 3 junior doctors who sat in the department obediently and watched the video feed from the remote live broadcast. They could see it clearly, but it did not have the atmosphere of a live scene. Ge Huai sighed, Director Tao Mi is also a big shot in the field of cardiovascular surgery in Danyang province. It's a pity that we can't watch her surgery up close. The colleague next to him nodded, yes, when I first joined the work, I participated in a surgery with Director Tao. At that time, it was a great inspiration for me. Another colleague sighed, sigh. It's good to be an assistant chief. In our hospital, it's a bit embarrassing to not have an assistant chief. This sentence made the 3 of them sigh together. Chen Song was so angry that he rolled his eyes. I'm just a resident doctor now, okay? Can't you understand the feelings of a little resident doctor? The Department of Cardiovascular Surgery of Eastern University First Hospital was a national key department. It was very difficult to get in. Now, the recruitment was at least a doctor, according to the national medical system. If one wanted to become an assistant chief, which was the level of deputy director, a doctor only needed 2 years to be able to become an associate chief physician. However, the 3 people here had passed the exam, and the hospital did not hire them. What did it mean? It meant that now that you have passed the national exam for the position of an assistant chief, but the internal quota of the hospital was not enough, the hospital would not hire you to become a chief physician. You would still be an attending physician. This was the title. In addition to the title, the hospital also had an administrative position. For example, Shi. When Shi established the Department of Thoracic Surgery, he was the director of the Department of Thoracic Surgery, but he was not a chief physician. A department director and a chief physician were 2 completely different concepts. In contrast, Jing Ran was a winner in life. In his early 30s, he was an associate chief physician and deputy director of the Department of Thoracic Surgery. He had both an administrative position and a title. Chen Song, forget it, let's not talk about it. After all, he relied on his looks to make a living. His title was useless. What's more, my father-in-law is the head of the hospital. Am I not pointing out that he will be the future head of the hospital? In fact, he might even be the principal. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but feel happy. I really want to post in my circle of friends. How does it feel to have a boastful father-in-law? Thinking of this, Chen Song picked up his phone and couldn't help but send a message to his little girlfriend, who was called Rich Woman Chin. Honey, I don't want to fight anymore. Not long after, he replied, wash up and wait for me at Kempinski 802 tonight. Chen Song was amused by Qin Yu's words. This girl was too mischievous. Actually, it was not that Li Baoshan and the rest did not want to promote Chen Song. It was just that there was no way to promote him. The country had rigid standards. If one did not pass the exam, the country would not allow one to take the exam. If one did not take the exam, there was no way to get a title. Perhaps some people would ask if there were any exceptions. Let's put it this way. Since the 1990s, no one in the country had been promoted because of an exception, because the health system did not have such a rule. Of course, even if they couldn't promote their titles, they could promote their positions. He thought of the time when he became the associate chief physician of the emergency department as a resident doctor. He thought of the time when boss Chen Bingsheng called him Chief Physician Chen. Chen Song felt relaxed and happy. This feeling made him look forward to it too much. It seemed that he had to speed up the pace of his father-in-law. Gu Huai glanced at Chen Song curiously and could not help but ask, Xiao Chen, why didn't you apply for Chief Physician Tao's position? Chief Physician Tao is still from your hospital. It's so convenient. Chen Song sighed. Can I tell you that Teacher Meng has a hidden profession? When Gu Huai saw Chen Song sigh, he immediately understood what was going on. Chief Physician Tao must have looked down on Xiao Chen. When he thought of this, Gu Huai quickly comforted him. Oh, Xiao Chen, don't be unhappy. After all, it's normal for Chief Physician Tao to have high standards. Look at Chief Physician Tao's level. He's on the same level as Chief Physician Xia. The selection process will definitely be more difficult. The colleague beside him also nodded. yes, Xiaochen, don't be sad. Besides, Chief Physician Meng is quite good. You can learn a lot from him. The three of them also comforted Chen Song. In fact, everyone thought that Chen Song was quite good. He was hardworking and had good talent. When Chen Song saw this, he could only sigh silently. Could he say that Tao Mi actually wanted to snatch him away from teacher Meng? Besides, did he dare to say that Chief Physician Tao still had to accept his education and influence? Forget it, forget it. Chen Song reckoned that if he said it out loud, they would definitely beat him up. It was easy for people to be jealous if they were too outstanding. It was better to keep a low profile. What was that idiom again? Hide your strength and bide your time. Yes. People should hide their strength and bide their time. At this time, Gu Huai pointed at the screen and said, okay, the surgery is about to start. Tao Mi stood in the operating room and looked at the many chief physicians and associate chief physicians of the cardiac surgery department around her. She could not help but smile. Today was the day for all of them to broaden their horizons. These few days, Tao Mi could be said to have been enduring hardships. She was fully prepared for today. She wrote down all the suggestions that Chen Song gave her at that time neatly in the notebook. She kept thinking and reflecting, and also kept improving her skills. She had been waiting for today. Xia Gaofeng looked at Tao Mi and smiled slightly. Chief Physician Tao, you've worked hard today. Tao Mi smiled and waved her hand. Let's not talk about these formalities. Let's prepare for the surgery. Let me see the results of the imaging. At this time, the medical record book was brought over. After Tao Mi opened it and looked at the imaging results, she took out the chest film and CT scan. Looking at the film, she kept thinking about the problem of how to open the surgery. Tao Mi was an experienced chief physician. After all, she was very experienced. Chen Song's advice at that time was enough for her to draw inferences about other things. Naturally, when she saw this, she thought of a lot. A few minutes later, Tao Mi confidently turned around and went out to wash her hands to prepare for the surgery. At this time, the patient was also pushed in. When he saw so many amazing doctors present, he was immediately shocked. What were they doing? So many doctors, he had never seen such a big scene. According to the patient's thinking, a small surgery was easy to solve, but more than a dozen green surgical gowns standing there looked quite scary. Chief Xia. This? What are they doing? Why are there so many doctors? The patient was a little nervous and quickly asked. Xia Gaofeng smiled and said, didn't I tell you yesterday? Ask Chief Physician Tao of the 2nd Provincial Hospital to come over to perform the surgery on you. They are all here to learn. When the man heard that, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more at ease. After some preparation, the anesthesia was successful and the surgery began. Xia Gaofeng could not help but remind Chief Physician Tao, the patient's adhesion area is wider now. I think he might need a better surgical field. So, the incision. Tao Mi smiled slightly. Last time, Chief Physician Chen Song taught her how to improve the bilateral chest transverse incision. She did not expect to use it so soon. Thinking of this, Tao Mi picked up the scalpel and began to operate. This operation made the surrounding people frown slightly. What kind of incision was this? P.S. Everyone, rest early. See you at noon tomorrow. Looking at Tao Mi's incision, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Xia Gaofeng could not help but take a closer look. What kind of incision is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Thinking of this, Xia Gaofeng suddenly frowned. However, when the incision was opened and the pericardium was exposed, Xia Gaofeng was instantly dumbfounded. What the F***ck, you can do this? What kind of operation is this? This was because Xia Gaofeng was surprised to find that he had a better view of the pericardium when he stood in the auxiliary position. Generally speaking, the effective field of view was limited, especially in cardiac surgery. Due to the special position of the heart, the surgical field could only satisfy the chief surgeon as much as possible. For the first and second assistants, it was good enough to have a good field of view. However, at this moment, Xia Gaofeng was surprised to find that not only was the position perfect for the chief surgeon Tao Mi, but it was also the same for him. Just as he was about to praise her, he suddenly looked to the side and was shocked. This was because he found that the field of view was not the biggest advantage. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, This incision seemed to be much more exquisite than the bilateral chest transverse incision. It avoided unnecessary damage to the lung tissue. This was amazing. The more Xiao Gaofeng thought about it, the more he felt how exquisite this incision was. Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng thought carefully but still could not think of such an operation method in the guidebook. Therefore, Xiao Gaofeng could not help but ask, "Chief Physician Tao, this incision is," Tao Mi said casually, "Oh, I see. It's improved." This one sentence made Xiao Gaofeng dumbfounded. Even the surrounding people were stunned. Chief Physician Tao had improved the surgical incision, and this incision seemed to be really exquisite. Everyone could not help but feel excited. Even Mengshi could not help but feel a little moved. Chief Physician Tao is amazing. At this moment, the office was much livelier than the quiet operating theater. Gu Huai immediately stood up and said, F***CK. What an amazing incision. How did Chief Physician Tao think of this? This incision is amazing. It has imperceptibly expanded the surgical field, and the field of view is better than a double incision. The degree of damage is also reduced. This is amazing. The colleague beside him also excitedly slapped his thigh. Yes, you see, all of this will not damage the lungs at all. It directly reduces the chances of lung damage and adverse reactions. Chief Physician Tao is amazing. Why do I feel that compared to? Another colleague quickly coughed and said, "Lower your voice, lower your voice." Chen Song stroked his chin and glanced at it casually. He mumbled, "Chief Physician Tao is a fast learner." However, there was still a slight flaw that could be improved and improved. After taking a look, Chen Song had already made a judgment about the entire operation. This kind of constrictive pericarditis surgery was at best an elite monster. No, perhaps it was not even an elite monster. It was just a normal monster. It was just a little more adhesion and a little more severe constriction. It did not matter. Thinking up to this point, Chen Song lost interest in watching. He picked up his phone and continued to play with Sim Chin. However, it wasn't that. Chen Song didn't completely ignore it. He would occasionally glance at it, mainly because he couldn't take it seriously. After all, Chen Song couldn't help but curse Gu Huai from time to time. "You're not surnamed Chow, yet you keep saying I, from time to time. If your father knew, wouldn't he beat you?" However, when he watched Tao Mi's surgery, Chen Song had to say something. Chief Physician Tao was indeed Chief Physician Tao. He had improved a lot compared to the last time. It seemed that his lecture last time was not in vain. Yes, he was teachable, that didn't seem to be accurate. However, it meant the same thing. It seemed that he could communicate more with Chief Physician Tao in the future to improve each other. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Song felt a little embarrassed after secretly learning from him. Looking at Chen Song's absent-minded look, Gu Huai could not help but persuade him earnestly, "Xiao Chen, stop playing with your phone. How can a phone be as good as surgery?" The doctors beside him nodded at the same time. That's right. How can a phone be as fun as surgery? Chen Song was stunned. He did not know where to start. The other doctor also agreed. That's right. The purpose of a phone is to let me find better surgeries to watch. Chen Song was dismissive. That's because you don't have such a fun girlfriend, TSK. At this time, Rich Lady Qin sent a red packet with a sentence. "Okay, you did well. I have to go for surgery. I'll cover your food expenses this month." Chen Song opened the red packet happily and received it. 001 yuan. He sent a message with a smile. "Thank you, boss. Please come again." The operating theater was extremely quiet. However, occasionally, a strange sound could be heard. Hiss. Hiss, tisk. The head nurse in the operating theater saw everyone's reaction and her expression changed. She quickly asked someone to lower the temperature of the air conditioner from 22 degrees Celsius to 21 degrees Celsius. She was afraid that their cold breath would raise the operating theater's temperature. She looked at the room temperature nervously. At this time, Tao Mi's surgery was slowly progressing. At this time, they realized the subtlety of Chief Physician Tao's surgical incision. This incision exposed the pericardium perfectly. It was not only useful for the surgical field but also for the maneuverability of the surgery. The group of people was very curious. What kind of incision was this? Chief Physician Tao was really a talent. He could actually improve the incision. Xiao Gaofeng's face turned red at the thought. When did Tao Mi become so awesome? She could actually improve the surgical method. That was not possible. He thought back to the time when the two of them interacted. Tao Mi was not much better than him. But now, Xiao Gaofeng was a little confused. Could it be that this was old Tao's true level, and usually old Tao had been pretending to be weak, or old Tao did not perform as well to take care of him? Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng took a deep breath. Cracks appeared in his heart. However, in the following surgery, Xiao Gaofeng was completely convinced by Tao Mi's practical actions. Tao Mi's surgery was ingenious and meticulous. Every detail was done in an orderly manner. When separating the phrenic nerve, Tao Mi listened to Chen Song's suggestion and separated more of the surrounding adipose tissue to protect the nerve. The surgery could be very simple, but it was very difficult to grasp every detail that ordinary people did not notice. The difference between an expert and an ordinary person was the grasp and control of details. Tao Mi, on the other hand, had a very good grasp of these. Xiao Gaofeng was shocked. He could not help but admire Tao Mi's skills. Xiao Gaofeng was not a self-righteous person. He was very good at learning other people's strengths. Otherwise, he would not have invited Tao Mi to perform the surgery. What he wanted was to communicate and learn from each other. The more Xiao Gaofeng looked, the more satisfied he was. The more he looked, the happier he was, because he could learn a lot. But Tao Mi looked at Xiao Gaofeng and could not help but sigh. Ever since she was assisted by Chen Song, Tao Mi felt that Xiao Gaofeng was assisting her now. She always felt a little lacking. Thinking of this, Tao Mi could not help but sigh. Chen Song's assistance was really comfortable. Tao Mi could not help but shake her head. Even Chief Xiao's assistance was not as comfortable as Chen Song's. No, she could not be so difficult to please in the future. After all, Xiao Chen could not assist her every day, right? Thinking of this, Tao Mi could not help but sigh again. She was a little disappointed, and Xiao Gaofeng actually saw serious disdain from Tao Mi. He could not help but feel angry. This old man Tao Mi, he actually disdained her for not playing well. Don't go too far, it's good enough that I'm assisting you. Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng made up his mind and decided to properly assist Tao Mi and let her see how good he was. The surgery proceeded slowly. The tacit cooperation between the two chiefs made everyone exclaim. The cooperation between the two chief physicians was flawless. The chief physicians at the side exclaimed in satisfaction. Such a surgery feast was rarely seen. Two top chief physicians performing surgery at the same time, competing to show off their skills. One was better and more exciting than the other. Chief Tao Mi's delicate operation, Chief Xiao Gaofeng's intimate cooperation, the two of them were like a pair of peerless geniuses, working hard together for this surgery. Actually, at this time, the two chief physicians despised each other in their hearts. Gradually, the surgery gradually came to an end, which also meant that the surgery was about to come to an end. Many chief physicians in the operating theater could not help but feel a little regretful. Watching such a surgery was simply a visual feast, a spiritual enjoyment, a rebirth of skills, and a continuous rise in standards. Unfortunately, it was just that the time was too short. It had to be said that the two chief physicians' skills were really profound. This surgery was actually 30 minutes earlier than their usual time. It was really amazing. Xiao Gaofeng looked at the time and sneered at Tao Mi. How was it? Were you convinced? The surgery was 15 minutes shorter than the last time. Tao Mi was indifferent to Xiao Gaofeng's mockery. Instead, she could not help but sigh. It was a full 5 minutes longer than Xiao Chen's assistant. What a pity. It was really easy to find an army of thousands, but hard to find an assistant. However, in the adult world, even if they despised each other in their hearts, they still had to brag about it on the surface. Yes, Xiao Gaofeng sighed from the bottom of his heart. Chief Physician Tao really opened my eyes. Really amazing. Tao Mi quickly shook her head and said with a smile, "You're welcome. Chief Xia is too polite. To be honest, I'm really flattered that Chief Xia helped me out. Even my surgical state is much better." Everyone laughed when they heard that. Of course, Chief Xia was awesome as an assistant. After a round of mutual praise, the patient was sent away by the nurse. Only then did Xiao Gaofeng look at everyone and continue to say, amazing. Really amazing. Chief Physician Tao's surgery really lit up our eyes today. To be honest, I'm a little ashamed of myself. Chief Physician Tao really has a unique understanding of this kind of constrictive pericarditis surgery. The details of the surgery are very accurate, from the surgical incision to the separation, and then, it really amazed me. Let's give our warmest applause to Director Tao Mi for delivering such a superb surgery to us. The quiet operating theater was instantly filled with enthusiastic applause. The people around him were all associate chief physicians in their 40s. They were not young people, and the youngest among them was Meng Shi. This group of chief physicians had very high standards, but Tao Mi's surgery really made them speechless. They couldn't help but start praising him. Chief Physician Tao is really amazing. That's right, I really hope to go to the second provincial hospital to learn from Director Tao. I hope that Chief Physician Tao will come for another teaching activity next time. Everyone said these words from the bottom of their hearts and sincerely expressed their gratitude. Actually, to be honest, the medical circle was a relatively closed circle. These chief physicians, experts, and junior doctors were not that complicated. After all, it was a technical job. He was in contact with patients every day, not scheming against each other. Of course, there was no lack of scheming everywhere, so it was relatively simple. As for these specialist chief physicians, they had all gone through a long period of schooling before they joined the workforce and came to the hospital. They had gone from one closed circle to another closed circle. Therefore, relatively speaking, they were still relatively simple. Looking at the excited faces and trembling hands, Tao Mi could not help but blush. To be honest, he just wanted to show off in front of Xiao Gaofeng. It was just his vanity causing trouble. He did not expect to cause such a big reaction. Thinking of this, Tao Mi felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, in the office, Gu Huai and the other two were trembling with excitement. Cool, too cool, this surgery was too satisfying. The three of them watched the surgery video and felt even better than doing it themselves. Gu Huai had shouted several times. The other two doctoral colleagues also exclaimed repeatedly. This was like watching an NBA Finals, League of Legends, Kings of Honor, and other annual finals. The best operation. It was too cool. Gu Huai grabbed Chen Song's arm and looked at Chen Song excitedly. He asked in surprise, Xiao Chen. Is it cool? Chen Song was stunned and said blankly, yes, it's cool. When the doctoral colleague heard this, he laughed and said, right? I told you, the phone is not as good as the surgery. Another doctoral student echoed, that's right, the phone is not as fun as the surgery. Chen Song really did not know how the group of doctoral students compared the surgery and the phone from the same perspective. Was it because they were all from the Han generation? Sigh, it was inexplicable. Chen Song thought of his cute, playful, shy, and interesting little bootlicker going to a doctoral degree and felt a pang of pain. What if he became like this after graduation? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh a little. Sitting there, Chen Song thought for a long time and a lot. He thought of postdoc Jing Ran, PhD Gu Huai, and the others, but on second thought, he thought of Dr. Meng's tight white coat. Chen Song was suddenly energized and his eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps, male and female doctoral students were different. Male doctoral students were more imaginative, female doctoral students might be more. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel conflicted. At this time, in the operating room, Tao Mi was a little embarrassed by everyone's praise. Seeing that Chief Xiao Gaofeng was not in high spirits and his eyes were in a daze, Tao Mi was stunned. This state was too familiar. It was like a few days ago, damn it. Was his heart not stable? Was Chief Xia defeated by her? These symptoms were exactly the same as the symptoms he had a few days ago, exactly the same. A few days ago, when she asked Chen Song to analyze her shortcomings, she was even worse than Xiao Gaofeng, and her heart almost collapsed. But now, her heart was as stable as a rock, but, seeing Xiao Gaofeng's state, Tao Mi could not help but say, sigh. Actually, Chief Xia, don't be sad. I was also guided by someone, that's why I have such progress. Don't you remember the surgery we did together last month? Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. Yes, he clearly remembered that a month ago, Tao Mi was on par with him, but, a month later, she had surpassed him by so much, so he could not help but feel a little emotional and helpless. But when he heard Tao Mi say that someone had guided her, Xiao Gaofeng's eyes suddenly widened. Even the surrounding directors were looking at her curiously. They held their breaths and waited for Tao Mi's answer with rapt attention. Seeing this, Tao Mi could not help but sigh. Sigh. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but my surgery for constrictive pericarditis is worse than a young man's. P.S. Hee, 2 chapters are here. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the new leader, Wanpin Shinchan, for the 110,000 Qidian coins tip. Thank you. If I want to add chapters, put them in 1. I don't know how many chapters one can write, but I'll try my best. Hee. I haven't seen the leader for a long time. I'm in a good mood to see the new leader when I woke up. Right. Following Tao Mi's words, the whole room fell into silence. My surgery might not be as good as a young man's. As soon as this was said, everyone did not react for a moment. What did he mean? Even Xiao Gaofeng looked sideways, his eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Although Tao Mi had not seen Chen Song perform constrictive pericarditis surgery, he had a hunch. He even dared to guarantee that Chen Song was definitely better than him. There were many things that one could not achieve if they were not at such a high level. If Chen Song could make such an evaluation of him, it was definitely because he was more confident in the surgery. That was why he could discover his shortcomings. Only then did Tao Mi speak. Actually, the reason why I can make such progress is because of this young man's guidance. Speaking of this, Tao Mi suddenly reacted. Eh? That's right, this was Eastern University's first hospital, where Chen Song's teacher was. Thinking of this, Tao Mi quickly turned around and was a little excited. After all, Chen Song's great progress was definitely due to his teacher's help. Originally, Tao Mi was a little unhappy that Chen Song did not acknowledge him as his teacher. He felt that his skill level was considered to be famous in Dongyang province. Chen Song did not acknowledge him as his teacher. Was he looking down on him? However, after Chen Song's guidance, he realized that Chen Song had really picked up a treasure. It was said that great teachers produced great disciples. If the teacher was not good, how good could the disciple be? Therefore, Chen Song's great progress was definitely related to his teacher, Meng Shi. If Chen Song was so good, how good would his teacher be? Therefore, Xiao Chen's teacher must also be a great person. Although Tao Mi knew Meng Shi, he did not know much about this young man. The most important thing was, she was a girl. Old Tao was a little embarrassed to take the initiative to get to know her or say a few words. It would not be good if others gossiped. Thinking of this, Tao Mi couldn't help but ask Xiao Gaofeng. She then said, by the way, Director Xia, I have something to ask. I might as well get in through the back door. Xiao Gaofeng and a group of directors were waiting for Tao Mi to reveal who this amazing young man was. They did not expect Tao Mi to make such a turn of events. He blushed with shame for a moment. Xiao Gaofeng's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't help but say, who are we? If you have something to say, just say it. Only then did Tao Mi say, there's a junior doctor in our hospital's emergency department. His name is Chen Song. He's my nephew. He's coming to your hospital for postgraduate studies in cardiac surgery this year. I want you to take care of him. This kid is not bad. His talent is very good. Just treat it as doing me a favor. Tao Mi thought that they might not know Chen Song, but Xiao Gaofeng and the others couldn't help but chuckle when they heard that. The few department heads and deputy department heads behind him couldn't help but laugh. Tao Mi was stunned. What are you laughing at? Xiao Gaofeng suddenly said, Old Tao, you're worrying for nothing. Xiao Chen's position in our department is not low now. He's now our department's little Prince Charming. The department heads behind him also laughed and said, that's right. Tao Mi couldn't help but shake her head. She thought to herself, that's right. A person as outstanding as Chen Song will shine wherever he goes. However, Tao Mi continued to ask, this. I wonder which department head Meng Shi is? Meng Shi, who was standing behind her, suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When he heard Tao Mi ask who he was also a little happy. Hello, Department Head Tao. I'm Meng Shi. Tao Mi was stunned when she saw that. She was a little absent-minded. This little girl was really eye-catching, but why was the surgical gown a little inappropriate? Thinking of this, Tao Mi couldn't help but frown. Was Eastern University's first hospital lacking in fabric? but, the moment Taomi saw Mengxi, she suddenly understood why Chen Song didn't introduce her. She was convinced, she was really convinced. Putting everything else aside, just the temperament and appearance alone. Taomi touched her old face and felt that there was still a big gap between them. Moreover, not only did he look good, but he was also talented. To be able to teach such a high-end surgery to Chen Song, he was definitely a great talent. Thinking of this, Taomi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She even blushed a little. After all, she was obviously embarrassed to say that her surgical incision was original in front of Chen Song. Fortunately, Mengxi didn't mind. Otherwise, it would be so awkward. Thinking of this, Taomi smiled awkwardly. Department Head Meng, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Seeing that Taomi was so polite, not only was Mengxi dumbfounded, but even the department heads around her were dumbfounded. Was Mengxi really that good? Was he famous? Taomi continued, Department Head Meng, I've heard a lot about you. Mengxi stood there, a little stunned. She felt a little embarrassed to be praised by Taomi in such a way again and again. When did he become so strong? Even Department Head Taomi of the secondary hospital knew. Could it be? Chen Song said it. Thinking of this, Mengxi could not help but feel happy. This student was still quite protective of him. Actually, Mengxi was quite low-key in the department. After all, although she was now the associate chief physician of the cardiovascular surgery department, many people had opinions about her. To put it bluntly, they were not convinced. After all, the cardiovascular surgery department was a clinical department. When Mengxi came, she did apply for a research project with the National Nature Fund, and it was indeed a research project with a few million yuan in funding, which made the cardiovascular surgery department famous. However, Mengxi was still a little too inexperienced. However, the position of associate chief physician was a lucrative one. Mengxi was suddenly promoted to associate chief physician of the department, and many people were not satisfied with Mengxi. One had to know that associate chief physicians actually had a coefficient. Every patient's treatment fee was divided, which meant that even if you did not do much, you could still get a share of the money. This was real money. Who would not be jealous? There were 4 to 5 chief physicians and 5 to 6 associate chief physicians in the cardiovascular surgery department. None of them were associate chief physicians of the department, and many of them were experienced and capable old doctors. Mengxi was only 30 years old, and she was already an associate chief physician. It was impossible for them not to have some complaints. Therefore, the rumor spread that Chief Physician Meng was actually good at scientific research but not clinical ability. Mengxi also knew that his clinical ability might not be as good as these chief physicians. He could only work harder to improve himself. At this time, when he heard Taomi praise him so much, he was naturally a little embarrassed. The surrounding people were also curious. What on earth had happened? Taomi then said, actually, my constrictive pericarditis surgery was guided by Mengxi's student, Chen Song. So, the person I should be thanking is young Chief Physician Meng. As soon as she said that, all the chief physicians in the room fell silent. No one said a word. What did she mean? They all knew who Chen Song was, but wasn't this kid just a little handsome? How could he teach Chief Physician Tao surgery? Where did Chen Song's skills come from? He must have learned from Mengxi. But was Mengxi really that good? Everyone was a little doubtful. They did not believe it. They definitely did not believe it. But Chief Physician Tao was such a big shot. There was no need for him to make such a joke, right? After all, Chief Physician Tao's reputation was out there. There was no need for him to belittle himself to elevate others. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. Mengxi could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He felt his clothes tighten. Am I that good? And Chen Song is that good? Why didn't I know? Mengxi felt that he knew nothing. It was as if he had become an expert in a daze. Mengxi was really shocked by Taomi's words. Why didn't I know that Chen Song is so strong? Did Chen Song learn my skills? But did I teach him the surgery for constrictive pericarditis? I did teach him. Do you think I don't know my own level? I'm far worse than Chief Physician Tao. However, looking at the people around him looking at him with surprise and admiration, Mengxi felt very happy. It feels so good to be looked up to by others. Thinking of this, Mengxi could not help but hold his head high a little, but his clothes were a little tight. Chen Song, who was far away in the office, suddenly heard frowny face ding. Mengxi's favorability plus 10. Chen Song was stunned. What the F asterisk CK? What's going on? Why did teacher Meng's favorability increase by 10 points? I can't be so shocked. Last time, I spent a lot of effort to increase it by 10 points, and now I have 10 more points. My favorability with teacher Meng is back to 40 points again. The video broadcast in the office only showed the surgery video. After the surgery, the screen went black. Naturally, nothing could be seen or heard. In the operating room, Taomi could not help but sigh. Chief Physician Meng is really young and promising. He's brilliant in both scientific and clinical research. Chief Xia, the cardiac surgery department of Eastern University Hospital, is really full of talents. Although Xiao Gaofeng was a little confused, it felt great to be praised. You're too kind. Chief Physician Tao, you're too kind. However, Xiao Gaofeng was a little regretful. Why didn't I watch Mengxi's surgery more often? I didn't know that I was guarding such a treasure mountain, and Taomi got it first. Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng felt a little regretful. However, at this time a chief physician suddenly said, "Oh right, I have another surgery today. It's also a patient with constrictive pericarditis. Why don't Chief Physician Meng show everyone?" As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Good idea. Even Xiao Gaofeng and Taomi looked at Mengxi expectantly. Mengxi was also dumbfounded. What the F asterisk CK, compared to Taomi's level, he was a lot. But Taomi had already exaggerated herself to such an extent. What should she do? Thinking of this, Mengxi couldn't help but sigh. It didn't matter, so be it. At worst, he could just openly admit that his skills were limited. At this time, Taomi said, "By the way, where is Xiaochen?" Chen Song. Didn't come? I think Xiaochen can give it a try. Mengxi was about to go up when he heard Taomi's words. He suddenly changed his mind. He could let Chen Song do it. If he couldn't do it, why couldn't Chen Song do it? After that, he picked up the phone and said, "I'll call Xiaochen over." After Chen Song received teacher Meng's call, he immediately heard the system prompt sound. Ding. After helping teacher Meng out of a predicament, you will automatically obtain Mengxi's favorability plus 10. Chen Song's eyes lit up. 10 favorable impression points meant that he already had 50 points. With another 10 points, he would be able to exchange for a level 3 cardiac surgery skill. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little excited and quickly nodded. Teacher, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Chen Song hung up the phone, got up, and rushed to the operating theater. After entering the operating theater, everyone looked at Chen Song curiously. Was Xiaochen really as good as Chief Physician Taomi said? Everyone still did not quite believe it. However, since they were already here, they just had to give it a try. Everyone else was skeptical. Even Mengxi was unsure of what was going on. He carefully pulled Chen Song outside. While washing his hands, he said doubtfully with his big eyes, "Can you do it?" Chen Song immediately blurted out, "Of course." Mengxi was stunned. Really? Chen Song, of course. After the two of them washed their hands, Chen Song came in. The other chief physician of the cardiac surgery department, Gao Jianxin, walked over. Xiaochen, let me introduce the patient's situation to you. Tuberculous pericarditis, long-term. The current situation is constrictive pericarditis. I don't know the specific situation, but you should be careful during the surgery. Chen Song nodded. After communicating with Chief Physician Gao for a long time, he looked at the radiographic films and knew what was going on. After the anesthesiologist intubated the tracheal tube, he administered general anesthesia and the patient was in the usual supine position. Chen Song said to the nurse, "Raise the back and scapula." The male nurse, Little Qin, quickly nodded and put a sterile blanket under the patient. There were many male nurses in the operating theater. After all, transporting patients was physical work. Sometimes, girls were not as strong as boys because of congenital deficiencies. Everyone was stunned when they saw Chen Song being used as a scapegoat. Was he going to use a conventional incision? That's right. This time, Chen Song did not choose the incision that everyone expected. Instead, he used another traditional surgical method. Chen Song held the scalpel and cut through the middle of the sternum. Yes, this cut was very decisive. The sternum was very clean and there were no adhesions. This made everyone slightly relieved. Sometimes, adhesions could not be seen at all when they were outside. Many times, after opening the abdomen and chest, there would often be an unexpected surprise or shock. Chen Song's thoracotomy was very straightforward and neat, and there was very little bleeding. Gao Jianqing personally helped Chen Song. They looked at each other and nodded. It seemed that Xiaochen was really capable. Chen Song turned around. Thoracotomy device. Gao Jianqing quickly took the thoracotomy device and opened the sternum on both sides. At this time, the pericardium was exposed. When Chen Song saw it, he immediately frowned, because the pericardium looked a little wrong. Even Gao Jianqing noticed the abnormality. This pericardium seems to be a little attached. That's right, an experienced doctor would know the adhesions inside when he saw the pericardium. This was experience. Everyone gathered around and looked around as well. Mengshi looked at Chen Song nervously, afraid that something would happen to Chen Song. Chen Song picked up the blade and peeled the pericardium from the apex of the heart. However, Chen Song found a problem with this cut. The pericardium was obviously thickened. This was much more difficult. Ding! Constricted pericardium flame monster, commander, level 60. Severely attached pericardium causes the pericardium to thicken. The adhesion between the pericardium and the heart is serious. When separating, be careful not to damage the heart muscle. Chen Song was stunned and could not help but gulp. It was not fear, it was greed. It had been a long time since he met such a big boss. To be honest, Chen Song was looking forward to it. However, to the crowd, they were all stunned. Gao Jianqing frowned. This adhesion is very serious. It might be very troublesome to peel the pericardium, right? Xiaochen. Can you do it? Should we let Chief Physician Tao do it? Chen Song shook his head, picked up the blade, and began to peel the pericardium layer by layer. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but it was also full of excitement. In the office, Gu Huai and the others thought that the surgery was over and were about to turn off the TV. Suddenly, the screen lit up again. When they saw the surgery screen, the three of them were delighted. What a surprise, there was nothing more exciting than watching a surgery. If there was, they would watch a few more surgeries. When the three of them saw the pericardium cut open on the screen, their eyes suddenly shrank. Gu Huai could not help but say, "This is troublesome." The other doctoral colleague also nodded. Yes, it's rare to see such an adhesion of the pericardium. The adhesion is so tight that the pericardium is obviously thickened. It's really difficult to know the depth of the incision. When the pericardium and the outside of the heart were closely connected, it was the most difficult time for constrictive pericarditis. At this time, the difficulty of separating the pericardium increased by many times. At this moment, everyone was staring at Chen Song. Xiao Gaofeng was about to speak, but Tao Mi quickly stopped him. He saw that Chen Song was thinking, it could not be helped. When faced with such a surgery, not only Chen Song, but also everyone present did not know how to do it. More than 10 seconds passed, Chen Song continued to move. After Chen Song inserted the blade, he flicked it slightly. With this, the pericardium suddenly loosened. Chen Song was delighted, it worked, because there was a layer of loose connective tissue between the thickened pericardium and epicardium. This was the boundary that strived to peel off the adhesion of the pericardium. However, if the adhesion was serious, this connective tissue and the epicardium would be tightly adhered together, and it would be difficult to find. However, no matter how much adhesion there was, this layer of connective tissue had different properties from the pericardium and epicardium. Chen Song quickly turned around. Forceps, lift it. Gao Jianqing quickly nodded. He was very curious about how Chen Song found this layer of connective tissue, but Chen Song had already found the outer layer of the pericardium at this time. No matter how confused he was, he could only quickly mention it. After Gao Jianqing lifted the pericardium slice, Chen Song quickly pressed his left hand on the surface of the heart. At this time, everyone could see a beating heart. The difficulty of the operation was F*king high. After all, the heart's movement was not that accurate. If one wanted to remove the adhesion between the heart and the pericardium, without absolute skill, there would really be a problem. In less severe cases, the coronary artery would be damaged and cause bleeding. In serious cases, the heart muscle would rupture and endanger his life. At this moment, the difficulty of the surgery increased proportionally. At this time, a small piece of the pericardium was lifted up, and everyone could see the adhesion between the epicardium and the pericardium. It was too serious. Furthermore, it was troublesome. Because of the inconsistent adhesion, he could not choose a decisive method to deal with it. Xianxia turned around and said calmly, "That's right. Peanut tongs. Gauze." The nurse hurriedly handed it over. Xianxia wrapped the gauze around his finger and held his breath, not daring to move. He said to Gao Jianqin, "Hold it well. Distribute the strength, don't let it fall." Gao Jianqin took a deep breath, not daring to move. Everyone around them was drawn into the atmosphere. Xianxia exerted a little force with his fingers and carefully loosened the loose adhesion. One by one, these loose adhesions were still fine, but at this moment, a stumbling block immediately appeared. After a rope-like adhesion appeared, everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Everyone sighed. Sigh, this surgery is going to take a long time. This kind of rope-like adhesion was a sign of serious adhesion accompanied by calcification. The difficulty of separation was very high. Blunt separation was basically impossible. They could only use sharp separation. Xianxia put down the gauze, picked up the blade, and wanted to use the sharp separation. But the adhesion was getting tighter and tighter. How could he separate it? Xianxia gritted his teeth and changed places. That's right. Separating the pericardium was easy at first but difficult later. Moreover, the basic range of separation had to be determined based on the patient's condition during the surgery. Xianxia separated it step by step with difficulty, but no matter what order, the apex of the heart definitely had to be completely separated. The left side needed to be close to the left phrenic nerve, but could not damage the phrenic nerve, let alone the heart. Difficult. At this moment, Gao Jianqin carefully watched the monitor, afraid that any problems would occur. Because once there was arrhythmia or unstable myocardial discoloration, more plans and measures would need to be taken immediately, and the surgery would be completed this morning. After all, the heart was different from other areas. Therefore, the surgery in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery was at least level 3, and the average level was level 4. Therefore, the doctors in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery were at least doctors, and the average level was associate chief physicians. The surgery was carried out step by step. Finally, Xianxia found the most crucial part. It was a calcified lesion embedded in the myocardium. After everyone saw this, their expressions could not help but change, and their expressions suddenly became heavy. This was a big guy. Xia Gaofeng could not help but say, we don't need to care about this, right? Taomi was also silent. He was not sure whether this needed to be cut or not. But it was definitely better to cut it. This embedded in the myocardium had caused serious damage, and it was not conducive to the function and recovery of the heart. But it was too difficult to peel it off. Compared to the risk of removal, not removing it would cause chronic damage, but the risk was much smaller. This was also the reason why Xia Gaofeng said that there was no need to remove it. Everyone was a little worried because the previous separation was done on the pericardium, and this time, the heart was removed. Moreover, because of the serious adhesion, they could only do a sharp cut. Holding a knife and gesturing on the heart, they could not hurt the myocardium. Was this not forcing people to do something? But this was surgery. There were always uncertain risks in surgery. Everyone could not help but look at Xianxia, but no one saw a trace of panic in Xianxia's eyes or face. Calm. It was as simple as removing the appendix. Calm and collected, unfazed by favor or humiliation, as calm as ever. Generally, in this case, an island shape could be retained, and it could not be removed forcefully. However, the boundary of the removal was not clear, and there was serious adhesion. Xianxia had to remove the surface of the myocardium. Now, he was in a dilemma. It would be best if he could, but if the myocardium ruptured, it would be dangerous. At this moment, Xianxia made a bold operation. This was an attribute that Chen Song learned from Chief Physician Tao: stability. This stability was relatively stable. Thinking of this, Chen Song's lips curled up slightly. He said to Gao Jianqin, "I'm done." At this moment, Chen Song picked up a blade and a peanut forceps at the same time. He held the forceps in his left hand and clamped the pericardium. His right hand followed the rhythm of the heart and carefully removed it. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. Everyone stared at Chen Song with their eyes wide open. Could there be such an operation, to make the hand and the heart keep the same rhythm? Are you King sure you're not joking? Xia Gaofeng could not hold it in anymore. CK, awesome. Not only him, but everyone around was stunned by the scene of Chen Song removing the calcified lesion embedded in the myocardium. However, no one dared to disturb him. No one dared to disturb such a delicate work. Even Xia Gaofeng quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. He really could not hold it in. This piece was already the last piece of adhesion. Once it was removed, the surgery would be a success. At this moment, no one doubted Chen Song anymore. Today, he did not use any strange and innovative surgical methods. They were all traditional surgical operations. However, the more traditional something was, the more amazing it felt when it was done. P.S. Thank you to Yang Chenjiao for your reward. Thank you. Push a book, a small fishing boat at the beginning by an ordinary man in eastern Zhejiang. It's a new book written after the old book was blocked. It's about a reborn island owner who farmed. Those who like it can go and take a look. It's an empty novel by an old author. Finally, remember, you can read it, but you have to bring the ticket back, otherwise, I'll really cry. Not long after, the surgery was successfully completed, the patient's vital signs were stable, and his heart rate was normal. There was not even a trace of abnormality. Everyone looked at Chen Song. This young man's expression was still calm and composed. The patient was sent away, but the way everyone looked at Chen Song had changed too much. There were not too many words of surprise, and there were not too many superfluous words. All the feelings turned into warm applause at this moment. Xia Gaofeng and Taomi took the lead in applauding, and the people around them also followed suit. This surgery, they were very enlightening. Sometimes, the improved surgical method did indeed make everyone's eyes light up and quite surprised. However, more often than not, Chen Song's traditional surgical method made everyone learn a lot and inspired a lot of things. In the end, when Chen Song followed the rhythm of the heartbeat, he carried out the removal of the calcified focus embedded in the myocardium. It was a very good idea and operation. Perhaps everyone would not do that, however, it opened a window for everyone. A brand new and beautiful window. Moreover, not only that, Chen Song's every treatment made everyone's eyes light up, including how to protect the coronary artery and how to carefully protect the phrenic nerve. These were important for the later recovery. The applause lasted for a long time. Everyone was sincere. Everyone had their own priorities and specializations in the field of cardiovascular surgery. Chen Song really did specialize in this field of cardiovascular surgery. Looking at this young man standing there openly, Taomi and Xia Gaofeng liked him more and more. Sigh, what a good child. It was a pity that he followed Mengshi. Taomi was suddenly stunned. Old Xia, how old is your daughter? Xia Gaofeng first rolled his eyes at Taomi. He was about to scold her when he suddenly thought about it. This seemed to be a good idea, however, Xia Gaofeng thought about it again. He thought of something. Old Tao, let me tell you something. Taomi was stunned. What is it? I don't have a daughter. Don't think about it. Our son is married, and his child is already 3 years old. Xia Gaofeng rolled his eyes. I'm talking to you about something serious. The National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition. As soon as he said that, Taomi was stunned. You mean? Thinking of this, Taomi's expression changed. Yes. That's good. Why didn't you remind me? I almost forgot about it. Xia Gaofeng couldn't help but shake his head and say with a heavy expression, I've remembered this for a whole year. How embarrassing. Seeing this, Taomi could not help but sigh. She did not say anything. Xia Gaofeng also sighed. Alright, before that, we have to let Xiaoqin join the Provincial Cardiovascular Surgery Society as soon as possible. Only then will he be qualified to sign up. Tao Mi nodded and smiled embarrassedly. Director Xia, you're so thoughtful. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. The National Surgical Skills Competition was held every year, but the registration condition was to be recommended by a unit and be a member of a related society. For example, the Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition this time was organized by the Chinese Medical Association and the National Health Commission. Chen Song wanted to participate. On the one hand, he needed to be a member of the Cardiovascular Association. On the other hand, he needed to be recommended by his unit. Xia Gaofeng rolled his eyes. We have to fight for it this time. Xiaoqin. Who knows, he might really be able to wash away his shame. He can't always be last place every year. Hearing this, Tao Mi couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I think Xiaoqin will be fine. Xia Gaofeng shook his head. He needs to train. I think Xiaoqin doesn't know many cardiovascular surgeries. He needs to focus on learning for a while. Tao Mi muttered, this year, they're competing in major vascular surgeries. Xiaoqin has a good foundation in vascular suturing. I believe that he won't have a problem. As the two of them discussed in a low voice, Mengshi looked at Chen Song, who was beside him. He was also quite shocked. Not bad. He's really good. He's not weak at all compared to those people. When he thought of this, Mengshi looked at Chen Song with eyes full of hope. Ding. Teacher Mengshi's request has been completed. Obtained plus 10 favorability points. Chen Song was delighted. Not bad, I've gained a lot. However, the most important thing was not this. It was the item dropped by the boss monster he killed. However, at this moment, Tao Mi and Xia Gaofeng walked over. Xiaoqin, not bad. You're really good. Xia Gaofeng sighed with emotion. Although Tao Mi did not say anything, some things did not need to be said too much. The surrounding chief physicians were also filled with emotion. It was their blessing for a young and promising doctor to have such strength. As the saying went, the new generation excels the old, and each generation is better than the last. As doctors, they hoped that this was the case. This was the baton of medical treatment. Most of the time, competition was between people of the same age and generation. As senior directors, they would only be happy to see Chen Song so impressive. Xia Gaofeng could not help but say, Xiaoqin, come to my office after the surgery. I have something to tell you. Chen Song was immediately curious. However, looking at Xia Gaofeng and Tao Mi's expressions, it seemed that there was something serious. When he thought of this, Chen Song nodded. Okay, chief physician. Xia Gaofeng and Tao Mi got up and left. The chief physicians and associate chief physicians in the operating theater also left. After all, everyone's time was quite precious. Chen Song looked at Mengshi, who was the last to leave, and could not help but smile. Teacher Meng, you didn't embarrass yourself, did you? Mengshi did not bat an eyelid. She said calmly, not bad. Mengshi felt that she should be able to do it too. Thinking of this, she decided to find a time to give it a try. She felt that Chen Song had given her a great deal of inspiration and had benefited her greatly. She felt as if she had been enlightened. Mengshi looked at Chen Song. Isn't the chief physician looking for you? Go and see what's going on. Chen Song nodded. He smiled and said goodbye to Mengshi before leaving. Ding. Removed constrictive pericarditis boss. Reward obtained, 1. Large amount of experience, 2. Enhancement gem, dexterity, x1, 3. Needle holder, blue. Chen Song was instantly delighted. 2 good things, ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 30. Skill point +1. Chen Song was slightly delighted. He took out the enhancement gem and held it in his hand. He felt a burst of information. Ding. Enhancement gem. Attribute, dexterity +1. Hint, used to strengthen both hands. After strengthening, your hands will permanently increase dexterity by 10%. Equipment bonus accepted. Chen Song had a thought and chose to strengthen his right hand. Immediately, Chen Song felt a cooling sensation on his right hand. He immediately felt that there was a different change in his right hand. It seemed to be much more flexible than before. It also felt much more comfortable. He also felt more convenient and flexible when he moved a little. This was not bad. It was a permanent strengthening. It did not affect whether he wore gloves or not. Needle holder, blue. Attribute, stability +5. Single stability attribute makes the needle holder more firm and stable when holding suture needles. The probability of curved needles and slipping is greatly reduced. After Xianxia saw the equipment, he was slightly delighted. Was there finally going to be surgical equipment? Needle holders were common clinical equipment and were used frequently. Moreover, needle holders were the only irreplaceable clinical equipment. What did that mean? It was not recommended to use any equipment in the clinic to replace its function, even if the structure of the front end of the equipment was similar to that of a needle holder. Unless the situation was extremely urgent, the same operation could also be performed with straight vascular forceps. However, one must be careful. This was because there was a possibility that the curved needle would slip or change direction due to a weak clamp, as well as damage to the needle holder and the curved needle, thereby injuring the patient's tissue or the surgeon's hand. The appearance of needle holders could be said to be an improvement in clinical surgery. After Xianxia saw the equipment, he was delighted. Even needle holders had appeared. What about separating forceps, hemostatic forceps, stapling devices, and electrocoagulators? Were they still far away? Xianxia's vascular suture speed was faster, and his requirements for needle holders were higher. The appearance of this +5 stable needle holder was perfect for Xianxia. The only pity was, why could the enhancement gem only be strengthened by the hand? He was not convinced. Xianxia knocked on the door and entered the director's office. He saw Xia Gaofeng and Taomi inside. Xianxia nodded. After greeting them, he said, "Director Xia, you were looking for me?" Xia Gaofeng smiled. "Xiaochen, take a seat first. There is something that Chief Physician Tao and I would like to talk to you about and listen to your opinion." Xianxia was somewhat curious, but he still sat down. Xia Gaofeng handed a document to Xianxia. "Xiaochen, take a look at this." Xianxia took it with both hands. After reading it, his eyes widened. The National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition. Xianxia's heartbeat sped up. This competition, could he participate in it? The National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition was held every year. Moreover, it was usually held in multiple disciplines. The only difference was that it was held at different times. In May this year, Boss Chen represented the hospital to participate in the General Surgery Skills Competition. He even came back with an award of excellence. It had to be said that Boss Chen's skills in the general surgery department, especially the gastrointestinal surgery department, were quite good. He performed the gastrointestinal surgery and other surgeries in the emergency department very well. However, those who participated in such surgeries were usually senior attending physicians. How could someone as young as Xianxia participate in it, however? Xianxia wanted to participate. He really wanted to compete with that group of experts on the same stage. He really wanted to see how big the outside world was. Ding! National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition dungeon triggered. During the dungeon, after every successful PK, items or skills will be dropped. After hearing the system prompt, Xianxia's breathing became more rapid. If he did not participate in such a dungeon, it would be a great loss for him. Thinking of this, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the two chief physicians. He quickly asked, "This? Director Xia, Chief Physician Tao, can I?" Taomi smiled. "Why can't you?" Xianxia pointed at the registration conditions. "It's written here that the hospital needs to recommend a member, and the member must be a member of the Society of Cardiovascular Surgeons. I have two conditions. It's very difficult for me to meet even one of them." Xianxia knew that the hospital was recommending a member. There were many experienced doctors in the hospital, and there were a lot of young doctors. He was really nothing. Moreover, the skills competition would probably not be limited to just one surgery. He did not have an advantage in this. After all, the skills he had mastered in cardiac surgery were very limited. He had just opened the door to the pericardium, and there was still a long way to go. As for the Society of Cardiovascular Surgery, he was not a member. Xia Gaofeng said directly, "That's easy. Chief Physician Tao and I are the vice presidents of the Cardiovascular Surgery Society of Danyang Province. Isn't it easy for you to join us? Besides, if the hospital recommends you, if the Second Provincial People's Hospital doesn't recommend you, our first hospital of Eastern University will. Anyway, you occupy both sides." When Taomi heard Xia Gaofeng's words, her face suddenly darkened. "Why won't the Second Provincial People's Hospital recommend you? Don't steal people. Xiaochen is representing the Second Provincial People's Hospital this time." Taomi got up and walked to Chen Song. "Xiaochen. This time, you're representing the Second Provincial People's Hospital to participate in such a competition. Although, this competition is not a large-scale competition and not many people pay attention to it, it's still an honor for our circle. Danyang Province is always at the bottom of the rankings. There should be some changes this year." Chen Song looked at the two chief physicians. "Yes. I want to participate. But I always feel that my current level and skills are not enough." Taomi and Xia Gaofeng looked at Chen Song and smiled slightly. "Look at the date. It will be held at the end of the year. We're just reminding you in advance and focusing on training you. After you go back, prepare an application to join the society. We'll review and approve it for you." After discussing with the two chief physicians, Chen Song left the office. To be honest, he was a little looking forward to it. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a large-scale dungeon mission. Originally, Chen Song was not confident. After all, there were so many types of cardiovascular surgery. He felt a little guilty. However, through the two chief physicians, Chen Song learned that the surgery scope of this competition was not very wide. It was mainly major vascular surgery. Chen Song made up his mind to study the surgery in this field during this period of time. After leaving the hospital, Chen Song was about to return to the hospital when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Song picked it up. For a profession like a doctor, there would often be a lot of calls from strangers in the phone. After all, it was impossible to save all your patients in the phone, right? Therefore, many doctors would have two phones. One was for personal use, and the other was for work. Moreover, many doctors liked to use a very small black and white phone for work. It was similar to an old man's phone because of its excellent battery life. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Song?" The other party's voice was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His voice was clear and deep. He should be quite healthy. This was the image that Chen Song imagined as a doctor. Chen Song nodded. "Yes, hello. I'm Chen Song." Wang Ji quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Wang Ji, the general manager of the new coastal area of Zheng's real estate. Chief Xing asked me to check the information with you and complete the settlement of the house as soon as possible." When Chen Song heard this, he remembered that matter. The last time he called Jing Guotan to ask for the house, he had forgotten about it because there were many things to do this week. "Oh. Hello, Manager Wang." Wang Ji smiled. "Mr. Chen, when do you have time? If it's convenient, come to our sales department. We'll follow up on the house's follow-up procedures." Chen Song looked at the time. There was nothing to do at the hospital at this time, so he decided not to go. "I'll go over now." "Please wait for a moment," Chen Song said directly. Wang Ji nodded. "Yes, there's no hurry. Call me when you're here." Chen Song's face was filled with joy. When he thought that he would have a house soon, his heart was also filled with joy. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Yu still did not know, Chen Song decided to give her a surprise. As for the money, Chen Song now had about 3 million on hand, but the weekend was coming soon. After performing those few scheduled Longxiong surgeries, it should be enough, right? He hurried to the new coastal area. Wang Ji's people were already waiting at the door. The staff directly brought Chen Song into Wang Ji's office. Chen Song originally thought that it would be very troublesome, but he did not expect everything to be simple. There was a professional at the side explaining all kinds of things to take note of. All Chen Song had to do was sign. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Song settled everything. But, Chen Song realized something. Did he not have to pay? Why was there no payment? P.S. I realized that the feeling when I woke up and saw the reward was awesome. Hee, thank you, boss, thank you, Chief Desmond's, for the reward. Chen Song looked at Wang Ji in confusion. Manager Wang, this. Where do I pay? Wang Ji was stunned, but he quickly reacted and smiled. Mr. Chen, you must be joking. This is a house given to you by Chief Xing. Why would you need to pay for it? Chen Song was dumbfounded. A house for me? No, it's too expensive. Chen Song felt a little breathless when he thought about how he could give away a house worth more than 4 million yuan just like that. This was 4 million, not 400 yuan. He could give it away just like that. Wang Ji chuckled. Mr. Chen, it's useless for you to tell me about this money. You're Chief Zhang's friend. I think it's more appropriate for you to talk to him on the phone. Chen Song thought so too. It was useless for him to tell Wang Ji. After all, he was listening to Jing Wutan. Chen Song glanced at Wang Ji and smiled. Then, I'll make a call first. Please wait a moment, Manager Wang. After that, Chen Song got up and called Jing Wutan. Jing Wutan saw Chen Song's call and picked it up. Hello? Hello, Dr. Chen. Chen Song nodded. Hello, Chief Xing. Before Chen Song could finish his sentence, Jing Wutan asked, Dr. Chen, I'll ask Manager Wang to contact you. Let's renovate the house as soon as possible. Tell Manager Wang about your renovations. We have a team here. Chen Song immediately walked out. Chief Xing, this is too expensive. I really can't accept it. Jing Wutan smiled. Dr. Chen, I'll be direct. You sutured Ruoyan back then, and now she's recovering very well. I, Jing Wutan, am very grateful. Jing Wutan blushed a little when he said this. Every time he thought about the tens of thousands of yuan, he felt a little uncomfortable. I really want to be friends with Dr. Chen. There's not much I can help you with. You said you bought a house, and I'm selling it. Isn't this just right? Let me return the favor. Besides, the scar on my wife's face needs your help. So, you don't have to be polite with me about this matter. I've also found out that the cost of plastic surgery for you is over 1 million. I'm also trying to climb up the social ladder in advance. If anything happens in the future, it'll be easier for me to ask. When Chen Song heard this, he said, At this point, Jing Wutan suddenly reacted. Xiao Chen, you're now a member of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, right? Chen Song nodded and said, Yes, the problem with the organization has just been solved. Jing Wutan muttered, Oh. I see. Xiao Chen, how about this? As for the house, I'll give it to you. I'm afraid you're also worried that there will be problems. After all, you're young and promising. There's no need to let people talk about you because of this small amount of money. How about this? Give the phone to Wang Ji. I'll tell him. Chen Song passed the phone to Wang Ji, and the two of them started to negotiate. They seemed to be discussing how to lower the price. Chen Song heard about special subsidized houses, group purchases, collective houses. There were also business promotions, gift bags, and shopping vouchers. Compared to President Xing, Wang Ji's words were clear and logical. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Wang Ji looked at Chen Song and made an okay gesture. Then, he returned the phone to Chen Song. Jing Wutan said, Xiao Chen, how about this? The house will be sold according to the special discount house, and we'll take the group purchase route. I'll get the company to hold a special event, and you'll be the winning customer. Chen Song was confused, but, it had to be said, the other party had too many tricks up his sleeve. In the end, Chen Song still spent money. He spent 1 million. But, furniture, renovation, and all kinds of software and hardware subsidies, Chen Song finally understood. President Xing was determined to make the 1 million yuan into a few million yuan effect and then return it to him. After the two of them chatted for a while, Chen Song gave up. He did not dwell on this matter anymore. Just as Jing Wutan said, politeness demands reciprocity, let alone favors. Jing Wutan had the intention to befriend him, so he would help him as much as he could in the future. Moreover, Chen Song also felt that it was not a bad thing to be able to know someone like Xinghua Tan. After coming out of the sales department, Chen Song and Wang Ji had dinner together. Chen Song knew that although Wang Ji helped him because of Xinghua Tan, the relationship between people needed to be maintained. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar. After a while, they became friends. Even if Chen Song knew that Wang Ji helped him because of President Xing, even if he did not do anything, Wang Ji would do his best to be a good leader. However, he could not talk to Xinghua Tan about everything. If he could befriend Wang Ji, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. One more friend, one more path. Chen Song was not a child. This society was not as simple as he thought. The relationship between people was the same. Chen Song had the intention to befriend him, and Wang Ji was even more delighted. Under the congenial feelings, the relationship between the two was naturally successful. During the meal, the two of them exchanged glasses and called each other brothers. Chen Song returned home, and he was a little excited. He solved the problem of the house in one night. After washing up, he lay on the bed and prepared to give Qinyu a surprise. During the weekend, he would bring her around and design the future picture, decoration, and furniture. Chen Song also knew that decoration was a bottomless pit, so this time, Xinghua Tan really gave Chen Song a big discount. Thinking of Qinyu's happy look after seeing the house, Chen Song still felt happy in his heart. He felt that everything was worth it. Chen Song picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to Qinyu. I did a big thing this afternoon. Qinyu had just picked up the mobile phone and saw Chen Song's message. She was suddenly scared. This Chen Song is too shameless. Auntie, you are too scary. After looking carefully, he found out that it was an auntie. He couldn't help but laugh. This typo was too soulful. Thinking of this, Qinyu quietly replied, let's break up. I don't want to be a third party. Then she added, you did such a heartless thing behind my back, and you still want to tell me? What comment do you want me to make? Chen Song was stunned. He was suddenly dumbfounded. Where was the praise that he was waiting for? Where was the curiosity? Why did he want to break up? What third party? Chen Song looked back and carefully read the sentence he sent. He was suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I did a big thing today, auntie. What AF asterisk king typo. It was too scary. However, Qinyu must have found out. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but send a sweating emoji. I typed the wrong word. It's a big thing. Qinyu sent a picture of a little girl wearing a green hat. Chen Song couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl was too naughty. He was definitely the kind of person who would go overboard if he didn't get beaten for 3 days. Chen Song laughed. I'll give you a surprise on Sunday. Qinyu, auntie is pregnant? So soon? She already has a child? Chen Song's head was full of black lines. He couldn't wait to pick up the mobile phone and throw it at Qin Xiaoyuan's face. Could they still have a good chat? After all, it was the father's fault for not teaching a girl well. At this time, Qin Xiaoyuan looked at the girl sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Why didn't you go for a walk today? Lao Qin asked, puzzled. Qinyu was stunned. Oh. It's my day off today. Lao Qin was slightly hesitant. Chen Song and Qinyu weren't on duty today. If it wasn't a big matter, why didn't they go for a walk? Did they quarrel? What was the reason? The house? Thinking of this, Lao Qin's expression suddenly changed. This son-in-law, although he said that he wasn't good, but, thinking about it carefully, he was actually quite good. At least he was still quite satisfied. Qinyu and Chen Song could be considered a perfect match. It wasn't easy for Yaya to find someone she liked and could get along with. He couldn't let the children's relationship development be hindered because of this matter. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyuan really thought that Xiaochen was a good person, especially his development prospects. However, after all, he was a child from the village. It wasn't easy for him. He should develop well and not delay his future because of the house. The more Lao Qin thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't let it go. Seeing the mother and daughter sitting on the sofa playing with their mobile phones, Lao Qin came over. Yaya, you said that you wanted to buy a house last time. Dad thinks it's quite suitable now. Qin Xiaoyuan said with a serious face. Ji Ruyun was stunned by Lao Qin's sudden words. Qin Yu was also dumbfounded. Dad. You really think it's suitable? Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect her father to actually agree. After all, this wasn't a small amount. But, when she thought that she had secretly bought a house, she would definitely give Chen Song a surprise. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. "Anne, I think we should buy a house now. After all, the money in the bank is getting less and less. It's better to buy a house to keep its value." At first, what was your mother and I thinking? We thought that after you graduated, you wanted to go to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou to develop. We thought that when the time came, we would buy a house in the same city as you. It would be close and we would cook for you. Now that you have settled in ammoniated Yang, Dad and Mom also think that you should buy a house. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yu's nose was sour because of Lao Qin's words. He couldn't help but hug Lao Qin's back and muttered, "Dad, you're so nice." Lao Qin couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He decided to buy this house. Moreover, Lao Qin felt that if Chen Song and Qin Yu really got married, he wouldn't lose anything by buying a house. Why did he say so? Qin Yu married Chen Song, but both of them worked in ammoniated Yang City. They definitely spent more time with his family than Chen Song's parents. When he and his wife grew old, they would have to trouble Chen Song a lot. Also, he only had one girl. Who would he leave the money he earned in the future? Would he be able to spend it? Wasn't it all Chen Song's? He had to be more open-minded and look at the long term. Why should he keep the money and the house? It was better to use the money to make them happy. It was good enough if he could get something good. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan felt that he should do the work of a wife. The next day, they went to work as usual. Chen Song and Qin Yu had their own thoughts. They wanted to give each other a surprise. When it was time to change shifts, they looked at each other with a mysterious smile. People were like this. When they were in love, they could not hide any secrets. They always wanted to share any good news with each other. Chen Song and Qin Yu's office relationship had not been made public yet. Moreover, Chen Song even felt that this feeling of cheating was very exciting. However, Lao Chen stood beside Chen Song and looked at Chen Song and Qin Yu with strange gazes. He was curious. After all, Lao Chen had taken care of Chen Song for almost 3 years. It was like taking care of a disciple. How could he not know Chen Song? After changing shifts, Lao Chen smiled mysteriously at Chen Song. He looked at Chen Song with a guilty conscience. "Boss. You're married. Don't look at me like that. It makes me nervous. Be careful, or I'll tell sister-in-law." Chen Song patted Chen Song's head lightly. "Bastard, I'll beat you to death. Don't leave after work. Have dinner with me. I want to ask you something." After saying that, Chen Bingxing did not have time to argue with Chen Song. He rushed to the operating theater. Lao Chen had been busy during this period. Since the relationship between the emergency department and the general surgery department changed from a stranger to a cold war, Lao Chen had more and more surgeries, and most of them were patients from the general surgery department. When Chen Bingxing saw Chen Song walk out step by step, he was the happiest. After all, it was the best if Ling Ran could make a name for himself, just like his disciple. Chen Song suddenly smiled. "Hee, boss, let's go together. I'm free today. I'll be your assistant." After saying that, Chen Song got up and chased after Ling Ran. When Lao Chen saw this, he was stunned for a moment. His heart felt warm and he smiled. "Let's go." In fact, 3 years of teaching in the hospital was already the maximum. Usually, after a newcomer came to the hospital, the old doctor would leave after half a year to take care of the patient. At this point in time, they were all colleagues. Some of them even had a competitive relationship. Therefore, many doctors were different from real teachers when they were teaching. It was very rare for them to treat Chen Song as wholeheartedly as Lao Chen. Chen Song was well aware of these things. Ever since he started working, Lao Chen treated him really well. When he didn't earn much, he would follow Lao Chen to eat and drink every day. Otherwise, how would he have been able to save 20,000 yuan? If money was a small matter, Then teaching Chen Song how to deal with situations and many things that could not be learned from school and books was not a small matter. Therefore, he had always kept Boss Chen's affection and friendship in his heart. On the way, Lao Chen suddenly smiled and asked, "Have you been dating recently?" Chen Song laughed and didn't hide anything from Lao Chen. "Hee hee, boss, you found out?" Old Chen also laughed out loud. "Do you think you can hide this little trick from me?" Chen Song smiled. "Yes, it just started. It hasn't been long." Lao Chen clicked his tongue. "Miss Jin Yu is a good person. She has a good personality in all aspects. Plus, you have a carefree personality. With Jin Yu around, you complement each other. You have good taste. Hurry up and get her. This is Dean Qin's son-in-law. In the future, I will have to rely on your thigh." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "When the time comes, you will be the director and I will be your deputy director." Lao Chen patted Chen Song's head. "You little brat, I'm praising you. I heard from Jixin that you haven't been going to the plastic surgery hospital?" Chen Song sighed. "I've been too busy recently. When I have time, I have to do surgeries with a surgeon. Last weekend, I went to look at the house. When there are patients, I go. I only go when the appointments are full. I don't usually go." When Lao Chen heard that Chen Song was buying a house, he immediately smiled. "Buying a house? Do you have enough money? If not, I can ask my sister-in-law to get you some." Chen Song immediately smiled and rejected Lao Chen's kindness. "It's enough. When the renovation is done, let's walk around together." Chen Bingxing looked at Chen Song thoughtfully and advised, Xiao Chen, don't be in a hurry. Don't overwork yourself. You can't earn all the money. Don't overwork yourself. You are still young. When you reach the director's age, you will have endless money to spend. If you need money, you can tell me. Your sister-in-law and I have some extra money. Don't be shy." Chen Song smiled. "Okay, boss. I won't be shy." At this moment, Zhang Jixin walked over. When he saw Chen Song and Chen Bingxing together, he immediately smiled. "Yo! You're all here. Xiao Chen, long time no see." Chen Song rolled his eyes. "I see you in the operating room every day." Zhang Jixin shook his head and rubbed his hands. He smiled and said, "It's not the same. I haven't seen you help me in a long time." Speaking of this, Zhang Jixin moved closer to Lao Chen. "Hey, Lao Chen, I'm in a lot of pain right now. I'm about to get depression." Chen Bingxing asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Zhang Jixin, let me tell you something. Ever since Xiao Chen came to my place for 2 months, I haven't touched a scalpel with him. Tell me, how can I not be depressed? Every time I operate with him, I have to be an assistant. Sigh. I'm mentally tired." Chen Bingxing sneered. "You're a capitalist and you still have the nerve to say that. Xiao Chen is working for you." Zhang Jixin blushed. "I'm pursuing my career. I also have dreams, okay?" Speaking of this, Zhang Jixin smiled and glanced at Chen Song. "Do you want me to be the chief surgeon today?" Chen Bingxing, "Sure." Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, today, teacher Zhang will show you what an advanced surgical technique is. Let me show you what a major surgery is." Chen Song was also curious. He immediately asked, "What surgery?" Zhang Jixin smiled and said, "Pancreaticoduodenectomy. You haven't seen it before, right?" Chen Song nodded. Indeed, he had never seen it before. Pancreaticoduodenectomy was a level 4 surgery. He had never seen it before. For a moment, he was looking forward to it. However, Chen Song turned a deaf ear to Zhang Jixin's pretentious expression. As they spoke, the two of them entered the operating theater. Chen Bingxing explained the situation to Chen Song. This kind of scene had not happened for almost 2 months. Ever since Li Baoshan made adjustments, Chen Song rarely operated with Lao Chen. When Zhang Jixin heard that he was the chief surgeon, he was immediately happy and relaxed. "Xiao Chen, remember to use the retractor and draw the suction fluid." Chen Song rolled his eyes. The villain was intoxicated with success. At this moment, Zhang Youfu suddenly passed by and saw Chen Song. He was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and walked in. Eh? Xiao Chen, there's a surgery today. When Zhang Jixin and Chen Bingxing saw Zhang Youfu, they immediately smiled. Department Director. When Zhang Youfu saw the three of them, his eyes suddenly lit up. You're all here. What surgery? Pancreaticoduodenectomy, Zhang Jixin said. This was a patient with metastatic pancreatic cancer. When Zhang Youfu heard this, he was instantly interested. Oh. You're talking about bed 21, right? I'm quite curious about his situation. Since I'm free, let me be the chief surgeon. Duanbua, who was behind him, was instantly dumbfounded. Department Director, why are you free? You said that you would guide me today. When he heard that Department Director Zhang wanted to be the chief surgeon, Zhang Jixin was instantly stunned. When Chen Bingxing saw this, he almost laughed out loud. Looking at Zhang Youfu's bitter face, Zhang Youfu smiled. Don't worry, I'm here. When he said this, Zhang Youfu made up his mind to let Chen Song see what an advanced surgery was. Zhang Jixin could not help but sigh in his heart. He was born in the wrong time. Why was it so difficult to show off? Pancreaticoduodenectomy was actually quite difficult. It was a patient whose cancer was still confined to the pancreas and had not spread widely. The preparation for the surgery was very troublesome. For such a surgery, at least 2 senior attending physicians were required to cooperate with each other. After the injection of vitamin K, the chief anesthesiologist personally anesthetized the patient. The surgery took a long time, and the anesthesia was done as smoothly as possible to avoid hypoxia and hypotension. Comrade Zhang Youfu clearly wanted to show off his skills in front of Chen Song today. He held the scalpel in his hand and made a curved incision on the upper abdomen. Then, starting from the right free rib, he cut off the abdominal wall muscles and ligaments. When the pancreas and duodenum were exposed, Chen Song's eyes suddenly widened. He could not help but say, F***ck. Immediately, the three of them raised their heads and stared at Chen Song. Zhang Youfu thought that he had conquered Chen Song with his operation. He smiled subtly without batting an eyelid. That's more like it. Zhang Jixin could not help but sigh. You're surprised just like that? However, Chen Song was actually not lamenting about that. Instead, he had discovered a terrifying thing. That was, he could actually limit the invasion of cancer cells. That was 2F** terrifying, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt his breathing become a little rapid. He could clearly see that there was a red area on the red pancreas and pancreatic duct. Pancreatic cancer, level 78, ordinary pancreatic cancer that has not spread. Chen Song saw a red area on the pancreas. Some areas were green, which meant that the red area was the area after the cancer cells had spread. The green area was the healthy pancreas tissue. This discovery was a big deal for Chen Song. Why did he say that? Cancer surgery itself was not difficult, but what was the most difficult thing? It was that they were not sure about the invasion range of cancer cells. Therefore, most of the time, they would expand the surgery range. For example, this pancreatic cancer might not need to be completely removed. However, considering the effectiveness of the surgery, the basic principle of the surgery was that it was better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let go of a single cancer cell. Therefore, after the surgery, cancer patients would often lose 800 of their own bodies to kill 1,000 of their enemies. Their bodies would deteriorate day by day. Chen Song's discovery could reduce the surgery range as much as possible. This was really significant for cancer patients. How could Chen Song not be excited when he thought of this? This was good news for any cancer patient. The surgery continued. Zhang Youfu had to admit that he was the chief physician. This series of operations was really smart. He skillfully separated the mesentery and blood vessels, and dealt with the portal vein. Many people might not understand what the pancreas was, but everyone should know about insulin, right? The pancreas was the gland that secreted insulin, and it played a vital role in the regulation of blood sugar in the human body. If the pancreas was removed, it would be very difficult and troublesome to deal with diabetes after the surgery. After all, it was not easy to remove every organ in the human body. Even now, the appendix was finding more and more of its existence. However, If the pancreas surgery could preserve even 20% of the pancreas tail tissue, the treatment of diabetes during the recovery period would not be as difficult as total pancreas removal. The difference between the two was too big. However, Xianxia did not dare to say anything as he watched. He could clearly see that about 40% of the pancreas tissue of the patient was not invaded by cancer cells. However, for the surgery, it had to be completely removed. This was because they were worried about the spread of cancer cells. At this time, Xianxia's heart was in a mess. He wanted to say it, but he definitely could not say it. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. This was the truth. It was not impossible for it to lead to a fatal disaster. What should he do? What could he do? Xianxia was really helpless at this moment. Perhaps only when he grew up and was able to perform cancer surgery would he be able to play his role in the surgery. Thinking of this, Xianxia watched the surgery in silence. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. Do your best, Xianxia. In the operating theater, the four people did not say anything. They carried out this difficult surgery seriously. It was Xianxia's first time seeing a monster over level 70. Even for Xianxia, he could not be careless. At this moment, a foul smell suddenly came. It went into his nose through the mask. Xianxia, who was in the middle of the surgery, suddenly changed his expression. This stench was too familiar. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but frown and his body trembled. The intestine ruptured. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but break out in cold sweat. If the intestine ruptured at this time, the difficulty of the surgery would increase by a lot. But he could not do anything at the moment. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly said to Chen Bingxing beside him. Bingxing, look where the rupture is. Chen Bingxing nodded because he also smelled the stench. Why would the intestine rupture? It was very strange. If it caused an abdominal infection, it would definitely increase the difficulty of the surgery. But Xianxia looked at the abdominal cavity and suddenly became curious. Because he did not see the red name at all. Could it be that his eyes were sleepy? This was the first time he could not see the problem with his eyes. Could it be, the stench was too strong for his eyes? Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly blinked his eyes but still did not see it. At this moment, Xianxia panicked. My ability can't be damaged by this stench, right? Just as Chen Bingxing was about to check. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixin said awkwardly, it's okay, the intestine isn't ruptured. Zhang Youfu immediately looked to the side. Oh? Zhixin, what do you think is going on? Zhang Zhixin coughed and said softly, actually. I was farting just now. P.S. Although it's 2 chapters, it's actually 4. Everyone is saying that I'm lame. I can only write a little more for each chapter. In the future, I will update more content and write fewer chapters. Thank you for your support. Also, rest early. Zhang Zhixin's farting made the operating theater fall into an awkward and helpless atmosphere. But fortunately, it was much better than the anxiety and panic just now. At least the patient on the operating table was fine. Everyone could not help but sigh slowly. Then, they took a long breath, but when they thought of Zhang Zhixin's words, they stopped breathing halfway. They really could not breathe it in. Even the director of the Department of Anesthesiology could not help but cough and sneak out from the back door to get some fresh air. It was 2F** king smelly. The stench was the same as intestinal obstruction. What did you eat in the morning? How could you recognize this smell? When he thought of this, he felt stifled. A few young nurses wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. They could only hold it in. As for Zhang Youfu and the others, it was much better. They had smelled a lot of bad smells, so they did not care about this smell. The point was, this fart was too embarrassing. One had to know that on the operating table, everything was a feedback of information. A lot of things could be learned from the smell. Zhang Youfu glared at Zhang Zhixin fiercely. Zhang Zhixin smiled embarrassedly. If he had the system, there would definitely be a large number of favorability N messages. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere was completely gone. So, it's not my eyes that have a problem. The surgery went on as usual. Xianxia's job was to retract the patient and tie the knot. After all, the 2 senior attending physicians were still beside him. It was not his turn at all. The 3 of them were also very experienced and skillful. The entire surgery ended successfully without any mishaps. The only small setback was caused by Zhang Jixin. Chen Song was very worried. Would this fart affect the patient's healing and recovery? It would not cause abdominal infection, right? When he thought of this, he could not help but shake his head. After the surgery, Chen Song and the other two could not help but distance themselves from Zhang Jixin. They were afraid that he would fart again. After all, they were all doctors. They knew that if someone could fart so smelly, he would definitely fart again. They had to distance themselves as soon as possible. Zhang Youfu looked at Chen Song and suddenly thought of a question. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, Xiaochen, the annual meeting is next week on the 6th. How are the preparations going? Chen Song sighed helplessly. He had already sent out the thesis, but he had yet to receive an employment notice. He had yet to receive a reply. It was really a headache. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have posted such a high-end article. The video of the surgery has been completed. There won't be any problems with the explanation, but the first published paper is ready to be published, but the second paper hasn't been received yet. I don't know if it'll be accepted. After Zhang Youfu heard this, he was stunned. Where did you send it? Do you want me to help you rush him? If you really can't do it, you can ask Director Qian to help you ask if it can be approved earlier. I'm quite familiar with the chief editor of the Chinese Journal of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Some time ago, he even asked me to write a manuscript. I have some friends and many other magazine publishers in the country. Let me ask them for you. After Zhang Youfu said this, he felt quite proud. After all, the Chinese Journal of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery was also a very powerful magazine in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in the country. Thinking about it, Chen Song was quite ambitious. He should be publishing in a core journal. In fact, Zhang Youfu had some friends in many magazines in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in the country. After all, they often met at the annual meeting, and they were quite familiar with each other. If Chen Song had two good research papers, it would be of great significance to this kind of selection. That was why Zhang Youfu was so worried. Chen Song's clinical qualifications were not enough. If he could not do scientific research, it would be very difficult for him to be accepted and recognized by everyone. When Chen Song heard Zhang Youfu's words, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, when he thought about how liver transplantation could be approved quickly because of the connections that teacher Qin Yu and Professor Su Mo found for someone, Chen Song felt that what Zhang Youfu said might really be possible. Therefore, his eyes lit up, and he smiled awkwardly. However, he said a little embarrassedly, Department Director Zhang, I'm publishing in a foreign magazine, a British journal. Zhang Youfu was stunned for a moment. He smiled and teased, you have quite high standards, kid. What's wrong? You don't like our domestic journals? In fact, our influence in the country is constantly increasing, and many foreign collecting organizations are paying more attention to it. Moreover, many foreign magazines are just bluffing. Their real influence is not very big, especially the issue of industry recognition. It needs to be studied. Kid, you're so quiet. The next time you publish a research paper, you should discuss it with me. I'll give you some suggestions. What Zhang Youfu said was very reasonable. Now, many domestic journals were developing very well. Their international influence was also increasing, and their impact factors were also increasing. Moreover, it was not as if they thought that the foreign SCI was very impressive. In fact, that was not the case. Moreover, it involved the so-called industry recognition. Perhaps a certain journal was the core, and its impact factor was not low, but after you published it, the industry recognition you were in might not be very high. This was a common thing. Therefore, Zhang Youfu said this. He felt that Xiaochen did not have a master's degree and did not have a high understanding of scientific research and articles. It was understandable that he would blindly follow when he published. Zhang Youfu wanted to help Chen Song out of kindness. After Chen Song heard this, he nodded and said, yes, I really need to communicate with you in the future. I'm publishing in the British Journal of Surgery. Currently, there is no reply. Maybe. I don't know how long I have to wait. I heard that the review takes a month. As soon as Chen Song finished speaking, he realized that the office, which was still chatting and laughing, suddenly fell into silence. Zhang Youfu suddenly felt his heart twitch. It was as if he had a heart attack. Even Zhang Jixin and Chen Bingxing looked at each other. Their eyes were full of smiles, but they could only hold back their laughter. After all, the British Journal of Surgery was one of the top 10 journals in the world surgical field. It was even founded earlier than many journals with high impact factors. It had a history of more than 100 years. It started publishing as early as 1913, and its impact factor was also relatively high. Now, its impact factor was about 4 out of 10. After Zhang Youfu heard Chen Song's words, he could not help but slap his forehead. You're too reckless. What kind of journal is the British Journal of Surgery? Although its impact factor is not very high, it's famous for being difficult to publish. Moreover, it places more emphasis on improvement and innovation of surgical methods. You're really bold. Chen Song sighed awkwardly. I didn't know it would be like this. If I had known, I would have published it in liver transplantation. This sentence made the three of them not know whether to laugh or cry again. Chen Bingxing smiled. You don't understand these journals at all. Liver transplantation and the British Journal of Surgery are on the same level, but their impact factor is higher. They have a greater impact in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. If you want to publish it there, just the review alone will take a year. Then, after a year of drafting, you'll probably be able to see the article the year after next. Zhang Youfu also smiled and said, 2 years ago, I published an article and changed it 7 times. In the end, it was still rejected. I'll try again this year. Chen Bingxing sighed. If I have an article on liver transplantation, it shouldn't be a big problem for me to become an assistant lecturer this year. This was not something to be ashamed of. In the entire Danyang province, there were only a handful of people who could publish articles on liver transplantation. All of them were industry giants. Qian Liang had published an article before, and it caused a sensation at the annual meeting at that time. When Chen Song heard about Chen Bingxing's professional title, he immediately asked curiously, can the same author be published in liver transplantation? Regarding the evaluation of professional titles, Zhang Youfu nodded. Yes, this kind of large-scale magazine has a higher impact factor. Considering that there are many people who participate in each article, when considering, the same author can be published by several people. Even the second author can be written in their resume. This is very useful. If Bingxing has an article on liver transplantation, even if he's the second author, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to be promoted to a professional title. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Back then, he had placed Qin Yu as the first author, and Chen Bingxing as the same author. After all, Boss Chen was the control group. At that time, Chen Song did the minimally invasive surgery under the laparoscope. In order to double-blind, Chen Song did not let old Chen know that he was participating in the experiment. He treated old Chen's case as the control group, so he naturally became the same author. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but say, then, there's no problem. The article I published last time, Minimally Invasive Small Wound Under Laparoscopy, is the same author as you. Boss, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Chen Bingxing could not help but smile and ask, then, the magazine article you published? The article last time was published 2 months ago. How good could it be? Therefore, Chen Bingxing thought that Chen Song had just published an article casually. But even so, he was touched. Chen Song nodded and said matter-of-factly, I published liver transplantation. This sentence was very untimely. That's right. After everyone heard this sentence, they immediately stared at Chen Song with their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of questions. Then, they were stunned. Chen Bingxing was stunned. What did you say? You published liver transplantation? Chen Song nodded. Yes, but it hasn't been published yet. But it should be soon. It will be sent over soon. I don't know if I can get the publication before the annual meeting, but the employment certificate has been sent over long ago. Chen Bingxing suddenly became excited. Let me see? Zhang Jixin shook his head. It can't be so fast, right? How could it be published in the first issue after 2 months? Liver transplantation is such a big name. Chen Song turned on his phone and took out the employment notice. Then, take a look. Zhang Jixin looked at the name of liver transplantation and suddenly widened his eyes. Then, he looked at the author's name at the back. Corresponding author, Chen Song. First authors, Qin Yu, Chen Bingxing, Li Baoshan. Second author, Zhang Jixin still could not believe it. You didn't Photoshop it to tease me, right? Chen Song rolled his eyes. I have nothing better to do. It's already published, okay? I sent you a photo, but it hasn't been sent over yet. Chen Song opened the photo on the cover of the magazine, the contents page, and the details page. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Chen Song strangely. Chen Bingxing, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Damn, I can actually publish liver transplantation. Awesome, awesome. Xiao Chen, let's go eat something good for lunch. Chen Bingxing was really happy. This was because the significance of such a top-notch journal article was really extraordinary. This liver transplantation article could basically allow Chen Bingxing to be promoted to chief physician without any obstacles. There were not many articles like this in Dongyang province. This was very helpful in increasing the hospital's scientific research score. Zhang Youfu and Zhang Jixin looked at the photo on the phone with astonishment, envy, jealousy, and complicated expressions. They could not bear to put it down for a long time. Zhang Youfu was a little envious of Chen Bingxing. This article was very impressive. After becoming a chief physician, the competition would be based on articles, academic results, and so on. Back then, Qian Liang had made a name for himself with a liver transplantation article at the annual meeting. Zhang Youfu looked at the photo of the employment notice and felt depressed. A feeling called envy and grievance grew in his heart. Compared to Chief Zhang Youfu, Zhang Jixin was much inferior. Xiao Chen. Well, can we discuss something? Look at your new article. Can you add a second author for me? It's the British Journal of Surgery article that you submitted. I don't want the first author, just the second author will do. What do you think? Zhang Jixin said with a flattering expression. Chen Bingxing could not help but laugh. TSK, you want to be the second author just by acting coquettishly? It's too easy. Zhang Jixin blushed for a while. Get lost. You don't know the suffering of the hungry. At this moment, Zhang Youfu said excitedly, Xiao Chen. This article is enough. A director is enough. This liver transplantation article is definitely enough for you to be elected as a director in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Dongyang province. You're too awesome. How old are you to be able to publish in liver transplantation? I'm in my 40s. I'm so ashamed. Chen Song was also a little embarrassed. Well, I actually went through the back door. Qin Yu's teacher, Professor Su Mo, is quite familiar with the chief editor of liver transplantation. That's why it was published so quickly. When Zhang Youfu heard Su Mo, he finally reacted. Professor Su Mo. That's easy to explain. However, liver transplantation is not as simple as you think. Even if you have acquaintances, they can only let your article be reviewed or published as soon as possible. However, the recruitment criteria will not be lowered at all. Instead, it will be raised because the editorial team of liver transplantation has an unwritten rule. For articles that are reviewed quickly, the quality must be very high. Otherwise, it will not be passed. After saying that, Zhang Youfu looked at Chen Song. He was really filled with emotions. Now, I feel that the British Journal of Surgery article that you published will most likely pass. Chen Song smiled even more awkwardly. He really did not dare to guarantee that. After all, that magazine article was written by him and Qin Yu. It had not been edited by Su Mo. He really did not know how it would turn out. P.S. This is 2-in-1, so it counts as 2 chapters. Lao Chen was so happy today that he insisted on dragging Chen Song out for lunch. Zhang Jixin also wanted to go, but since his stomach was not very good today, Lao Chen called his old classmate in the spleen and stomach department and made an appointment. He decided to treat him to some medicine. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a good meal today. It would even affect the reputation of the entire restaurant, or everyone's appetite. under Zhang Zhixin's resentful gaze, Big Chen and Xiaochen went to a good Hunan cuisine restaurant together. Originally, they wanted to have a drink or two, but they still had to work in the afternoon, and Chen Song had to work the night shift at night, so naturally, they left it at that. The dishes were very sumptuous, and the two sat down to chat and laugh. It had been a while since the two of them sat down to eat and chat like this. In the past, Chen Song followed behind Lao Chen all day long like a follower. Xiao Chen, thank you so much this time. Lao Chen smiled. Come, let's use tea as wine to toast you. Chen Song quickly smiled. You're too polite, boss. You taught me so many things, but I didn't say anything. This is nothing. When he said this, Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Besides, you really participated. After all, the cases in the control group were all yours. When he said this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Chen Song smiled and took a sip of tea. He stared at Chen Song and could not help but smile. You've really grown up. At first, I was still not used to it. I'm used to you following behind me. I'm still not used to not having you behind me for the past 2 months. Chen Song lowered his head and smiled. He did not say anything. Just as Lao Chen said, at first, Chen Song was also not used to it. However, he was too busy at that time and did not think too much about it. He always wanted to find time to sit down with Boss Chen and have a good meal, drink some wine, and chat. He was so busy that he did not have the time. Chen Bingxing smiled. You can be considered a new generation of doctors in the emergency department now. Chen Song laughed and flattered, this is all thanks to you, boss, for teaching me well. Lao Chen shook his head. If you want to forge iron, you need to be strong. You're talented and learn everything quickly. Speaking of which, I'm still a little regretful that I let you stay in the emergency department. You're a natural-born surgeon. I've never seen anyone more talented than you. I really should have let you come into contact with surgery earlier. Maybe you can already take charge of a surgery by now. But even now, you're still very good at surgeries. You're able to master any surgery very quickly, and you always seem to be able to grasp the essence of it. To be honest, I've seen your appendectomy and cholecystectomy, and you're even better than me. Lao Chen had a very high opinion of Chen Song. However, Chen Bingxing immediately changed the topic. He stared at Chen Song and said sternly, but you can't neglect the essentials. Chen Song was stunned by his words. What does he mean? Lao Chen then looked at Chen Song and said seriously, surgery is a way, not a goal. I hope you understand this. Chen Song saw a kind of determination and calmness in Lao Chen's eyes, and he was slightly stunned. He carefully savored these words. Surgery is a way, not a goal. Suddenly, Chen Song felt that many things that he had never thought of before appeared in his mind. Lao Chen continued, the goal of medical treatment is to get treated, and surgery is just a way of treatment. You're good at surgery, and I admit that this is your talent. But you must remember that medical treatment is not just about surgery. I want to tell you this so that you won't lose yourself. You're a doctor, not a craftsman. Not only do you need to carve, you also need to see if you need to carve. As a surgeon, what you need to do is not only to perform a surgery well, but also to clearly diagnose diseases, identify diseases, enrich treatment ideas, perfect treatment plans, and provide internal medicine treatment while performing surgery, so you must not be arrogant. You can't lose yourself just because you've performed a few surgeries. The path of medical treatment is long, broad, and profound. You still have a lot to learn. Lao Chen's words made Chen Song feel a little relieved. It even made him more clear-headed. How many surgeries did he know how to perform? At most, he knew more than 10 types of diseases. But did he really master these 10 types of diseases, the things he needed to pay attention to, his treatment plan, and so on? Indeed, there were specializations in the field. He just needed to perform surgery well. However, if he only knew how to perform surgery, could he become an excellent surgeon or even a qualified chief physician? How could he only perform surgery? Diagnosis, treatment, surgery, and recovery were all indispensable. There were many advantages to performing surgery well, but other than surgery, there were many more things one could do. Any clinical doctor, not to mention others, just take Gu Huai for example. He had clinical knowledge that Chen Song could never catch up to. Of course, this required a process. Every time Chen Song learned surgical skills, he would also gain a lot of professional knowledge. However, he could not become a simple surgeon. He had to be a good doctor. From diagnosis to treatment, from surgery to recovery, he had to improve himself. After all, when he became a chief physician, he would be the last pillar of support for all the patients in the department. He would be the backbone of all the doctors in the department. He had to improve himself. Therefore, medicine was a road of no return. He had to have the determination to live and learn until he was old. The meal lasted for 2 hours. Lao Chen and Chen Song talked about a lot of things and also talked about a lot of things to pay attention to. Chen Song benefited a lot. Many of them were not in books, and many of them were also Lao Chen's life experiences. It was a busy afternoon. 2 patients with acute appendicitis came to the emergency department. Chen Song was the chief surgeon, and Wang Yong was the assistant. After the surgery, they sent an old man with a myocardial infarction. They were busy for the whole afternoon. This kind of thing happened in the emergency department every day. They could not say that they had any feelings. After all, when they were sent, it was already very dangerous. Whether it was the family or the doctors, they had already prepared for this. Tonight, it was Chen Song's night shift. Chen Song felt that every night shift was like going to an examination hall, and the next morning, when the shift was changed, the results would be announced. The patient's condition was your answer sheet. Night shifts were the most challenging time for doctors. They needed to be very capable to face and deal with patients independently. Just like what Lao Chen said, you were a doctor, and surgery was just a way. At the end of the day, what you needed to learn was how to answer to the patient and even their family members. When it was past 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song used the microwave to cook the leftovers from lunch. Lao Chen ordered a little too much, and many of them were hard dishes. The 2 of them could not eat much at all. Chen Song was afraid of wasting food, so he simply packed it in a lunchbox and left it for supper at night. There were 2 public microwave ovens in the nurses' station. One was for the convenience of the patients, and the other was for the convenience of the medical staff. This was because there was often a situation in the emergency department where a patient suddenly came in while they were eating, and they had to put down the food and go to work. When they were done, they would realize that the food was already cold. Therefore, the microwave ovens became the most popular household appliance in the hospital. When they saw Chen Song walking over with food at night, a few young nurses at the nurses' station immediately came over. Wow, I can smell it. Dr. Xiaochen, everyone who sees it has a share. Nurse Joy smiled and ran over with chopsticks. Xiao Yan also sniffed hard. There's steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers. Chen Song could not help but roll his eyes. Why is your nose so sharp? There were quite a lot of dishes. Chen Song did not want to eat alone, and everyone did not mind. They just wanted to have fun. Around 9 o'clock, the emergency department was at its most vigilant and busiest. The emergency inpatient ward had just finished its work when it received a call from the ambulance to prepare for resuscitation. A woman who had committed suicide by taking sleeping pills was sent over. Chen Song's nervous heart became alert again. Chen Song asked, "How long has it been?" The emergency center said, 5 hours at most. When the woman's mother went to see her, she was already unconscious and covered in wounds. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song hurriedly began to arrange for the dialysis room. For patients who had been poisoned by sleeping pills, usually, they would be discovered within 6 to 12 hours after taking the pills. They should immediately perform gastric lavage as the poison had not been completely absorbed. However, for patients who were in a coma or even without urine, they needed to be prepared for dialysis in time. After saying that, Chen Song quickly turned to look at the nurses, Lulu and Xiaoyan. There's a patient who committed suicide by taking sleeping pills. She's now unconscious and is in critical condition. Prepare to perform gastric lavage. Lulu went to prepare the items for gastric lavage while Xiaoyan prepared the antidote. Both of them had been in the emergency department for 2 to 3 years and had seen this kind of situation no less than 8 to 10 times. They handled it in an orderly manner. About 3 minutes later, an ambulance sped over and stopped at the entrance of the emergency department. Dr. Lulu and the driver hurriedly pushed the bed in. There were 3 people behind them who should be the patient's family members. A woman in her 50s was crying so hard that her eyes were swollen. A man of the same age was expressionless and cold. His eyes were full of anger, but he was silent and did not say a word. It was terrifying. In contrast, the man behind the ambulance was not old. He was only 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a school uniform and his face was full of anxiety and uneasiness. At this time, Xianxia also saw the patient clearly. She was young and her skin was very pale, but it could also be morbidly pale. This was his first impression of the patient. Dr. Lulu pulled Xianxia over and began to explain the patient's condition. The situation is a little complicated. Dr. Lulu was not young. He was in his 40s. His words stunned Xianxia. Xianxia asked, "What's wrong?" The doctor said, "There are many wounds all over his body. There is a large amount of blood clots on his inner thighs, and there are several open wounds. There are also many muscle compression injuries. There is no urine. You should pay attention to the rhabdomyolysis and complete the examination first. Otherwise, there will be problems." After speaking, the middle-aged doctor noticed that Xianxia didn't seem to be very old, so he said, "Pay attention to the family members' emotions. The situation is quite complicated." After that, he left in a hurry after completing the handover procedures at the nursing station. When the middle-aged woman arrived at the hospital and saw Xianxia, it was as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She ran over and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. I beg you, doctor, please save my daughter, she is only 26 years old. I beg you, you must save her, she's still young." Xianxia couldn't care less about comforting the family members. He hurriedly said to the nurse, "Lulu, send him to the emergency room. Put him on intensive care. Draw his blood for an emergency check." After instructing the nurse, Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Take care of her emotions, we'll save her first." The man nodded. "Okay, sorry to trouble you, doctor." As the man spoke, Xianxia saw that the man's teeth were red. He must have bitten his gums so hard that they were bleeding. The white area of his eyes was also bloodshot. There seemed to be anger dormant in his body, but this anger was suppressed by his rationality. Xianxia's eyelids twitched when he saw this. At this moment, the young man turned and ran out. "Son of AB*TCH, I'll F** king kill you. You beat my sister up like this. If my sister is gone, I'll kill your whole family." When the middle-aged man saw this, he shouted angrily, "Stop right there." The young man paused, turned around, and shouted, "The one lying on the bed is my sister." When the middle-aged man heard this, he patted his chest heartbreakingly. "That's my daughter." In the emergency room. Pupil dilation. Light reflection disappears. Reflection reduction disappears. Blood pressure 60/30 millimeter of mercury. It's still dropping. Heart rate increasing. 120 times, score. At this moment, the urgent blood mammoth returned. When Xianxia saw the amount of creatine kinase, he was stunned. 110,000, that was too high, more than 100,000 creatine kinase. He had to prepare for hemodialysis as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly called the dialysis room and asked them to prepare the items for hemodialysis. When Xianxia was checking, he pried open the girl's mouth. However, the moment she opened her mouth, suddenly, a strong smell of medicine wafted over. Xianxia's heart sank. How many pills had she taken? At least 30 to 50 pills. The smell of sleeping pills wafted over. Xianxia had seen many people who committed suicide by taking pills, but most of them were faking it. They would take 8 or 10 pills to scare people. However, someone who took 30 to 50 pills at once was really determined to commit suicide. How could a 26 or 27-year-old girl be so ruthless? The patient's condition suddenly became critical. In addition, there were many crush injuries on the body, causing rhabdomyolysis. It was easy to cause acute renal failure and hyperkalemia. At this moment, the patient's condition was very unstable. At this moment, the blood pressure continued to drop. The high pressure was only about 60, and the low pressure was close to 30. Xianxia's expression changed. He immediately gave the patient a dose of dopamine. 210 milligrams of dopamine was pumped in. The blood pressure slowly rose again. The heart rate also began to drop to about 100 beats per minute. The entire resuscitation room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Joy was pumping the stomach, and Xiaoyan was helping. However, even with such efforts, Xianxia still could not guarantee that the patient could be saved. That was because the poisoning of so many sleeping pills was already dangerous enough. It was even life-threatening. Now, there was also rhabdomyolysis and hyperkalemia. There were many symptoms. When combined together, there was only one conclusion: the patient was in critical condition. The most important problem was that the patient did not seem to have a strong desire to live. Sometimes, the emergency department had seen everything. The desire to survive was something that truly existed. Perhaps it could not be detected with modern equipment. However, Xianxia had seen these people in the emergency department. For example, the man who was penetrated by a steel bar. If it was an ordinary person, the possibility of death was very high. But, the burly man was able to withstand it. Perhaps his heart was filled with his entire family, perhaps his will was even harder than steel. However, it was hard to say for people who committed suicide. It was said that medicine would not kill, and Buddha would help those who were fated. In fact, there was another explanation for why medicine would not kill. It could only cure those who did not want to die. For those who wanted to die, no medicine could cure them. Many people clearly felt that they could not be saved, but a desire to live made them survive. Xianxia walked out with the notice of critical condition and asked the family to sign the informed consent form. The woman was curled up in the corner and crying. The boy was trembling in anger. He was holding his phone and writing something. Only the middle-aged man stood there without saying a word. The emergency department did not allow smoking. He had a cigarette in his mouth. The butt had been chewed. Blood flowed down the butt of the cigarette and dyed the cigarette red. Xianxia looked at the man. "Hello, this is the notice of critical condition. Let me explain the situation to you." When the man heard this, he was stunned and almost lost his balance. When the man heard Xianxia's words, he was stunned. However, he still forced himself to listen to Xianxia's words carefully. However, when Xianxia said that the girl's life could be in danger at any time, the man's body trembled. Then, he quickly held on to the table at the nurse's station to prevent himself from falling. The cigarette in the corner of his mouth was accidentally bitten off. He seemed to have lost his support. Xianxia's face changed. He immediately held the man and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The man quickly shook his head and forced a smile. However, the blood at the corner of his mouth made him look very ferocious. "It's okay. I'll sign it." Although the man had said what he wanted to say, his hand that was still holding the pen was still trembling. It took him a lot of effort to sign his name, but the strength he used was either too deep or too shallow. The places where he used too much strength, he even scratched the paper. Xianxia hurried back and began to contact the dialysis room. The dialysis room had already been prepared long before the ambulance arrived. After receiving the call, he told Xianxia, "It can be sent here at any time." The rescue work was a race against time. Before sending her to the dialysis room, Xianxia quickly said, "Nicothamide injection. This is an awakening agent. I hope it can have a certain effect." Mercaptan had been used, but the patient still didn't have much relief. After thinking for a while, Xianxia said, "Connect the catheter." Lele quickly prepared. Xianxia said to Xiaoyan, "Mannitol for diuretic." After all the preparations were done, Xianxia was ready to leave. He carried out a detailed examination of the woman. There were many injuries on her body, but the wounds were not deep. The blood had already coagulated. Both inner thighs were congested, even, a bit like livor mortis. There were many crush injuries on her arms, lower limbs, inner groin, and armpits. This should be the main reason for the rhabdomyolysis. When the catheter was inserted, Xianxia had already cut open her shirt with scissors. At this time, Lele and Xiaoyan couldn't help but tremble. Was this abuse, domestic violence? Or what? How could he be so cruel? Even Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. No wonder this woman wanted to commit suicide. Xianxia didn't dare to think about it, but he said to Lele, "Call the police." Lele was stunned and quickly nodded. Okay. Xianxia knew that it was not just a suicide case. Perhaps it had involved something that he should not be involved in. He was rushed to the dialysis room. When the other party saw Xianxia coming over, the doctor in the dialysis room couldn't help but say, "Dr. Chen, why don't you take over?" Xianxia nodded. Okay. Ever since the incident at the chemical plant, the news of Xianxia's sneak attack spread like wildfire, and he was even praised in public during the council meeting. Naturally, everyone knew about Xianxia's existence. Therefore, later on, whenever there were patients who needed dialysis, and the situation was more serious, they would directly call Xianxia and invite Xianxia for dialysis. Xianxia began to operate skillfully. While he was handling, a small book suddenly fell out of his pants pocket. Xianxia was stunned and quickly picked it up. He said to the nurse in the dialysis room, "Put that glove away." The book wasn't big, only the size of a palm. It could just be put away with a disposable plastic glove. The nurse quickly nodded and ran to get the glove. Xianxia hurriedly began the dialysis. The current Xianxia was already different from before. His level, skills, and most importantly, courage were incomparable. In little Lin's words, the current Dr. Xiaochen was a bit like a director. The dialysis tube was quickly completed, and the dialysis fluid began. At this time, Xianxia saw the diuretic effect of mannitol come into play. The strong tea-like urine entered the urine bag through the catheter. The dialysis machine also began to work. Next, maybe it would depend on the patient himself. Using this time, Xianxia picked up the notebook that the patient had just dropped. After opening it, what was written on it was, "Will. I don't know when it started, but my life became black and white. Perhaps, leaving is the best relief. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I can't be filial. Brother, rest well, I'm leaving. I'm covered in bruises. I hope that in my next life, I can be a clean person." Seeing this, Xianxia's mind suddenly went blank. Could it be that she was raped? And then committed suicide? However, when Xianxia read the last part again, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. "I love you very much. I feel that I don't deserve to live in this world." There was a lot more at the back. But the date wasn't today. Xianxia was suddenly stunned. After flipping through a few more pages, Xianxia couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't the first time she wanted to commit suicide. But this time, she really mustered up her courage. He also knew what the matter was. Domestic violence. Suicide. What was it that made a girl so humble in her love? How could she compare herself to a maggot? Looking at the girl's face, she wasn't very beautiful, but she was very cute. Could you do such a thing to a girl like her? He recalled the scene in the emergency hall just now. Xianxia suddenly understood something. Perhaps, this family already knew what was going on. They probably didn't expect such a thing to happen. What kind of man indulged her? Xianxia didn't understand, but a kind of anger kept growing. Although as a doctor, he shouldn't have such emotions. But Xianxia was also human. Seeing such an inhumane thing, how could he let it go? The woman was unconscious and still hadn't woken up. At this moment, Xianxia really hoped that he could save the girl. He really hoped. Hemodialysis was time-consuming. After it was over, Xianxia looked at the time. It was already around 2 o'clock in the morning. Xianxia pushed the patient and contacted the ICU. It was time to send the patient over. In the current situation, although she was out of danger, she had to be carefully monitored and made all kinds of preparations. The police were already waiting. The middle-aged woman was crying uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. If I knew that he was such a bastard, I wouldn't have let my daughter marry him." Seeing Xianxia arrive, a group of people hurried to welcome him. "How is it? Doctor, is she okay? Doctor. My sister." Xianxia sighed and shook his head. "She hasn't woken up yet, but her vital signs are stable. Her life is not in danger for the time being. She needs to be closely monitored in the ICU." It will take some time. Hearing Chen Song say that her life was not in danger, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, Chen Song reached out and took out a book. I found this book on her. I hope it can help you. P.S. Free of charge. See you tomorrow. By the way, I would like to thank Brother Xiao Ku from the secular world for giving Qin Yu 100,000 yuan as a reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the reward from the Permetha Lotus. Thank you. I sincerely thank every friend who donated, voted, and subscribed. Your support has made me, a veteran, even more confident in my writing. Really. I hope that one day, our Chen Song and Qin Yu will be on the front page of Qidian and celebrate their birthdays. Thank you very much, everyone. In accordance with the suggestions of the readers, this has been changed. This is purely domestic violence. Don't lead the discussion. Chen Song took out the notebook. Everyone was stunned. The two police officers paused for a moment before reaching out to take it. When they opened it and saw the word will, their hearts tightened. This was too important. The woman's family looked at the police officers. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He stared at the police officers and said eagerly, May I take a look? The two police officers looked at each other and handed the notebook to each other. Well, don't break it. This is directly related to your daughter. The man nodded and quickly raised his hands to take it with trembling hands. Good. 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 The family of three took the notebook and immediately lowered their heads to read it. However, Chen Song knew that the notebook was just evidence to the police. To him, it was just an insignificant thing. But to this family, it might be a punishment like death by 1,000 cuts. Sure enough, the man held the notebook with both hands and carefully read every sentence. Every sentence was like a knife cutting his heart, every sentence was like a needle stabbing into the heart of the palm of his hand. It hurt. Chen Song sighed helplessly. He was not in the mood to take care of them. There were still many important things to deal with. As for Lei and Xiaoyan, they looked at the woman with lingering fear. After the ICU doctor, Jing Yongjun, came over, Chen Song began to take care of the patient's condition. When the 40-year-old doctor saw this, his expression changed and he could not help but curse, bastard. This was a girl. Who could be so cruel? Other than her face and arms, there seemed to be a scar under every part of her clothes. Under the monitor, her vital signs were constantly changing. That night was definitely going to be a sleepless night. The emergency treatment never stopped. Just after the hemodialysis, they urgently checked for creatine kinase. During this time, Jing Yongjun also sent the patient to the intensive care unit. All the equipment was ready. That night was like a nightmare for the family. As for Chen Song, he had never encountered such a situation before. Chen Song had seen and dealt with rhabdomyolysis before. Chen Song had also seen and dealt with the suicide by taking sleeping pills. But, domestic violence, it was Chen Song's first time seeing such serious domestic violence. Every time Chen Song recalled the heinous words recorded in his notebook and imagined the heinous scenes, he felt that all sinners should be punished. However, he was not a judge. He was just a doctor. He was a doctor who would do his best to save the criminal even if the criminal was lying on the operating table. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly felt that as a doctor, perhaps the most difficult thing was not just skills. Instead, it was to look at the vicissitudes of life, but to not be selfish and act rashly. This was a kind of helplessness. Perhaps, if the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. The righteous path of the human world was filled with vicissitudes of life. At this moment, Chen Song seemed to have a deeper understanding of this sentence. Chen Song stayed in the ICU until around 5 o'clock. The girl's heart stopped once. Fortunately, she was saved in time. Chen Song looked at the jumping curve on the ICU. It seemed that this was the girl's fragile soul. Chen Song felt that at this moment, the girl lying on the bed, who was 1 year younger than him, was like a rabbit whose soul was imprisoned. She was being tortured all the time. She was running away, so, she still hadn't woken up. After receiving the emergency call, Chen Song said goodbye to Jing Yongjun and returned to the emergency department. At this moment, a new patient arrived in the emergency department. Chen Song began to busy himself again. That night, Chen Song was especially afraid of being idle. Because every time he was idle, he couldn't help but think about this matter. The girl's family was still waiting anxiously in the hall. The middle-aged man leaned against the wall dispiritedly. His legs were weak and he slid down to squat on the ground. Then, he simply sat down, spread his legs, and pressed his head against the cold wall. His eyes were filled with determination. Perhaps he had already made up his mind. I won't stop until I die. The 17-year-old boy cried like a 3-year-old child. He hugged his head and pulled at his hair. The woman was silent and didn't know what to do. One of the police officers had already left. The other one looked at the boy, afraid that he would do something impulsive. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the emergency department's director, Li Baoshan, officially organized a large consultation to treat the girl's problem. The neurologist suggested that they first do an MRI and dynamic electroencephalogram to see if there was any neurological disease. This kind of situation really couldn't be ruled out. After the nephrology department's director looked at the creatine kinase in the morning, he said that the situation wasn't very critical. The rhabdomyolysis wasn't very fatal. It might be because the blood was filtered in time. After everyone expressed their opinions, the girl started the relevant examination again. However, once again, something surprising happened. The MRI of the skull showed that there was a transient ischemic attack, which might cause some irreversible brain damage. The dynamic electroencephalogram showed abnormal spikes and strange waveforms. This was very strange. When the director of the neurology department, Professor Du, saw this, he was stunned. Then, he said slowly, "This depends on the patient." As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly looked at Professor Du. At this time, Professor Du, who was almost 60 years old, said slowly, "I've seen this kind of waveform before. Don't take it seriously, because what I said may not have statistical significance, and there's no evidence of evidence-based medicine. This is just a medical case." Everyone nodded. This was the so-called empirical medicine. Professor Du said, "Now the brain damage is in the frontal lobe. It might cause emotional damage. When she wakes up, there might be some changes in her temperament. It's also possible that she might become mentally ill. But, it might also cause some memory confusion, which is amnesia. But whether she can wake up or not depends on her." Moreover, from the waveform of the electroencephalogram, it can be seen that there's no problem with the electroencephalogram function. This abnormal waveform can be understood as a kind of self-protection. To put it bluntly, people can have no desire to live, but living things have a desire to live. Looking at this waveform now, it's the girl's body. She's struggling to wake up. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Professor Du finally said, "Let's wait. She might wake up, or she might not. Now, it's up to her." With one sentence, she had placed all her hopes on the girl herself. Maybe she didn't want to wake up. Or maybe she wanted to wake up with a new face. Chen Song did not get off the night shift. He looked haggard. He was in low spirits. After the shift and the discussion, Chen Song was about to get up and go to the ICU to see the patient. But Qin Yu stopped him. Chen Song turned around. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu saw Chen Song like this and sighed. "Go to the duty room and sleep for a while. I bought you breakfast. Eat and sleep for a while. I'll call you if there's anything." Chen Song saw the worry on Qin Yu's face and smiled slightly. "Okay. I'm fine. I just want to see how she is." Qin Yu was relieved and smiled. "Well, you rest for a while." In fact, he was too young after all. It was too easy for him to get into his emotions. But sometimes, this really had nothing to do with being young. In fact, Chen Song did not understand either. He slept until noon. After cleaning up, Qin Yu sent a thermal lunch box with a bowl of light noodles. It was very appetizing. He suddenly felt that happiness was very simple. Qin Yu also sat next to Chen Song with a warm heart. "Eat." Chen Song nodded. To be honest, compared to Chen Song, Qin Yu was more shocked when he saw the girl. After all, she was a girl. It was easier for him to feel this kind of feeling. He could empathize with her. When they were eating, Chen Song's phone suddenly rang. Dr. Chen, the patient woke up. The call was from the nurse in the ICU. The nurse informed Chen Song as soon as the patient woke up. Chen Song quickly put down his chopsticks. Okay, I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song was a little happy. He looked at Qinyu. She woke up. Qinyu's eyes also lit up. Let's go and have a look. It was already noon, and everyone had gotten off work. Only the doctor on duty was there. Chen Song and Qinyu rushed to the ICU. After entering, they found the woman lying there. Most of the data on the monitor was normal. The woman also looked curiously at Chen Song and Qinyu. Hello. You are? The woman's voice was soft and weak. Chen Song said lightly, I'm Chen Song, a doctor in the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. The woman rubbed her head. How did I get hurt like this? Why don't I have any recollection of it? Chen Song was stunned. Was this amnesia? Chen Song could not help but ask, what's your name? The woman sighed. My name is Hiyali. Chen Song paused for a moment, then his face lit up. He still remembered. Do you know how you got injured? The woman could not help but think. She quickly shook her head. I don't know. I feel like I've forgotten a lot of things. Chen Song suddenly took a deep breath and asked many questions one after another. He realized that there was no problem with the girl's intelligence, education, and long-term memory. The only thing she might have forgotten was the hymn written in the notebook. Amnesia, and it was selective amnesia. If it happened to someone else, Chen Song would not be able to judge. However, she was probably the most suitable choice and explanation, right? What was selective amnesia? Selective amnesia was when a person suffered a strong mental stimulation or an irreversible brain injury, forgetting some things, people, or things that they did not want to remember or wanted to avoid. Moreover, selective amnesia was now being systematically studied at home and abroad. It was expected to be used in clinical practice in the future. However, Chen Song was not sure. He quickly contacted Professor Du from the neurology department and Li Baoshan from the emergency department. Professor Du was eating at home. After receiving the call, he immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and said to his husband, clean up later. I'll go to the hospital. After the group gathered in the ICU, they saw the girl's condition. Then, they did the relevant tests. After that, Professor Du said with certainty, it should be selective amnesia syndrome. After that, Professor Du turned around. But it might not be a bad thing. Contact her family in time. Indeed, for the girl, perhaps forgetting the past was the best choice. Any kind of physical injury could be healed. The only thing that could not be erased was the scar on her heart. Now, it was fine. Even the scar in her heart had healed, or perhaps it had been forgotten. Perhaps for the 26-year-old her, it was time for her to recuperate and start a new life. This should be the best choice. However, this required communication and contact with her family. It might even involve the police. Chen Song turned around and looked at the girl. He smiled. Have a good rest. The ICU does not allow family members to visit. So, after you stabilize, we will make adjustments. The girl smiled. Thank you, doctor. But, can you give me a painkiller injection? It hurts so much. Why are there so many injuries? Did I get into a car accident? Li Baoshan brought Chen Song and the others back to the emergency department and began to contact the family members. The family members who had not rested for the whole night had just returned home. Before they could rest, they heard that their daughter had woken up. They immediately rushed over. After the middle-aged man came in, Li Baoshan said, she lost her memory. His words stunned the whole family. Li Baoshan continued to explain, but don't worry. She has selective amnesia. She has a clear impression of all of you. But, she has forgotten her husband and those things. She doesn't even remember the reason for her injury, and so on. This sentence surprised and delighted the three of them. This was not a bad thing, everyone knew. The man could not help but ask, then, how is my daughter's body? Li Baoshan thought for a while and said, it seems that she is out of danger now. However, the rhabdomyolysis syndrome and the blood clots in her body need a long treatment process. But it is not very dangerous. The man's eyes lit up when he heard this. At this time, the police also came. After entering, they looked at Xianxia and said, "Thank you, comrade. We have now filed a case. Your notebook and the injury assessment have provided us with great help. The higher-ups attach great importance to this case and will definitely deal with it strictly." After that, Xianxia explained the situation to the police again. The woman's family began to communicate and negotiate with the police. They hoped that the woman would not appear in court to prevent these things from causing a second injury to her. But the police could not make a decision. They could only go back and negotiate with the higher-ups. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the man's family came in. They looked at Xianxia and said, "Dr. Chen, we want to transfer to another hospital." Xianxia was stunned. "Transfer to another hospital? Where to?" The man sighed and forced a smile. "Thank God for giving Lily such a good result. We don't want her to stay in this city. We want to take her to the south, to a place where no one knows us, to start a new life." After saying that, the man sat there with a determined look. "I'll let my wife and children go with the girl. I won't go. I want to stay and seek justice for my girl. Her injury, her blood, cannot be wasted. I will see that beast be punished by the law on her behalf." The man said a lot. Xianxia nodded. After Li Baoshan came and thought for a long time, he agreed to the man's request. After signing a bunch of informed consent forms, he was allowed to leave the hospital. Later on. It was a month later. During the follow-up, Xianxia found out that her family had gone to Chongqing. In the photo he sent back, he could see that the girl was smiling happily. When he watched the news, Xianxia also saw that the suspect, Sun, had been sentenced. However, during the time he was in prison, he had a mental illness. After that, no one knew what happened. Until more than 10 years later, when the woman returned again, she brought a boy who looked very much like the woman. However, at this time, Xianxia was no longer in the second provincial hospital. Wang Yong was the one who received her. At that time, Wang Yong had already become the deputy chief of the emergency department. The woman used Wang Yong's phone to call Xianxia's number and thanked Xianxia. Her memory had recovered, but she had already walked out of it. She had a happy family, a husband who loved her, and a cute son. After Xianxia received the news, he smiled. "P.S. May they be happy. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your reminders. Thank you. After I finished writing at 12 o'clock last night, I only went to bed at 3 o'clock because my friends kept telling me not to write nonsense. Thank you, everyone. I've already edited it. I didn't cross the line, and I won't. Books are carriers and media. I hope to write about the life I want to see. Finally, I hope that everyone will support the veterans in Xianxia." On Saturday morning, Xianxia arrived at the Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital early in the morning. There were 5 girls who were going to become big girls. In the past 2 months, the hardware of the Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital hadn't changed much, but the core had changed a little. Now, "Mr. Xianxia helps you become beautiful" had become the main publicity outline of the Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. The million-yuan plastic surgeon Xianxia was also a little famous in a small circle. The plastic surgery circle in Ammoniang City wasn't big. Xianxia's rapid rise instantly attracted many people's attention. "Good morning, Dr. Chen. Good morning, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, your breakfast." As soon as Xianxia entered the plastic surgery hospital, a group of beautiful nurses and the receptionist stood up and bowed, unscrupulously showcasing their youthful hormones. Xianxia smiled at everyone and said good morning. The current Xianxia was no longer the same as before. He was the top dog of the entire Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. Su Rou never thought that Xianxia, who was still young and ordinary a few months ago, would grow to this point. Seeing Xianxia come in, Su Rou handed over his white coat. "Dr. Chen, I've washed your white coat for you." Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you." Ding. Su Rou's favorability +5. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he heard the system notification. Life was so realistic. When you were just a small character, the system would judge that you weren't on the same level. But when you grew up and became an important person, your words and actions would greatly increase. Su Ro, favorability, 40. A wild, steady, professional woman who admires the strong. Hint, she admires you more now. After a few months of change, he was now able to gain some favorable impression points with just a simple thank you. However, it didn't mean that Su Ro was good. In fact, Chen Song felt that, when you stood on the same level as others, your interactions with them were equal. However, if you want to be in a relationship with someone who is once and higher than you, the process will be very difficult. Su Ro smiled and said, Dr. Chen, the patients we made an appointment with arrived yesterday. We've already made preoperative preparations. Everything is normal. We can prepare for the surgery at any time today. Chen Song nodded and smiled, thank you, Manager Su. Su Ro smiled even more happily. Well, Dr. Chen, the few clients who had plastic surgery last time are very satisfied now. They have already added many new potential clients for us. This is all thanks to you. At this point, Su Ro looked at the young man in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Why didn't she notice it back then? Dr. Chen, you're amazing. You're young and promising, Su Ro said with a smile as she accompanied Chen Song to his office. Chen Song smiled. Manager Su, you're too polite. Su Ro suddenly asked, Dr. Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Song was stunned and immediately smiled. Yes, she's my colleague. I'll introduce her to you next time. After Su Ro heard that, she immediately sighed. That's right. How could such an outstanding person not have a girlfriend? Just as he sat down in the office, the system notification sounded. Ding. Daily mission, complete 5 chest plastic surgeries and obtain master-level plastic surgery skill, SMAS wrinkle removal. Chen Song's face immediately lit up with joy, he knew that the daily special mission had finally arrived. He had waited for a long time this month. Moreover, it was SMAS wrinkle removal. Hearing this, Chen Song was naturally elated and overjoyed. SMAS wrinkle removal was the most popular type of surgery in recent years. It was also a surgery that required the standard of plastic surgeons in the world. This type of surgery had a very strong wrinkle removal effect and could be maintained for 5 to 10 years. Moreover, there were almost no side effects. It was now widely accepted by more and more people. This could be said to be a test of plastic surgeons' skills, 5 chest plastic surgeries, just enough for today, delightful. With the help of the head nurse, the surgery had been arranged reasonably. Chen Song saw that it was about time and prepared to start work. However, why wasn't teacher Zhang here yet? Just as Chen Song was about to pick up his phone to rush him, a call suddenly came in. When Chen Song saw that it was Zhang Zhixin, he even sounded a little anxious. Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you. Chen Song paused. Hearing Zhang Zhixin's anxiety, he asked curiously, what's the matter? Zhang Zhixin said directly, someone wants to watch your surgery. Chen Song was stunned. Someone wants to watch my surgery, who is it? Why do they want to watch my surgery? A few questions welled up in his mind. Before Chen Song could ask, Zhang Zhixin continued, it's the vice president of the China Plastic Surgeons Association. I guess he heard from Jing that your Longxiong surgery costs 1 million yuan and insisted on watching. I guess, there's a high chance that he's just nitpicking. So, the reason why I called you is to push back the recent surgeries as much as possible. Don't let President Gong find trouble. I'm with her now. I'll take her to the hospital for a walk. We'll be there soon. Alright, that's all for now. I'll inform you in advance when I go to the bathroom. F***ck, I just suddenly received the news. That's all. With that said, Zhang Zhixin hung up the phone with a click. This left Chen Song in a daze. This? F***ck, the system really wouldn't give him a mission that seemed like a freebie. Furthermore, the rewards were so rich, according to the system's habits, the richer the rewards, the higher the difficulty of the mission. But, Chen Song could be said to be eager for the SMAS wrinkle removal surgery. He was determined to get it, therefore, he had to get it even if it was more difficult. Wasn't it just watching the surgery? Just watch it, I have the qualifications of a medical practitioner and a medical practitioner's license. I have both. Why should I be afraid of you? Nowadays, there are more doctors practicing. I registered here and have a medical practitioner's license. Why can't I perform the surgery? Didn't you want to watch it? Just watch it. But, you must stabilize your Dao heart. Don't let me scare you. At this moment, the head nurse seemed to have received Zhang Zhixin's news. She came over to look at Chen Song with a worried expression. Dr. Chen, Director Zhang wants to cancel the surgery. Chen Song smiled. It's fine. Prepare for the surgery according to the original plan. The head nurse didn't want to cancel it either. After all, it had already been arranged. The preoperative preparations had already been done. She had been busy for a long time, but, since Director Zhang wanted to cancel it, she still had to cancel it. After all, it involved Dr. Xiaochen. The head nurse was 46 years old. She was poached by Zhang Zhixin from a public hospital. She was very capable. Don't underestimate plastic surgery hospitals. A plastic surgery hospital had very high staffing requirements. It was even higher than a public hospital. The ratio of doctors to patients was very high. While the two of them were chatting, Su Ro came up. Dr. Chen, Director Zhang has brought people over. Do you want to go down and take a look? Chen Song was stunned. So soon? Actually, this matter wasn't Zhang Zhixin's fault. He also received the news at the last minute. In a hurry, he didn't have time to prepare and found out that the other party wanted to see Chen Song perform the surgery. Zhang Zhixin wondered if this could be delayed. But, the other party seemed to be determined to come and take a look. Zhang Zhixin, Xianxia, and Yang Tao were all members of the Provincial Plastic Surgeon Association. Xianxia was the president, and Yang Tao was the vice president. However, the three of them were all clustered around this woman in her 50s. The woman was thin and had makeup on her face. It was impossible to tell her age. She was dressed in a cheongsam and looked decent. Gong Daizhen smiled and said to Qin Xiang, Zhang Zhixin, and the others, the development of ammonium Yang's plastic surgery is really good. President Zhang, your plastic surgery hospital looks quite impressive. Zhang Zhixin also smiled. It's also because the boss invested in it. I'm just a director. Gong Daizhen nodded and walked inside. After entering, she looked at the configuration and decoration on the first floor and immediately smiled. Yes, they really put in a lot of effort. It makes people feel luxurious and reliable. The words luxurious and reliable might seem out of place in the same sentence. But it was really suitable in the plastic surgery industry. This was also the relationship between luxury and reliability. Gong Daizhen looked at Zhang Zhixin thoughtfully and said jokingly, President Zhang, I heard that Chen Song has a surgery today. I came all the way here today to see the surgery. You won't refuse, right? Zhang Zhixin smiled embarrassedly. Refuse? How is that possible? But, because of a special situation today, the surgery was postponed. I'll ask Xiaochen to come down now. As he said that, he was about to pick up the phone to make a call. The elevator opened, and Chen Song and Su Ro walked over. When Gong Daizhen saw Chen Song, she couldn't help but size him up. This young man was really young and capable. He gave people a sense of security. Was it this young man? This time, Gong Daizhen was curious. Seeing this, Qin Xiang quickly walked over. Xiaochen, let me introduce you. This is the vice president of our National Plastic Surgeon Association, President Gong. Chen Song smiled and said calmly, Hello, President Gong. I've heard a lot about you. Gong Daizhen smiled. Dr. Chen Song, I've heard a lot about you, so I came here to learn from you. I was fortunate enough to see your patient after Longxiong. To be honest, it was really amazing. I've long wanted to come over for an exchange, but I haven't had the time. I just happened to rush over from the capital last Saturday. Our line of work is still the world of you young people. An old woman like me is also here to exchange ideas and improve together. Gong Daizhen was in her 50s, and it was her birthday some time ago. A group of students went to congratulate her. A group of people from the plastic surgery industry gathered together to talk about some things in the industry. Undoubtedly, Shizhong heard from a student that there was a doctor in Ammonium Yang whose breast augmentation surgery cost 1 million yuan. This really shocked Gong Daijin. To be able to offer such a price among the common folk, one must have some real ability. Of course, it could also be a publicity stunt. However, this kind of news could only be used as a topic of conversation. Gong Daijin, an industry veteran, was not interested in this. There was also no need for her to come and see in person. However, a few days later, she heard Chen Song's name again and saw Chen Song's surgical product. After seeing Chen Song's surgery, Gong Daijin was immediately interested in Chen Song, because this patient had looked for Gong Daijin a few months ago, but because the difficulty was too high, he asked her to go back and think about it. Because of the special situation, Gong Daijin still remembered it. But she did not expect to compare it. Gong Daijin was really surprised. It was really amazing, to be able to surprise Gong Daijin. The meaning behind it was thought-provoking. At this time, Gong Daijin really felt that the 1 million yuan was really worth it. It was also at that time that Gong Daijin suddenly had the idea to come and see Chen Song's surgery. As for Zhang Jixin's nitpicking, Gong Daijin did not know at all. If she knew, she would probably look innocent. After all, Gong Daijin was also an industry veteran. There was no need for her to examine or nitpick Chen Song. Moreover, Chen Song's fee had nothing to do with her. Besides, nitpicking on the younger generation was undoubtedly smearing her own reputation. She would be jokingly called an old person who did not respect herself. Gong Daijin was really interested in Chen Song. Of course, the reason why Zhang Jixin nitpicked on Chen Song was also a misunderstanding. That was because Gong Daijin's student was in Jing. Annie was one of the chief executives of the plastic surgery agency. It was true that people of the same trade were enemies. As for Zhang Jixin, as the dean, he had a lot of things to think about. He was used to taking precautions in case something went wrong. He was afraid that this was some kind of conspiracy. He was also eager to protect Chen Song. He was afraid that Chen Song would be nitpicked. This would not be good for Chen Song's development. That was why he was so vigilant. However, this was how the misunderstanding happened. It made Chen Song treat this old lady as an imaginary enemy. However, Chen Song heard that Gong Daijin's tone and behavior were very polite. It did not seem like she was nitpicking at all. After all, the old lady looked quite kind and did not make things difficult for him. Chen Song shook his head. Why was he thinking so much? Wasn't it just a few surgeries? Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. President Gong really came at the right time. There are 5 surgeries today. I can watch to my heart's content. Zhang Jixin kept giving Chen Song looks. Xianxia and Yang Tao were also very curious. Could it be that President Gong really came to exchange knowledge and specially watched Chen Song's surgeries? Could it be that Chen Song's breast cancer surgery was really that good? The two of them knew that Chen Song was talented in design. But they had never seen Chen Song's breast cancer surgery. Other patients would not casually show it to them, therefore, they had always been curious. Today, they could use this opportunity to watch Chen Song's surgery. It was a good choice. Chen Song gave Zhang Jixin a look, indicating that there was no problem. He asked Su Rou to call the 3 of them to take a break and arrange the surgery first. Then, he and Zhang Jixin entered the office. As soon as they entered, Zhang Jixin glared at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, are you crazy? Chen Song smiled. Why are you nervous? Are you worried about me? Zhang Jixin frowned. It's not that I'm worried. I feel that she's here to nitpick. Chen Song nodded. Yes, then we'll make sure that she can't nitpick. Won't it be enough to convince President Gong? Speaking of this, Chen Song felt that this was an opportunity. If he could get President Gong's approval, his position in the industry could be improved even faster. After all, the Domestic Plastic Surgery Association was still respected by the dermatology and plastic surgery departments of public hospitals. A private hospital like this might earn money, but its position in the industry was limited at that time. This was also why Yang Tao was the vice president and Zhang Jixin was just a member. If he wanted to go the high-end route, he still needed to go through the official route. And now, there was an opportunity. When Zhang Jixin heard Chen Song's words, he was stunned for a moment. Just make sure that she can't nitpick? Make President Gong sincerely convinced. How big of a heart do you have to be to say that? However, Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song's calm and unhurried expression and couldn't help but shake his head. This kid was really, sigh, forget it, let him be. Let him be. Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin said to the head nurse, prepare for the surgery. The head nurse nodded and got up to prepare. Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song and didn't know what to say. After a long time, he could only pat Chen Song's arm. Good luck. Chen Song nodded. In the operating theater, before the surgery, Chen Song had to design the client again. Although he had already designed it in advance, Chen Song still needed to be prepared before the surgery. Behind Chen Song stood 4 big shots. No, it should be 3 big shots and Zhang Jixin. Zhang Jixin stood there uneasily and was a little nervous. On the contrary, he looked at Chen Song calmly. He did not seem nervous at all. This time, Zhang Jixin could not help but laugh at himself. How useless, he was not even as good as Chen Song. Chen Song's eyes were constantly thinking about how to implant the prosthesis, where to place it after implantation, how to structure it, and so on. He also had to make the patient constantly change her position. Because he had to consider that the patient was a dancer and was a professional, he had to take into account many problems. Gong Daijun looked at the patient's information and could not help but mutter. She had done breast enlargement surgery for dancers before, but that was after they retired. It was the first time she had seen such a young dancer at the peak of her career. Would it work? Gong Daijun asked herself, can I do it? She did not dare to guarantee it. Xianxia and Yang Tao were even more confused. Augmenting a dancer's breasts, this was too ridiculous. This Chen Song was too daring. They did not know that Chen Song's surgery today was all about dancers. After more than 30 minutes of boring design, the surgery was about to begin. After the anesthesiologist anesthetized the patient, the surgery began. It was the same armpit surgery. Chen Song skillfully followed the skin folds of the armpit and began to skillfully cut. There was very little bleeding, and the size of the opening was only about 2 to 3 centimeters. That was Gong Daijun's evaluation of the opening. At this time, Chen Song began to separate the skin and fascia. Seeing Chen Song take the separating forceps and was about to explore deeper bit by bit, Gong Daijun and Qin Xiang looked at each other. Both of them were stunned. Was he not going to use an endoscope? Nowadays, most breast augmentation surgeries were done using endoscopes. This was because it was more convenient for the implantation of the implants and also made the implantation more reliable. After all, seeing is believing. However, Chen Song did not. Zhang Jixin seemed to be used to it. He helped Chen Song and began to separate the subcutaneous fascia layer inwards until he reached the lateral border of the muscle. These were all very simple. The most difficult part of breast augmentation surgery was the implantation and fixation of the implant, as well as the grasp of the shape of the implant. Because the patient was lying down during the operation, if you want to take care of multiple effects, you have to know what you're doing. For the average person, it didn't matter if it was slightly higher or lower, as long as it was the right size. But was that really the case? Of course not. Chen Song skillfully separated the muscles and fascia with the equipment and found the gap between the large and small pectorals. Blunt dissection, it was clean and efficient. There was no endoscopy, and there was no effect at all. Gong Daijun was a little impressed as she looked at Ling Ran. How many surgeries did he have to perform to reach this level? Chen Song asked himself. It seemed that he was more familiar with the anatomy of the bear than anything else. Who knew how many surgeries he had performed? Chen Song even felt like he was meeting a relative when he touched every muscle fiber. He might even be able to greet him. With Zhang Jixin's help, Chen Song took the implant and held it with 2 fingers. He followed the incision and placed it step by step into the gap between the large and small pectorals. Chen Song suddenly realized that he was more skilled than before. Perhaps it had a lot to do with his dexterity. When he did it, he did not have gloves and did not have the dexterity enhancement of his fingers, so he might be a little clumsy. Because when he inserted it, he had to constantly use his fingers to adjust the shape and area of the implant. This was a very delicate and skillful job. All of this, Chen Song completely relied on his intuition. His eyes stared outside and he constantly adjusted based on his intuition. He searched for a feeling. Time passed by minute by minute. The three of them stared at Chen Song's surgery. However, they could not see anything because there was no endoscope. They could only feel that Chen Song used 2 fingers to make changes. Then, he used the separating forceps that he did not pull out just now to adjust the fascia and muscles. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Was this a blind operation? However, they were dumbfounded by the next scene. Chen Song kept making adjustments. Every time, every step, he had compared them more than a dozen times. Every time he made an adjustment, they could feel that it seemed to be more natural. Every time he made a change, they seemed to feel that it was a little different. Proportion, height, scale, Chen Song carefully checked and adjusted every detail. At this moment, as a veteran plastic surgeon, Gong Daijun suddenly understood why she could see such an amazing product. Because of the attitude, because of the details, Chen Song seemed to treat the breast augmentation surgery as a delicate instrument that he constantly adjusted and changed. He treated it as a work of art that needed to be constantly sculpted. It was not a simple breast augmentation surgery. Chen Song did not just perform surgery, he was a work of art. Moreover, Gong Daijun realized that Chen Song had a unique talent for space, distance, position, and so on. Every time he made an adjustment, he could make the whole more appropriate. No wonder it was worth 1 million, because ordinary people could not do it. What others could not do was naturally precious. After Gong Daijun saw it, she suddenly felt that Chen Song's plastic surgery seemed to have opened up a new direction and era. That was the sense of proportion. It was a new way of thinking that was completely different from the Korean plastic surgery style. Perhaps, after the surgery, when the patient sat up, everyone in the room was stunned. It was so beautiful, it was really beautiful. Perhaps it should be said that it was stunning. Especially when compared before and after the surgery, this stark difference gave people a feeling of the difference between heaven and earth. After Gong Daijun saw it, she sighed and shook her head. This kind of thing was really talent, it could not be learned. Plastic surgery was really different from other surgery. This was a very high requirement for aesthetics, a sense of space, details, a sense of distance, and so on. However, these few points, it seemed that Chen Song had all of them. Thinking of this, Gong Daijun could not help but shake her head. When she looked at Chen Song again, she was a little more expectant. This might be talent, right? This might be the so-called born to eat this bowl of rice, right? Thinking of this, Gong Daijun took a deep breath. This trip was really not in vain. She had learned something, moreover, she had learned a lot. Chen Song's breast augmentation surgery had really broadened Gong Daijun's horizons and inspired her too much. Gong Daijun instantly thought of many things in her mind. How to perfect the breast augmentation surgery and promote the progress of the domestic plastic surgery industry. One had to know that the domestic foundation of the plastic surgery industry was really weak. If they wanted to develop it, they needed to innovate generation after generation. And Chen Song's surgery seemed to have opened up a new path for Gong Daijun, or rather, it opened up a new window. Perhaps, when she went back, she should put the cooperation with Paley University on the agenda and specially design an instrument to control and measure the details of the surgery. This seemed to be a feasible way. However, if she wanted to do this research, Chen Song was the most suitable consultant. After the surgery, Gong Daijun decided to talk to Chen Song about this matter in detail. This trip was really worth it. Zhang Jixin was already used to it. Looking at the three of them who were stunned, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was good to be shocked, it was good to be shocked, the first one, the second one, the third one, after nervously eating lunch. They continued with the surgery. 4 or 5 people completed all 5 surgeries as if they did not know fatigue. The further they went, the more emotional everyone became. Chen Song, are you a robot? 5 surgeries, not a single mistake, 5 surgeries, all the details were in place. Are you a robot? Xianxia's eyes were burning. He looked at Chen Song and then at Gong Daijun. President Gong, can Xiaochen join the National Society of Plastic Surgery? Gong Daijun's eyes also lit up. That's right. Of course. Gong Daijun would even clap her hands and welcome Chen Song. The National Society of Plastic Surgeons needed Chen Song's new generation of strength. After saying that, Gong Daijun looked at Chen Song excitedly. Xiao Chen, submit the application and join our organization as soon as possible. We lack talents like you. Chen Song looked at the crowd and then looked at the excited guild town. He could not help but be stunned for a while. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Jixin in confusion. Didn't you say that President Gong is here to pick on me? This is clearly here to praise me. Zhang Jixin was also dumbfounded. How would I know? P.S. Hee. I think 5 surgeries can be written into 5 chapters. Ha 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 ha, look, I combined the 5 chapters into one. Promise me, don't say that I'm useless, okay? Serious face. JPG finally, thank you for the 10,000 Qidian coins reward. At this time, Zhang Jixin suddenly realized that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. However, there was no harm in being prepared. Zhang Jixin didn't regret it. After all, his experience in society and life told him that he couldn't let his guard down. Even if President Gong Daijin was really here for an exchange, he had to do what he had to do. However, since the misunderstanding had been cleared, he should naturally make friends with her. Chen Song was also slightly stunned. Another national association, if he joined this, he would have completed the mission, right? And it was an advanced mission, join 2 national organizations. But, his basic mission, a provincial director, hadn't been completed yet. Was this appropriate? Was there a problem with the system's arrangement? The advanced mission was actually easier than the basic mission. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. If Zhang Jixin heard Chen Song's thoughts, he would definitely use silicone to strangle Chen Song to death. Did you think that everyone could join 2 national associations, and it was across fields and specializations, without certain achievements and the recommendation of a special person? It was very difficult, so when he heard Gong Daijin's invitation, Chen Song naturally wouldn't refuse. Chen Song naturally wouldn't be arrogant because of his talent. For example, he wouldn't disdain to join or be so arrogant. This was something only a fool would do. President Gong had given him a way out and invited him. President Xianxia also took the initiative to recommend him. If Chen Song continued to be pretentious, it would arouse the disgust of others. Chen Song quickly smiled and said with a happy face, "Thank you for President Gong's invitation and also for Director Qin and Director Yang's recommendation. To be honest, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Seeing this, everyone nodded slightly. Gong Daijin also smiled. This young man was quite good. He was young and had real ability. Most importantly, he wasn't frivolous or impetuous. Moreover, he was neither servile nor overbearing. When Chen Song met her for the first time, Gong Daijin didn't expect him to be so calm and collected. However, she now understood why, because Chen Song had this ability. The strength of one's strength would naturally make one's heart stronger. At this moment, Qin Xiang and Yang Tao couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, they had always had some special thoughts about Chen Song's million-dollar company. They thought that it was just a gimmick created by Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. Therefore, even though Chen Song had already cooperated with their plastic surgery organization, he had never performed a breast surgery. In Yang Tao's opinion, it was simply unrealistic. But at this moment, to be honest, Yang Tao regretted it. He should have come to take a look earlier. Thinking about how many opportunities had slipped away from his hands, this feeling was really heartbreaking. If he were to ask Yang Tao if he felt that this 1 million was worth it, Yang Tao would definitely say that it was worth it. In Yang Tao's view, this long xiong was already very different from the traditional long xiong. To put it in a more pretentious way, this bear already had a soul. No, it had become a spirit, really. Chen Song's long bear surgery was very different from the traditional long bear surgery. If the traditional long bear surgery was purely a change in size, then Chen Song's surgery was an adjustment in shape, standard, shape, proportion, and so on. This was more like a chest plastic surgery. It was as if he had given the bear a new life and a chance to be reborn. At this moment, Yang Tao suddenly felt that what he had done in the past, he was not afraid of not knowing the goods, but he was afraid of comparing them. When they were placed together, the difference was obvious. Big and beautiful were 2 completely different concepts. Gong Daijin had long discovered this and even began to think about whether she could evolve the traditional long xiong surgery. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say, "Xiao Chen, when do you have time?" I want to talk to you about your Longxiong surgery in detail. I hope that we can do a special research project on this. I think that your surgical methods and skills are actually very discoverable and researchable. We can use modern technology to enrich and perfect the proportion to achieve a certain sense of fine-tuning. This is a field and topic with great research value. I now have a collaborative research project with the Capital University of Technology about the research of this kind of surgical fine-tuning instrument. I hope that I can invite you to be our consultant. Do you think it's convenient for you? Of course, it won't take up too much of your time. I mainly hope that you can help provide a few parameters, proportions, and so on. At this point, Gong Daijin continued, as a consultant, you can obtain a certain amount of patent rights for this product. Chen Song did not expect that Gong Daijin had already begun to study the sense of distance and space in this kind of detail. Moreover, she had already begun to cooperate with the Capital University of Technology. It had to be said that the upper echelons were really rich in resources. This was an expert. He had completely relied on a cheat, but President Gong had already realized the direction of development and had begun to focus on research. To be honest, this was actually very valuable for research. Many times, beauty was actually based on your body to make a suitable size, shape, and so on. What was beauty? Naturally, it was beautiful. And what was nature? Harmony was nature, and harmony was that all the regions, structures, proportions, and so on of the human body were in line with a mechanical and physiological beauty. Of course, this had a lot of limitations. After all, everyone's situation was different. After all, there was no soul to be made with instruments. However, it could already be greatly improved. Compared to the traditional breast augmentation surgery and technology, this was already a huge improvement. Moreover, Chen Song did not reject Gong Daijin's proposal. This was a good direction. Why should he reject it? Chen Song smiled and said, I'm looking forward to working with President Gong. I also hope that this kind of breast augmentation technology can be carried forward. This was what Chen Song thought from the bottom of his heart. Why was Chen Song looking forward to it so much? There was a reason for this. How many outstanding surgeries could he perform by relying on a cheat? He could perform 5 surgeries a day, more than 1,000 surgeries a year, and 30 to 40,000 surgeries in 30 years. Could he not rest? Moreover, how many people were there in this country and world? The contribution that he could make was too small. Gong Daijin's appearance gave Chen Song a new idea. That was to see if he could dig out some of the essence of the surgery based on his cheat. Then, through modern science and technology, he could continuously improve the surgery, thereby increasing the effect of the surgery, reducing complications, and so on. A person's strength was ultimately limited, but when you refine your essence, you can teach more people. That's the greatest use of it. Although Gong Daijin's current idea was only for the improvement of breast augmentation surgery, he could use this opportunity to learn the method and lay a foundation for the summary and improvement of his other surgeries in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh. These presidents really had a long-term vision. He could really learn a lot by following them. Gong Daijin did not stay for long. After explaining her intentions clearly, she left her contact information with Chen Song and Zhang Zhixin. She then exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhang Zhixin and invited him to join the China Plastic Surgeons Association. After that, she left. Gong Daijin's departure made Zhang Zhixin sigh involuntarily. He had actually joined the National Association of Plastic Surgeons. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. He looked at Xianxia and Yang Tao and said helplessly, President Yang, didn't you say that President Gong was the reinforcements and Jing invited? Yang Tao smiled awkwardly. I'm just worried about you. After all, we all run plastic surgery hospitals. It's inevitable that people will find trouble with us. I'm just giving you a reminder. Yang Tao also ran a plastic surgery hospital outside, so he had a lot of considerations. As for Qin Xiang, he smiled. President Gong is very impressive. He's one of the first batch of plastic surgeons in our country. In the past, he was like me, dealing with skin. Later, the country established the Association of Plastic Surgeons. In the face of danger, he changed careers and specialized in this industry. Looking at the booming development of the plastic surgery industry, it actually boils down to 2 sentences, too shallow a foundation, chaos everywhere. We are the oldest generation in the plastic surgery industry. Most of them were transformed from the dermatology departments of public hospitals. Our foundation isn't good, and there are too many plastic surgeries in the country. It's too common to not be standardized. Furthermore, the invasion of the Korean wave culture has made the higher-ups realize many things. In recent years, they have proposed to strengthen the innovation of national culture and technology and promote the national spirit. It's a heavy responsibility. Yang Tao nodded. He had a deep understanding of this point. In the early years, our country's public hospitals and tertiary grade A hospitals didn't pay attention to skin and beauty at all. Their development was backward, and many hospitals even outsourced their dermatology and plastic surgery departments. It wasn't until 10 years ago that we suddenly paid attention and began to develop. But at this time, the market resources had already been divided up. So, just as Director Qin said, our development is lagging behind, our foundation is lacking, and chaos is everywhere. Xianxia nodded. That's right. Xiaochen, I invited you to join back then because I hoped that we could work together and walk out our unique plastic surgery route. We can walk out of cultural competence and national innovation. Let's prepare for the Korean exchange in December. Qin Xiang and Yang Tao didn't stay for long. After chatting for a while, they left. This made Chen Song inadvertently realize something: the current situation of plastic surgery in the country was really a little backward. Ding. Mission completed. Obtained SMAS wrinkle removal, master level. Do you wish to begin special training? Chen Song shook his head. There was no time for that at the moment. Zhang Jixin smiled and looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, I'm also benefiting from you. Chen Song asked curiously, what do you mean? Zhang Jixin shook his head. You might not know this, but our National Association of Plastic Surgeons is not very welcoming to non-governmental organizations. I only joined the provincial association with the help of Director Qin. It's not realistic for me to join the National Association. Most of them are from the plastic surgery and dermatology departments in public hospitals. I didn't expect to join so soon. To be honest, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to receive the invitation so quickly. Chen Song laughed out loud. In that case, this is a blessing in disguise for us? Zhang Jixin also smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect President Gong to really come here to learn and exchange. Xiao Chen, you're really famous. Even President Gong in the capital has heard of you. Your future is limitless. Speaking of which, we also misunderstood President Gong. Haha. After Gong Daijun left the plastic surgery hospital, it took a while before she took out her phone and dialed Jing's number. At that moment, Jing was anxiously waiting for her teacher's call. Ever since her teacher's birthday, Jing had intentionally or unintentionally revealed information about Chen Song. She had even ridiculed Chen Song in front of her fellow disciples. Jing didn't have a good impression of Chen Song. Ever since they had clashed at the Tan family of the state of Zheng. After that, her competitor, Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, developed like wildfire. This naturally made Jing feel uncomfortable. You're a newbie. Ordinary plastic surgery costs more than 100,000 yuan, yet Long Xiong dares to ask for 1,000,000 yuan. Are you joking? Therefore, she had intentionally or unintentionally revealed this matter to her teacher. However, she didn't expect her teacher to really come after a month. He even went to personally watch Chen Song's surgery. This made Jing secretly delighted and a little expectant. She was waiting for her teacher to expose Chen Song's true colors. After waiting for an entire day, the phone finally rang, and Jing hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello? Teacher, why are you only calling now? I've ordered food at Jingyang Hall. Gong Daijun sighed. She had already booked a train back to the capital and would return overnight. How could Gong Daijun not understand what Jing was thinking? It was nothing more than for her to suppress the other party's arrogance. It would be best if she could expose Chen Song's hypocritical true colors and expose the truth of the hype. She knew her student too well. Jing was capable, but she was a little too arrogant. Furthermore, she was too scheming. Compared to her sister, Annie, she was much worse. Upon hearing the phone ring, Gong Daijun slowly said, Jing, I booked a train for tonight. I still have something to do tomorrow, so I won't trouble you. And Jing's expression changed when she heard her teacher say that. Teacher. It's no trouble. Please rest, Gong Daijin slowly said, it's fine. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I have a few things to tell you. Firstly, Chen Song's breast augmentation surgery is better than mine. Don't get any ideas. Secondly, Chen Song is now a member of my newest research team. He's ranked third and is also a consultant. Think about why you do things in the future. Thirdly, do your own thing well. Don't worry about others. Learn more from your sister, Annie. Lastly, I hope you will be well. After hanging up, Gong Daijin sighed. She hoped that Jing could grow up. It wasn't a good thing to be too smooth. As a teacher, criticism was criticism, but she was still concerned. Jing put down the phone, her mind filled with complicated and incredulous thoughts. She never expected that her teacher, President Gong, would personally say that Chen Song's breast augmentation surgery was better than hers. How was that possible? This was very difficult for Jing to accept. However, what was even more difficult to accept was the second point. Chen Song was actually a member of the research team her teacher had just applied for. Furthermore, he was ranked third and was a technical consultant. Wasn't this too exaggerated? What did Chen Song do to deserve this? Back then, she had been rejected by her teacher when she wanted to join the research team. This was because this research team was a national key research team. It was a research project under the National Science and Technology Department. It was a collaboration between her teacher's Jishuotan Hospital and the Capital University of Technology. The funding was as high as 30 million yuan, and there might be more in the future. Chen Song was actually a consultant for such a research project. Furthermore, he was ranked third. The first was her teacher, the second was a professor from the Capital University of Technology, and the third was Chen Song. How was that possible? This was too exaggerated. With this in mind, Jing couldn't help but fall silent. P.S. Sigh, you bunch of bad people. Yesterday, you said that my book was finished. In the end, I lost a lot of collections and subscriptions. It's really too little. Compensate me. Sob, I started crying. Ahem, thank you to Dongzi Drinks Pulse for the 20,000 tip. Old leader, thank you, boss. I was shocked when I saw that it was Dongzi Drinks artery. Upon closer inspection, it was a pulse, not an artery. My mom wants to see you. After receiving Qin Yu's message, Chen Song felt uneasy. From excitement to nervousness to confusion, it only took 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were too long for Chen Song. It was so long that he wondered if he should call her auntie or just call her mom directly. It was so long that he wondered if he should exchange for a martial arts manual, How to Play Happily with Mother-in-Law, and quickly train it to master level. It was so long that he wondered if he should let his mother-in-law take care of his son or his own mother. It was so tiring. 3 seconds later, Chen Song held his phone and still didn't know what to reply. He could only reply with a frightened and uneasy expression. Qin Yu had been laughing on the sofa for a full 10 minutes. She had already filled in Chen Song's mental world with her own imagination. Thinking of Chen Song's confused look, Qin Yu wanted to laugh. Ji Ruyun couldn't help but sigh when she saw her daughter sitting on the sofa with a smile that didn't look human at all. This crazy girl, someone finally wants her. When I see the guy, I have to properly comfort him. Don't talk about buying a house, even a car is fine, but if Ye's true identity was exposed after they got married, wouldn't Xiaochen be shocked if he wanted a refund? How embarrassing would that be? Thinking of this, Ji Ruyun quickly scolded softly, Qin Yu, sit properly. You're like a lunatic. Look at your hair, even a bird's nest looks better than you. Qin Yu was unmoved and said coquettishly, no, no. Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. Aren't you afraid that Xiaochen won't want you in the future if he knows what you look like? Qin Yu was stunned. She thought about it and spat, he wouldn't dare. However, her voice was obviously not as confident as before. She even felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly looked at her phone with a worried expression and sent a message. Who has the final say at home? Chen Song was searching on Baidu for How to Play Happily with Mother-in-Law when he suddenly received this message. He was stunned. What did that mean? Could it be that his mother-in-law was holding the phone, At the thought of this, Xianxia hurriedly digested the spirit of the meeting just now. He continued to integrate it and instantly felt enlightened. Listen to whoever is prettier. When Xianxia received the message, he immediately giggled again. Mom, come here quickly. I want to show you a message. As she spoke, she pulled Ji Ruyun over and sat on the sofa. She took the phone and said, Mom, look. Ji Ruyun curiously took the phone. When he saw the message, he immediately laughed. This kid's desire to live was quite strong. The mother and daughter laughed. At this time, Xianxia poured a cup of tea and walked in. Seeing the mother and daughter smiling so happily, he asked curiously, What's the good news? You're smiling so happily. Ji Ruyun suddenly had an idea. Lao Qin, at home, who has the final say? Xianxia didn't even think about it and immediately said, Of course, whoever has the right to say it. When he said this, Xianxia suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop by several degrees. His back was cold and his scalp was numb. Even the air seemed to have stagnated. Suddenly, Lao Qin's expression changed. His many years of clinical experience told him that at this time, he should quibble. However, most of the time, you have the right to say it. Indeed, when he said this, the temperature rose again, but it was still a little colder than before. Seeing Ji Ruyun's eyes staring straight at him, Xianxia was a little confused. Wasn't this enough? Yu felt like his chest was about to explode from laughing. However, in this situation, he couldn't laugh out loud. He could only hold it in. After holding it in for a while, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Ji Ruyun also snorted coldly. You don't know how to speak at all. Lao Qin suddenly smiled embarrassedly. You're still not satisfied with this? Ji Ruyun said to Yu, Yeah, tell your dad what Xiaochen said to you. Yu grinned and squinted his eyes. Xianxia said, Listen to whoever is prettier. Ji Ruyun sighed in disappointment. Look at how you said it. Listen to whoever has the right to say it. Why does it sound so bad to me? Xianxia was also dumbfounded. He couldn't help but sneer. This little rascal was glib-tongued and knew how to bootlick. At this time, Xianxia still didn't give up his steely straight nature. He smiled. We're already an old married couple. Why are you still saying such hypocritical things, right? Besides, people will grow old too. Once this was said, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Ji Ruyun sneered. All right. Xianxia, I knew it. You despise me for being old, right? I didn't despise you for being ugly, but you actually despise me for being old. At this time, Yu hurriedly pulled Ji Ruyun's arm. Mom, don't listen to Dad. You don't look like a 50-year-old person. Your skin is so good. As he spoke, he gave Lao Qin a look. Lao Qin wasn't stupid. He picked up the teapot and went into the study. Ji Ruyun sighed and couldn't help but say, I'm old. There are more and more wrinkles on my face. Sigh. As she spoke, she picked up the small mirror on the coffee table. She frowned and touched the crow's feet and wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She couldn't help but sigh. Yu suddenly had an idea. Mom, what's there to be afraid of wrinkles? I heard that there are plastic surgery procedures now. It's minimally invasive. Basically, you can't tell that you've gone under the knife. Just by adjusting the fascia, you can remove the wrinkles on the face. The effects are especially good. I heard that there are no side effects. It doesn't hurt the facial nerves at all. Once this was said, Ji Ruyun's heart skipped a beat. Really? Yu instantly said seriously, Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I'll bring you to the plastic surgery hospital one day. Let's ask around and ask around. How about that? Ji Ruyun's eyes were filled with anticipation. She was a little excited and nodded. Okay. A woman was a woman. No matter how old she was still a woman. Even if time had passed and her face had become haggard, the heart of a woman would never disappear. At this moment, Xianxia saw that Yu hadn't replied for a long time. He suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that he had answered wrongly? At this moment, Yu suddenly said, Not bad, full marks. I'm very satisfied with your answer just now. Chen Song instantly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Qin continued, but I won't look good when I'm old. I won't be beautiful anymore. Chen Song, I'm helping you become beautiful. Do you know why I'm learning plastic surgery? It's so that you can always be beautiful. When Qin Yu heard this, he instantly became happy. This flattery of Qin Yu's was really comfortable and refreshing. You said it. Chen Song nodded. I said it. Qin Yu happily hugged his cell phone to his chest. He suddenly felt that he was the happiest person in the world. Qin Yu was lying on the bed, wearing pajamas. The weather was turning cold at the end of October, and she was covered with a blanket. She was holding her phone, thinking of giving Chen Song a surprise. I have something to do with my parents tomorrow, so I won't accompany you. Remember to be good. Qin Yu thought that if she bought the house, Chen Song wouldn't have to buy a house. She wanted to give Chen Song a surprise. Actually, it wasn't a surprise, but it could reduce Chen Song's burden. She saw that Chen Song was working so hard every day, and she didn't want to add so much pressure to him. It wasn't that Qin Yu didn't care about her parents, but in comparison, buying a house wasn't like losing it. Moreover, Chen Song and she had just started out. Buying a house would ruin their quality of life. Moreover, Chen Song wasn't working hard. Qin Yu believed in Chen Song. In Qin Yu's eyes, Chen Song was the best. She was also willing to be Chen Song's little Qin for a lifetime. Actually, she still hoped that Chen Song would accompany her to look at the house, but it was obviously not appropriate. Firstly, she was worried that it might hurt Chen Song's self-esteem. Secondly, she was also worried that her parents would think something, or look down on Chen Song. A girl's mind was very delicate. Qin Yu was also using her thoughts to protect Chen Song. Chen Song saw the news and suddenly smiled. Tomorrow morning, he would finalize the house with manager Wang. In the afternoon, he would ask Qin Yu out to give her a surprise. Hearing that Qin Yu had something to do, she immediately said, "Then are you free tomorrow afternoon?" Qin Yu frowned, not knowing if the house could be finalized in the afternoon. She sent an emoji, "I don't know." The two exchanged a few words of love, and after a long time, they went to sleep. Considering the number of single friends in this book, I won't write. The next day, around 9 a.m., after Qin Yu and his family finished their meal, they went to the real estate in Haiyan New District. At this time, the sales hall was very lively. Ji Ruyun was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. Eh? It seems like we're here at the right time. Qin Yu also nodded excitedly. Yes, the last time I came, it wasn't here yet. Wow. Look, there's so much movement. It seemed that women had a natural yearning for activities. He saw huge moving banners hanging up, and the moving turntable for buying houses and gifting furniture was placed there. It was very eye-catching. As long as they bought a house, they would be able to participate in the event. The grand prize would be able to buy a house at a 30% discount. They would also be able to enjoy free renovation, free home appliances, and other services. Even the worst fifth prize would be exempted from property management fees for a year. It seemed that they were really interested. Not to mention those top prizes, anyone who saw these rewards would be moved and envious, and the special prize made everyone envious. After all, renovation was a bottomless pit. Even if they bought a well-renovated house, most of them would have to be renovated again. And gifting them with matching furniture would cost a lot of money. Most importantly, the house purchase was at a 30% discount. This could save millions. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw it. However, the probability was obviously too low. Qin Yu looked at the event banners and suddenly smiled. Dad, I'll draw a special prize for you later. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. You little girl, you've never won more than 5 yuan in the lottery since you were young. You still want to win such a big prize. Indeed, this special prize was equivalent to 5 million. Who would have thought that the Zheng's group would be so generous? It attracted a lot of people who came to look at houses. Actually, this was where manager Wang was smart. When he thought of Chen Song's activity, he thought of such an activity. In this way, Chen Song was obviously a gimmick. He could even increase the number of buyers through this whimsical activity. Now that the real estate industry had reached the era of reducing inventory, various real estate companies were doing activities. Qin and his family were looking at the sand table and listening to the sales lady's introduction. Qin had obviously looked around once. There were a few houses that he was interested in. When he was about to ask, suddenly, the sound of a loudspeaker sounded in the hall. Today's lucky guy, the winner of the special prize, has been born. As soon as the words came out, the surrounding people looked sideways. They saw Chen Song go on stage with a smile and shake hands with General Manager Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at the crowd and smiled. Congratulations to this friend for winning our special prize. We will refund the relevant fees and renovate the house according to your wishes. If you don't want to renovate, we will give you 2,500 yuan per square meter as a subsidy for the renovation cost of 300,000 yuan and a home appliance package of 200,000 yuan. Let us congratulate you on winning the special prize. As soon as the words came out, the people below immediately talked about it. Ji Ruyun suddenly patted Qin Yu and Xianxia and said with a puzzled expression, Hey, look, why do I find that young man so familiar? Xianxia was looking at houses with the sales lady at this time. He said without turning his head, You find young men familiar now. Qin Yu tried not to laugh. But he glanced curiously. Qin Yu was dumbfounded by what she saw. Wasn't that Chen Song? Qin Yu widened his eyes and stared at the man on the stage in disbelief. She was too familiar with him. It was Chen Song. Lao Qin also glanced at him intentionally and was immediately dumbfounded. Isn't that Chen Song? As soon as he said that, Ji Ruyun's eyes lit up. Is that Xiaochen? I was wondering why he looked so familiar. This child is so lucky. He actually has such great fortune to be given a house. Xianxia looked at Chen Song and muttered to himself, I thought it was a marketing event. The special prize was impossible. I didn't expect it to be real. Lao Qin thought that this kind of lucky draw event was real, but the special prize was definitely fake. After all, this was a few million. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't just give it away. However, how could he not understand Chen Song? He didn't expect this special prize to be real. In this case, did it mean that he didn't need to buy a house? And renovations, household appliances and furniture didn't need to be considered. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly felt that Xiaochen was getting better and better. The more he looked at him, the more fortunate he was. It was really not bad. Even Ji Ruyun pulled Qin Yu. Yeah, how big is the house that Xiaochen bought? With this 30% discount, he can buy a big house. It's best if it's 300 square meters. He's really lucky. However, Qin Yu didn't speak for a long time. Qin Yu didn't know why Chen Song came to buy a house. At this time, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Song. Qin Yu sneered. I want to see what you have to say. Hello. Chen Song said excitedly, Qin Yu, I bought the house that we saw before. Do you know how much it cost? When Qin Yu heard Chen Song's words, half of his anger dissipated. It turned out that he wanted to give me a surprise. However, Qin Yu smiled. You spent 2 million yuan. You also gave out 300,000 yuan for renovations and 200,000 yuan for electricity. Is that right? Chen Song just came down from the stage and was stunned. This was different from the script. Shouldn't you be surprised? Even if you weren't surprised, you should be a little suspicious. But at this time, this attitude was too. No. Could it be that they were at the scene? Chen Song quickly looked around. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw a beautiful girl staring at him with a sneer. Beside her was Lao Qin, who was looking at Chen Song with shining eyes. There was also a well-dressed woman. She should be Qin Yu's mother. Chen Song sighed. He had thought that Qin Yu was joking when he said that his mother wanted to see him. He had not expected this moment to come so quickly. It seemed that he should not joke around in the future. What if it came true? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt awkward, nervous, and lost. Should he go? He did not know what to say. However, it was obviously inappropriate to go. After all, this was Chen Song's first time meeting Qin Yu as Lao Qin's boyfriend. Thinking about it, he was looking forward to it. Chen Song looked up and saw Qin Yu's teasing eyes. He cheered in his heart. What was there to be afraid of? Go. Chen Song smiled, got up, and walked forward. Hello, Dean Qin. Hello, Auntie. Chen Song smiled and greeted them one by one. This was Ji Ruyun's first time seeing Chen Song up close. In the past, she could see Chen Song through the windowsill. Although she could see him roughly, she had never seen him up close. Her first impression of him was really good. He was tall, strong, and capable. He gave off a very practical feeling. Ji Ruyun smiled. Xiao Chen, right? I often hear Yaya talk about you. I was thinking of coming over to visit someday. Chen Song smiled. Of course, of course. I will definitely visit someday. I also often hear Qin Yu talk about you. He said that you saved the country through curves. He also said that you were very beautiful when you were young. Today, I see that you are very elegant now. His flattery made Ji Ruyun feel comfortable. Come over next time. Auntie will cook for you. Following that, Ji Ruyun smiled. Xiao Chen, your luck is really good. All of a sudden, there is no burden. This house has been renovated and furnished. By the way, how big is the house you bought? Chen Song glanced at Qin Yu and said, last time, I came here with Qin Yu and saw a house. It was about 120 square meters. But at that time, the other party didn't plan to sell it. 2 days ago, he suddenly called me and said that he was going to sell it again. So, I came here to take a look. Chen Song concealed what he had discussed with Xinghua. Qin Yu likes it a lot, so I wanted to buy it as a surprise for her. But when I came down, I saw that there was an event and went for a lucky draw. I didn't expect to win the grand prize. I really didn't expect that. Not only did I not have to pay for it, but I also earned a lot. Well, I didn't expect to bump into you guys. That one sentence made everyone laugh. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song enviously. You're so lucky, kid. You've saved 20 years of hard work. Chen Song said, yes, let's go and have a look. It's a ready-made room. Qin Yu also nodded excitedly. Yes, Dad, Mom, I'll take you to have a look. I liked this house at first glance. Qin Yu and Chen Song weren't young anymore, so Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun both had the idea of getting married early. Although the two hadn't been in a relationship for a long time, they had known each other for more than 3 years. In the past 3 years, they had secretly developed feelings for each other. Maybe they had already developed feelings for each other, but they didn't say it out loud. So now that they had confirmed their relationship, the most likely thing they thought about was getting married and having children. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun also thought so. The sooner they solved their children's marriage, the sooner they could get rid of one of their worries. Although it was only their first meeting, Ji Ruyun had a good impression of Chen Song, but she still needed some time to get to know him. However, no matter what, marriage was for the children after all. As long as they were willing, it was fine. As parents, they were anxious, but what they wanted most was for their children to have a good home. It wasn't that Qin Yu had to find a rich and capable man. At least, she had to find someone who was good to her, reliable, and down-to-earth. Seeing Qin Yu and Chen Song happy together, Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan were satisfied. After entering the room, the two of them looked around. The layout and orientation of the room were very good. The two of them walked around a little and saw Qin Yu and Chen Song walking around the empty room. They repeatedly gestured about the future of the room. Qin Yu even had the appearance of the protagonist, who wanted to show off in her small home. The two of them suddenly felt that this was quite good. At noon, Qin Xiaoyuan treated the 4 of them to a simple meal together. In fact, Qin Xiaoyuan was very satisfied with Chen Song, but, as the director of the hospital, he had to be polite. But at this moment, he was no different from an ordinary person. They chatted and laughed as they picked up the food and ate. It was obvious that the family of 3 was very warm. Chen Song and Qin Yu sat on one side, while Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan sat on the other. After eating, Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Yu and Chen Song and couldn't help but laugh. Sigh, otherwise, I'm old. My children are already so big. Qin Yu pouted and said with a smile, Mom, you're not old at all. Ji Ruyun smiled. Not old? My face is full of wrinkles. Isn't it because of your father and you? Qin Yu heard and couldn't help but comfort her. Mom, who doesn't have wrinkles? We'll do it another day. Speaking of this, Xianxia suddenly patted Chen Song. Don't you often go to the plastic surgery hospital now? Do you know that wrinkle removal technique? Chen Song was stunned. Damn, realization dawned on him. He finally knew why the system gave him the SMAS wrinkle removal technique. It was prepared to conquer his mother-in-law. Chen Song suddenly realized that the time he spent learning how to play with his mother-in-law was not in vain. He had already gone deep into the system's skill library. Not bad, not bad. Chen Song took advantage of his hesitation and instantly chose to activate it. SMAS wrinkle removal technique master level, enter special training? Yes, Chen Song appeared in the special training space in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that his mother-in-law's face had changed. For the first time, Chen Song realized that when wrinkle removal technique and eyes of beauty were combined, there would be such a huge change. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt excited. Half a minute later, Chen Song had a rough idea. When Xianxia saw Chen Song staring at Ji Ruyun's face for a long time, he couldn't help but pat Chen Song. Why are you staring at my mom in a daze? Say something. Even Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but tremble. What are you trying to do? Ji Ruyun was very calm after being stared at by Chen Song for a long time. She could see that Chen Song's eyes were thoughtful and thoughtful. Moreover, he was very professional and calm, like a doctor looking at a patient. She turned to look at Qin Xiaoyuan and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chen Song then slowly said, Auntie, the wrinkles on your face can actually be completely removed. Moreover, with the help of hyaluronic acid, it can properly fill the skin and bring about a huge change. When he said this, Ji Ruyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Xiao Chen? My wrinkles can be removed? Chen Song nodded. Yes, it's completely possible. Moreover, it won't leave any traces. It'll be very natural. Chen Song looked at the skill at the moment. Frowny face SMAS wrinkle removal technique, master level, special effect, 1, traceless, 2. Natural. The two special effects were very powerful. They seemed ordinary, but these two were the most practical. This was because the users of the wrinkle removal technique were in their 40s or 50s or above. They were older and didn't like to have too many changes to their faces. Their only request was to remove wrinkles. It was best if they couldn't be seen. Moreover, it was best if they looked natural after the surgery and didn't look like they had undergone surgery. Therefore, Chen Song's special effect could be said to be just right. When Ji Ruyun heard this, she was tempted. Xiao Chen, do you know how to do this surgery? Chen Song nodded. Yes, I'm quite good at it. When he said this, Ji Ruyun was very happy. She looked at Chen Song with a very satisfied gaze. P.S. Got it. Thank you for tasting it. Thank you to Wan Yunqing and Jian Moran for their generous rewards. Also, my Hellcat friends have also received almost 10,000 rewards this week. Thank you to everyone for your subscription support. Oh right, please, everyone. After you finish reading, please give Chen Song and Xianxia free of charge. You can do it every day. Many little drops make a mickle. The veterans also look forward to the day when the two of them appear on the cover of Qidian and celebrate their birthday. Thank you, everyone. I hope that it can happen before the end of this book. Thank you. After listening to Chen Song's words, even Qin Xiaoyuan was a little confused. He couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, how long did you take to learn plastic surgery? Chen Song sighed. Sigh, it's really difficult to have a director at home. Will he say that I'm not doing my job properly? Will he dislike me for practicing more? But this was also his future father-in-law. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. He braced himself and said, It's been a while. I learned from teacher Zhang Jixin. For the past 2 months, I went over to help when I had time on Saturdays and Sundays. I also learned a lot. When this was said, it wasn't just Qin Xiaoyuan. Even Xianxia and Ji Ruyun's hearts skipped a beat. You've only practiced for 2 months and you dare to use a knife on my mother? Chen Song, you're so arrogant. Even Qin Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. He rolled his eyes. This little rascal really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although you can practice your skills on your own family members, but you're being too formal with them. You're not married yet, you haven't changed the way you address me, And you haven't even called me mom yet, you're already prepared to use a knife on my wife. What will happen in the future? Thinking of this, Lao Qin's scalp went numb. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. She glanced at her mother cautiously, fearing that she was going through menopause. But seeing that Ji Ruyun was very calm, Qin Yu relaxed a little. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, Chen Song suddenly felt awkward. He couldn't explain it now. He couldn't say that his talent was different from ordinary people, right? Say that he surpassed Zhang Jixin in 1 week, defeated Yan Tao in 2 weeks, and didn't lose to Qin Xiang in 3 weeks. 4 weeks later, he was already unrivaled in ammonium yang. It was obvious that it was better not to say it. Qin Yu smiled and comforted. Mom, Chen Song said that he can help you contact a plastic surgeon. After all, he's familiar with them. Chen Song quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Auntie, I can help you contact a few plastic surgeons. Qin Xiaoyuan coughed. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were big shots in Ammonium City's medical field. Ji Ruyun was in charge of medical insurance, and he had dealings with all hospitals. And Qin Xiaoyuan was the dean, so the group of people couldn't wait to get closer to him. However, Xiaochen had good intentions. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun smiled. Ji Ruyun smiled and said, Xiaochen, I don't know much about wrinkle removal. Can you explain it to Auntie? Chen Song nodded. Auntie, there are many ways to remove wrinkles now. However, the one that can be maintained for a long time and has fewer side effects is actually a method called SMAS wrinkle removal. It's also one of the more recognized methods at present. Moreover, this kind of surgery usually lasts for a long time. It can reach up to 6 to 10 years. After Chen Song's explanation, Ji Ruyun had a rough impression of it. When she had time, she could understand it more. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered. Oh right, I remember Qin Xiang from Eastern University's first hospital. He's in the plastic surgery field. I've met him a few times, but I'm not very familiar with him. We can ask him when we have time. Ji Ruyun nodded. Generally, public hospitals would ask Ji Ruyun for help. After all, she was in charge of medical insurance. Who didn't have dealings with her? To put it bluntly, the medical insurance quota was very strict now. Moreover, there were quotas for medical insurance to check medical records. They had to find a few copies. Therefore, no one dared to offend medical insurance in the hospital, knowing a medical insurance provider could save a lot of trouble. This was also one of the reasons why the medical insurance of the second provincial hospital was lax. Ji Ruyun was Chief Ji. At this moment, a figure walked over and retreated. Dean Qin, Chief Ji. It's really you. Everyone raised their heads and immediately saw a man standing opposite them, greeting them. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun both laughed. Chief Qin, we were just talking about you. Speak of the devil. Because it was a private room without a door, one could see it just by passing by. Qin Xiaoyuan called the waiter over. Remove the things and make a pot of tea. Come, Chief Qin, sit down and have a cup of tea. I have something to talk to you about. Qin Xiang actually didn't plan to sit down. When he heard that Qin Xiaoyuan had something to talk to him about, he sat down. Just as he sat down, he saw Chen Song and Qin Yu. Eh? Xiaochen? You're here too. This is... Qin Xiang was a little dumbfounded. Qin Xiaoyuan chuckled and said, Oh. By the way, Chief Qin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Qin Yu. This is Chen Song, Qin Yu's boyfriend. Qin Xiaoyuan didn't avoid anything. He directly introduced Chen Song as Qin Yu's boyfriend. Qin Xiaoyuan's words were also for Chen Song to hear. He wanted him to know that he had obtained Lao Qin's approval. In fact, this seemingly unintentional sentence could mean many things. This was very important and rare. At the very least, it would make Chen Song have a good impression of him. Perhaps this good impression was insignificant, but Lao Qin hoped that Chen Song would treat his daughter better in the future. One had to work hard on the details when dealing with matters. Sure enough, after Chen Song heard this, he felt warm in his heart. This was because Qin Xiaoyuan could introduce Chen Song as a colleague, classmate, or friend of Qin Yu. However, it was different to treat Chen Song as a boyfriend. Lao Qin was the director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He was a real divisional leader. Ji Ruyun was also the director of the Medical Insurance Center. He was also a divisional leader. The two of them were also important in the medical field of Ammoniang City. To be able to introduce Chen Song in such a manner before outsiders was a sign of his acknowledgement of Chen Song. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately smiled. Director Qin, Xiaochen and I know each other. I just didn't expect such a coincidence. They're really quite compatible. I didn't expect Xiaochen to be the son-in-law of Director Qin's family. Director Qin, you'll have to live a happy life in the future to have such a son-in-law. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun couldn't help but laugh at Qin Xiang's words. They didn't mind. After all, such polite words couldn't be taken seriously. Who wouldn't flatter him when they met? Besides, Xiaochen would definitely be successful in the future. With the director's father-in-law and the divisional leader's mother-in-law, he would be able to get whatever he wanted in the medical field of Ammoniang City. His medical career would definitely be smooth. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Xiaoyuan sat down and said directly, Director Qin, my wife wants to do some face wrinkles. Since we're talking about you, do you have any suggestions? Qin Xiang looked at Qin Xiaoyuan in confusion. He was a little curious. Director Qin, don't you have a ready-made person? Do you still need me? Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun looked at each other. They were a little confused. What did he mean? Director Qin, what do you mean? Qin Xiang was stunned when he saw the two of them. You really don't know? Qin Xiaoyuan, know what? Qin Xiang couldn't help but say, Xiaochen. Xiaochen's plastic surgery skills are very famous in the upper circle of Ammoniang City. He's known as a $1 million plastic surgeon. Qin Xiang's words caused the whole family to be somewhat confused. What did he mean, what $1 million plastic surgeon? The more the three of them listened, the more confused they became. Qin Xiaoyuan muttered. Did Qin Xiang recognize the wrong person? He couldn't help but ask, Director Qin, are you saying? Qin Xiang slapped his forehead and glanced at Chen Song. Then, he slowly said, Director Qin, it seems like you really don't know. Chen Song is a member of the China Plastic Surgeon Association. Moreover, President Gong Daijun personally invited him. Moreover, Xiaochen's plastic surgery fees are probably the highest in Ammoniang City. One of his surgeries costs at least 300,000 yuan. Yesterday, he performed 5 surgeries, each of which costs 1 million yuan. Now, Chen Song is our Ammoniang City's $1 million plastic surgeon. Oh right, yesterday, President Gong personally flew all the way to Ammoniang City to see Chen Song's surgery. She even invited Xiaochen to join her research team as a technical consultant. Xiaochen is ranked 3rd. That project is worth 30 million yuan and is a project under the National Plastic Surgery Program. At this point, Qin Xiang couldn't help but shake his head. That's why I said that you didn't use a ready-made expert and asked me for plastic surgery. Isn't this rejecting what's near at hand and seeking what's far away? These words completely stunned the three of them. Lao Qin was dumbfounded, Ji Ruyun was curious, and little Licky Qin was full of admiration. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't believe it. Yesterday, a 5 million yuan surgery. Oh my god, can I earn 5 million yuan in 10 years? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan felt his scalp go numb. He knew that plastic surgeons earned money, but 1 million yuan per surgery. How was this earning money? It was clearly robbery. He had just said that Chen Song would struggle less for 20 years. He did a few surgeries yesterday, and the money for a house came in. How much money would he earn in 20 years? Lao Qin couldn't count. However, Ji Ruyun didn't think that it was a matter of money. She didn't expect her future son-in-law to be so outstanding. He was actually the best plastic surgeon in Ammoniang City. No wonder he said that he was good at it. So this was it, then, it would be easy to take care of my face in the future, right? At this time, Ji Ruyun discovered that the more he looked at Chen Song, the more pleasing he found him to the eye. However, Qin Xiaoyuan immediately realized a problem. Chen Song said that he had only been studying for 2 months. Was it possible for him to have such high achievements in 2 months? Lao Qin quickly said, Director Qin, are you kidding? Chen Song has only been studying plastic surgery for 2 months. How can it be so exaggerated? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh at this time. Dean Qin, let me tell you the truth. The plastic surgery industry is not only about skills, but also about talent. Xiaochen was born with a natural understanding of plastic surgery. His talent is the best I have ever seen. And so, regarding Chief Ji's wrinkle removal, I think Xiaochen is the most suitable person for you. When Qin Xiang praised Chen Song, it could be said that he spared no effort and went all out. Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart was surging and his blood was boiling. It turned out that his Chen Song Appa was so awesome. He always thought that Chen Song was only good at performing surgeries and was better in the emergency department. He didn't expect that he was also so good at plastic surgery. $1 million plastic surgeon, just thinking about it made him feel proud. And he was so good at making money. How many hot pots and milk teas were worth 1 million? Qin Yu was a little confused and a little arrogant. Thinking about his future, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Chen Song was awesome. At this time, Qin Yu looked at Chen Song with stars in his eyes. What other unique skills did he have that I don't know? Qin Yu's curiosity was tickling his pericardium. It was so itchy that he almost got curious pericarditis. Qin Xiang sat for a few minutes and left. After all, he was also here for a meal and there were still people waiting. Qin Xiaoyuan and the rest didn't want to stay for too long. After a few words of greeting, they bid farewell. In the end, Qin Xiang bid farewell to Chen Song and left. After leaving, the three Qin family members stared at Chen Song. They seemed to be puzzled. To be honest, the three of them were deceived by Chen Song's ordinary appearance. That's right, everyone thought that Chen Song was just a simple and reliable doctor who was more talented in surgery. But they didn't expect Chen Song to be so good at hiding. To be honest, a surgery that cost 5 million a day shocked the whole family. In a Moniang city, who could make so much money, Qin Xiaoyuan realized that this kid was pretending to be weak. The three of them were shocked by Chen Song. Really, everyone wanted to buy a house for Qin Yu to reduce the pressure on Chen Song. They didn't expect him to buy a house a day. Lao Qin finally understood Qin Xiang's words. He could enjoy life in the future. The rest of the time passed very happily. Everyone was very happy. Qin Xiaoyao was very sensible. She poured tea for Chen Song. She was very virtuous. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyuan kept rolling his eyes. This girl is really a traitor. She despises the poor and loves the rich. Ji Ruyun and Chen Song were discussing the details of the wrinkle removal in detail. Chen Song explained patiently and set a time to help Ji Ruyun deal with the wrinkles on her face. Ji Ruyun was very excited and happy. Qin Yu was even more so. Qin Xiaoyuan was the only one who was drinking tea by himself. He sighed silently, family status -1. After the group of people came out of the restaurant, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were going home. Qin Yu looked at Chen Song curiously. He held his hand without any scruples. Qin Xiaoyuan frowned. But when he looked at Ji Ruyun beside him, he thought about it. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, Chen Song was now a big shot in Ji Ruyun's eyes. He couldn't afford to offend him. He would deal with him when he went to the hospital. At most, he would use his position to take revenge. There was no harm in that. After thinking it through, Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but smile. He felt much better. To be honest, Qin Yu had a lot of questions to ask Chen Song. He had been holding it in for a long time. But he couldn't say it in front of his parents. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun had just gotten into the car. Chen Song, what time do you do every day? What surgery are you best at? Qin Yu asked curiously. Chen Song thought for a long time. He thought of the only 2 perfect surgeries he had performed and said honestly, appendectomy is the best. Then, tendon suturing. It's not bad either. When Qin Yu heard that, he immediately rolled his eyes. I'm talking about plastic surgery. Oh right. What surgery do you have to spend 1 million yuan? Chen Song coughed and hesitated. Should he say it? Should he say it? But when he saw Qin Yu staring at him excitedly, he said, it's not suitable for children. When Qin Yu heard that, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're the child. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest. Chen Song glanced at it and muttered, it's a little big. tell me, what surgery is it? Is it a membrane repair surgery? When Qianyu heard that it was not suitable for children, he seemed even more excited. He looked expectant and asked with rapid breathing. Chen Song looked at Qianyu's gossipy expression and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Qianyu blinked his big eyes and nodded seriously. Chen Song said, "Longxiong surgery." When Qianyu heard that, he immediately lowered his head subconsciously. Then, he saw Chen Song looking at him teasingly. He immediately blushed. "Hooligan." After saying that, Qianyu walked forward. Chen Song was stunned and quickly chased after him. Hey, why are you angry?" Qianyu did not look back or say anything. Chen Song suddenly said, "I'm performing surgery. There's no need to be afraid of treatment. A doctor only has eyes for the patient, nothing else." "Ah, why am I a hooligan?" Chen Song chased after him, but Qianyu did not look back. Finally, after walking for a long time, Chen Song bought a cup of milk tea, and Qianyu calmed down. "I swear to God, I'm not thinking nonsense. Isn't this the same as surgery?" Chen Song explained while panting. Qianyu's expression changed. "How can it be the same?" Chen Song swore, "It's absolutely the same." Qianyu lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, "You've seen so many things, but you didn't see that?" As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger, to indicate something. Chen Song immediately felt embarrassed. "Who was the hooligan here?" Chen Song patted his chest. "I swear to God, I'm a benevolent doctor." "Absolutely not." "Big sister, what are you thinking?" Qianyu's expression changed. "You called me big sister? Do you think I'm old?" Chen Song was about to cry. No. You're so young and cute. How can you be old?" Qianyu's expression changed again. "You think I'm young? I'll kill you, Chen Song." Chen Song was helpless. "Damn, I'm so tired." Author's note, well, it's time to deliver the news. The short weekend is over. Tomorrow, it's the intense life in the hospital again. Thanks to First Love Bright like Summer Flowers and Xianxia for their rewards. Thanks to the 2 new branch masters for their support. And Yanjin's night shift was filled with emotions as he sat in the emergency department's office. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since he came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After being an emergency doctor for 10 years, he had also learned all kinds of skills. He, who was originally from the hand surgery department, seemed to be walking further and further away at the age of 40. In fact, this was a normal thing. The medical positions were also matched this year. Most of the people who came out of their era learned skills according to their positions and made up for whatever they lacked. And Yanjin originally thought that he might retire as an emergency doctor in the future. He did not expect to return to the stage of hand surgery at the age of 40. "Dr. N. Thank you. My daughter's hand is much better. Her function is quite good now." "Department Director N. Thank you so much. My mother's hand doesn't affect her cooking anymore." "Department Director N." And Yanjin felt very happy as he recalled the medals he had received during this period of time. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon rush hour was finally over. Little Lin looked at Yanjin, who was sitting in the office, and could not help but ask, "Department Director N, do you want me to bring you food?" "N." Yanjin turned around and smiled. "No need." Little Lin giggled. "Okay." Chong Lina sighed. "If you ask me, the happiest person in our department is Department Director N. He lives a comfortable life. Every Saturday and Sunday, his sister-in-law will come to deliver food." At this moment, a woman wearing a mask walked in with a lunchbox. She was wearing a white striped checkered shirt and a pair of simple jeans. Her hair was a little messy from the wind. "Aya, speaking of sister-in-law is here. What delicious food did you make for Department Director N today?" Chong Lina came over with a smile. The woman's name was Healy. She worked in a large shopping mall as a salesperson. Healy graduated from junior high school and was from the same town as Yanjin. When they were in junior high school, the two of them were desk mates in the same class. At that time, the two of them had been secretly together. After more than 20 years, the two of them had a very good relationship. Healy was warm and hospitable, and even a little righteous. Compared to the gentle and elegant Yanjun, she was much more outgoing. Let's eat together. It's a rest day, so I made more dishes. As she spoke, she opened the insulated lunchbox and brought out the dishes. Once the few of them joined in the fun, they began to eat in a lively manner. However, just as Yanjun picked up his chopsticks, he heard the young nurse intern outside say, "Director In, the old man in bed 31 in the observation room is constipated. He's been in the toilet for a long time." This sentence seemed inappropriate. After all, constipation was put together with food. It was very unappetizing, but everyone was already used to it. And Yanjun frowned. Bed 31 had high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, diabetes, old cerebral infarction, constipation. It was a little troublesome. Constipation was a common occurrence when the intestinal peristalsis function decreased in old people. However, constipation was not a problem for most people. However, with basic diseases such as high blood pressure and diabetes, as well as coronary heart disease and cerebral infarction, constipation was a problem. Not to mention anything else, the heart attack caused by constipation was still vivid in his mind. There were even many cases of cerebral infarction caused by constipation every year. And Yanjun hurriedly got up. "Honey, sit down for a while. I'll go take a look." As he spoke, he walked out. Nurse Changlina and Shaolin followed him out. To be honest, there were many old people with constipation like this. The emergency department routinely gave external laxatives or enemas. However, for many old people with stubborn constipation, these two methods were not effective. After arriving at the ward, the old man sat on the toilet bowl. His face was red and his neck was thick. He seemed to be exerting himself, but it was useless. The old auntie at the side looked at him anxiously. Her face was full of worry. And Yanjun looked at the old auntie and said calmly, "How long have you been constipated?" The old auntie blushed. "More than 20 minutes? And Yanjun's face darkened. He said sternly, "Why didn't you call us? Old people have old diseases. If they're constipated for a long time, it's easy to aggravate cerebral infarction and myocardial infarction. If you encounter this situation in the future, call the doctor first." Hearing Yanjun's scolding words, the old auntie was not angry. Instead, she felt warm inside. The old auntie was a little embarrassed. "We saw that you were eating. Saying this is so shameful." And Yanjun shook his head and educated the old auntie. Then, he pondered for a moment. Seeing that the old man was working so hard, a stalemate was not a solution at all. He simply went out to the nurse's station. After more than 10 seconds, when he returned, he was already wearing disposable gloves on his hands. Then, he walked into the toilet. When the old auntie saw this, her expression quickly changed. "Doctor. Don't. It's too embarrassing. Let me do it." And Yanjun shook his head. "Let me do it." Then, he walked in without any explanation. To be honest, this kind of work was not rare. It was very common. Many doctors and nurses in the emergency department had done it before. For example, there was a piece of news on the internet some time ago. A doctor used his mouth to suck urine for a patient on a plane. This kind of thing was really something that ordinary people could not do. Therefore, why would other doctors be unwilling to come to the emergency department, dirty, messy, busy, and troublesome? After about 2 minutes, and Yanjun walked out of the toilet. He had already thrown away his gloves. The old auntie hurriedly helped the old man up and then helped him put on his pants. When the old man came out of the toilet, he felt much better. His face was no longer as green as before, and his whole body was much more relaxed. The old man was a little embarrassed and said gratefully, "Thank you, Chiefin, really. Thank you so much." To be honest, the old man was very touched. His children might not be willing to do this kind of dirty work. After all. Sai, however, Chiefin, who was not related to him, did not mind at all. It was really Sai. It was hard to explain in a few words. The old man's heart was warm. This kind of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. And Yanjun looked at the old auntie and said, eat more vegetables and fruits during this period of time. If you can't eat cold food, you can boil the fruits. If you feel that your bowel movements are not smooth, you can use some bowel movements medicine first. The bowel movements just now were all hard. It won't do for a long time. Old people have basic diseases. Although constipation seems to be a disease of the digestive system, it can also cause blood pressure to rise, cerebral vascular rupture, myocardial infarction, and even sudden death. And Yanjun was like this. He spoke the truth and made the problem sound very serious because he was worried that the patient would not pay enough attention to it. He had to make them pay more attention. However, these were all the truth. The old auntie's expression changed. To be honest, she was really a little frightened. She quickly wrote it down. Okay. Thank you, Chiefin. I will definitely remember. After saying that, she held Chifin's hand with both hands and looked at him gratefully. Chiefin, sorry to trouble you. Hurry up and eat. And Yanjun washed his hands and went back to eat as usual. Perhaps many people would think that it was dirty, but in fact, whether it was dirty or not had its own standards in the eyes of doctors. Was the hotel clean? It looked very bright and beautiful. Was the hospital ward clean? It looked old and old. Actually, in the eyes of doctors, cleanliness meant that there were no pathogens or bacteria. It did not mean that it looked bright and beautiful. The hospital ward, observation room, intensive care unit, and even the bed sheets and blankets needed to be sterilized regularly. After Yanjun came back, Healy smiled. You are busy. I will go back first. Remember to bring the insulated box back tomorrow. The child is at home doing her homework. And Yanjun quickly got up and sent her to the emergency room door. Healy got on her scooter. You can go back. I am leaving. She waved her hand and left. And Yanjun watched as Healy's scooter disappeared before he turned around. Lina, who was at the side, sighed. Sigh, how nice. I am so envious. At this moment, an intern nurse could not help but ask, Chiefin, what does sister-in-law do for a living? And Yanjun smiled. She sells clothes in a shopping mall. It is quite tough. After the young nurse heard that, although she did not say it out loud, she thought in her heart, no wonder she is so good to Chiefin. After all, in her eyes, Yanjun was the deputy chief of a provincial hospital. He was an amazing person and might even be a chief in the future. On the other hand, Healy was just a salesperson that anyone could do. In her eyes, they were not equal. Therefore, in her opinion, Healy was good to Yanjun because she was afraid that Yanjun would not want her. After all, in her opinion, Yanjun's status was much higher than hers. At this moment, Yanjun saw through the young nurse's thoughts and could not help but say, compared to your sister-in-law, my contributions to this family are really not as good as hers. When Lina heard that, she immediately became interested. This was because Chiefin was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. However, he rarely talked about family matters with everyone and usually did not speak much. She could not help but ask, Chiefin, I've never heard you talk about it before. Tell us youngsters about it. And Yanjun actually did not like to talk about his own matters, especially family matters. He, who did not like to talk to begin with, rarely participated in gossip. Your sister-in-law and I have known each other for more than 20 years. We have also been together for more than 20 years. We are from the same town and sat at the same table in junior high. Your sister-in-law does not like to study, but she is actually very smart. However, she has brothers at home and they all have to go to school. At that time, the village could not afford to support 3 children. We were together at that time. However, at that time, we were secretive. No one dared to say anything. After graduating from junior high, your sister-in-law stopped going to school and went to work. Wherever I went to school, she went to work in that city. She could not bear to eat or wear the money she earned. She sent money home to support her brother's schooling and even took a portion of it to support my schooling. At that time, I swore that I would let her live a good life in the future. After that, I went to university. In the eyes of the villagers, I brought honor to my ancestors and was very impressive. At that time, your sister-in-law was both happy and afraid. She was happy that I got into university, but she was also worried that one day, I would not want her anymore. However, she has a carefree personality and never said anything. During my schooling period, she never visited me at school. She was worried that my classmates would look down on me when they saw her. At this point, Chang Lina and the other young nurses felt a lump in their throat. Even Yanjun could not help but take a deep breath. When your sister-in-law was in her 20s, she was actually very beautiful, but she never dressed herself up. She was reluctant to spend money on new clothes and saved it to buy clothes and books for me. She was not literate and was afraid that one day, she would fall behind. I don't know where she heard some words, but she said that she was afraid that we would not have a common language, so after work, she would go to the bookstore to help out, and read more books. Over the years, she bought more books at home than I did. After I graduated from university, I actually wanted to work, but she insisted that I take the postgraduate entrance exam. I saw that she was working so hard, so I did not want to take the exam. At that time, we could still arrange work. However, I don't know where she heard this theory from, but she insisted that I take the postgraduate entrance exam. Because of this, I don't know how many times we quarreled, but every time, nothing came of it. In the end, she said that if I did not pass the postgraduate entrance exam, she would break up with me. At this point, Yanjun could not help but sniff. He was a little emotional. After I graduated, I was assigned to the hand surgery department of the Second Eastern University Hospital. There were many people in the unit who introduced me to girls. When your sister-in-law found out, she secretly cried every day, but when she saw me, she smiled like a flower. To be honest, the two of us had been together for about 15 years at that time. We were already used to each other's existence. If I really did not have her, I would not know if I was worthy of being a human. Later, in my second year of work, I saved more than 5,000 yuan and got married. But it's also good. We've been through so many ups and downs for so many years. Now, the child is already 12 years old. It's really fast. These words touched the few young nurses. This kind of love where they gave for each other and sheltered each other from the wind and rain was enviable at any time. It was not easy for a woman to do this. In a materialistic society, how many people were still giving their true feelings silently? At this moment, how could the few young nurses still look down on Healy? Everyone recalled the woman who was dressed simply and loved to smile generously just now and suddenly felt that she was very amazing. They could only silently give their blessings. Such a person deserves happiness. You deserve to grow old together. In the past 10 years, it was Healy who had been giving silently. And Yanjun had long sworn in his heart for the rest of his life: winter snow is you, spring flower is you, summer rain is you, autumn yellow is you, the cold and warm of the 4 seasons is you. And Yanjun, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, had a ball of fire in his heart. A ball of fire that burned only for Healy and chased away the cold for her. P.S. Let me say something. Winter is here and the air is drier. It's the season when constipation is high. Even people who don't have constipation may have constipation. Those who have constipation may have it worse. And constipation is one of the high-risk factors for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases in the elderly, such as myocardial infarction, cerebral hemorrhage, and so on. If there are elderly people in the family who have diabetes, high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and other basic diseases, you must pay more attention and remind them more. Every year, there are many cases of myocardial infarction and cerebral infarction caused by constipation. I hope everyone will pay attention to it. Of course, I'll give you a suggestion. You can eat some white radishes to help with bowel movements. Chinese medicine once said that eating radishes in winter and ginger in summer is beneficial. Eating radishes in winter is beneficial, but you can't eat too much. Eat more fruits and vegetables, refer to the introduction in the article. The old man and the old auntie sat in the ICU and chatted in low voices. Both of them were in their 60s this year and were not yet 70 years old. However, because of their years of hard work, they looked older. In the past 2 years, it was not easy for their children to be born. Only then did their good days gradually relax. The old man sat there and heaved a sigh of relief. He kept saying, "Sigh, there are still many good people. Even my daughter's son thinks I'm dirty. Director and doesn't mind at all. He used his hand to buckle it for me. He's really, sigh, a good person. Indeed, anyone would be extremely grateful if such a thing happened. The old man leaned back against the mattress and sighed with emotion. However, the old auntie seemed to have something on her mind. She sat there without saying a word, and her face was a little red and hot. When the old man saw that his wife was silent, he could not help but ask, "Old woman, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything?" The old auntie was a little embarrassed and did not have the nerve to say it. When she thought of what had happened back then, she felt a little apologetic. The old man saw that something was wrong and could not help but turn around. He saw that her face was flushed red. He was shocked. "What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. I'll call a doctor for you." When the old auntie saw this, she quickly grabbed the old man. "What are you doing? Sit here and be quiet for a while." The old man was puzzled. "What's wrong with you? Say something." The old auntie could not help but sigh. "This director I've seen him before." The old man was stunned. "When?" To be honest, the old auntie's face had turned red from the moment she saw Xianxia. She had seen this person before, and she had a deep impression of him. The old auntie then said, 10 years ago, but he wasn't in this hospital. He was in the second hospital of the Eastern University." When the old man heard that it was 10 years ago, he could not remember clearly. At that time, he was still working outside and would only return home half a year. At that time, his youngest son was in university and his eldest son was not married. The burden at home was too heavy. The old man followed his workmates to the capital to repair the subway. He had no idea what his wife was talking about. The old auntie let out a long sigh. "This matter. I didn't tell you at all. You're still in the capital. I didn't want you to worry. At that time, I was washing the dishes at home. There was water on the floor and I didn't notice it. I fell and landed on my wrist. At that time, my hand was in so much pain that I couldn't lift it, but I couldn't bear to go to the hospital for treatment. It got worse after a day, so I went to the first hospital of Eastern University to see a doctor. When I got there, it happened to be Dr. N who treated me. He took an X-ray of my wrist, and the result showed that there was no fracture. Everything was fine, so he gave me some medicine and told me to go home and rest. But, after I went home, I still couldn't lift my arm the next day, so I went to the emergency department. After a checkup, I found that my elbow was slightly fractured. At that time, I was also quite angry. I always felt that this young doctor had neglected to diagnose me and even spent more money. I was so angry that I reported that young doctor to the medical department. Fortunately, it's not serious and doesn't require surgery. The hospital gave me a free cast and prescribed a lot of medicine. Actually, I didn't explain the situation clearly. Sigh. I even reported Dr. N. It's really, speaking of this, the old auntie was quite embarrassed. After all, she had reported the young doctor into the medical department. This was a bad record for a young doctor. At this time, the old auntie said, then, after a while, about a year or so, I cut my hand while cutting vegetables. I rushed to the hospital in a hurry and happened to meet Dr. N again. But, maybe he doesn't remember me, but I remember him. After I saw him, I was quite embarrassed and was about to leave to find another doctor. But after Dr. N examined me, he told me that my tendon was broken and that I needed surgery. At that time, our family was in trouble and we didn't have enough to eat. How could I bear to do surgery? I didn't have the money at all. I told him to disinfect and bandage it for me. Dr. N explained to me for a long time about the importance of tendons, but our family didn't have the money. I made up my mind and took out my handkerchief. Dr. N saw that I took out a pile of change from my pocket and immediately understood. But, he wouldn't be at ease if I didn't suture the tendon, but there really wasn't enough money. In the end, Dr. N still did it for me. He did it for me in the treatment room. He paid for the tendon suture out of his own pocket. At that time, I remember very clearly that it cost 25 yuan for the bandage and 5 yuan for the registration fee. I was really embarrassed at that time, but I was too embarrassed to tell Dr. N that I was the one who reported him. I didn't have the money to express my gratitude, so I ran away. In the future, I didn't dare to go to the Eastern University Second Hospital because I was afraid of meeting Dr. N. Speaking of this, the old man was also stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The old auntie sat there and was silent for a long time. Both of them were the same. After a while, the old auntie said, "Sigh. God arranged for me to repay his kindness. I thought I wouldn't be able to see Dr. N. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing today." The two of them were silent for a long time. After a long while, the old man got up, put on his slippers, and looked at his wife. "Let's go. A person should do what they should do. Dr. N is a good person. We have to go and make things clear. We have to apologize. When we come back, give the boss a call and ask him to prepare a gift for Director N tomorrow. We have to go and make things clear tonight." The old man was an honest person. He couldn't hide things in his heart. When he heard the old lady say this, he immediately got up and was about to go. When the old auntie heard this, she was a little flustered, but she still got up. The two of them went to the office uneasily. At this time, Yanjun was sitting there reading a book. The old man walked up and smiled embarrassedly. "Director N, I didn't disturb you, did I?" And Yanjun put down the book and nodded. "Yes, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" The old man shook his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm here to thank Director N. I'm really embarrassed." And Yanjun smiled and shook his head. "It's okay." The old man gave the old auntie a look. The old auntie then said slowly, "Dr. N, I have something to tell you. Don't be angry with me." And Yanjun was stunned and looked at the old auntie curiously. "What's the matter?" The old auntie blushed and said in a low voice, When I was at the second hospital of Eastern University, I sued you. 11 years ago, I hurt my wrist again. You showed it to me and said it was fine. Then the next day, my elbow hurt, so I went to the emergency room. After the examination, my elbow was a little fractured. I was a little angry, so I sued you to the medical department, saying that you missed the diagnosis. At that time, I didn't explain it clearly. You also wanted to help me save money, so, it's my fault." When Yanjun heard this, he immediately remembered. At that time, he had just started working. He didn't have enough work experience and clinical experience. At that time, this matter had a great impact on him. This even had an inseparable relationship with his personality later on. And Yanjun was very strict now because this matter had affected him too much when he was young. It was also because of this matter that Yanjun formed his current strict work attitude. At that time, the conflict between doctors and patients was not as tense as it was now, so. And Yanjun was not punished. After all, everyone often made mistakes at that time, and medical treatment was not perfect. When Yanjun heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, "This matter is not your fault. To be honest, I have to thank you." And Yanjun was telling the truth. Without experience, there would be no growth. Over the years, his strict personality had helped him suffer a lot less. After a while, the old auntie continued, "Then there was one more thing. I hurt my finger again when I went to the hospital, but I met you. I don't dare to say that I complained to you. At that time, you saw that I had no money and couldn't bear to see me leave just like that. You stitched my tendon for free and bought the tendon suture out of your own pocket. I'm really grateful. I wanted to thank you later, but I couldn't find you in the second hospital of Eastern University. They said that you changed your position. Sigh, I didn't expect to meet you again today. You even personally helped my old man, Dr. N. I was muddle-headed back then. I hope it didn't affect you too much." After Yanjun heard this, he couldn't help but smile. "Okay, uncle, auntie, you can go back and rest early. Don't mind it. This is what I should do." The old man shook his head. "No, Director N, we have to repay kindness. Although we are uneducated, we still heard a few words from our ancestors." As he said this, the old man pulled his wife and bowed sincerely to Yanjun. "Director N, you are a good person. We will always remember your kindness. Sometimes, life is such a coincidence. Ordinary is full of twists and turns and coincidences. Anything can affect our growth. But kindness is never late. P.S. These two pictures are about director Yanjin's past. This is a real person. The old man's ability is limited, so the writing is not perfect. Maybe some people think that I'm a saint or something. Can't I write about selfishness? But there are some things that I hope to use my own ability to ease the doctor-patient relationship and make the cold winter a little warmer. Although I have resigned and stayed at home, I really hope that every doctor can uphold medical ethics, abide by the bottom line of professional ethics, and be a good doctor. At the same time, I also hope that I can do my best to ease the current tense medical environment and the worsening doctor-patient relationship through some characters and stories. I believe that kindness will never be late. Behind it are the lives and pasts of Lao Chen, Chen Bingxing, Shirna, Li Baoshan, and others. This is a long novel. I hope that the characters in the book have a beginning and an end, cough cough. Although there are only 2 chapters, there are 7,000 words. It is more than the usual 3 chapters. It feels incoherent when separated. You will definitely understand me. Yes, that's right. Now, Chen Song was no longer in charge of the patients. He did not need to go for ward rounds at a fixed time every day, nor did he need to write some complicated medical records. His time was relatively free. Most of the time, he was in the emergency department, dealing with emergency affairs, arranging surgeries, and so on. But most of the time, in order to observe the patient's postoperative condition and evaluate the postoperative effect, he would still go for ward rounds. But basically, he would go for ward rounds with the doctor in charge. After the shift, Lao Chen handed a pile of more than 10 medical records to Chen Song. Let's go for ward rounds. Chen Song habitually hugged a pile of medical records. Suddenly, he thought, that's not right. Boss, I object. I have an opinion. I'm no longer your junior doctor. You can't do this to me. Chen Bingxing replied, oh, I know. So? Chen Song was speechless. For a moment, he was speechless. That's right, so, I can't seem to find any reason. Chen Song could not help but sigh. Alright, ding. Follow Dr. Chen Bingxing for ward rounds. Obtained EXP plus 20, RMB plus 20. When Chen Song heard it, he accepted the mission and suddenly felt, it's so good. Chen Song suddenly felt that the system was too considerate. He felt very comfortable and enjoyed a mission. Although the reward was very little, this feeling was really great. In fact, if everyone had such a system in their life, perhaps everyone would work hard even if they were tired and bitter, right? Many of Chen Song's patients had been operated on by him. When they saw Chen Song and Chen Bingxing come in, they were all very happy and stood up to express their gratitude. After all, the surgery was successful. This was also a relatively joyous matter. However, the difference between ward rounds now and before was that Chen Song was no longer the passerby and in turn from before. Even if the way he held the medical records did not change at all, the attitude of the patients had completely changed. After all, Chen Song was now the chief surgeon for many of their patients. Everyone looked at their wounds and felt very satisfied. Dr. Chen, if it weren't for the pain in my wound, I wouldn't have thought that I had undergone surgery. The wound was treated really well. Yes, Dr. Chen, I think your incisions are growing fast. When he heard the patient's words, Lao Chen knew that this was definitely not a compliment. It was best not to accept it, otherwise, it would be very awkward. Chen Song was wearing a mask, so no one could see his expression. He asked a few questions, looked at the wound, and continued his ward rounds. After Chen Bingxing came out of the ward, he grabbed Chen Song and asked, Xiao Chen, wait. Do you have anything to do this morning? Chen Song was stunned. It seemed that he really did not have any surgeries this morning. I'm fine. What's wrong, boss? Chen Bingxing pondered for a moment and coughed. Well, I have 2 laparoscopic surgeries in the morning. Can you teach me how to perform a minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery? I think it's pretty good. Ding. Triggered a mission. Learn from each other. Teach Chen Bingxing the minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery. In return, Chen Bingxing will teach you exploratory biliary tract opening. Chen Song was instantly stunned. Was there such a thing? Learn from each other? Not bad, not bad. Even if there was no reward, Chen Song would still teach Boss Chen the minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery with all his heart. However, giving him a reward at the same time was icing on the cake. It was definitely something that he could not refuse. When he thought of this, Chen Song quickly said, "Of course, no problem." There was still a big difference between people. When Chen Song developed the minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery, the hospital still paid more attention to it. They once asked many surgeons to learn it, but most of them left after watching it once or twice. Many people did not take it seriously at all, perhaps they would think that this was an insignificant matter. After all, the laparoscopic surgery itself was already very small. Everyone thought that it was meaningless to perform the surgery. Moreover, many people even thought that Chen Song and Wang Yong were just two young people. There were also some people who could not bring themselves to do it. Perhaps they could not stand the department director's reminder, so they just watched it once and went through the motions. After that, they left. They did not care at all. This even caused Chen Song's mission to fail. He did not get a single reward. It was actually commendable that Chen Bingxing took the initiative to ask to learn. The two of them walked to the operating theater together. Lu Jian happened to come out. When he saw the two of them, he smiled. "Yo, Xiao Chen, you're following Lao Chen to perform surgeries again?" Chen Song chuckled. No, Teacher Lu. Boss Chen is following me this time." Yes, as expected, there was a light slap on his head. Lu Jian also laughed. "Kid, you're talkative. But you should learn more from Lao Chen. Lao Chen has a lot of skills." Chen Song nodded. That was right. After all, he still could not come into contact with high-level monsters. He could only rely on assists to survive. It was good to follow Boss Chen in large-scale surgeries. What if he could steal some skills? When he thought of this, Chen Song secretly set a small goal for himself. Steal all of Boss Chen's skills. After some preparation, Lu Jian successfully anesthetized the patient. When the surgery began, Chen Song took the scalpel first and said to Chen Bingxing, "Boss, actually, the core of minimally invasive small wounds is the treatment of the incision. The most important thing is the choice of incision. First, you have to think about what kind of incision is more suitable. Then, you have to consider the degree of regularity of the incision. You also have to consider when you suture later." Chen Bingxing listened very seriously. He was not embarrassed. After all, learning was learning with humility. Because laparoscopic surgery required general anesthesia, the two of them chatted more freely. If the patient woke up, they would definitely panic. Lao Chen's incision skill was at master level. He had a deeper understanding of what Chen Song said. However, it was still a matter of principle. He still needed some time to get used to it. Moreover, minimally invasive small wounds needed to be sutured later. The incision had to be made according to the angle of the suture. The first surgery was opened and sutured by Chen Song. Lao Chen was eager to try the second surgery. Although the result was much worse than Chen Song's, it was indeed a little better than his previous sutures. After the two surgeries, Lao Chen had other surgeries. Chen Song had something to do, so he returned to the emergency department. At around 11 o'clock, the family of the patient in bed 11 suddenly quarreled with the chief physician, Wang Yong. When Chen Song saw it, he quickly walked over. He heard a tall man standing at the door of the ward cursing while pointing at Wang Yong's nose. In contrast, Wang Yong's face turned red. He wanted to explain, but it was obvious that the patient did not give him a chance. The man was almost 1.9 meters tall and was very strong. In comparison, Wang Yong was less than 1.75 meters. His body was much thinner in comparison. However, it was not because of the difference in physique that Wang Yong did not scold back or refute. It was because in the hospital, doctors were the ones who were punished if they quarreled or fought with patients. "Isn't my dad just suffering from cholecystitis? Why didn't you perform the surgery when you brought him in? Are you a doctor? It's said on the internet that cholecystitis surgeries should be performed as soon as possible. If it's delayed, the condition will worsen. You came in yesterday and said that you needed to complete the checkup. Now that the checkup is out, why didn't you arrange the surgery? Are you waiting for me to give you a red packet? Trash. I've seen a lot of doctors like you. Don't let me see you in the future. The man seemed to think that Wang Yong was in the wrong when he saw that Wang Yong did not say anything, so he became even more unreasonable. His scolding words were even more unpleasant. Moreover, they were slandering the doctors on the internet. They said that they would not arrange surgeries if they did not accept the red packet and that they would drag the patient down. As soon as Wang Yong spoke, his voice was covered by the man's loud voice. Wang Yong saw that his explanation was useless, so he simply turned around and prepared to leave before contacting the director. However, at this moment, the man grabbed Wang Yong. What's wrong? Are you running? Let me tell you, if you don't explain things clearly today, don't even think about going anywhere. Also, something happened to my father again. You can wait to go to court. Quack doctor, vermin. Chen Song's expression changed and he walked forward. Wang Yong was his colleague and friend. In a sense, he was also his disciple. Chen Song did not think about this matter and would definitely protect Wang Yong. However, Chen Song thought about it and put on a pair of gloves first before walking out. After all, without gloves, his strength would not be increased. If there was a fight, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? A +5 strength bonus was equivalent to 50%. Chen Song was tall and strong to begin with. Moreover, emergency treatment was usually physical work, so it trained him even more. Even this strong man might not be able to compete with him. After Chen Song walked over, he said faintly, "Let go first. If there's anything, you can tell me. Or if you have doubts about our treatment, you can complain or even call the police. It's fine." When the strong man saw Chen Song, his expression did not change at all. Is this the reinforcements? Chen Song shook his head and stared at the man. There's no reinforcements. This is not a fight. This is a hospital. Let go first. The man was stunned and glanced at Chen Song. Go and call your director. I'm not talking to you. If you don't give us an explanation today, I won't let him go. Chen Song casually placed his hand on the man's hand and forcefully grasped it. Suddenly, a huge force came through, and the man quickly let go of Wang Yong. The man was shocked. Just now, Chen Song's strength had truly shocked him. He had never thought that this junior doctor would have such great strength. Chen Song's action immediately shocked the surrounding crowd. After all, it was a Monday morning, and there were still many patients in the emergency department. There was no reason for them not to watch the drama unfold. In fact, it was easier for patients to be brought in by other patients. After all, in the medical industry, many people felt that patients were a vulnerable group. Therefore, as patients, they instinctively believed the man's words. This action of Chen Song's directly shocked the surrounding people. After all, Chen Song had casually pulled away such a tall and sturdy man. This kind of shocking scene was very vivid. This young doctor actually has such great strength. He actually pulled a 1.9-meter tall sturdy man away in an instant. How much strength did he have? When the man saw how strong Chen Song was, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chen Song took advantage of this gap and said to Wang Yong, "Bring me the medical record of bed 11. Wang Yong took a deep breath and looked at Chen Song gratefully. He nodded and walked to the side. The man was about to speak, but Chen Song stared at him and said, "I'll look at the medical record first. You can talk later." Chen Song had reason and evidence. The key was that he had strength. This made the man speechless. After a while, Wang Yong came over with the medical record holder and printed the medical record. There was a detailed medical record on it. After Chen Song finished reading, he suddenly frowned. Wang Yong looked at the man with a sneer and said loudly, "Cholecystitis broke out for 3 days. After more than 72 hours, he was sent to the hospital. When he was admitted, the patient's symptoms were very bad. I urgently checked the blood picture and the serum bilirubin was very high. Aspartate aminotransferase, alkaline phosphatase. These indicators were very abnormal. Although the evaluation of the functions of the heart, lungs, liver, and kidneys are normal, the old man is 80 years old this year. The cholecystitis broke out for more than 72 hours. It may be accompanied by a serious abdominal infection. Now, his body temperature is high and there are obvious symptoms of poisoning. I advised him to transfer to the ICU and wait for the whole body's symptoms to stabilize before the surgery. He said that I wouldn't perform the surgery. Speaking of this, Wang Yong sneered and asked the man, "You said that I received a red packet? Well, let me ask you. When your father was hospitalized, you didn't have enough money to pay the hospitalization fee. Who did it for you? If you had a little conscience, your father wouldn't have done this. You said that I don't have medical ethics. Then let me ask you. Your father's cholecystitis broke out for 3 days. The symptoms are very obvious. Why did you only send him to the hospital today? Let me tell you, if it had happened, even if you were sent the next day, your father would have already been sent to the operating table. He would be waiting for a stable recovery now. You still have the nerve to criticize me?" After all, Wang Yong was a young man. Being pointed at and scolded naturally made him unhappy. Every word was said with reason and evidence, and it immediately put the man in a difficult position. When the surrounding patients heard this, they snorted. They thought that he was a good person, but they didn't expect him to be such a person. When the man saw this, he was suddenly speechless. His face turned red and he wanted to refute. After all, the matter had already been blown up. Why would a hooligan like him be afraid of making a big deal out of it? However, at this moment, 2 men and a woman ran in from the periphery. They looked older than the man. The 3 of them had already heard the conversation between Xianxia and Wang Yong. They were so angry that their hands were trembling. An older man was so angry that his hands were trembling. He pointed at the man and scolded, "Fourth brother, you only sent Dad to the hospital after 3 days of cholecystitis. Do you want him to die?" With that question, everyone immediately understood that they were a family. The older woman hurriedly ran into the ward to take care of her father. The other man let out a sigh. How could he not know his younger brother? He was always idle and did not do his job. His 2 brothers and sister were quite busy in other places. They were willing to pay to take care of the old man. The 3 of them thought that the nanny was not as considerate as their brothers, so they could subsidize their father. How much money could the old man spend? Didn't all the money go to their younger brother? But they didn't expect that their father's cholecystitis would act up for 3 days without them noticing. How was that possible? Would anyone who was worried be like this? Everyone knew what kind of illness cholecystitis was. Moreover, their father had a history of this illness. His 2 brothers and sister usually gave him a lot of money. How could he not have money for treatment and surgery? Moreover, 2 days ago, Ming Ming called to say that their father's cholecystitis had acted up. The 3 of them each transferred 5,000 yuan back. In the end, they owed the hospital fees. Did they not know what that meant? The second brother hurriedly said to Wang Yong and Xianxia, "Doctor, it's all our fault. I apologize to you. Please forgive us. My younger brother is muddle-headed and doesn't know anything. You must save him." At this moment, the older woman also ran out. "Doctor, you must save my father." At this moment, the people around could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Every family had its own difficulties. Encountering such a muddle-headed person was really a troublemaker, Chen-song sighed. At this time, they should save the patient first. He remembered that he had performed a similar surgery in the virtual space. He turned around and patted Wang Yong. He glanced at him and said, "Calm down." Wang Yong shook his head. "I'm fine." When the middle-aged man heard Wang Yong's harsh words, he was instantly enraged. "How can you say that? You make it sound like I'm deliberately trying to kill my father? Do you think everyone is like you doctors? How would we know such things?" When the man's elder brother saw this, he couldn't help but shout angrily, "Enough. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" When the man saw this, even though he was angry, he couldn't help but snort. He walked out of the emergency room and shouted, "All right, you guys do it. I don't care." When the elder brother saw this, he was instantly furious. However, this was a hospital. If he said anything more, he would be seen as a joke. Thinking of this, the elder brother sighed and walked to Chen-song and Wang Yong's side. "Sigh. Doctor, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." The man's clothes were very exquisite and he was very elegant. When Wang Yong saw that the other party's attitude was so good, he calmed down and said, "It's fine." The elder brother said to Chen Song, "By the way, is my father's condition really that serious?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, according to the examination and test results, we have to control the symptoms of his body first and choose a date for surgery." After saying that, Chen Song glanced at Wang Yong. "You rest for a while. I'll go see the patient." When the elder brother saw this, he quickly followed Chen Song to the ward. Wang Yong was a little emotionally unstable now. Chen Song also hoped that he would rest for a while and calm down. Wang Yong nodded and returned to the office. After Chen Song came in, he saw the old man lying on the bed. He was very tall and the bed looked very small. Chen Song estimated that the man was at least 200 kilograms and 1.8 meters tall. Even in his 80s, he could still maintain this height. Moreover, the man was very fat. Even when he was lying there, he could see his protruding belly. Wang Yong was more attentive and used ECG monitoring on the man, but the situation was still a little bad. The man at the beginning could not take care of the old man at all. Chen Song also knew the nurse he hired from the hospital. She was an auntie in her early 50s and often worked as a nurse in the emergency department. With them around, he felt more at ease than the patient's family. Chen Song said, "Auntie, give me the film." The nurse nodded and took out all the checkups from the bedside table. Chen Song started reading. After Wang Yong returned to his office, he calmed down and his anger dissipated. He sat on his chair and paced back and forth, feeling a little uneasy. After all, this was his patient. The old man was so old. To be honest, a normal hospital would definitely not accept him. Family members. Family members were family members, but the elderly were innocent. After thinking back and forth for a few minutes, Wang Yong finally calmed down. His anger subsided but Wang Yong couldn't sit still. After all, the old man was brought in by him and his condition wasn't stable. After comforting himself, Wang Yong quickly got up and walked to the ward. To be honest, a doctor really needed to have a self-regulating mentality. Otherwise, there would definitely be problems. After Wang Yong entered the ward, Chen Song had already finished reading the film and did a detailed physical examination for the old man. However, the more he understood the old man's condition, the more uneasy Chen Song felt. The situation seemed to be more serious than he imagined. The old man's eldest son saw Chen Song's expression and his face suddenly changed. Dong Changxing couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, how is it?" Chen Song looked at the old man and couldn't help but say, "The situation is a little special." Just as Dr. Wang said, the old man's cholecystitis broke out for more than 72 hours. Now, his whole body is seriously poisoned and his condition is very bad. He definitely can't tolerate cholecystectomy. Now, I'm most worried that the patient may go into shock. But according to the current situation, the effect of internal medicine treatment may be mediocre. If this continues, there will definitely be problems. The eldest son, Dong Changxing, frowned slightly. The second son and third sister looked at the old man with a worried face. Dong Changxing couldn't help but say, "Doctor, what should we do now?" Chen Song actually felt that he could take the risk and perform the surgery because there would definitely be problems if this dragged on. There was no doubt about it. However, could Chen Song guarantee that the surgery would be successful? No. Thinking of this, Chen Song didn't act rashly. Instead, he looked at Dong Changxing and said, "How about this? You guys take a rest first. I'll report to our department director as soon as possible and organize a case discussion. We'll let the experts in each department discuss the patient's situation together and make a decision as soon as possible. What do you think?" Dong Changxing pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, doctor." Chen Song nodded and left the office together with Wang Yong. After they came out, Chen Song called Li Baoshan and reported the situation. Li Baoshan had just finished the surgery. After he heard the news, he immediately returned to the emergency department and contacted Zhang Youfu and the chief of the hematology department. It was almost 12 o'clock. Li Baoshan rushed back to the emergency department. He didn't even have time to change before he walked to the ward. After seeing the patient, his face suddenly darkened. The situation was a little special, Therefore, he called the department directors again and urged them to discuss and make a decision as soon as possible. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Youfu, Li Baoshan, and the others gathered in the office and began to discuss. Were they considering whether to continue the internal medicine conservative treatment, or to arrange the surgery as soon as possible? Who would perform the surgery? What kind of surgery would they perform? These were all questions. The patient's situation was a little special. The surgery was very difficult because the adhesions in the abdominal cavity were definitely very serious. Cholecystectomy was impossible. To put it bluntly, the area around the gallbladder triangle was probably rotten. If it was separated, it would definitely damage the liver and even the arteries. The large infection in the abdominal cavity was relatively bad. If something went wrong, it could even kill the patient. Everyone didn't have time to eat. Zhang Youfu made a call and called Xianxia over. The First People's Hospital of Eastern University and the Second People's Hospital of Sichuan Province were close to each other. Xianxia had just finished eating, so he quickly took a taxi and ran over. After he came in and learned about the patient's situation, he pondered for a moment. It was a little difficult to come to a conclusion. The patient is too fat. The layer of fat is so thick, and the adhesions below are so serious. There must be a problem with the surgery. Xianxia didn't show off. He just told the truth. Let's put it this way. We can try a cholecystectomy, but there's a problem, and that is that we may not be able to find the gallbladder. At this point, Xianxia looked at the family member, the old man's eldest son, Dong Xianxing, and said, "Now you need to make a decision. If you do the surgery, it may be very risky, but it can alleviate the illness. However, if you don't do the surgery, the old man's situation will only get worse and worse. To put it bluntly, you have already delayed the best treatment time and even aggravated the patient's infection, so, make a decision as soon as possible." Dong Xianxing was the eldest in the family. When he learned that the old man was sick, he asked his driver to send him back from Behe province. Dong Xianxing was quite capable. He was the second in command of the government in Behe province. He was considered a leader with real power. This time, he came back in a hurry and did not think too much. When he heard the experts say that it was too difficult, he was not confident. However, when he saw the old man lying on the bed sleepily, he was very worried. He could not just leave him hanging like this. After thinking about it, he decided to think of a way himself and find an expert to take a look. "Well, director, with my father's condition, can we delay it for a day?" Dong Xianxing asked Qianliang. Qianliang said, "1 day is fine, but it can't be too long. Although the patient's condition is stable now, we are worried that it will worsen. If we carry out internal medicine treatment now, it won't be a problem to maintain it. We are mainly worried that the condition will worsen if we don't carry out surgery. We have seen this situation before. If internal medicine treatment is ineffective and we don't carry out surgery, the condition will worsen quickly." Dong Xianxing nodded and made up his mind. He took this opportunity to make a phone call. Soon, Dong Xianxing contacted the director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of 301 Hospital, Zhou Hongguang. Chief Zhou was the leader in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Now, everyone in the field knew that Chief Zhou would be elected as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhou Hongguang gave Dong Xianxing face and decided to come to Dongyang province tonight. Dong Xianxing was naturally very excited. He quickly went into the ward and said, "Director Qian, Director Li, I contacted Chief Zhou of 301 Hospital. He said that he will come tonight. Can we make a decision tomorrow? Let's hold on for today." When he said that, everyone was stunned. Qianliang asked curiously, "Chief Zhou, are you talking about Chief Zhou Hongguang?" Dong Xianxing nodded. "Yes, Chief Zhou." When he said that, everyone was naturally speechless. After all, Chief Zhou was the leader of the younger generation in China's Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. He was about to be elected as an academician and was the vice chairman of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of China. This position was too great. Everyone looked at Dong Xianxing. It was amazing that he was so capable. However, this was not a bad thing for them. In fact, it was a good thing. Now that Chief Physician Zhou was here, it did not matter if the patient was cured or not. Their responsibility and burden were lighter. Moreover, they might even be able to build a relationship with Chief Physician Zhou. In the future, it would be more convenient to invite them to Dongyang province for meetings or surgeries. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Dong Changxing personally brought Zhou Hongguang to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Qianliang did not do anything today. He handed in his shift early and came to the emergency department of the 2nd Qingdu Provincial Hospital. As the chairman of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Dongyang Province, Qianliang and Zhou Hongguang knew each other. They could be considered old friends. The two of them had a good relationship and often had meetings together. Seeing Zhou Hongguang come in, Qianliang quickly went up to him. "Director Zhou, long time no see." Zhou Hongguang saw Qianliang and smiled. "Long time no see, Director Qian." Since they were here for a consultation, there was no time for small talk. After some preparation, they came to old Master Dong's sickbed. After Zhou Hongguang finished the examination, he discussed with Qianliang, Zhang Youfu, and the others. After saying that, he looked at Dong Changxing and said with a heavy expression, "Chief Dong, I understand your father's current situation. My suggestion is actually the same as Director Qian and the others. The internal medicine treatment is no longer effective. If we continue to delay it, it will definitely continue to worsen. However, I have to explain to you about the surgery. It's very difficult because of a few points. First, your father is relatively fat, and the abdominal fat layer is very thick. After the surgery, it will be difficult to explore the gallbladder. Second, cholecystitis has been acting up for 4 days, and a large area of infection and adhesions in the abdominal cavity is inevitable. The difficulty will increase again. Last but not least, the old man is too old and has many basic diseases. This will undoubtedly increase the risk of the surgery. Cholecystectomy will definitely be unbearable. Even if it can be tolerated, I don't dare to do it. To be honest, at this time, I think that once the gallbladder is separated, the liver will definitely be damaged. This is inevitable, so my suggestion is to perform a cholecystectomy." Zhou Hongguang was Dong Changxing's last hope. When he heard Zhou Hongguang's words, what else could he say? He could only cooperate actively. The surgery was prepared very quickly. Zhou Hongguang was the chief surgeon, and Qianliang, Zhang Youfu, and Li Baoshan worked together. This surgery was at least a chief surgeon who could participate in it. However, the only exception was Chen Song. Li Baoshan was already so old. In fact, he did not need to join in the fun. He was here to give Chen Song courage. "Xiao Chen, come over and learn. This is a rare learning opportunity," Li Baoshan said with a smile. Qianliang also nodded. "Yes, Xiao Chen, come over. Chief Physician Zhou, no, I have to change his name to Academician Zhou soon. This is the current leading figure in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. You have to take a good look at him." Chen Song nodded. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Zhou Hongguang smiled and glanced at Li Baoshan. "Director Li, is this your student?" Li Baoshan smiled. "The doctors in our department are very talented in surgery. They learn everything quickly, and they perform surgeries better." Zhou Hongguang didn't deny it and smiled, nodding his head. He could see that Li Baoshan wanted to give Chen Song a chance, so he simply did him a favor. "Xiao Chen, can you be my first assistant?" When Chen Song heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. First assistant was good, this meant that he could participate in the surgery more often, and he had a better chance to learn from others. When he thought of this, Chen Song nodded. "Thank you, Chief Physician Zhou." Zhang Youfu and the others also smiled. To be honest, they had seen many amazing surgeries, and they did not care about 1 or 2 surgeries. However, Xiao Chen had just started, and he lacked practice and learning. The patient's situation was special. If they used local anesthesia, it would be more troublesome. The rectus abdominis and peritoneum would need to be anesthetized again. After thinking about it, they directly used general anesthesia. Zhou Hongguang took the scalpel and started at the right side of the rib. He gently made a downward slanting incision, and the distance was longer. Chen Song understood that it should be to fill up the exposed gallbladder floor and provide a new career for the surgery. The incision continued to expand, and a thick layer of fat appeared in the surgical field. Chen Song quickly helped. After some work, the abdomen was exposed. After the entire abdominal cavity was opened, a stench came out. Zhou Hongguang's expression changed immediately. The situation seemed to be worse than he thought. Chen Song looked at the abdominal cavity. The adhesion was very serious. This stench should be a bile-like purulent liquid. The abdominal infection was very serious. Chen Song looked at the abdominal cavity, and there was a group of red-named monsters. He had a strange expression on his face. Author's note: I'm going to update 2 chapters first. Tomorrow at noon, 3 chapters. Actually, it would be better to put all 5 chapters together, but I'm not done yet. There's no other way. Zhou Hongguang frowned slightly and continued the surgery without any hesitation. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly realized that Zhou Hongguang's hands were very skillful and stable. When he separated, he always seemed to be just right. This ability was even better than his. Chen Song could not help but gulp. This should be an amazing person, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song inadvertently glanced at Zhou Hongguang. Zhou Hongguang, level? Chen Song gave up. He looked at the hammer and saw a series of question marks. He could not see anything. When would the system give him an attribute appraisal skill? Helplessly, the surgery continued. Chen Song was very good at assisting. As the self-proclaimed best ADC in cholecystectomy in the secondary hospital of Chengdu Provincial Hospital, he was naturally very good at assisting. Especially when Zhou Hongguang was separating, Chen Song always helped at the right time. This made Zhou Hongguang's surgery much easier. This was because separating such a strong adhesive tissue in patients with more serious abdominal infections could easily accidentally hurt the organs. This was very difficult for an assistant. Chen Song's technique was steady and fast. For Zhou Hongguang, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Zhou Hongguang was also slightly curious. This young man seemed to be really good. The surgery continued. The complicated abdominal cavity had been mostly cleaned up. At this time, the bottom of the gallbladder began to be exposed. However, the bottom of the gallbladder was obviously enlarged and thickened. There was bile-like purulent fluid around it. Chen Song saw this and a series of messages suddenly appeared. Purulent cholecystitis monster, level 50, mutated boss monster. High gallbladder tension. You must be careful. Bile infection may infect the surrounding tissues. Chen Song was stunned. A mutated boss monster. This was an existence that was infinitely close to a boss monster. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but gulp. I really want to kill Steel. What should I do? But the person beside me is a legendary NPC. It's so hard for me. Chen Song looked at the purulent appendicitis monster. In fact, before the surgery, he already had an idea. In fact, his idea was exactly the same as the chief physician's. He could have done the surgery. It was a pity that this foreign legendary NPC had stolen his kill. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but feel some heartache and regret. Forget it, I'll just help out a little. Thinking of this, Chen Song took a deep breath and did his job well. He tried not to think too much. Zhou Hongguang took the needle and prepared for the puncture. Chen Song quickly took out a saline gauze pad and placed it around the gallbladder to protect it. Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but smile. This kid is really not bad. Chen Song's action seemed unintentional, but it was actually necessary. This detail could effectively prevent the contaminated bile from flowing out and contaminating the surrounding tissues. Ding! Zhou Hongguang's favorability +5. Chen Song remained calm and collected. Compared to favorability, Chen Song wanted the variant boss more. This was the most critical moment of the operation. Before the operation, the gallbladder needed to be punctured with a needle to decompress. Then, a small pouch of suitable size was made with a sharp knife. With Zhou Hongguang's rich experience, this was a piece of cake for him. The operation was carried out in an orderly manner. Zhou Hongguang used the sharp knife to cut open the center of the pouch and used an aspirator to suck out the contents of the gallbladder. At this point, the operation was nearing its end. Cholecystectomy was used for relief treatment when the gallbladder could not be removed. After the drainage device was connected, the operation could be completed. But, Chen Song was puzzled. Was this the so-called variant boss monster? Was it too simple? Thinking of this, Chen Song immediately frowned. There must be a problem somewhere. Where was it? Chen Song wanted to explore the abdominal cavity and the surrounding gallbladder, but Zhou Hongguang was obviously ready to suture at this time. If he simply made a fistula at the bottom of the gallbladder, even if it was such a troublesome abdominal infection, it definitely wouldn't be considered a variant boss monster, let alone a variant boss monster. Zhou Hongguang looked at Chen Song in a daze and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Xiao Chen, do you have any doubts?" After the operation, Zhou Hongguang also had a good impression of this young man because after he acted as his assistant, he could clearly feel that Chen Song's skills were very good and he had a good grasp of the details of the operation. He was a talent that could be molded. Therefore, when he saw Chen Song staring at the bottom of the gallbladder in a daze with a frown, he was obviously curious. What was he thinking? When Chen Song heard Zhou Hongguang's question, he couldn't help but say, "Teacher Zhou, I want to see the triangle of the gallbladder, the bile duct, and the common hepatic duct above it." Zhou Hongguang was suddenly stunned by this sentence. Even Qianliang and Zhang Youfu were stunned. The old man's situation was very special now. The triangle of the gallbladder could not be separated, and the surgery would only expose the bottom of the gallbladder. This way, the risk of the surgery would be minimized, and the old man would be able to tolerate it. However, at this time, Chen Song's behavior was obviously a little puzzling. The surgery was already over. After the patient recovered, the drainage tube could be removed. Then, after 3 months, a second-stage cholecystectomy could be performed to prevent the recurrence of bile duct symptoms in the future. Chen Song took a deep breath. "I feel like I missed something?" When he said this, it was undoubtedly a slap to Zhou Hongguang's face. However, Chen Song had to say this because it concerned the patient's life and health. Once the abdominal cavity was closed, if there were any special circumstances, it would be very troublesome and even life-threatening. An old man in his 80s. How could his tolerance be so strong? Chen Song thought that Zhou Hongguang would be angry, but on the contrary, Zhou Hongguang stopped and looked at Chen Song with interest. "Oh? What do you think I missed?" Qianliang and Zhang Youfu could not help but sweat. They were very nervous. "Xiao Chen, aren't you messing around? You're asking for trouble. Kid, it's fine if you don't flatter me. Can't you say something nice? At this time, you're saying that I missed something. What did I miss?" Just as Chen Song was speaking, the nurse suddenly said, "There's blood in the drainage tube." Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. They took a closer look and indeed, blood was flowing out of the drainage tube. Why was there blood? Where did the blood come from? This time, everyone was stunned. The sudden bleeding made Zhou Hongguang's expression change. He frowned and his expression was heavy. He suddenly thought of what Chen Song said. What's the problem? Did Xiao Chen discover it? Immediately, he stared at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, what do you think is the problem?" At this time, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Song. Their hearts were full of shock. Did Chen Song really discover the problem? Otherwise, why would he say those words? For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire operating theater was extremely tense. Did Chen Song notice it? To be precise, he did not notice it just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately mystified and said that he had missed something. Even he could not figure out what he had missed. He just wanted to investigate and see if he could find any clues. However, when he saw the blood coming out of the drainage tube, he suddenly thought of a special patient during his special training in the virtual space. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly looked at everyone. He said loudly, "Don't stop the bleeding yet." That one sentence stunned everyone. Everyone was stunned. Don't stop the bleeding. Although the blood flow was not very fast, what did he mean by not stopping the bleeding? Chen Song said to the nurse, "Give me the separating forceps. Scalpel." Chen Song could not be bothered to explain too much. It was useless to say too much, so he might as well do it. Moreover, at this time, the most terrible thing was to stop the bleeding blindly. Because the patient had portal hypertension, the hepatoduodenal ligament had a relatively thick varicose vein, which could easily cause massive bleeding during the operation. At this time, panicked hemostasis could easily injure the hepatic artery, portal vein, and bile duct. It could even lead to an awkward situation where it was difficult to move an inch during the operation. Therefore, Chen Song had to stabilize the situation at this time. Chen Song carefully went to the triangular region of the gallbladder. What he wanted to do was not to separate the gallbladder, but to look for the hepatic duct in the area of the liver. He wanted to verify his idea. There was no need to worry about bleeding a little. With the drainage tube, everything was convenient. The most important thing was to find the core of the problem. Soon, after Chen Song separated the gallbladder, a series of red names appeared in Chen Song's vision: mutated bile duct. Not only Chen Song, but also everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. Zhou Hongguang was shocked. He finally knew what was going on. When he saw the junction of the hepatic duct and bile duct, Zhou Hongguang suddenly understood. Cholecystitis combined with bile duct mutation, no wonder there was bleeding. At this time, Qian Liang, Zhang Youfu, and Li Baoshan, all three of them noticed. Acute gallbladder inflammation combined with bile duct mutation. Due to the acute inflammation of the gallbladder for 4 days, it had already caused tissue destruction. At this time, the cystic duct opened at the right hepatic duct. The left and right hepatic ducts were bifurcated and there was a right accessory hepatic duct. At this time, the mutated intersection of the hepatic duct and the bile duct was easily overlooked. Once this kind of variability occurred, if one was not careful during the operation, even if it was just the implantation of a drainage tube, it could cause damage. And the patient's condition was very special. Cholecystectomy was not planned in the first place, and separating the gallbladder would definitely damage the liver duct. Acute inflammation of the gallbladder combined with biliary tract variation could easily lead to intraoperative hemorrhage and bile duct injury. If there was a patient with portal hypertension at this time, the varicose veins could easily lead to intraoperative hemorrhage. Massive bleeding was almost fatal for this surgery. However, if they tried to stop the bleeding in a panic and accidentally hurt the hepatic artery, portal vein, and bile duct, the patient would be done for. This was not an exaggeration at all. When they saw this scene, all the department heads felt a lingering fear. Did they not notice? Where are they going to find out? Who had the ability to predict the future? Moreover, mutated hepatic ducts were too rare. Even if there were, most of the time, it was not a big deal. If Chen Song did not see the mutated boss monster, to be honest, he would not have thought that it would be like this. However, at this time, the surgery had entered a stalemate. At this time, they needed to investigate the cause, find the bleeding point, and then stop the bleeding. However, this process was very delicate, and there could not be any accidents. Zhou Hongguang wanted to start, but, when he saw Chen Song's appearance, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. To be honest, during the process of investigating the bleeding, they had to be very, very careful. And the key was that they had to be able to find the bleeding point. Although the gallbladder did not need to be removed, it was because they could not make a big fuss that the difficulty of the surgery increased. Chen Song's eyes were fixed on the hepatic duct, bile duct, gallbladder, accessory hepatic duct. Suddenly, Chen Song saw that there seemed to be adhesive damage between the intersecting accessory hepatic duct and the bile duct at the place where the gallbladder staggered. Chen Song's eyes lit up. The truth was revealed. There was already an abscess, and it was very easy to damage the hepatic duct. At this time, the appearance of adhesion aggravated the damage. During the surgery, even if it was a small surgery, it would still cause some damage to the human tissue. After all, this was an incision. At this moment, Chen Song had made a meritorious contribution. Zhou Hongguang stared at the intersecting hepatobiliary duct excitedly. His face was full of excitement, and he suddenly felt like he had survived a disaster. Fortunately, he found it. Otherwise, if he opened the abdomen again, it would definitely cause serious damage again. At that time, it might be a hemorrhage of the abdominal varices. At that time, the patient could not be saved even if he wanted to. Zhou Hongguang suddenly felt extremely lucky. Not only him, but even Qian Liang, Zhang Youfu, and the others who were beside him were breathing rapidly. They felt that it was a little unbelievable. Excitement, fear, uneasiness, mixed feelings, and relief, all kinds of emotions lingered in everyone's hearts for a long time. This was how surgeries were. As a surgeon, you must have an eagle's eye to control the overall situation and find the key points. In a surgery, you must not look for the problem because the human body was a whole body after all, and you must study it together. Acute cholecystitis was very serious, but it was also very serious when it was accompanied by this kind of intersecting hepatobiliary duct mutation. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly stood up and handed the scalpel and separating forceps to the nurse. Then, he looked at Zhou Hongguang. "Chief Physician Zhou, you do it." His words made everyone dumbfounded again. Zhou Hongguang was puzzled. "It's all ready. You're not doing it yourself? You're giving me the fruits of victory?" Indeed, if news of Chen Song's surgery spread, it would definitely amaze the world. After all, he found out that associate academician Zhou Hongguang had made a mistake in his surgery, found the cause, and turned the tide. When he was about to succeed and become famous, he would give the fruits of victory to someone else. This kind of operation was really amazing. Even the eyelids of the surrounding chief physicians twitched. At this moment, Chen Song could not care about anything else. He could only tell the truth. "Chief Physician Zhou, I'm not very good at hepatobiliary duct repair. Please do it." Zhou Hongguang almost burst into tears when he heard that. What a good kid. What an honest person. At this moment, Zhou Hongguang cherished his reputation very much. If something went wrong, it would be a hindrance to his academician's selection. Don't think that this is a small matter. After all, the academician's selection is not as simple as you think. To put it simply, there are limited positions, and those who are capable can go up. This ability is a test of comprehensive ability. If he was careless about this crucial point and caused the death of the district head's father, it would be easy for people to talk about it. No matter how much you have to say, you can't win against a dead person. However, Chen Song helped him find the root of the problem, and Zhou Hongguang was already very grateful for that. However, Chen Song gave Zhou Hongguang the lead of the surgery at this crucial moment and said, "I'm not good at hepatobiliary duct surgery." To be honest, Zhou Hongguang was extremely grateful for this sentence. What a good kid. He can even perform such a complicated surgery and find such a difficult problem. What's a small bile duct compared to him? Sigh. Zhou Hongguang already knew that Chen Song was trying to help him, and he was helping him thoroughly. The words "I'm not good at single-site surgery" really made old Zhou feel warm in his heart. He's giving me enough face. As Qian Liang looked at Chen Song, he was filled with regret. If I had known that this brat was so good, Qian Liang, would have snatched Chen Song away even if I didn't want my face. When he thought about how such a good seedling slipped away, Qian Liang felt sour in his heart. Why did you have to brag about it? Why did you have to ask Chen Song to write a research paper? You even put on airs as the chairman of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Why don't you continue to put on airs now? Qian Liang felt wronged. When he thought of this, he wished he could go back in time and return to the scene of Chen Song's organization exam. He wanted to grab Chen Song and tell him, "Chen Song, I want to be your teacher. I don't want anything. I'm willing to be your teacher even if you're an idiot." Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. He could only watch as Chen Song fell into his arms. Sigh, this was a story that was sadder than sorrow. In comparison, Zhang Youfu was much better. He looked at Chen Song like a tiger eyeing its prey. "My general surgery department lacks talents like you." When he said this, he secretly glanced at Li Baoshan. However, he saw Li Baoshan staring straight at him. His eyes were filled with mockery and warning. "Chen Song is my man. Don't even think about it." The corner of Zhang Youfu's mouth twitched. "Li Haitan, just you wait." Zhou Hongguang took the scalpel. At this moment, he felt that the warmth of the scalpel seemed to be conveying Chen Song's faith and trust. I can't let him down. Yes. When he thought of this, Zhou Hongguang's fighting spirit was high. This time, the surgery was surprisingly smooth. Ding. Zhou Hongguang's affinity plus 20. Chen Song sighed. Why do I need your affinity? Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for the fact that I don't know how to perform bile duct surgery, would I have given you this level 50 mutated boss monster? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a burst of heartache. It would definitely drop something good. The more Chen Song thought about it, the more unwilling and regretful he felt. At this moment, he understood something. If they fell behind, they would be beaten. Who asked you to be so unskilled? Time ticked by. Although Chen Song complained in his heart, the work in his hands was not delayed at all. Suddenly, there was a ding sound and a system notification rang out. Chen Song was stunned. Ding. Congratulations! You have successfully learned the advanced surgical skill, liver injury repair, master level, incomplete version. Chen Song was originally very happy, but when he saw that it was an incomplete version, he suddenly had an opinion in his heart. I want a complete person, give me an incomplete version. However, at this time, Chen Song could not be bothered. He had to perform the surgery first. He would talk to the system later. Because of the previous incident, Zhou Hongguang was much more serious this time. Every detail was handled very carefully. This made Chen Song feel a little emotional. An expert was indeed an expert, no wonder he was a legendary NPC. Even Comrade Yofu was much worse than him. After about 10 minutes, the surgery was completely over. After the surgery, Zhou Hongguang did not close the abdomen. Instead, he handed the knife to the nurse out of habit. Then, he took a step back. Usually, he would leave the operating theater when he arrived here. The abdominal closure work later was done by the assistant or intern. This was a habit that had been formed for many years. When Chen Song saw this, he took the needle holder from the nurse skillfully and prepared to close the abdomen and suture. However, at this time, Zhou Hongguang suddenly blushed, he cursed in his heart. Zhou Hongguang, you're getting more and more ostentatious. Dr. Xiaochen helped you so much and gave you so much face. You let him do such a low-skill abdominal closure and didn't even say thank you. Are you used to being a boss? After taking a step back, Zhou Hongguang quickly moved forward. However, he saw that Chen Song had already picked up the needle holder and was ready to suture. Suddenly, Zhou Hongguang could not help but feel awkward. He was in a dilemma. When he thought of this, Zhou Hongguang could not help but say, thank you. Everyone was stunned. When they heard the word thank you, even Chen Song had a face full of surprise and question marks. Why did he thank him? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. This is what I should do. Li Baoshan also smiled slightly. Chief Physician Zhou, you're too polite. This is what Xiaochen should do. It's his honor to be your assistant. The surgery was very successful, and everyone was finally relieved. However, this was different in Zhou Hongguang's ears. Was Xiaochen not being nurtured like a treasure? Was he just going to be an assistant? Was this not a waste of talent? Even 301 Hospital did not dare to let such a talent do odd jobs so casually. When he thought of this, Zhou Hongguang suddenly had a bold idea. However, this was his first time here, and he felt that this was not very good. Take it slow, take it slow. Anyway, Chen Song was still young. There was still a long way to go. Chen Song's suture was very fast and stable. He closed the abdomen layer by layer. To be honest, this was the most difficult abdominal suture Chen Song had ever done. The layer of fat was too thick, the chief physicians were bored. They each had their own thoughts and did not communicate. They just watched Chen Song suture. After all of them had their eyes on Chen Song, but they were not in the mood to watch Chen Song's suture, but they were stunned when they saw it. Because Chen Song's suture was delicate and fine. The suture was well hidden, and the choice of the stitch and the distance was just right. It was as precise as using a vernier caliper to lock the distance. This made the chief physician's breathing even more rapid. This pair of hands. It was more feminine than a woman's hands. This was a pair of natural surgical hands. Moreover, Chen Song's sense of distance and space was too good. The more Zhou Hongguang looked at it, the more he liked it, the more Qian Liang looked, the more he regretted it, the more Zhang Youfu looked, the more envious he was, the more Li Baoshan looked at the chief physicians, the more afraid he was. Damn it, could they be a pack of wolves? When he thought of this, Li Baoshan suddenly regretted it. Every time he brought Chen Song out for a walk, there would always be a group of people eyeing him covetously. No, he had to go back and think of a way. As Chen Song made the last surgical knot, everyone could not help but take a deep breath when they looked at the suture again. Zhou Hongguang could not help but sigh. What was an expert? The first line was, the superior can add the finishing touch to a difficult surgery. The second line was, the inferior can show the subtlety between the abdominal closure and the suture. The horizontal line was, truly a great talent. Even in room 301, this suture was still a beautiful sight. Zhang Youfu was uncultured. He cursed in his heart, F*CK, 666666666. Qian Liang also sighed. He realized that Xiaochen was good in every way, but he liked to hide his abilities. He clearly had such great abilities, but why did he hide them? Every time he saw him, he realized that it was the same. Qianliang could not help but shake his head. Forget it, P.S. I only found out when it was delivered at 5 o'clock. There was a restriction on the channel yesterday, no wonder there was less money. Hee, just kidding. Please vote, roll. In the world of adults, the words in their hearts were buried in their hearts. The older they were, the deeper they were buried. For example, in the operating theater at this moment, the four of them had coveted Xianxia for a long time, but they were still chatting and laughing. They did not have the posture of a love rival at all. The success of the surgery made them feel much more relaxed. Zhou Hongguang looked at Li Baoshan with a smile. Director Li, the second provincial hospital is really a place with outstanding people. Xiaochen will definitely be able to improve here. It's really a good platform. Li Baoshan smiled. Director Zhou, you're laughing at us. Who doesn't know about 301 Hospital? When I have the chance to go there to study in the future, I'll definitely relax the conditions. Zhou Hongguang nodded and smiled. Of course. Nurse Yuanyuan sighed as she watched them show off. I don't dare to ask, and I'm too embarrassed to say, but, why are you so thick-skinned? It was clearly Dr. Xiaochen who turned the tide in the surgery, but now it's your turn to show off. Sigh. Look at Dr. Xiaochen. He can go to the hall and the kitchen. His hand speed is amazing, and his strength is also extraordinary. However, after the surgery ended, the head nurse quickly urged them to pack up and prepare for the next surgery. Yuan shook her head and immersed herself in her new work. Chen Song and the others came out of the operating theater. Zhou Hongguang looked at Chen Song with satisfaction. Xiaochen, if you have the chance in the future, come to 301 Hospital for a spin. Young people need to learn more and communicate more. Although Li Baoshan was vigilant, there was nothing he could do. Although he knew that Chen Song might not be able to return if he went to 301 Hospital, he still had to go. After all, 301 Hospital was one of the top hospitals in the country, and the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery was also the leading hospital in the northern region. Although he was reluctant, Li Baoshan still had to send it. After all, this was a good thing for Chen Song's future. When he thought of this, Li Baoshan continued Zhou Hongguang's words, yes, Xiaochen, if you want to go to 301 Hospital for further studies, you can follow Chief Physician Zhou. He's the leader in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in our country. If you follow Chief Physician Zhou, you can definitely learn a lot. Hearing this, Zhou Hongguang immediately nodded with a smile and said, yes, follow me from now on. Qianliang couldn't help but curse in his heart. After all, this was the disciple he had personally chosen. Now that he was being snatched here and there, it was really annoying. Chen Song naturally smiled. Thank you, Director Zhou. Zhou Hongguang nodded. Sure. To be honest, Chen Song had given Zhou Hongguang too many surprises. Zhou Hongguang had never imagined that this trip to Dongyang province would be like this. After thinking for a while, Zhou Hongguang suddenly asked curiously, Director Li, how's the development of the emergency department in your hospital? It's not easy to work in the emergency department in capital city. Li Baoshan nodded. Well, you know the situation in the emergency department. It's the same all over the country. The old doctors are not willing to come, and there are not many doctors in the emergency department every year. So, we can only add some new blood. However, the hospital can't keep them. After all, the treatment in the emergency department is average. So, the young people are replaced quickly. However, those who stay are very good. Xiaochen also stayed in the emergency department in the past. Xiaochen graduated from his undergraduate degree. Later, he came to the emergency department. After 3 years of polishing, he became what he is today. At the end of the day, surgeons are trained. Young people have a stage in the emergency department. There are many opportunities for them to practice, and they improve quickly. When Zhou Hongguang heard this, he was stunned. Chen Song actually graduated from his undergraduate degree. What did this mean? He was very malleable. When the hospital recruited people, they looked at the average quality of the talents. What could be the best indicator of average quality, education? When it came to the chief physician level, they looked at the malleability and development of the talents. In short, it was talent. Chen Song was undoubtedly a talented person. However, Zhou Hongguang suddenly asked curiously, "Oh? Are there other surgeries? Can I take a look around?" Li Baoshan was instantly stunned. He was not too sure either. "I'll go and take a look." Taking a look at surgeries might be a novelty to other people, but it was very common in the eyes of this group of people. After all, surgeries were the unique products of surgeons, Li Baoshan asked the head nurse of the operating theater. Coincidentally, there were 3 surgeries in the emergency department in the morning. Li Baoshan immediately smiled and said, "Chief Physician Zhou, there are few surgeries in the emergency department. Let's go and take a look." Wang Yong originally had 2 surgeries in the morning, but it was obvious that Old Master Dong's surgery had been performed by a big shot from 301 Hospital in Beijing. He would not have a chance to perform it. Therefore, Wang Yong decided to bring forward the other surgery. It was a laparoscopic cholecystectomy. When the surgery was coming to an end, the door of the operating theater suddenly opened, and a few people walked in. At this time, Wang Yong did not care about anything else. He continued to finish the follow-up work of the surgery and sutured the wound seriously. Wang Yong had a lot of emergency patients now, and he had a good reputation. Ever since the laparoscopic minimally invasive small wound was done, more and more people came to him for surgery. Moreover, compared to Chen Song, Li Baoshan was very satisfied with Wang Yong. After all, Wang Yong had been working under Li Baoshan for more than 2 years. He had always been an assistant, and his basic skills were solid. However, the most important thing was that this young man was down to earth. He was not like Chen Song, who was a womanizer and attracted many people's attention. Compared to Chen Song, Wang Yong was more worry-free. After Wang Yong smoothly tied the last surgical knot, he raised his head and looked at everyone. He smiled and said, "Chief Physician. Chief Physician Zhang, Chief Physician Qian. Chief Physician Zhou." Wang Yong greeted them one by one. Zhou Hongguang looked at the abdomen and smiled. "It hasn't started yet?" Wang Yong was stunned. "Are you blind?" But he did not dare to say that. "It's just done." Zhou Hongguang was stunned. He looked at the hemostatic gauze around him and was suddenly stunned. "Where's the wound?" Wang Yong said, "Chief Physician Zhou, it's already sutured. The wound is not obvious because of the laparoscopic surgery." Zhou Hongguang was stunned for a while. "I don't know about laparoscopic surgery. Even laparoscopic surgery has to have a wound, right? Where is the wound?" Li Baoshan smiled. "Chief Physician Zhou, come closer and take a look." Zhou Hongguang was slightly stunned. When he came closer, he immediately saw the hidden suture marks. He was stunned when he looked at it. How did this happen?" Zhou Hongguang raised his head and looked at Wang Yong. He was in his 20s, about the same age as Chen Song. "This is, too magical." Li Baoshan smiled. "This is our laparoscopic minimally invasive small wound. The purpose is to reduce the recovery time of the wound and increase the aesthetic effect. We have already done the relevant research. Basically, we can reduce the recovery time of the wound to 5 days. As for the aesthetic effect, we have post-production photos. We can show you later." Zhou Hongguang was a little stunned. He did not expect that an unintentional visit, which was probably just a polite greeting, would result in such a huge gain. This small wound might seem insignificant, but, to the people of this age, it could be said that it would definitely be welcomed, especially for urban residents. It could shorten the recovery time by 2 days, and it could hide the wound. This was too amazing. Moreover, this minimally invasive small wound had a wide range of applications. The more Zhou Hongguang thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. This Second Provincial Hospital. After coming out of the operating theater, Zhou Hongguang could not let it go for a long time. Wang Yong was about the same age as Chen Song, but he was also so amazing. Although he did not know how the surgery was, just the treatment of the small wound was definitely enough to see his ability. He was a very good young man, however, it was a pity that he missed his surgery. Sigh, this made Zhou Hongguang a little shocked. After all, the emergency department of the secondary hospital of Sichuan province had hidden talents. It was not a strong department, but there were already 2 young and promising junior doctors. This was very thought-provoking. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang felt that this might be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Thinking of this, he decided to take a look at the next surgery, hoping to see a more complete surgery. When Li Baoshan saw Zhou Hongguang's shocked expression, he was very happy and proud. The arrogant Li Baoshan almost hummed a section of the Peking opera, taking the Tiger Mountain by wits. The next surgery was next door, and the few of them walked inside. Zhou Hongguang was very curious about what kind of surgery it would be. After opening the door and entering, he saw a young girl. She was about the same age as Chen Song and the others. It seemed that the surgery had not started yet. He could finally see a more complete surgery. Li Baoshan smiled and asked, "Little Qin, what surgery?" Qin Yu said, "Chief, an appendectomy." Zhou Hongguang stood at the side without batting an eyelid. Appendectomy was a surgery that did not require any skills, but it was the most basic surgery. Through this surgery, many details could still be seen. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang was also looking forward to it. The surgery began. Qin Yu picked up the scalpel and gently cut at the mark. A hole less than 2 centimeters appeared. At this moment, Zhou Hongguang was suddenly stunned. Such a small hole. Was this an endoscopic surgery? Or, however, when he saw that Qin Yu did not use an endoscope and there was only one hole, he was stunned. Qin Yu began to operate in an orderly manner. Zhou Hongguang, who was standing behind him, realized that the surgical field was also very good. Zhou Hongguang understood that this was a small incision appendectomy. However, Zhou Hongguang soon discovered that this appendix was not simple. It did not seem to be a simple appendicitis, but a suppurative appendicitis. It would not be appropriate to use a small incision, right? Quickly widen the incision. Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but worry. However, Qin Yu did not panic. Instead, she said to the nurse, 15 degrees to the left, 10 degrees down. The nurse seemed to be used to this method and quickly changed the operating table. At this time, Zhou Hongguang was surprised to find that his vision had improved again. This time, Zhou Hongguang was dumbfounded. This small incision can actually be used like this. Why didn't I know about this before? Could it be that he had not been paying attention to these meetings all these years? Absolutely not. Zhou Hongguang attached great importance to the latest developments and information in the surgical system, and he often read the latest magazines. But he didn't seem to see any of these things. As he watched Qin Yu's surgery, Zhou Hongguang began to doubt his life. These 3 surgeries almost made academician Zhou panic. Although these surgeries were not difficult and were even very simple, this kind of innovation and improvement of traditional surgical methods was a kind of soul power that the current surgical field lacked. Innovation. Zhou Hongguang was no longer just looking at surgeries. He was looking further and more profound. However, the more it was like this, the more he could feel that the emergency department of the secondary provincial hospital was extraordinary. These 2 surgeries were further processing of traditional surgeries, and they were processed in a certain field. If the improvement of small incisions made the surgery more suitable for grassroots hospitals, then the minimally invasive small wound under the laparoscope was an improvement of laparoscope surgery in big cities. It was very valuable. It was also very meaningful. For a moment, Zhou Hongguang's heart was surging. He looked at the young Qin Yu and suddenly felt emotional. He actually did not know what to say. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu's surgery and could not help but praise him. Not bad, not bad, there was an improvement. Qin Yu and Chen Song had written the paper on small incisions together. Chen Song also often taught her how to operate and how to adjust the angle of view. Now, her progress was quite fast. He would reward her after work. What should he give her? A cup of milk tea. That was a little too much. Why don't he give her a kiss? Thinking of this, Chen Song laughed lewdly. After Zhou Hongguang finished watching the surgery, his heart was really a little complicated. After coming out of the operating theater, Zhou Hongguang looked at Li Baoshan and said sincerely, "Sigh. Director Li is really amazing. I didn't expect there to be so many outstanding young people in the emergency department. All of them have unique skills. There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons." After Li Baoshan heard this, his heart felt very comfortable. Why did it feel so good to be praised by the chief director and associate academician of the top hospital in the country? No wonder people liked to be flattered, it was so comfortable. Li Baoshan quickly smiled and shook his head. You're too polite. Zhang Youfu, who was at the side, looked at Li Baoshan, who was smiling like a flower. He could not help but curse in his heart. Who asked you to pretend? Look at your face, you're smiling so much that your molars are almost showing, and you're still being polite. Thinking of this, Zhang Youfu sighed. This was all thanks to Xiaochen. These two surgeries were developed by Xiaochen himself. As long as he got Xiaochen, he would not have to worry about anything in the future. How could Qianliang not know? He was so jealous that it was as if he drank Lao Chen's vinegar. He could be said to be very familiar with the small appendectomy surgery. This was definitely Chen Song's ability. Zhou Hongguang shook his head and looked at Li Baoshan seriously. Director Li, I'm not being polite. These two surgeries represent different meanings. The most important thing is that the innovative thinking that you cultivated is indispensable in the surgery department. Especially the first one, the minimally invasive small wound, it's really popular. If we can carry it forward, it will definitely benefit more and more patients. Director Li, is this a new surgical method that you developed? I think we can work together. After Li Baoshan heard this, his face turned red. This is not something that I developed. When Zhou Hongguang heard this, he was suddenly very surprised. Could it be that young man just now? Li Baoshan shook his head. These were all developed by Xiaochen. The minimally invasive small wound and the modified appendectomy with a small incision are all the results of Xiaochen's research. I heard that he has already published a research paper. He has also applied for a research project. When Zhou Hongguang heard this, he was instantly dumbfounded. These two surgical improvements were all the credit of Chen Song. This was too unimaginable. Zhou Hongguang could not help but gulp. He looked at Li Baoshan and actually felt envious. When Dong Qiangxing saw his father being sent over and learned that the surgery went smoothly, he was finally relieved. But why didn't Chief Zhou and the other chiefs come back? So, he asked the nurse, hello, may I ask, where is Chief Zhou and the others? The nurse smiled and said, they have other surgeries and will be back soon. At about 11:30 in the afternoon, everyone came back. Zhou Hongguang explained to Dong Qiangxing for a long time and said, Mayor Dong, your father's situation is special. He has cholecystitis with bile duct deformity, which worsened his condition. I suggest you take good care of him because although the old man's condition is stable now, he still needs follow-up treatment. Dong Qiangxing nodded and made a prompt decision to take the old man away after the old man's condition was stable. Zhou Hongguang did not hide the truth and told Dong Qiangxing what Chen Song had done. He said, if you want to thank someone, thank Dr. Chen Song. Otherwise, the old man would be in danger. Although Dong Qiangxing did not understand the specific details, he knew it was dangerous when he heard the information revealed by Zhou Hongguang. Then, he looked at Chen Song and said, Dr. Chen, thank you very much. If there's anything I can help with in the future, remember to let me know. Dong Qiangxing and Chen Song exchanged contact information and said sincerely. Chen Song smiled and nodded. One of the advantages of being a doctor was that they had a wider network of contacts and could come into contact with more people. Zheng Wutan was a good example of this. Chen Song did not reject this kind of friendship. After all, the society had never changed. It was enough as long as he followed the rules and did not violate the bottom line. Chen Song wasn't a saint, so he naturally couldn't avoid the mundane world after walking around the mortal world. At noon, Dong Qiangxing treated everyone to a meal and specially called Wang Yong. As the mayor, Dong Qiangxing personally drank tea and apologized, which made Wang Yong feel a little embarrassed. Because they had things to do in the afternoon, they did not drink. This meal also shortened the distance between them. Everyone was chatting. Chen Song sat there with nothing to do. When he saw a bunch of notifications from the system, he immediately opened the virtual screen. Chen Song was surprised to find a problem. It seemed that in addition to the incomplete version of liver damage repair, there was another notification. Ding! Your participation in killing the mutated boss monster is considered as a joint kill. Reward: 1. Memory capsule. 2. A rare skill book. Chen Song was suddenly happy. He was worried that he was just an assistant. He did not expect that it was considered a joint kill. Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little excited. Memory capsule, memory +3, permanent. Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. This was good stuff, permanent +3 memory +3, this was a great help to medical students. After all, there were so many thick books. He didn't know when it would end. Not to mention the blood vessels and nerves in his body, Xianxia had a headache just talking about neurology. Xianxia casually saved it and opened the skill book that he secretly learned. Incomplete liver damage repair, master level. Hint, liver damage repair is a level 4 surgery. It includes liver suture, liver debridement, hepatic artery ligation, hepatectomy, and hemostasis. Incomplete liver damage repair does not include hepatectomy. It is reduced to a level 3 surgery. Can be learned. Level 40 and above can be upgraded with skill points. After Xianxia read the system notification, he suddenly realized that this might not be a bad thing. At least he could learn it, no matter how powerful the skill was. If it was useless to him, then it was useless. Although it was an incomplete version now, he could just use it. Seeing this reward, Xianxia suddenly felt that the meal was really delicious. He casually threw the memory capsule into his mouth. It tasted good, but it seemed that nothing had changed. Xianxia complained in his heart. Why are there no special effects and no sparks? I should feel that my mind is clear. Could it be a fake product? While Xianxia was in a daze, Qianliang suddenly had a brainwave and recalled something. This weekend was the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Dongyang Province. He should invite a few heavyweights to give a lecture, right? And Zhou Hongguang in front of him was a ready-made example. Thinking of this, Qianliang said, Chief Zhou, are you free this Saturday? Qianliang was slightly stunned. What is Chief Zhou's arrangement? Qianliang smiled and said, the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Dongyang Province will be held this weekend. I want to invite Chief Zhou to come and give a lecture. Zhou Hongguang was very busy, especially with the academician selection at the end of the year. Zhou Hongguang thought for a moment and said, Chief Qian, I can't promise you. How about this? I'll go back and check my schedule to see if there's anything. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow night at the latest. Today was Tuesday, and tomorrow was Wednesday. Qianliang thought for a while and thought that it was not too late. Qianliang quickly smiled and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble Chief Zhou. After all, there was still a gap between Qianliang and Zhou Hongguang. Although Qianliang was a surgeon in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Dongyang Province, the platform was different. The Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in 301 Hospital was still very different from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Dongyang Hospital. To be honest, Qianliang was jealous when he saw Zhou Hongguang compete for the academician position. However, he was still a distance away from becoming an academician. One was a thesis, one was a research project, and most importantly, one was an award. These were all limitations of the region and platform. Thinking of this, Qianliang sighed deeply in his heart. He could not help but feel a little lonely. At this time, Zhang Youfu suddenly said, Chief Qian, I forgot to tell you something. Xiaochen wants to join the Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery this time. When Qianliang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Good news. Welcome. Xianxia smiled. Thank you, Chief Qian. Zhang Youfu continued, Chief Qian, this Xiaochen wants to be a director. He has prepared 2 research papers. One of them is liver transplantation, and the other is British Journal of Surgery. By the way, Xiaochen? Is there any news about the second paper? Xianxia shook his head. Not yet. However, liver transplantation was very famous. Even Zhou Hongguang immediately cast a sidelong glance at it. Oh? Xiaochen, you published liver transplantation? Qianliang was also a little shocked. Liver transplantation, Xianxia nodded. Yes, it has already been published. It will be sent over tomorrow. Qianliang thought for a while. Liver transplantation should be enough. I'll talk to you about it when the time comes. By the way, there's a surgery competition. You should participate in it. It's best if you can win a prize. Then, I'll have something to say. Chen Song was immediately happy. Okay, thank you, Chief Qian. Zhou Hongguang, who was beside him, asked thoughtfully, Xiao Chen, what do you talk about in surgery? Chen Song said, I've prepared 2 surgeries. I'll mainly explain the 2 surgeries based on 2 research papers. One of them is an improved surgical method for small incision appendectomy, and the other is a minimally invasive surgical method for small wounds. These 2 surgeries. After Zhou Hongguang thought for a while, he looked up at Qian Liang and said, Chief Qian, count me in. I'll definitely come on Saturday. At that time, I'll bring my students to take a look. I think Xiao Chen's idea is very good. They should learn from him. It's also best if they can expand their clinical thinking and creativity. When Qian Liang heard this, he was instantly happy. He did not expect Chen Song to have such an effect. The lunch was not bad and the restaurant was also very high-end. Chen Song could not help but take a video of the dishes on the table and send it to Qinyu. Qinyu was on duty today. He ate something for lunch. When he saw Chen Song's message, he became angry. He immediately took out a bag of saline and a bag of glucose injections and gave them to Chen Song. This is your food for this week. Chest and face JPG. Chen Song was amused. However, Chen Song still had a strong desire to live. After lunch, he bought Qinyu's favorite fruit milk tea and sent it over. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Qinyu did not have time to rest as he had been busy the whole afternoon. When he returned to the duty room, before he could catch his breath, he was hugged by someone. Qinyu turned pale with fright. He was as ferocious as a tiger. In an instant, he used a set of sharp self-defense skills and subdued Chen Song. Alright, Chen Song admitted that he did not dare to move. He was afraid that he would hurt Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu had already raised her blade and was about to chop little Chen Song down. Chen Song was so frightened that his expression changed. Think twice. Wife. Qinyu then realized that it was Chen Song. He was surprised and happy at the same time. However, his hand was about to reach the crucial part. He thought about it. This was his thing. If it was broken, it would not be good for him. He decided to forget about it and stopped. Chen Song still had lingering fear. He felt a chill creeping up his body. He muttered in his heart. Why are all girls so violent nowadays? Why don't girls focus on learning beauty? Why do they learn self-defense skills every day? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but worry about his future. However, it was so comfortable to hug her. He wished he could continue. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to play dead and hug her a little longer. Let go of me. Qinyu snorted as he was hugged by Chen Song. Chen Song's complexion changed. He quickly let go of his hand and sat aside. Qinyu was stunned. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, idiot, do you really think you can release it just because I told you to? Idiot. However, looking at Chen Song sitting on the bed with lingering fear, Qinyu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of worry. After all, Qinyu remembered that when the Department of Genitourinary Surgery was transferred to another department, there were such frightened patients. Thinking of this, Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. This guy wouldn't be so scared by him that he would collapse, right? Qinyu coughed, glanced at Chen Song's lower body, and hinted, hey. Are you okay? Chen Song sighed, looked at Qinyu, and said pitifully, I'll be fine if you let me hug you. Qinyu saw that Chen Song was still shameless, and he immediately rolled his eyes. TSK, what are you thinking? Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He actually wanted a yard after giving him an inch. He quickly nodded, can I? Qinyu looked at Chen Song's despicable appearance and wanted to kick him to death. He was too shameless. Qinyu finally understood. Chen Song was simply a beast dressed in human clothing. When he wasn't wearing a white coat, he was extremely shameless. Qinyu took off his white coat, sat on the chair, and let out a long breath. He looked at Chen Song with disdain. You went out to eat delicious food, but you didn't bring back some for me. Chen Song smiled, eat less for lunch, and I'll take you to eat hot pot tonight. Eastern University's first courtyard opened a lamb scorpion restaurant. I think the decoration is good. Let's try it tonight. When he heard that there was hot pot, Qinyu immediately felt that he was full of blood. If he had a cup of milk tea at this time, his mana would definitely be full. He immediately said happily, okay. At this time, Xianxia quickly took out the milk tea from behind, dang 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 dang. What is this? When Xianxia saw the milk tea, his eyes were almost sparkling, his eyes blinked instantly, and his big eyes were filled with joy. Thank you. Xianxia instantly pecked Xianxia's face with lightning speed, then, he snatched the milk tea away. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He only felt a fragrant wind, and then the milk tea was gone. Xianxia was happy, but, his face changed. You lecherous lecher, how dare you molest me? You even snatched my milk tea. After saying that, Xianxia touched his face with grievance. He was full of pity and looked at Xianxia with tears in his eyes. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She never thought Xianxia would be so shameless. Where's your face? Xianxia immediately returned to normal. He chuckled and turned his right side of his face. He said, here. Again. Xianxia smiled and said intimately, get lost. Xianxia couldn't help but click his tongue. Then, he patted the bed board and said with a smile, come, sit here, closer. When Xianxia heard this, she didn't refuse this time. She obediently got up and sat down beside Xianxia. Her head tilted, just enough to lie on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia was delighted. The internet said that this height was the most perfect and suitable height for couples. A girl could just lie on a boy's shoulder. It was indeed very comfortable. Xianxia, who was 27 or 28 years old, still had the heart of a girl. She had never been in a relationship for so many years. She had stayed in the ivory tower until she graduated and then came to the second province hospital. The second province hospital was still in her father's sphere of influence, so her life was quite comfortable. However, no matter what, Xianxia was her first real boyfriend in more than 20 years. When she was in school, she also had a crush on other boys, but as she gradually grew up, she realized that she only liked a certain moment of him. As time passed, these names would fade away. Love, to Xianxia, was holy and great. She was filled with the fantasies of all girls. Lying on Xianxia's shoulder, Xianxia held a straw in her mouth and occasionally took a sip of milk tea. She suddenly felt that this should be happiness. If time passed slowly, and they grew old slowly, it would be a happy thing. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that no one opened the door. Just as Xianxia was thinking about which kindergarten the child should go to, only a series of cracking sounds were heard, and a figure dashed inside. Xianxia was like a frightened rabbit. She quickly got up, hugged the milk tea, and tiptoed to a chair at the side, pretending as if nothing had happened. Wang Qian walked in and was stunned. Eh? Both of you are here. Why aren't you saying anything? Xianxia rolled her eyes. I'm on duty. If I'm not here, where can I go? Xianxia sighed. I had a meal until 2 o'clock. There's nowhere to go, so I went to the duty room to lie down for a while. Wang Qian nodded. Why don't you sleep for a while? Xianxia sighed faintly. There's a woman here. I'm afraid. If something happens, it won't be a crime. Wang Qian almost choked, and Xianxia almost choked to death. She glared at Xianxia, you're courting death. Xianxia quickly responded with his eyes, calm down, calm down. Stalling tactic, Wang Qian rolled her eyes at Xianxia. Song Air, you're really shameless. If I were Xianxia, I'd cut your kidney at most. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately echoed, that's right, you have to be careful. Wang Qian walked around and left, but Xianxia didn't dare to sit there. After all, she didn't want to be discovered. Xianxia suddenly asked curiously, why do you like to drink milk tea? Xianxia was stunned. There seemed to be no reason. Guess? Xianxia thought for a while and suddenly had an idea. What do you lack? Dongyang province was a province with 4 distinct seasons. However, the lingering influence of autumn was still frightening. The people who had put on long johns gradually felt warm again. At night, the weather suddenly turned cold, and the temperature difference between day and night became more and more obvious. When it was about 6 o'clock and it was almost time to get off work, a figure paced back and forth in front of the emergency office several times. However, he hesitated for a long time and did not dare to enter. Nurse Xiaolin looked outside and said to Changlina, Sister Na, there's a figure outside the emergency department, but he doesn't dare to come in. Changlina was braver than Xiaolin, and she dared to love and hate. Although she was a little outspoken, she was still a man. In Xiaolin's words, if this was in ancient times, she would be a robber. No. A chivalrous woman who robbed the rich to help the poor. When Changlina heard this, she was immediately curious and said, Shall I go and take a look? As she spoke, she got up and walked out of the emergency hall. When she came out, she saw a homeless man pacing back and forth in front of the door. He hesitated for a long time, but did not enter. The tramp's clothes were tattered. Even from 3 to 5 meters away, one could smell an unpleasant smell. His clothes were also tattered, and he wore several layers. His hair was a mess. He was dragging a lot of junk behind him. There were cans, cardboard, mineral water bottles, and so on. This seemed to be all he had. The pedestrians on the street all avoided the homeless man when they saw him. When he saw Changlina come out, the homeless man immediately turned around as if he was frightened. He dragged his things and wanted to leave. Changlina paused and quickly called out, Hey, wait. When the homeless man heard the shout, he took 2 steps forward hesitantly and stopped. Changlina shouted, Is there anything I can help you with? In fact, this kind of situation was quite common in the emergency department. There were often some beggars, homeless, or mentally ill people at the door. When Qin Taishan, the security guard of the emergency department, saw this, he quickly walked out and said to the homeless man, What's the matter? If not, go back to where you came from. This is the emergency department. Don't block the safe passage. When the homeless man heard this, he quickly nodded and dragged his things to the side. However, when he walked, he seemed to be unable to lift his left arm. Qin Taishan shook his head. He could not care less about this kind of thing. He just had to turn a blind eye. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and many people were getting off work. When they saw the homeless man, they took a detour. When Changlina saw that he did not respond, she sighed and did not want to be nosy. She returned to the emergency hall. After Qin Yu and Wang Qian changed shifts, they got off work smoothly. They looked at Chen Song and said, Let's go. When he arrived at the emergency hall, he suddenly saw the tramp outside the door return. However, this time, he seemed to be empty-handed. He placed a pile of things in a corner and then turned back. But he stood at the door, not daring to enter. Changlina immediately said, Dr. Xiao Chen, this person has been at the door for a long time. I think there's something wrong with his arm. When Chen Song heard this, he hesitated for a moment and said to Qin Yu, Wait a moment. After saying that, he got up and walked outside. When the tramp saw Chen Song come out, he hurriedly dodged, not daring to block in front of him. However, Chen Song was specifically looking for him. After getting closer, Chen Song asked, I'm a doctor from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Is there anything I can help you with? The tramp took out a bag of instant noodles from the pocket of his clothes. Then, he opened the bag of instant noodles. It was another white plastic bag. There were 5 yuan in it and a lot of coins. Chen Song estimated that there should be 100 or 200 yuan. The tramp handed the money to Chen Song and said, Chen Song was stunned. Was he a mute? The tramp was a little anxious. He pointed at his arm and tried to show that he could not move it. Chen Song asked, You can't move your arm? The tramp nodded. Yes. Chen Song hesitated for a while. Out of habit, he thought of doing an X-ray. Chen Song said, We have to do an X-ray to see if it's a fracture. The tramp quickly shook his head. He did not want to go in at all. Then, he took 2 steps back and pointed at himself, as if to say, No, I'm very dirty. I've dirted the floor and machines. At this moment, Qin Yu walked out. The tramp immediately took a few steps away, as if he was afraid of choking the girl. Qin Yu saw this and walked forward. We have to see if your arm is broken. The tramp shook his head. He gestured with his arm and pulled it down. Chen Song was stunned. Was it dislocated? Thinking of this, Chen Song remembered that he had a way to restore it, so he said to the man, come, I'll touch it for you and see what's going on. Shout if you feel pain. The tramp hesitated for a moment. He pointed at Xianxia's hand and then at his own arm. He shook his head and made a gesture of wearing a glove. He seemed to be saying, I'm very dirty. Don't dirty your hands. Wear a glove. Xianxia's heart softened for a moment. He smiled and shook his head. Don't be afraid. I'll wash my hands later. The man hesitated for a moment. He wanted to take off his outer clothes, but he couldn't. After all, his left arm was drooping and he couldn't move his right arm. Xianxia walked forward. He didn't care about the dirt. He directly unbuttoned his shirt and helped him take off his clothes. Seeing this, the tramp immediately cried and didn't say anything. After exposing his arm, Xianxia said to Xianxia, shall I call Shui Liang from the orthopedics department? Xianxia shook his head. Let me see first. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted the man's arm. He pinched it and kept asking, does it hurt? After exposing the shoulder, Xianxia saw that the deltoid muscle on the tramp's left shoulder had clearly collapsed. This was a typical square shoulder deformity. Xianxia pressed his hand slightly on the armpit and under the coracoid process. He could feel the displaced humerus. Also, the glenoid was empty. This should be a dislocation of the shoulder joint, right? Xianxia came to a conclusion. Then, Xianxia placed his left hand on the right shoulder and realized that he couldn't put it on it. The shoulder test was positive. There was definitely a dislocation of the shoulder joint. As for a fracture, it was hard to say, but based on the symptoms, there shouldn't be any. However, if he wanted to know the exact details, he would have to look at the X-ray. However, the tramp didn't seem to want to go to the hospital even if he was beaten to death. He wanted to run away once he went to the hospital. Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. Let's reset it. With that thought in mind, Xianxia calmly placed one hand on the shoulder and held the patient's left elbow with the other. He slowly and continuously rotated it vertically. When he suddenly exerted force, he immediately felt a sense of emptiness. It went in. The tramp seemed to be used to having a dislocation of the shoulder joint. He didn't feel much discomfort. As he spoke, he wanted to move. Xianxia quickly stopped him. He used the man's clothes to make a triangular scarf to fix the arm. Fix it for a month. Don't move it. When the tramp saw this, he quickly nodded. He wanted to give 100 or 200 yuan in change to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly refused. Xianxia wanted to help the tramp put on his clothes, but the tramp quickly ran away. He could only give up. However, the tramp suddenly knelt on the ground after running about 7 to 8 meters. He called out to Xianxia and Xianxia. In an instant, more and more people gathered to watch. They took out their phones and started taking pictures. When Xianxia and Xianxia saw this, they quickly ran into the emergency hall. There was an uproar around the tramp. A large group of people surrounded him and took pictures. Some of the gossipy ones even walked over and asked, "Eh? Is he done for you?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Are you done now?" Faced with a large number of questions, the tramp was at a loss. He had never seen such a scene before. How could there be so many people in the past? Everyone kept their distance from him. He groaned and gestured, then hurriedly got up and left. Dragging his belongings, he walked back to where he came from with clanking sounds. Everyone was left in shock. Is he really done? Of course. Didn't you see which arm can move? That's amazing. Did you get a clear picture of that person just now? The group of people discussed animatedly. They were all shocked because to them, this was a little unbelievable. Everyone who went to the hospital for a fracture would get an X-ray, followed by a checkup, and finally an operation. Basically, the whole thing was X-ray, scalpel, incision, planking, nailing. How could it be like the young man just now? Click, 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 and it was done. Was this a martial arts expert? Everyone was puzzled. After returning to the emergency hall, Xianxia looked at Xianxia incredulously. You. Just now. What was that? Lina, on the other hand, had a look of excitement on his face. He was truly shocked when he saw Xianxia fix his opponent so quickly. Xiaochen. No. Hero-chen? Was that a martial arts secret manual? That's right, from Lina's point of view, Chen Song's operation just now had already exceeded his understanding of medicine. He had only seen it on TV before, and it was the kind of martial arts TV series where the supporting character was injured and had his arm broken. Then, the main character would perform a series of operations as ferocious as a tiger to fix it. Chen Song rolled his eyes. What was this? That was manual reduction. It's a commonly used technique in orthopedics. I originally wanted to let him come in for an X-ray to see if there were any fractures, but he didn't want to come in no matter what. I had no choice but to reset him. Fortunately, it's only a joint dislocation, so there's no need for a cast. It's not as fantastical as you say. Chen Song looked at Lina's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Lina was stunned. Manual reduction? That's just what they show on TV. How can there be any technique to restore it? I've never seen it before. As she spoke, Lina wanted to pull Chen Song aside and talk to him. Yu flicked Lina's head and said, "If you're uneducated, you should study more. Don't be so noisy all the time. It's embarrassing." Lina touched her head, feeling wronged. Sigh, my martial arts dream has been shattered again. After Chen Song and Yu packed up, they left through the main entrance. As soon as they left the hospital, Yu opened his eyes wide and asked curiously, "Chen Song, when did you learn manual reduction?" Lina didn't know how to restore it, but Yu did. One had to know that Xianxia, whom Yu followed, was in the orthopedics department. She talked a lot about orthopedics. The technique of manual reduction was difficult to learn, and most importantly, there were not many people who used it now. Surgery could earn money and be safe, so why not? There was a risk in manual reduction. If the reduction failed, it would cause secondary damage to the peripheral nerves, blood vessels, and tissues, which would worsen the condition. As a medical treatment, no one wanted to see this except for the problem. However, manual reduction itself required continuous practice and improvement. Only then could one practice the technique. Wang Xiangjuan could practice manual reduction because of the thousands of patients. These were old comrades who had once participated in the earthquake and disaster relief. Therefore, gradually, there would be fewer and fewer people who might know this technique of manual reduction. Chen Song looked at Yu's curious and admiring face. His vanity was bursting. This feeling was very good. It felt so good to have a little girl admiring you. Chen Song smiled. When I was an intern, there was a doctor in the department who followed me for a period of time. He could deal with simple problems. Later, I read books and groped. I happened to meet him today. The effect is really good. Yu was very satisfied. He was happy that Chen Song was good. Amazing. Too good. You're so good. Chen Song couldn't help but cough. This was too much. He was a little tired of licking her. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked toward the newly opened Lamb Scorpion Hot Pot restaurant. Ding. Doctor's benevolent heart mission completed. Reward obtained, detailed explanation of part of the human anatomy. Hint, you can randomly choose a certain system of the human body, such as the digestive system, blood circulation system, respiratory system, etc. After the lesson, you can familiarize yourself with it. After Chen Song saw the system notification, he was immediately delighted. This was a good thing. The first reaction that Chen Song thought of was the nervous system. As the most torturous and the most straight-A student in the field, the nervous system was well-deserved. Chen Song had already been tortured to the point of falling asleep as soon as he laid down in bed countless times. Could it be that he had to take it now? But, after taking it, Chen Song wouldn't need it for a while. This was the key. Thinking of this, Chen Song calmed down. After careful analysis, he suddenly thought of another system that was second only to the nervous system, the blood circulation system. This might be what he needed the most at the moment, right? Thinking of the major vascular surgery in a few months, Chen Song thought about it and decided to choose the blood circulation system. In fact, they were all quite useful. Chen Song looked at each system with envy. He could only choose the one that was most suitable for him. Choose the blood circulation system. Yu looked at Chen Song sitting there in a daze and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Aren't you hungry?" Chen Song shook his head and smiled. No. Xianxia said, oh, I thought you weren't hungry. If you're not hungry, give me that bone. Don't waste it. Chen Song was speechless. What was the experience of having a foodie girlfriend? Chen Song was helpless. He looked at Xianxia and sighed. You're not a little bootlicker, you're a little wolf dog. While eating, Xianxia suddenly had a whim. Chen Song, which vertebra is this? Chen Song was speechless. He rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm human? I'm going to study the vertebra of a sheep. Xianxia's big eyes sparkled. He returned to being a bootlicker and said with admiration, shouldn't you know everything? When Chen Song heard this, he was suddenly full of vanity. He almost couldn't help but ask the system if he regretted it. He didn't choose the blood circulation system, he chose the sheep skeletal system, not for anything else, but for when he ate lamb scorpion in the future, he could show off properly. Sigh, Chen Song sighed. No wonder the ancients said that beauties were the source of trouble. Sigh. What a sin. Suddenly, Chen Song thought that it seemed that Teacher Meng didn't sleep tonight. Oh no. In October, the entire Dongyang province's houseman exam ended. As a unit that had the qualifications to be a houseman training base, a group of students naturally came to sign up. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the doctors of the Second Provincial Hospital. After all, this would reduce the pressure on the doctors. This group of people came later than the postgraduate students, and there were fewer postgraduate students. Most importantly, these people all needed someone to rely on. If they did not transfer properly when they came, they would be called back by their tutors. All the tutors were department directors. If they rejected them, it would not look good for them since they were all in the same hospital. However, housemen were relatively more reliable. When Li Baoshan told everyone the news in the morning, the office was bustling with noise and excitement. Zhang Shu was the first to smile and say, there are housemen? Hurry up and come. Department director, you need more. That's right. My medical records have been thirsty for a long time. Dr. Hu from the Emergency Internal Medicine Department smiled and said jokingly. Finally, we don't need medical records for ward rounds. I feel like I have a subordinate. Wang Qian could not help but sigh. Hearing these words, Li Baoshan could not help but say, they're here to learn, not to do odd jobs for you. Behave. Everyone knows what kind of position the emergency department is. We're definitely busy. There's no doubt that everyone is working hard. However, housemen are here to learn skills. Learning is the goal, and working is the way. In 2 months, when they graduate, I will organize an assessment. If the student doesn't pass, the tutor will be responsible. Li Baoshan's words stunned everyone. Everyone could not help but nod. Li Baoshan was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and continued, well, housemen are all working. During the houseman period, they get less than 2,000 yuan a month. Those who have a unit are better off. They have a basic salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. Those who don't have a unit only get around 2,000 yuan. They're all young people, and it's time to spend money. So, if you can provide food, try not to treat them as free labor. Indeed, a meal in a Moniang city was not expensive, it was not expensive. It was around 10 renminbi. Although it did not seem like much, it was a matter of thought. It had to be said that Li Baoshan was a more meticulous person. When Chen Song was working as a temporary worker, Li Baoshan would let them do whatever they could to earn more money. Oh yes, let Bingxing be our department's houseman secretary. Bingxing, when the housemen come, you can assign them to them. Try your best to ensure that every doctor will have one person working under them. The busier ones will have 2. Chen Bingxing nodded. Yes, director. Li Baoshan wasn't worried about Chen Bingxing, so he got up and left. Wang Qian sighed. Hey, hurry up and come. I have a houseman now. And Yanjun glanced at Wang Qian and said faintly, isn't there a graduate student following you? Where did he go? Wang Qian sighed. Teacher N, you don't know. That lad is a graduate student of Director Yang from the pulmonary department. He was called back to the department to work. I didn't dare to ask or say anything. After all, he is Director Yang's student. Sigh, it's troublesome. And Yanjun nodded to show that he understood. There was no need to offend a director because of a student. Wang Qian smiled and looked at Yanjun. I'm fine. That lad is embarrassed occasionally and comes over to help me with my medical records. Chen Song also has a student, but it seems that he hasn't come over since he joined the department. Chen Song was stunned. I have a student? Why didn't I know about it? Wang Qian laughed. Haha, look. You don't even know that you have a student. Indeed, Chen Bingxing had arranged a graduate student for Chen Song, but Chen Song didn't even know about it. Thinking of this, Chen Song was overjoyed. Why didn't I know about it? Wang Qian said directly, he is Director Li's graduate student. Do you know what he is doing? Chen Song sighed. It didn't matter. Anyway, it was a job whether he had an assistant or not. It was past 10 in the morning. The housemen arrived. There were more than 20 of them, and the emergency office instantly became crowded. After registering their information, Chen Bingxing arranged the staff. He first satisfied the older and busier doctors, then Chen Song's batch of junior doctors. It had to be said that there were more girls studying medicine. There were also boys, but the ratio was 1:2. When it was Chen Song's turn, Chen Bingxing was about to speak to a young girl. He saw Qinyu staring at him. Chen Bingxing could only cough and say to the boy assigned to Wang Qian, this young girl is for you. Little Su, you follow Chen Song, Dr. Chen. Qinyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Bingxing with a smile. Chen Song and Wang Qian looked at each other first. When Wang Qian saw the pretty young girl, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Chen Song looked helpless, but Qinyu said calmly, what's wrong? Are you a little disappointed? Chen Song immediately shook his head. Of course not. I'm just relieved. Qinyu was satisfied. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh when he saw the chubby man walking towards him. He sighed in his heart. Although it's not pleasing to the eye, it's quite festive. It's pretty good. The man smiled and said, hello, Professor Chen. I'm Su Dongdong. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes, you have started working? Su Dongdong nodded. I'm working in the General Surgery Department of Lan County People's Hospital. I started in September this year. Chen Song was a little surprised when he heard that he was working in Lan County People's Hospital. Su Dongdong and Qian Lin were a little similar, but Qian Lin was a little darker and wasn't as festive as the young man. How old are you? 27. I just graduated from Chongqing Medical University. I studied general surgery as a postgraduate. Su Dongdong looked at Chen Song and smiled. Professor Chen, are you 30? Chen Song smiled. We're the same age, but why don't you come to the province as a postgraduate? Su Dongdong was in a good mood. I'm a graduate, but I don't have a houseman certificate. The provincial hospitals don't want me. It just so happens that my hometown, Lan County, is bringing in talents this year. If I go there, they'll give me 200,000 yuan as a settlement fee. Besides, Lan County is developing well now. Besides, I can see a doctor anywhere. Lan County is not bad. There are many opportunities and there's not much pressure. It's not far from Ammoniang City. I'm quite satisfied. Chen Song nodded. This young man was not bad. At least he was optimistic and cheerful. The emergency department was really a place to train people. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, just as the housemen were assigned, 2 emergency patients were sent in. One was a middle-aged manager who suddenly fainted at work, and the other was an old man with acute myocardial infarction on the bus. The entire emergency department once again fell into a busy state. Because many doctors were there, the organized rescue was very fast. Xianxia was responsible for resuscitation of the fainted patient. Chen Bingxing immediately carried out some rescue for the patient with acute myocardial infarction. Chen Song followed behind and was ready at any time. The patient was a 78-year-old old man with chronic coronary heart disease. When he went to the park in the morning, he lost a few games of chess and was unhappy. When he took the bus, he quarreled with others and suddenly had a myocardial infarction. The old man who quarreled with the old man was also shocked. After all, how did he get a myocardial infarction? If something were to happen, wouldn't he have to take legal responsibility? Fortunately, the old man did not have heart disease. Otherwise, this matter would be blown out of proportion. Fortunately, the bus driver reacted quickly and drove the bus directly to the nearby emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Because the old man was too old, he had a lot of basic diseases, the entire rescue process was bumpy, and he even, almost died several times. The housemen at the side were terrified and did not dare to breathe loudly. After all, this was a fresh life. After 40 minutes of rescue, the old man was finally pulled back from the brink of death. In fact, in this situation, Chen Bingxing and the others were already prepared for the failure of the rescue. After all, he had an old medical history and was old. His heart function was very poor. It had only been a few minutes from the time he had an attack to the hospital, so it was a miracle that he could be saved. The family members had been waiting anxiously outside. When Chen Bingxing told the family the news of the successful rescue, the family members laughed until they were in tears. The 78-year-old man with myocardial infarction was rescued. However, he still needed thrombolysis or interventional treatment, but at least his life was saved. The patient who fainted was diagnosed with a transient ischemic attack and was sent to the neurology department. The sudden appearance of the two patients made all the housemen realize that the next 2 months would not be an act. They would be dealing with the Grim Reaper for real. If they were not careful, they would cause the patient's death. For a moment, everyone was filled with emotions and silence. In that 1 hour, he had personally witnessed the fragility of life and the importance of rescue work. When they saw the family members smiling and crying, they suddenly realized that they were shouldering the hopes of the patient's family. This trust and expectation were too heavy. At this moment, they finally realized that they were the last great wall of human life. Even if it wasn't majestic enough now, it would still protect people's health. It was only because they were wearing white. It was only because they were called doctors. This was his duty. It was also his mission. The emergency department had never been idle. When it was almost time to get off work, there was even a patient with external injuries. He was the chef and part-time boss of a Xinjiang cuisine restaurant on Heavenly Street. After he came, he was in a hurry. The patient was in a hurry. Doctor, doctor. Quick, quick, my finger is broken. The patient was in his 40s. He was bald and fat. Chen Song quickly got up and said to the patient, "Follow me." When the chef saw Chen Song, his eyes lit up. Good, good. Su Dongdong also followed Chen Song into the treatment room. When he saw the wound, he could not help but feel nauseous. How did you get hurt? Chen Song was very calm and asked. The chef grinned. I cut it myself. When Su Dongdong heard that, he suddenly felt disgusted. He was really willing to be so ruthless, although it looked like a bloody mess. After washing it, Chen Song carefully checked it. It was not very serious. Only the tendons and nerves of the index finger were slightly damaged. He would not be able to rest at noon. Lunch was probably going to be tough. He glanced at Su Dongdong, who was following him, and could not help but laugh. You just came and you have to go hungry with me. Su Dongdong patted his stomach. It's okay. I have enough energy reserves. Although he was joking, he could tell that Professor Chen often missed lunch, right? With the help of the nurse, the patient quickly took an X-ray, drew his blood, and did an urgent check. After waiting for the results, he officially entered the operating theater. The patient's mentality was quite good. At this time, he was not concerned about his own condition. Instead, he was concerned about Chen Song. Doctor, this happened at noon. Sigh. I'm sorry to have delayed your lunch. After the surgery, come to my place for lunch. It's my own restaurant. I'll treat you. It's noon. I'm sorry to trouble you all at noon. The patient seemed to be a little apologetic that Chen Song and the others missed lunch because of him. Chen Song suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside him, Su Dongdong seemed to be a little expectant. The anesthesiologist on duty was Lu Jian. When he saw Chen Song, he looked at the boy beside him and smiled. Xiao Chen, is this a houseman? Chen Song nodded. Yes. Lu Jian smiled and kindly advised, learn more from Dr. Chen. Su Dongdong nodded. Although he was about the same age as Chen Song, His experience and clinical experience were much worse than Chen Song's. Lu Jian really regarded Chen Song in a new light. Basically, whenever Chen Song had a surgery, Lu Jian would take the initiative to be the anesthesiologist, no matter how big or small the surgery was. Even the other chief physicians could not get him to go over. Chen Song was also very grateful for this. For surgeons, a good anesthesiologist was the guarantee for a successful surgery. Brachial plexus block anesthesia was very simple. After that, Chen Song started to suture. Lu Jian looked at Su Dongdong and could not help but remind him, "Dr. Chen, your tendon suture is superb." This was the truth. The patient sighed. "Doctor, you have to do a good job for me. If you're done suturing, I'll personally cook for you when you eat at my place in the future." "I'm really not bragging about my skills." "What a pity." Sigh. Chen Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was the patient worried about his finger, or was he just advertising for his restaurant? The surgery was very fast. It was completed in less than 20 minutes. The patient immediately felt something. He wanted to move, but Chen Song quickly stopped him. After returning to the ward and giving some instructions, he said, "Stay in the hospital for 2 days. You need to be observed. You'll be discharged in 2 days and do regular rehabilitation." The patient was still worried. It was already 2:30. No matter how he called Chen Song, he would not go to the restaurant. He simply picked up the phone and called the restaurant. "Well, make a few dishes and send them over." "Yes. The emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital is special." "It's a dish." "Yes, yes, yes, make more." "Oh right, bring more naans over." After less than 20 minutes, a man carried a lot of boxes of various sizes and rushed to the emergency ward. When he saw the boss sitting there, he quickly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" The patient shook his head. "Follow me." As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the doctor's office. The patient said with a smile, "Doctor, this is a token of my sincerity. Our restaurant made some food ourselves. It won't cost much. You've worked hard all afternoon and didn't eat anything. Thank you so much." The man's actions touched Chen Song. He smiled and stood up to thank him. The man waved his hand. You're welcome." After going out, the man placed 2 bags of naans, one in the doctor's office and the other in the nursing station. The food was not expensive, but it was full of sincerity. Chen Song was a little touched. The main thing was that your efforts were recognized and your contributions were approved by others. That was enough. Sometimes, it wasn't for the sake of showing gratitude. Just a word of thanks was enough. P.S. Today, when I saw that my old book, A Top Student Also Cheats, was suddenly recommended, I couldn't help but go back and read it again. I wanted to laugh when I read it. It was my first time writing such a long book. My standard was still far from it, and I didn't have any literary style. I wrote whatever I thought of. Compared to this book, I felt that I had made some progress, but I still felt that there were many shortcomings. Writing a book was really like this. You would constantly recognize new problems and discover your own shortcomings. You could also recognize how to write a good book. I hope that I can learn a lot from this book and work hard to grow up. Finally, I have a small goal. I hope that this book will reach about 3.5 million yuan. I hope it can be achieved. Finally, I would like to thank Bloody Underpants in the Wind for the reward. I have added a new leader for this book. Thank you for your support. In the dormitory, everyone was also discussing with each other. Sigh, my teacher is an undergraduate student. He has only been in the emergency department for 3 years. I don't think his standard is as high as mine. A man sighed. I think he just wants me to write medical records. The country wants housemen to improve our quality, but now it seems that some doctors are not as good as us. Another man said with a smile. For them, the purpose of housemen was nothing more than to get a houseman's certificate so that they could be selected for a professional title. Many of them were not young. Most of them were in their 30s, and some were in their 40s. Little Sue, I heard that the doctor you are following is just an undergraduate student. You are already a postgraduate student. Maybe you can teach him, a man in his 30s said with a smile. Su Dongdong heard it, but he smiled and did not say anything. He could see that Chen Song's knowledge was far above his. He has much more clinical experience than me. He can learn a lot. Su Dongdong smiled and did not quibble. However, he still felt that it was unnecessary to insult Chen Song. The 4 people in the room were all in the emergency department. They were all in their 30s. Su Dongdong was the most educated, but he was the youngest. Hee, Xiao Su, you're too young. Let me tell you, not everyone in the provincial hospital is capable. Many of them got in through the back door. The man who spoke at the beginning pretended to be mature. Su Dongdong felt that it was meaningless to argue with them, so he just nodded and smiled. After 2 months in the People's Hospital of Lan County, Su Dongdong found that there was a more obvious difference between big hospitals and small ones. After spending a long time in small hospitals, people became less interested in learning. Or rather, there was no healthy competitive atmosphere. Perhaps it was because it was comfortable, or perhaps it was because, basically, they treated medical treatment as a job, not a career. The competition was not in medical skills or academics, but in social networks. Many of them looked mature and sophisticated, but in fact, it was just a reason to numb their progress. In Su Dongdong's opinion, the real sophistication and maturity were in how to improve one's abilities in all aspects, such as work ability, business ability, and the ability to adapt to the environment. Of course, this didn't mean that everyone was like that. Su Dongdong just felt that many people had this mentality. Su Dongdong suddenly recalled that when he had signed up at the People's Hospital of Lan County, his postgraduate teacher had said earnestly, "Xiao Su, after you go down, don't be too comfortable. Don't forget to study, and don't listen to others too much." Now, he had a deeper understanding of this sentence. He would not comment on the second provincial hospital for the time being. However, after coming here for a day, Su Dongdong saw that the doctors here, regardless of whether they were young or old, had time to sit there and even discuss and think about some problems, be it clinical or academic. Whenever they were free, they would read books. This wasn't an act, it was a habit. This gap was still very obvious. The 3 middle-aged men in the room chatted after they came back. They called home and watched a short video. Su Dongdong opened the surgery video on his phone and watched it. After all, this was his profession. He should improve on it. Eastern University First Hospital, Cardiac Surgery Office. Mengxi sat on the bench with her legs crossed. She loosened one of the buttons on her white coat and crossed her hands in front of her chest. She was thinking about something. Why hasn't Chen Song come during this period of time? Is it because I didn't do well? Is it because I'm usually too strict? Or is it because I don't care enough about Chen Song? It was also Mengxi's first time attending a wedding. She had never been a teacher before, so when Chen Song suddenly stopped coming, she thought that she had done something wrong. To be honest, Mengxi was still very satisfied with Chen Song. Steadfast, hardworking, and motivated, the most important thing was that he was talented. He was even more amazing than her so-called genius classmates who thought they were extraordinary. But why didn't Chen Song come? Mengxi liked to reflect on herself when she encountered things. She felt that there was something wrong with the way she and Chen Song handled things. Or maybe Chen Song doesn't think that I can't teach him, right? Mengxi blushed for a while when he thought about the surgeries he had performed. This was nothing. If he did not show his true abilities, Chen Song might really look down on him. Thinking of this, Mengxi's chest surged with true energy. She looked at the 3 unmarried doctors on the side and felt her blood boil. She was frightened, trembling, and treading on thin ice. Mengxi didn't care because her mind was thinking about how to play the role of Teacher Meng. First of all, she felt that she should suppress Chen Song and let him know how powerful she was. However, before that, shouldn't she have a good communication with Chen Song and see what he wanted to learn? Then, she would. After Chen Song got off work, he couldn't accompany Qin Shaolik anymore. He hurried to the cardiac surgery department of Eastern University First Hospital. Qin Shaolik sent a message on WeChat, "Don't hook up with female doctors." Chen Song blushed with shame. Is a woman's intuition so accurate? Besides, I just want to shock the female teachers. Chen Song felt that his thoughts were very simple. His thoughts were very pure, and his soul was also very pure. It was definitely inappropriate to say hook up. After 10 minutes, Chen Song arrived at the cardiac surgery department of Eastern University First Hospital. He originally thought that teacher Meng would be unhappy, but after arriving, Mengxi just smiled faintly. "You're here." Chen Song was stunned and then nodded. He was still a little uncomfortable. He could only smile awkwardly. "This. Teacher Meng, I've been busy recently." Yesterday, Mengxi shook her head and said with a smile, "It's nothing." Although Mengxi was also an assistant at Karolinska Institute, she still felt some pressure to teach a graduate student alone. Moreover, she was teaching a graduate student who was talented and willing to work hard, but, no matter what, she couldn't be afraid of her momentum. She had to have the attitude of a teacher. She felt that she should be more tolerant of Chen Song. It was best to show the dignity of a teacher and not lose her care. It was so difficult. Who didn't have a first time? She just had to feel the stones to cross the river. Thinking of this, Mengxi also sighed. Besides, as a teacher, she had to teach and solve doubts. She should teach according to the aptitude of Chen Song and help her to solve her doubts. Thinking of this, Mengxi decided to communicate with Chen Song and see what Chen Song wanted to learn. "Xiao Chen, what are your plans for your 3 years as a graduate student?" Chen Song was slightly stunned. After thinking about it, if there was really any plan, it must be to raise the favorability to 100 and then farm favorability every day. To be more specific, it might be to shock teacher Meng every day. P.S. There is still a chapter behind. I haven't finished writing. Mengxi's heart skipped a beat when she saw Chen Song's silence. Does Chen Song really think that I can't teach him anything? He's going too far. He's looking down on me. Mengxi's blood boiled as she thought of this. She felt her clothes tighten. She felt that she should show off her skills in front of Chen Song to show her true standards. Gu Huai's expression changed when he saw Master Meng's expression. He, who had been single for 33 years, felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Master Meng had always been Gu Huai's goddess. When the other two professors saw this, they suddenly felt that it was good to work overtime. At this moment, they suddenly understood why Gu Huai worked overtime every day. Working overtime was great. There were benefits to working overtime. They had to work overtime more in the future. They couldn't let Gu Huai take all the benefits for himself. Chen Song was actually thinking seriously. He applied for Mengxi because of her hidden profession. Secondly, it was because of Mengxi's scientific research ability, which was rare in Dongyang province. But, what was his plan as a graduate student? How should he put it? Chen Song thought of this and said, "Teacher Meng, I think there are 2 main points for a graduate student. One is clinical ability, and the other is scientific research ability. Your scientific research ability is obvious to all. After all, you're the only person in Dongyang province who published the Lancet. I think I can learn a lot from you. Moreover, I'm just starting to learn about clinical ability, so I still have a lot to learn from teacher Meng. However, I feel that even though a teacher can show you the way, it's up to you to cultivate. As long as you follow teacher Meng more closely and observe more, you can learn a lot more." Mengxi listened to Chen Song's words and looked at Chen Song's sincere eyes. She felt that Chen Song must be speaking from the bottom of his heart. It should be the truth, not bad. It seems that Chen Song has good taste. Ding. Favorability +5. Chen Song was stunned when he heard the system notification. Recently, Chen Song realized that the time he spent on Baidu was not wasted. He discovered an ultimate secret. All women liked to be praised, regardless of their age. As long as they were praised well, everything was negotiable. At this time, Gu Huai saw that the gazes of the two of them were becoming more and more strange. The two of them were looking at each other affectionately, as if they were flirting and flattering each other. Gu Huai immediately became vigilant. For a moment, jealousy rose in his heart. Gu Huai quickly interrupted the two of them and said anxiously, "Chief Physician Meng, the operating theater is ready. Let's prepare for the surgery." Mengxi nodded. "Oh? Done? So fast?" Gu Huai sneered. "How was it fast? You must have forgotten the time while chatting with Chen Song." Gu Huai quickly nodded. "Yes, it's done. The operating theater just sent me a message." Mengxi immediately stood up, looked at Chen Song, and said, "Let's go, Xiao Chen. There's a constrictive pericarditis surgery today." Gu Huai was about to stand up with the medical records when Mengxi suddenly smiled. Well, Dr. Ge, you can get off work early today. It's been quite tiring. I'll do the surgery with Xiaochen. When Ge Huai heard that, he was stunned. Was Chief Physician Meng concerned about him? Did he know that he had worked hard? When he thought of this, he quickly looked at Mengshi, touched. His eyes were gentle, and his voice was kind. Chief Physician Meng, it's fine. I'm not tired. When Mengshi heard that, he immediately frowned. Why was this kid so insensible? After all, he was going to let Chen Song teach him surgery today, not the other way around. Therefore, Mengshi did not want other people to see him. When he thought of this, Mengshi suddenly sighed. Oh. Then organize the medical records for today's discharge. By the way, check the fees and medicine for the 2 patients who will be discharged tomorrow. You don't have to come for the surgery. I'll come over after the surgery to sign for you. Then, Mengshi looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, let's go, Xiaochen. Chen Song did not understand why he did not bring Ge Huai, but, seeing that Teacher Meng was in a good mood, he could only give Ge Huai a caring look and quickly followed. When Ge Huai saw Chen Song's caring look, he was instantly angry. However, when he saw Mengshi's footsteps today, it seemed to be lighter, and his mood improved a little. Ge Huai could not help but sigh. In the operating theater, Mengshi looked at Chen Song and felt a little awkward. After all, he was just about to show off his skills, but today was a constrictive pericarditis surgery. There was definitely no way he could show off his skills. After all, Chen Song's surgery was better than his. It was not certain who would show off, however, she was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, how could a teacher ask a student for advice? How embarrassing. However, Mengshi felt that she should not be ashamed to ask and communicate with him. She could not lose her thirst for knowledge and learning. Thinking of this, Mengshi took a deep breath and calmed her complicated emotions. She looked at Chen Song and said, Xiaochen, actually, my constrictive pericarditis surgery is very ordinary. After watching your surgery last time, I was very inspired. Can you teach me? Chen Song wasn't the only one who was stunned by his words. Even the anesthesiologist at the side was at a loss. Was this the usually arrogant Chief Physician Meng? She actually took the initiative to say that she could not do it and even asked a student to teach her. No one would believe this kind of thing, right? Could it be that she had been anesthetized by herself? The anesthesiologist glanced at the needle in his hand and hesitated. After Chen Song heard it, he was also stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly said, well, Teacher Meng, you're too polite. There's no need to teach. Actually, we medical workers should communicate with each other, cooperate with each other, and improve together. Teacher Meng, are you telling me that I should be shameless to ask for advice all the time? I've really benefited a lot. When Mengshi heard that, she was a little dumbfounded. Looking at Chen Song, she suddenly realized that this kid was not bad. He knew how to talk and do things. Ding. Improve Mengshi's constrictive pericarditis surgery to master level. Mission completion reward, 1. Mengshi's favorability plus 20, 2. Randomly obtain any of Mengshi's skills. Chen Song received the system notification and his eyes immediately lit up. Not bad, not bad. The surgery soon began. Chen Song suddenly said, Teacher Meng, you do it. Mengshi nodded, took the scalpel, and began her operation. Mengshi's basic skills were very solid, but there were some areas that were difficult to grasp without enough experience. Chen Song had also accumulated thousands of surgeries in the training space. Teacher Meng, here, Teacher Meng, look here, Teacher Meng, you. Ouch, Teacher Meng, why are you so stupid? Chen Song looked at Mengshi and sweated profusely. Why was this guy so big-breasted and brainless? How many times had he said it? Mengshi was very humble, but the anesthesiologist behind him was covered in cold sweat. He had different requirements for different people. Chen Song naturally had higher requirements for Teacher Meng, who wanted to become a master, but, at this moment, Chen Song really missed little Licky Qin. She was a fast learner. She had learned his appendectomy with a small incision a few times, and she was already good at it. At this moment, Teacher Meng, sigh, Chen Song could not help but sigh. He watched as Teacher Meng carefully peeled off the last adhesive area. Chen Song could not help but say, Teacher Meng, I've said it a few times just now. What you need to do here is to pay attention to the phrenic nerve. Pay attention to the phrenic nerve, okay? It's very easy to damage it. Sigh, why don't you use your brain? Chen Sung realized that patience would disappear without a trace and be replaced by irritation if she still could not remember it after 10 times. That was right, parents who had taught their children how to write should know this very well. However, Teacher Meng was usually quite a good person, so why did she not learn from her mistakes? Did she not have the brain capacity to do this? When Mengshi heard Chen Sung's reprimand, she was not angry at all. She just blushed and said with grievance, "I'm sorry." Chen Sung sighed and did not say anything. He just shook his head. The anesthesiologist gulped. His sweat had already soaked his little green shirt. What did Chen Sung feed Chief Physician Meng? Why was Chief Physician Meng so abnormal today? Was "I'm sorry" something she should say? When he thought of this, the young anesthesiologist suddenly felt that his worldview had fallen. Was this how Chief Physician Meng, Goddess Meng, should behave? What happened to the awe-inspiring and confident Goddess Meng? The surgery continued. After about an hour, Chen Sung felt that his throat was a little uncomfortable. For the first time, he realized that guiding a surgery was more tiring than performing 2 surgeries. After Mengshi finished suturing, she glanced at Chen Sung uneasily. Her eyes were full of shame. Chen Sung sighed at this time. Actually, your performance was very good. I was too anxious. Teacher Meng, go back and think about what I said. Mengshi nodded, thank you, Xiao Chen. Mengshi felt that he should address him as Teacher Chen. Thinking of this, Mengshi hurriedly shook his head. Wasn't it embarrassing enough? He had been insulted by his own student, Sai. After exiting the operating theater, the two of them washed their hands together. Chen Sung thought about it and suddenly said, Teacher Meng, you should break your original thinking and surgical procedure. This process may be more difficult, but only then can you improve. Actually, it was not that Mengshi was stupid or anything like that. It was just that performing surgery was just like cooking. One needed to break out of one's original comfort zone, discover one's own shortcomings, and then improve. Mengshi might not be able to discover the things that Chen Sung pointed out. However, even if Chen Sung pointed it out, he might subconsciously change it. This process was indeed difficult. Improvement had always been a process of constant denial. Mengshi was different from Chief Physician Tao Mi. Chief Physician Tao Mi was very experienced in surgery. Chen Sung's guidance could increase and broaden his horizons. Therefore, Chief Physician Tao Mi's improvement was more stable and faster. When Mengshi heard Chen Sung's words, he smiled. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Being able to accept one's own shortcomings openly and humbly correct them was a kind of ability. Chen Sung smiled and turned around. He happened to see that the collar of Teacher Meng's small green shirt seemed to be looser. Therefore, Chen Sung saw everything that he should and should not see. He did not lose out at all. His gaze happened to meet Mengshi's, and he immediately turned his head away awkwardly. When Mengshi saw this, he immediately chuckled. Chen Sung coughed and also smiled cooperatively. Mengshi suddenly asked with great interest, Xiao Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Sung was instantly stunned. Who are you looking down on? I may look, but I still have a girlfriend. Besides, I didn't mean to look. Of course I do. Mengshi looked at Chen Sung's blushing face and suddenly felt like laughing. She did not mean anything else. She just found Chen Sung's slightly immature expression a little funny. Mengshi went to the United States when she was 12, and then went to Sweden for university. She received Western culture and education. Compared to China's traditional culture, she was slightly more open-minded. Of course, it only existed in the mind and stopped at the body. After all, Mengshi's mother was a traditional Chinese woman. Mengshi suddenly smiled. Oh. You just got a girlfriend, right? Chen Sung was stunned. Is it that obvious? Chen Sung asked curiously, Teacher Meng, how did you know? Mengshi chuckled and was about to walk forward, but she glanced at Chen Sung's lower body. Chen Sung lowered his head, and his face suddenly turned red. He originally thought that he was a tyrant in breast augmentation surgery and had seen countless splendor, but in the end, he could not escape from fate. When he thought of Teacher Meng's smile again, Chen Sung felt so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. It was also the first time Chen Sung realized that Teacher Meng was really not what she appeared to be on the surface. Beneath that mature exterior, there was a hidden heart. You guys fill in the blanks, Chen Song sighed and went to the changing room to change his clothes. He found that Meng-Shi was already waiting for him at the door of the operating theater. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Meng-Shi smiled as well. After a few seconds, the two of them looked at each other and could not help but laugh. This feeling was like that of a friend. Fortunately, there were not many people around at 8 o'clock. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded for being crazy. It had to be said that today's surgery made the relationship between Chen Song and teacher Meng become like that of a teacher and a friend. The distance between them suddenly became much closer. The age difference was not big. It was impossible for them to get along like those traditional teachers and students. The two of them walked together and talked and laughed. What happened just now was just a joke between friends, so it did not matter. When they returned to the office, Ge Huai and the other two were still working overtime. It was already past 8 o'clock, right? Chen Song was curious. Was today World Overtime Day? When Ge Huai saw that teacher Meng had returned, he quickly said, Chief Physician Meng, the medical records are sorted out. Do you want to sign them now? Meng-Shi was in a good mood. He looked at Ge Huai and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Ge. Let's do it tomorrow. It's not early, I'll be leaving first. Ge Huai immediately smiled in his heart. Meng-Shi was wearing sportswear today, and he looked very youthful. Meng-Shi left first, and Chen Song stayed for a few more minutes. He saw Ge Huai's happy expression. Chen Song could not help but sigh. Teacher Ge, don't tell me you like teacher Meng? With one sentence, the other bloggers in the office immediately pricked up their ears. Ge Huai was exposed by Chen Song, and he immediately blushed. Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing. Ge Huai quickly quibbled. Chen Song could not help but say, Teacher Ge, that's not right. When Ge Huai heard that, he immediately looked at Chen Song curiously. Could it be that Chief Physician Meng and Xiaochen secretly whispered something during the operation? Thinking of this, Ge Huai quickly asked, Oh? Xiaochen, what advice do you have? Chen Song suddenly snapped his fingers and said with a smile, It's not advice, but I have a suggestion. Ge Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. What suggestion? Ge Huai had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt two bloggers beside him. He immediately became angry. What are you doing here? One Bo said, You don't like teacher Meng, so why can't we listen? Two Bo said, Yes. It's a fair competition. Besides, in terms of statistical probability, if you 1 equals Chief Physician Meng likes you and you 2 equals teacher Meng doesn't like you, in this case, establishing a statistical analysis and using a chi-square analysis, you know the p-value needed. When Ge Huai heard that, he was immediately unconvinced. That's not right, you can't make such an assumption. A chi-square analysis is not suitable for this. The three of us are competing, so we need to discuss in groups. First, we need to do a group analysis. The f-value used has nothing to do with the p-value. Ibo immediately joined the battle. No, the f-value is not clear either. We still need to consider type 1 and type 2 errors. If we use a meta-analysis here, I think it's more. You see, we need to establish a scale in advance. Then, Chen Song watched as a courtship competition turned into a statistical contest. He was actually a little stunned. Could it be that the world of a top student was really so colorful? Did he need to do a meta-analysis to find a girlfriend? Chen Song suddenly felt very lucky that he had gotten Qin Shaolik before she got her doctorate. Otherwise, it would be difficult in the future. What if she asked him what the p-value was? I actually don't deserve to join such a high-end battle. Forget it, forget it. Looking at Sambo arguing, Chen Song suddenly felt very envious. Cultured people indeed looked for partners based on data analysis. Chen Song looked at the situation in front of him. It seemed that the three of them had already discussed and coded the personality, hobbies, height, and other data. The tables were already done. Sigh, right, where's my suggestion? Why isn't anyone listening? Thinking of this, Chen Song said, Teacher Go, I have a suggestion. Ge Huai impatiently said, Go away. Don't disturb my calculations. Fu Er nodded. Fu Er gave him 3 likes. They realized that there was no suggestion more scientific than conducting a scientific data analysis. That's right, there were also ratios in love. Bad students who didn't deserve this ratio. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a mother and daughter walked into the emergency room. The daughter was in her 40s, thin and small. At this time, she was supporting the old woman and kept nagging at the old woman. I didn't let you eat it, but you insisted. Are you okay now? Vomiting and diarrhea. You're already so old. Look at you. The woman's mouth seemed to be very fast and sharp. She kept nagging at the old man. You can't eat cold things. If you have a stomachache, you have to come to the hospital. You're making trouble for me. I'm fine at work, but I have to come back and send you to the hospital. Can't you save me some trouble? The old woman was submissive and didn't say anything. After a while, she said, I also want to. I can't waste it. This good cold jelly is not spoiled. The old mother was 80 years old. Her face was full of wrinkles and her hair was white. Although she was a little thin, her frame was bigger than her daughter's. It was a little difficult for her daughter to support her. After entering the emergency room, the woman was panting, but she still carefully supported the old woman, afraid that she would bump into something. Chen Song and Su Dongdong just came out of the ward rounds. After seeing them, they quickly said, Xiao Lin, push a bed out. Xiao Lin saw this and nodded quickly. She was very agile and ran out in a short time. Chen Song and Su Dongdong helped and sent the old woman to the bed. The thin woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could rest, she hurriedly registered an emergency number. Chen Song quickly asked, What's wrong, old woman? The old woman closed her eyes and didn't say anything. She lay on the bed and seemed to be exhausted. The thin woman said, Maybe she collapsed from diarrhea? After I went to work this morning, my dad called me and said that my mother has been having diarrhea this morning. She vomited and had diarrhea several times. I asked and found out that she ate the cold jelly last night. She must have eaten something bad. After hearing this, Chen Song nodded. Oh. Did she have any old diseases in the past? The woman thought for a while. She has diabetes and high blood pressure, but she also takes antihypertensive medicine. She takes insulin for diabetes. High blood pressure patients take nifedipine slow-release tablets, 1 tablet a day. As for insulin, 8 units in the morning. The woman was very detailed, which made Chen Song a little surprised. You're a medical student? The woman shook her head and sighed. No, my mother has been sick for so many years. She has been following me. She doesn't take her medicine well. She always thinks that it's expensive, so I give her medicine regularly every day. At this point, Chen Song couldn't help but take a few more glances at the woman. After all, there weren't many children who could do this. The incessant nagging just now was probably the same nagging as a mother nagging her child when he was young. He was very patient. When people got old, their roles would change. Even so, Chen Song did not believe the woman's words completely. He habitually picked up the stethoscope and listened to his stomach. The sound of his intestines was indeed a little hyperactive. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes. Chen Song asked, Old man, where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me. The old man's voice was very low, as if he was tired and weak. He said, I just feel uncomfortable in my stomach. Also, I feel weak all over. My body hurts everywhere. Oh. I'm also a little flustered. When Chen Song heard this, he suddenly hesitated. Electrolyte disorder, low potassium could cause a series of symptoms, such as weakness, arrhythmia, or some diseases of the nervous system, similar to muscle weakness. Thinking of this, Chen Song said to the nurse, Xiao Lin, check his blood sugar. Also, check his blood routine and electrolytes. The old man had to be careful when he was replenishing his electrolytes. He was much more sensitive than young people. As he spoke, the old man was pushed into the observation room. Logically speaking, such symptoms were very common. The old man had a stomachache, so it might cause electrolyte disorder. These symptoms were normal. Su Dongdong looked at Chen Song and asked, Professor Chen, could it be that the electrolyte is in disorder, causing low sodium and low potassium? It should be fine with fluid supplementation, right? Chen Song looked at Su Dongdong and could not help but shake his head. Fluid supplementation can't be done casually, especially for the old man. Without the results of serum electrolytes, any sodium or potassium supplementation can be a crime. A few young people in the same dormitory as Su Dongdong saw the patient and came over. When they heard Chen Song's words, they all had their own thoughts. Chen Song entered the observation room. The man smiled and looked at Su Dongdong. Deliberately mystifying. How can it be so complicated? When I was in the hospital, I saw a lot of patients like this. Just some sugar and saline will do. Although Su Dongdong felt that the man's words were unreasonable, he did not quibble. He got up and entered the observation room. The man could not help but laugh. He looked at Su Dongdong and Chen Song and shook his head. Sigh. Young people are too mysterious. How can there be such a mysterious thing? The blood sugar check was done quickly. It was out in a short while. The blood sugar was 16.4. When Chen Song saw the blood sugar, he immediately frowned. According to the patient and his family members, the blood sugar should be 1 hour after the meal, but it was still a little high. Chen Song looked at the woman and said, "The old man's blood sugar control is not very good. 16.4 mol." When the woman heard that, she immediately blushed. "I'm sorry, doctor. My blood sugar meter at home is not accurate. It has not been adjusted and has not been tested for a while. But I still inject insulin every day." At this time, the old man suddenly had difficulty breathing. He opened his mouth and tried to inhale. This immediately attracted Chen Song's attention. Chen Song quickly asked, "Did the old man have heart, lung, or kidney disease in the past?" When the woman saw the old man like this, she was shocked and panicked. She quickly shook her head. "No, definitely not." When Chen Song saw this, he quickly connected the patient to oxygen. Then, Chen Song picked up the stethoscope and listened to the lungs and heart area. He heard that the breathing was very weak. Moreover, the heart was beating very slowly. At this time, Chen Song was a little confused. "Connect the ECG monitor." At this time, the old man still had difficulty breathing. It seemed that the oxygen was not very effective. He still opened his mouth to inhale. At this time, Chen Song became nervous. Little Lin connected the ECG monitor skillfully. Chen Song said to Su Dongdong, "The family member can wait outside." When Su Dongdong saw this, he called the woman out of the observation room. Chen Song quickly saw the value on the monitor. The blood pressure was getting lower and lower, 70-40 mmHg. The heartbeat was also getting slower and slower. 43 beats, 1 minute. The breathing was rapid. The huff and puff made the entire atmosphere turn serious. When Chen Song saw this, he quickly said, "ECG." Then, he quickly unbuttoned the old man's clothes in a panic. Now, Chen Song realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. As the electrocardiogram machine was brought over, Chen Song quickly connected all the leads: lack of strength, abnormal reaction of the digestive tract, difficulty in breathing, and suspected that it was a problem with the respiratory muscles, panic, diabetes. With all these factors combined, Chen Song thought of a terrible and potentially life-threatening disease, and it could be life-threatening at any time. However, the electrocardiogram had not been done yet. Shaolin shouted, "Dr. Chen, the heartbeat is only 20 beats." Chen Song's face suddenly turned pale. "Atropine." Nurse Lele quickly started the injection. However, after the dopamine injection, the effect was still mediocre. The patient's condition did not improve at all. At this time, the electrocardiogram machine slowly spat out the electrocardiogram. Chen Song tore the electrocardiogram and picked it up to take a closer look. His face suddenly changed. As expected, the waveform of the electrocardiogram, combined with the patient's performance, everything could be explained. Chen Song could not help but feel lucky that he did not have to rush the fluid replacement. Otherwise, the old lady would really be finished. By then, there would be nothing he could do. Looking at the electrocardiogram, Chen Song felt his hands trembling. Shaolin continued, "Dr. Chen, the heartbeat is still decreasing." At this time, the old lady's face was ferocious. She had been diabetic for many years and was a little thin. In addition, she was an old woman in her 80s, so her face was all skin and bones. At this time, the ferocious expression on her face, the rapid breathing with her mouth open, and the screams in her mouth made the few trainees who came to watch the fun take a step back. It was too scary. At this time, atropines seemed to be useless. The heartbeat was still at 20 beats. Chen Song thought about it and immediately changed his approach. Isoproterenol. In the first aid kit, there was a complete set of rescue materials and a row of rescue drugs. Lele quickly began to search and prepare. At this time, Chen Song said to Xiao Lin, who was beside him, prepare 10 milliliters of calcium chloride. Intravenous injection. Also, insulin, 10 units, also intravenous injection. As soon as he said that, the group of housemen behind him was dumbfounded. At this time, he actually needed to use calcium. They were at a loss. They had no idea why Chen Song suddenly started to use intravenous calcium supplements after completing the electrocardiogram. The patient. Calcium deficiency. The group of people was somewhat dumbfounded. To be honest, Su Dongdong was also a little confused, but she still stood behind him, holding a notebook to record every word Chen Song said. Because calcium chloride and insulin were not part of the emergency medicine, they needed to be retrieved from the nurse's station. After arriving, Chen Song hurriedly looked at Xiao Lin and exhorted him word by word. Remember. Slow down, 10 milliliters of calcium chloride. Give it to me in 5 minutes. Insulin is also injected intravenously. After that, Chen looked at the monitor. His heartbeat had reached 45 beats per minute. It seemed like it was due to the effects of isoprenaline, but now was not the time to be happy. The most important cause of the patient's illness had not been eliminated. This could be life-threatening and cause cardiac arrest in an instant. At this time, Li Baoshan happened to pass by the emergency department. When he heard that there was a patient being resuscitated, he hurried in. Li Baoshan looked at Xiao Lin, who was injecting drugs. He asked Chen Song, "What's the patient's condition?" At this time, all the housemen behind him were dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened. Although they were followers, they did not understand at all what exactly happened. Why did they seem like weaklings? And why did Chen Song start such a complicated operation after looking at an electrocardiogram? Even Su Dongdong was clueless about this. The man who was talking to Su Dongdong behind him also lost his confidence. Could it be that the electrolyte was not in disorder? Chen Song saw that the heartbeat and blood pressure were gradually recovering and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard Li Baoshan's question, he immediately turned around and said, "Director, the patient should have hyperkalemia, accompanied by diabetic ketosis. Moreover, the blood potassium may be as high as 8 points." When Li Baoshan heard about the blood potassium, his face immediately turned gloomy. 8 points of blood potassium, this was going to kill him. Normal blood potassium was between 3.5 and 5 millimoles per liter. When it was more than 5.5, it was hyperkalemia. When Li Baoshan heard that the blood potassium was so high, he immediately asked, "The serum electrolyte is not out yet?" Chen Song shook his head and said, "It was just drawn and sent in less than 10 minutes ago. It can't be so fast." When Chen Song said this, the surrounding people suddenly quieted down. Without the serum electrolyte indicator, how did Chen Song say that the blood potassium was more than 8 points? How did he guess that the patient had hyperkalemia? Chen Song did an electrocardiogram from the beginning to the end. At this moment, the surrounding housemen were suddenly curious. Chen Song could not say that he guessed it, right? When Li Baoshan heard Chen Song say this, he quickly picked up the electrocardiogram at the side and looked at it carefully. He suddenly frowned. "What did you use?" Chen Song said, "Calcium solution, calcium chloride. The patient's blood sugar is more than 16 points. I added 10 units of insulin." At this moment, Li Baoshan walked to the side and looked at the patient. At this time, he could only wait and see. Chen Song had already done what he could. Li Baoshan was really satisfied with Chen Song now. He could accurately diagnose the patient through the details. It was really not something an ordinary person could do. Not to mention other things, just Chen Song's ability to determine the blood potassium value through the electrocardiogram was a skill. It could not be done without a few years of practice. The emergency department was a race against time. If they really waited until the serum electrolyte was out, the patient would really be dead. and Chen Song's handling was also very good. This made Li Baoshan feel a little emotional. He was really a good young man. Chen Song had already done what he could. If it still did not work, he would have to go for dialysis. Time passed by minute. The numbers on the electrocardiogram kept jumping, like the rhythm of life. The heart rate gradually stabilized at around 50 points. The patient's breathing also stabilized and blood pressure stabilized. At this moment, Chen Song and Li Baoshan heaved a sigh of relief. The patient's condition should be stabilized. The old woman also opened her eyes and sighed in relief. She felt that she had broken through the gates of hell. At this moment, the woman who had just sent her mother to the hospital was anxiously pacing in front of the observation room. She was so nervous that she could die. She was afraid that something would happen to her mother. When the emergency security uncle, Qin Taishan, saw this, he could not help but comfort her. "Sister, don't worry. Director Li has gone in. There will be no problem." Even so, the woman could not be at ease. When she heard Qin Taishan's words, she could not help but choke. "I shouldn't have talked about her. I should have fixed the blood glucose meter earlier. It's all my fault. I must have nagged her too much. I won't talk about her anymore in the future. God, please protect my mother. I beg you, please let her get through this." The woman's voice was choked and her emotions were unstable. Qin Taishan did not know what to say. When the nurse at the side saw the woman crying like this, she could not help but sigh. This was what a lady was like. When the mother made a mistake, it was fine to blame her. After all, the elderly were old. As the saying went, one would return to one's youth. When one was old, one would not be sensible. Only the young lady would nag in one's ear. No one else would care about one's behavior. However, nagging and blaming were just nagging. When the old woman was really sick, the lady would be worried as if she was sick herself. At this moment, the old woman slowly recovered. However, at this moment, they could not be careless. There were many causes for hyperkalemia. Diabetic ketosis was one of them. However, they could not rule out other causes. Therefore, they had to wait for the physiological and biochemical results before transferring to another department. Li Baoshan called the laboratory and urged them to hurry up. The results were out quickly. The nurse quickly printed out the test results and handed them over. Li Baoshan took it and looked at it. Blood potassium, 8.1. Fortunately, the emergency treatment was done in time. If the serum electrolytes were really out, this person would be in danger. The houseman at the side looked at it curiously and was instantly dumbfounded. It was really past 8 o'clock. At this moment, they were very curious about how Chen Song guessed the patient's blood potassium concentration. Su Dongdong was even more excited. In just 2 short days, she had seen another emergency treatment. Although she was at a loss, she felt that it was awesome even though she did not understand. However, looking at Mr. Chen in such an urgent situation, searching for and discovering the key factor in the complicated illness and symptoms, and taking timely treatment, it was too difficult, it was too satisfying. To be honest, at this moment, Su Dongdong was really convinced by Chen Song, sincerely convinced. P.S. Hee, it's midnight for now. See you tomorrow afternoon. The specific mystery will be revealed tomorrow afternoon. Oh right, tonight is Christmas Eve. I wish everyone a safe and peaceful life. From Chen Song's most sincere wishes. Oh right, my smelly socks have been hung up. I'll see if there are any gifts tomorrow. Looking forward to it. In less than 20 minutes, all of the patient's physiological and biochemical results were out. Blood ketosis increased. Combined with the patient's performance, the diagnosis could now be main diagnosis, hyperkalemia secondary diagnosis, diabetic ketoacidosis. Chen Song began to contact the endocrinology department. The patient's hyperkalemia was also caused by diabetic ketoacidosis. Chen Song turned around and saw Su Dongdong writing something in a notebook. He said, "Dongdong, let the family in." When Su Dongdong heard Chen Song calling him, he quickly put away the notebook and nodded. Okay. At this moment, the woman had been begging at the door for a long time, but as time passed, although she didn't understand medicine, she knew that the longer it took, the bigger the problem. The more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. Su Dongdong pushed the door open and saw the woman standing there nervously. Her eyes were filled with expectation and hope as she stared at the door. When she saw Su Dongdong come out, the woman quickly ran over. "Doctor! Doctor! How is my mother?" Su Dongdong smiled. "Don't be nervous. Dr. Chen asked you to go in." Su Dongdong didn't say whether the patient was stable or not. He only said that Dr. Chen asked her to go in. When the woman heard this, she quickly walked in. "Dr. Chen, my mother. How is she?" Chen Song said, "The old woman is basically stable now, but I suggest that she be hospitalized in the endocrinology department. She now has diabetic ketoacidosis. This acidosis caused the blood potassium in the body to increase. It seems that this situation hasn't been going on for a day or two. So, I suggest that you go to the endocrinology department to correct the old woman's diabetes and treat her hyperkalemia. Don't worry too much." After the woman heard this, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, Chen Song turned around and said to the old woman, "Old woman, you have to pay more attention to your blood sugar in the future. You can't eat anything. Do you know that you were almost endangered just now? Listen to your daughter in the future. She won't harm you." The old woman also recovered at this time and let out a long breath. Doctor, thank you." Chen Song was still a little unused to being addressed by the old woman as sir. When the daughter saw that her mother had calmed down, she quickly walked over and squatted beside the bed. She held her mother's bony hands with both hands. They were a little cold. It was a result of the poor microcirculation caused by diabetes for a long time. But the woman didn't mind at all. She squatted there and stroked her mother's hand on her face, tears dripping down. "Mom, you scared me to death." The old woman blushed and didn't know what to say. She could only caress her daughter's face. She used to caress her like this when she was young, and now, they were all grown up. "It's because I'm old," her daughter was really frightened. "Mom, do I usually say too much and you're unhappy? I won't say it in the future, okay? But, you have to take your medicine on time. Don't try to scrimp." "What can you scrimp on? As long as you're fine, I'll be happy no matter what." The old man was so touched that his eyes turned misty. At this time, Chen Song picked up the phone and started to contact the endocrinology department. Not long after, the doctor on duty, Yan Dongxue, came down in a hurry. When he saw Chen Song, he smiled and greeted him. "Xiao Chen." Chen Song smiled. Yan Dongxue was the son-in-law of the emergency department and Zhang Shu's husband. He was currently the deputy director of the endocrinology department. He was 40 years old and in his prime. "Teacher Yan, the patient is inside." Chen Song walked in with Yan Dongxue. Yan Dongxue looked at the test results and electrocardiogram and was shocked. "This is life-threatening." Chen Song nodded. "Yes." Yan Dongxue looked at the woman. "The old man's diabetes needs to be monitored for a period of time. Also, the insulin injection," the woman was very cooperative. "Okay. I'll listen to you, doctor." Yan Dongxue looked at the patient and went up. At this time, the old man also sat up. His daughter helped him to the endocrinology department to complete the hospitalization procedures. Chen Song saw that the woman was so tired and suddenly said, "Can you push a wheelchair over?" The woman smiled. "There's no need. I'm used to it." After saying that, the two of them supported each other and walked away. Occasionally, he could hear the woman's sharp and mean nagging and the old man's yes man. Chen Song shook his head when he heard it from afar. Perhaps this was love. It seemed that the two of them had quarreled for a lifetime. When they were young, the mother nagged the girl. When they were old, the girl nagged the old man. She always had endless worries and endless things to say. Humans were reincarnated. It was a reincarnation of care and responsibility. However, this seemingly ordinary scene became a little touching for some reason. It made his eyes a little hazy. Little Lin was still the same as before. He liked to cry. His nose was sore, and tears flowed out. Even Changlina, who was usually eloquent, took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "Just like my mother and me. When we were young, she nagged me and I was annoyed. Now that she's old, I nagged her and she must be annoyed too. Perhaps, only girls who were close to each other would be like this? Although Chen did not understand girls, this feeling was not differentiated by gender. He could empathize with them. Many of the students had witnessed a rescue that seemed simple but had a hidden mystery behind it. If it was really just ordinary diarrhea, the old man might lose his life if the treatment was carried out according to this situation. However, Chen was actually able to find the cause of the illness from these complicated factors and started the treatment directly. This made the group of housemen feel a little emotional and somewhat worshipped him. Some of the bolder ones directly asked, "Teacher Chen, how did you know that the patient had high blood potassium?" At first, I thought it was low potassium caused by diarrhea. If it was really fluid replacement, the patient would be gone. Chen looked at this group of students. His eyes were full of curiosity. He could not help but say, the principle of emergency treatment is to save the life first, then the illness. If the old man only had ordinary diarrhea, it might cause electrolyte disorders. You're right. You should consider low potassium. But when we diagnose a disease, not only do we have to make a judgment based on the patient's current symptoms, but we also have to take into consideration the past medical history. The patient's illness was caused by diarrhea after eating cold jelly. He has a history of diabetes for many years. At this time, you have to consider whether diabetes can cause diarrhea and then make a judgment based on the signs, symptoms, and symptoms. The patient's digestive system has an abnormal reaction. Everyone saw it just now. It was accompanied by an abnormal heart rhythm. Immediately after that, there was a respiratory disorder followed by fatigue and weakness. The heart rate dropped. At this time, you have to think of a life-threatening disease, hyperkalemia. At this time, Su Dongdong could not help but ask, then, "Teacher Chen, how did you know that the blood potassium was more than 8 points?" Chen Song's rules were very clear. First, they would deduce the patient's cause based on the symptoms, signs, and other clues. Then, they would deduce the possibility based on the current medical history and past medical history. Then, they would verify their judgment through physiological and biochemical tests. Chen Song's simple resuscitation process allowed the students to form a logical thinking framework. Chen Song smiled. "This is clinical thinking." Everyone was stunned. Actually, as a doctor, the most important thing was to form clinical thinking. At this moment, Su Dongdong's words made everyone even more curious. "That's right. Teacher Chen, the serum electrolytes are not out yet. How did you guess the blood potassium value? Did you make the judgment based on experience?" "That's right. Teacher Chen, you were so cool just now. How did you make the judgment? Do you have a secret?" Looking at the group of students, Chen Song smiled. "Of course, there's a secret." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. They quickly took out their pens and paper. This was real knowledge, it was the real deal. Chen Song saw this and was very happy to share. What was that saying? That's right. Knowledge was not one's own. One was only the user and disseminator of knowledge. The more people who received this knowledge, the more people could be saved. Actually, did everyone notice that I did an electrocardiogram just now? Everyone nodded. Yes, we saw it. But, the electrocardiogram is just a waveform. What does it have to do with blood potassium? Chen Song then said to Shaolin, I have an extra set of electrocardiogram just now. Can you help me get it? Chen Song had an extra set of electrocardiogram to be on the safe side. It came in handy now. Shaolin hurriedly took it and passed it to Chen Song. Chen Song took the electrocardiogram and said to everyone, don't underestimate any examination. It's as simple as a thermometer, blood pressure gauge, auscultation of the heart, electrocardiogram, X-ray, and so on. These examinations can give us a lot of clues. Hyperkalemia and abnormal electrocardiogram performance are a classic example. I hope everyone will remember what I'm going to say next. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly prepared their notebooks and pens and listened attentively. When the blood potassium level increases, it increases the permeability of the cell membrane to potassium ions during the repolarization period, which makes the action potential slope steeper and shortens the time. The first electrocardiogram manifestations of high potassium are high T waves and short QT. Therefore, when I saw the electrocardiogram, I was basically certain that the patient had hyperkalemia. Everyone knows that hyperkalemia patients come and go in a hurry. Xianxia came and went in a hurry amused everyone. However, everyone knew that it was true. Hyperkalemia could cause cardiac arrest at any time and endanger one's life. Xianxia continued, indeed, the serum electrolyte test is the gold standard for hyperkalemia, but by the time the biochemical test comes out, the patient will have been gone for an hour or two. Why would I need this gold standard? So, at this time, if you suspect high blood potassium, you must do an electrocardiogram. This is a small clinical trick. Moreover, with the increase of blood potassium, different concentrations will have different manifestations. Start recording. Xianxia reminded. When the blood potassium level is more than 6.5 millimoles per liter, there will be a uniform widening of the QRS. At this time, there will be ventricular myocardial block. When the blood potassium level is more than 7.0 millimoles per liter, there will be a decrease in the P wave and a widening of the time. When the blood potassium level is around 8.5 millimoles per liter, the P wave will disappear and sinus ventricular conduction will be formed. These were all officially reported and could be used clinically. Therefore, when Xianxia said it, he did not hesitate. If it was just Xianxia's personal experience, he would be very conservative with his words. After everyone heard it, their eyes shone with a green light as they kept recording. A lot of knowledge would only shine brightly when it was combined with clinical practice. At this moment, Xianxia and their eyes had a halo effect. All of them were hungry and thirsty. They would never have thought that the difference in the electrocardiogram could reflect the abnormal signal of the human body's blood potassium. This was something they did not expect at all. Just like what Xianxia said, if the serum electrolytes came and the patient was gone, you would not know why. As a doctor, one had to constantly improve their skills. This skill included diagnostic skills, treatment skills, surgical skills, and skills to communicate with patients. Life was full of knowledge. At this moment, a student could not help but ask, Professor Chen, will the blood potassium level reach 10 and die directly? Xianxia said, the blood potassium level increases further. When it reaches 10 millimoles per liter, the QRS widens and even fuses with the T wave to form a sine wave. In the end, the patient will die of ventricular arrest or ventricular fibrillation. At this point, Xianxia looked at everyone. Therefore, the most taboo in the clinic is experience, especially in the emergency department. You must not use your usual experience to treat others, and you must not casually persuade or encourage others to do what you are used to. If you do not fully understand the patient, anything you say may be wrong, and any suggestion you make may be fatal. Xianxia took a deep breath. If you follow the conventional electrolyte disorder just now, vomiting and diarrhea, isn't it just fluid replacement and electrolytes adjustment? You can supplement sodium, potassium, calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and vitamins. If that's the case, what will the patient be like? Think about it carefully yourselves. There is no room for sloppiness in medicine. I don't expect you to learn much in the 2 months in the emergency department, but you must learn something. That is danger and caution. With one sentence, all the students present fell silent. There was no lack of such examples in life. A method that might be applicable to oneself might become the real culprit of someone else's death. So, the most suitable advice and suggestion might be, go see a doctor. Xianxia smiled. So, do you know the difference between a doctor and a butcher? Everyone was stunned and raised their heads to look at Xianxia. Xianxia said seriously, the more a doctor does, the more timid he becomes. The more a butcher does, the more daring he becomes. His words were very humorous. After everyone heard it, they could not help but smile. But, they could not smile in their hearts. The more they smiled, the heavier they felt. Xianxia looked at everyone, got up, and left. He walked toward the office. He did not expect this group of people to remember everything, but they must remember one thing. When dealing with patients, they must be cautious, be cautious, be cautious. At this moment, in the crowd, a man was sweating profusely. He still had lingering fear and did not dare to raise his head. When he thought of his showing off, he felt very childish. If this old man was really dealt with in his hands, what would the result be? This was a fresh life, and he was only in his early 30s. If something really happened, who would be responsible? Who would be responsible for the old man? You only have one life, who would let you try? P.S. What I want to tell everyone in this story is that a kind suggestion for others may not be suitable for others. This is the case for diseases. Why is life not like this? If one does not have enough understanding of the disease, a seemingly kind suggestion will lead to misdiagnosis or treatment. If one does not have enough understanding of the situation of others, what will a seemingly kind suggestion lead to? Chinese medicine believes that medicine is Tao. In fact, there are many things in common between life and medicine. I hope this story can give everyone a little inspiration. Chen Song was a little disappointed that there was no reply from the British Journal of Surgery on Saturday and Sunday. He wanted to make a name for himself at the annual meeting, but it seemed like Naruto had no chance to show up. What are you thinking about? A clear voice interrupted Chen Song's thoughts while he was in a dilemma. Chen Song turned around with a smile and looked at Xianxia. He was in a good mood all of a sudden. Are you going to the annual meeting of surgeons? Chen Song asked curiously. If you're willing to go, I'll get an invitation for you. Chen Song felt that he still had some say in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, especially when he had a good relationship with the top bosses, such as Yao Fu, Chief Physician Qian Liang, and even Chief Physician Zhou Hongguang. Qin Yu smiled disapprovingly. Your sister Yu is already a member of the association. Do I need you to recommend me? Little Tsong-er? Chen Song was stunned for a moment. After all, Qin Yu graduated from a famous school. After he entered the hospital, he was authorized, so it was naturally easy for him to join. Most importantly, his father was Dean Qin Xiaoyuan. With this title, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to join the academy? At this time, Qin Yu suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Song with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and stretched out his right index finger to lift Chen Song's chin. He stared at Chen Song with a teasing and confident gaze. Song-er, you'll be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower. I'll hold the spear and wear the armor to conquer the world for you. What do you think? After about 3 seconds, he said, think about it. Chen Song was a little confused, looking at Qin Yu's provocative and flirtatious gaze. Chen Song could not help but want to laugh. After all, if it was teacher Mengshi who did this, it might be a little intimidating and convincing. However, Qin Yu was born to act cute. His big eyes seemed to always flash with a cute and mischievous light. His actions made Chen Song unable to help but pull his right hand over. Taking advantage of the situation, he pulled Qin Yu over. Chen Song grabbed Qin Yu's wrist with one hand and pulled Qin Yu into his embrace with the other. This little girl, naughty. Qin Yu hadn't finished acting tough yet, but when he was pulled into Chen Song's arms, he was dumbfounded. Before he could even react, he was already lifted onto Chen Song's shoulder. He was startled. Chen Song, put me down. Chen Song stood up and turned a deaf ear to him. With his left hand hugging his legs, Qin Yu was lying on his left shoulder. Just like that, Chen Song carried him on his shoulder and walked towards their original spot. The park at 9 o'clock was very comfortable. The autumn wind was neither hot nor cold. It was a little cooler than spring, but it also had a unique atmosphere unique to autumn. Many flowers in the park were still in full bloom. The fragrance of Chinese roses and osmanthus flowers wafted over, making one feel very comfortable. The chrysanthemums were also shining brightly under the street lights. Seeing this, Chen Song suddenly had a whim. He slapped Qin Yu's butt lightly twice and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so smug? If you don't spank me for 3 days, you'll start teasing me." Qin Yu felt a strange feeling coming over her, and her face immediately turned red. However, when he was lifted up by Chen Song with his head hanging behind his back, it felt like he was being kidnapped by a king in ancient times. "Chen Song, let me go." Not only did Chen Song ignore him, instead, he slapped her. It was neither light nor heavy, and the strength was just right. Qin Yu shouted again, "Thief Chen, let me go." Chen Song was stunned. "You little girl, you're acting?" So, he slapped her again, but this time, he added a line, "Little girl, come back to the mountain with me and be the wife of the fort. Follow me and you'll have a good life." Qin Yu's face turned even redder. Thief, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Chen Song smiled indifferently, but he increased the force of his hand. I was born bold. Such a beautiful female ghost, isn't she delivering herself to my door? Qinyu seemed to be addicted. She was even more engrossed in her acting. She said in a sad voice, Thief Chen. Even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. When Chen Song heard this, he laughed lasciviously. Isn't this enough? But, just as he was about to slap her, Chen Song was suddenly shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw his father-in-law, Xianxia, and mother-in-law, Ji Ruyun, walking towards him. He just happened to see Qinyu being carried on Chen Song's shoulder, and Chen Song's hand was still on Qinyu's top. At this moment, 3 pairs of eyes, bright and full of expression, appeared especially abrupt under the street lights. Lao Qin felt his face twitch a little, but he didn't know which of the 12 pairs of opposite nerves was slapped. Ji Ruyun felt a little breathless. She didn't know if it had something to do with today's flower fragrance. Chen Song's hand, which was on Qinyu's bottom, felt a little numb. Well, in any case, it couldn't move, at this moment. Qinyu seemed to have immersed herself in the role and suddenly said, Husband, be gentler with your servant. Her voice was gentle and charming, carrying a trace of decadence. It also carried an itchy feeling. At this moment, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know what to do. They were at a loss. They didn't know what to do. Today's wind was very noisy. At this moment, Chen Song swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a little nervous and sweaty. Lao Qin suddenly pulled Ji Ruyun and suddenly turned around, walking towards the back. He pinched his throat and said, Aya, wifey, why do my eyes feel a little blurry? I can't see anything. Ji Ruyun also said softly, Aya, wifey, me too. And, my ears feel a little buzzing. I can't hear anything. What's wrong? Xianxia was also immersed in the role. He pinched his throat and continued, hurry up and go home. Rest early. Ji Ruyun nodded. The 2 of them hurriedly left in a few quick steps. Chen Song was dumbfounded. What the heck, how magical. Just as he was at a loss, Dean Qin reacted in time. The Dean was indeed the Dean. The more Chen Song thought about it, the more impressed he was. But, this family was full of King drama queens. Thinking of Dean Qin's reaction just now, Chen Song was also a little embarrassed. Thinking of this, Chen Song's hand suddenly regained its senses. Then, he squeezed it. And, not bad, it was good in all aspects. Then, try again. Thinking of this, Chen Song tried again. When Chen Song wanted to try again, Qinyu suddenly said in his ear, your life is more important. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. He quickly put Qinyu down. He coughed. My hand was cramping just now. I can't move it. Qinyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Song. He said with a smile, is that so? Chen Song nodded seriously. His eyes were filled with innocence. However, when he thought of Qinyu's black belt in massage techniques, Chen Song panicked. He suddenly missed Dean Qin. Don't go. I really want to live for another 500 years, Qinyu looked at Chen Song with a smile. Is it comfortable? Chen Song nodded honestly. Seeing the murderous intent in Qinyu's eyes, Chen Song decided to run 10 meters first. Maybe his legs were long enough to survive. Thinking of this, Chen Song ran. Qinyu picked up 2 leaves and flew toward Chen Song. Unfortunately, she had not learned flower pinching finger. Then, she chased after him proudly. Thief, stop. Call me Grandaunt and I'll spare your life. Chen Song would definitely not stop now. He swore, after taking advantage of her, he would leave. Anyway, his legs were long. At this moment, in the bushes, Qin and Ji did not speak. Then, they looked at each other and saw countless messages in each other's eyes. After a long time, both of them sighed. Sigh, Qin Xiaoyuan was deeply touched. Girls changed 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. If one went overboard, a grown girl could not be kept at home, but his own daughter, a grown girl, a grown girl. What did she become? As for Ji Ruyun, she looked at the 2 of them running away and smiled. This was youth, right? How nice. When she saw Qinyu laughing without restraint, doing what she wanted to do happily, and liking the person she liked, she was really happy for her. Although those words were a little ridiculous. But this was what youth should be like, right? Besides, they were old and had a generation gap with the younger generation. This was normal. Moreover, it was good that there was Chen Song to accompany her. If it were someone else, Qin Yu might not like it, right? Ji Ruyun knew Qin Yu very well and knew what this girl was thinking. An interesting soul was 1 in 10,000, and a good-looking body was 1 in 100,000. To meet a young man like Chen Song who was interesting, good-looking, and capable, this was Qin Yu's blessing. Ji Ruyun was not biased. She was just speaking the truth. She really admired Chen Song. And her understanding of Chen Song was also from Qin Yu. Qin Yu often chatted with her, speaking her mind and communicating with her. She knew this silly girl's feelings for Chen Song. Youth not only required hard work, but also learning to love. Qin Yu had been working hard, studying, and working for more than 20 years. And now, she had finally learned to love someone. This was a good thing. As for Qin Xiaoyuan, he was very worried. He had a feeling that something was going to happen between this little thief and the traitor in his family. If a little thief were to appear, wouldn't that be too ridiculous? The two of them were on good terms, but this was only the beginning. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Ji Ruyun. Honey, when you have time, you have to talk to Yaya. What is this? It's ridiculous. Ji Ruyun sneered. Ridiculous? Do you think it's ridiculous? Then what you did in university was ridiculous. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Thinking of his and his wife's university days. He was speechless, but, how could it be the same? Qin Xiaoyuan blushed. How can it be the same? Ji Ruyun smiled. How is it different? Isn't Chen Song more handsome than you? Isn't rich? Or is he not as capable as you? Doesn't have youth? How precious is your daughter? Qin Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded by these 3 sentences. What the hell was this mother and daughter pair? Are you here to cause trouble? Qin Xiaoyuan still wanted to say something. But Ji Ruyun stood up and walked in the direction of home. Alright, don't worry about things you don't need to worry about. Young people should act like young people. Lao Qin, it's not that I want to nag at you, but if you want to dote on a girl, you have to know how to dote on her. Yaya is already so old. She'll be 30 soon. Do you want to keep taking care of her? Do you really want Yaya to not be able to find a partner? Just do what you need to do. Yaya is already 28 years old. Her family and school education are perfect. Do you still need to worry about her? In the future, you don't have to worry about Qin Yu finding a partner. Of course. Chen Song, you don't have to worry too much about him. I think he's a good guy. Qin Xiaoyuan was silent after hearing Ji Ruyun's words. Maybe he had really been meddling too much, Ji Ruyun suddenly added, sigh. You didn't even resist me when you were young. You don't know how to be romantic. TSK, hurry home. Go soak your feet and sleep early. Before Ji Ruyun could finish her words, he felt as if he was being carried out of the room. Ji Ruyun was startled. Aya, Lao Qin, put me down. Qin Xiaoyuan slapped her. Ji Ruyun blushed. Lao Qin, there are so many people. Aya. I'm so embarrassed. When Qin Yu returned home at night, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun pretended as if nothing had happened and smiled. You're back. Qin Yu smiled. I'm back. Ji Ruyun looked at the time. It was only 9:30 p.m. Why didn't you walk around for a while? The park is very lively now. Qin Yu smiled and said, I miss my mom. Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. Smooth talker. Qin Yu smiled and saw his mother's face was red. He suddenly smiled and said, Mom. Why is your face so red? Did you secretly buy some cosmetics? Do I need to use them? Ji Ruyun was stunned and quickly picked up the mirror on the table. She was stunned and found that her face was indeed red. Really? I didn't buy any cosmetics. Maybe I went for a run downstairs. Qin Yu nodded. Oh. Right. What's this smell? It stinks. Qin Yu sniffed like a dog. Ji Ruyun's expression changed. Hurry up and go wash up and sleep. You still have work tomorrow. It's probably your dad's feet. After saying that, Ji Ruyun shouted, Lao Qin, take out the perfume in my room and spray it on the sofa. Your feet are really smelly. Wash your feet while you're at it. If you don't wash your feet, you're not allowed to go to bed. With an embarrassed smile, Qin Xiaoyuan quickly took out the perfume and sprayed it. Ji Ruyun glared fiercely at Qin Xiaoyuan. When Chen Song returned home, he did not sleep. Instead, he organized the surgery video again. There was only an acceptance notice for the research paper, and the magazine had not sent it yet. It was better to finish the surgery video first. It would be best if he could get an award when the time came. Actually, being able to become the director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery was not just a task. There was another reason. Qin Yu was also in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Chen Song had a small thought. He hoped to help Qin Yu in this field and protect Qin Yu. In China, seniority was more important. Chen Song was still a little vain. Moreover, many diseases in the emergency department were related to the hepatobiliary system. Acute pancreatitis, liver injury, bile duct injury, and so on were all urgent diseases. Chen Song felt that it was good to have such a platform to communicate and learn. Lying on the bed, Qin Yu tossed and turned but could not fall asleep. She sent a message to Chen Song. Little Tsonger, come and serve me when I'm sleeping. Chen Song saw Qin Yu's emoji and could not help but laugh. He replied, Girl, is your butt itchy? Be careful, or I'll spank you. Qin Yu thought of the scene in the park today and immediately blushed. You bastard, if you want to touch my thing, just say it. Old hooligan. Chen Song could not help but burst out laughing. However, when he thought about how he was caught red-handed by Dean Qin and Ji Ruyun today, he still felt a little uneasy. When he thought of this, Chen Song asked carefully, After you came home today, did your parents act strangely? Qin Yu scratched his head and said thoughtfully, Strangely? I think my mom blushed a little, and there was the smell of my dad's feet in the room. Other than that, there was nothing else. Oh. Let me play a little longer. I was wondering why you came back so early. Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine, Qin Yu sighed. Sigh, I missed you as soon as we parted. When he saw Qin Yu's message, Chen Song suddenly smiled. Oh? You like me that much? Qin Yu sent a sinister emoji. Don't think too much. I just want your body. After the hyperkalemia incident yesterday, the housemen who were transferred from the emergency department seemed to have improved. After they arrived at the department, they took the initiative to work with their teachers. It was as if they had also realized that any detail and knowledge in the emergency department might be an intangible asset for their future work. For example, if there was an emergency at the station, on the train, or on the plane, when the doctor was called, what would it feel like to go out and help? But what would it feel like to feel guilty and timid because of lack of skills, learn more skills? It was to provide more protection for the patients. Chen Song had experienced this sentence deeply in the past 3 years. On Friday afternoon, the entire emergency department was suddenly busy. When Chen Song was bandaging a trauma patient, the phone suddenly rang. Chen Song had been particularly sensitive to phone calls for the past 2 days. He had been waiting for express delivery calls all day long. He quickly asked Su Dongdong to see who it was. Su Dongdong said, Hurry up and deliver the food. Chen Song was instantly delighted. You're finally here, it should be my magazine. I haven't bought anything recently. If you don't come, the meeting will start tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little expectant. He quickly said, Dongdong, help me go to the west gate of the hospital to get the express delivery. Su Dongdong nodded and went out. After Chen Song finished dealing with the patient, he quickly returned to the office and waited. After all, this was the first time Chen Song had published such a high-end magazine. Liver transplantation, just thinking about it made him a little excited. However, the more you wanted to do something in life, the more you were not allowed to do it. Before he could sit down, another patient came. It seemed that Chen Song would not be able to rest for a while. Chen Song was helpless. He got up and continued to enter the treatment room. This time, the patient was a woman in her 40s. She was wearing heavy makeup and high heels. When she was walking, her high heels fell into a hole in the sewer, and her leg was scratched. The silk stockings and the damage on her leg had been glued together, but it was not serious. Chen Song looked at her and said, "Let me help you cut the silk stockings. When you go back and take them off, be careful not to touch the wound." When the woman heard this, her expression immediately changed. "No need, no need. Doctor, help me take it off." When Chen Song heard that the woman was so generous, he paused for a moment. "This was not appropriate," Chen Song said, "take off your socks first. I'll deal with you." The woman frowned and said pitifully, "I'm afraid it'll hurt." Lele couldn't stand it anymore. "I'll help you." The woman looked at the valiant Lele and sighed. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to submit. Indeed, Lulu was one of the few female emergency nurses who was tall and strong. She was about 170 centimeters tall and weighed 70 kilograms. After giving birth, she finally broke through the 150 centimeters mark. In her words, her weight was a complete victim of love and career. After all, emergency treatment was physical work, and Lele was indeed an indispensable heavyweight in the nurse team. After Lulu removed the obstruction of the stockings, the following debridement, disinfection, and bandaging were actually relatively simple. The only awkward thing was that this big sister with heavy makeup seemed to be more sensitive to pain. The voices. They rose and fell one after another. It sounded rather strange. "Ouch. I'm in so much pain. Doctor, please be gentler. Ouch, ouch. It hurts." This sound was simply torture to Chen Song and Lulu. In order to prevent uninformed people from misunderstanding, Chen Song was so scared that he quickly asked Lulu to open the door of the treatment room. He was afraid that others would misunderstand. As expected, as soon as Lulu opened the door, she found a group of housemen surrounding the door, looking inside with a playful expression. Even Qin Yu and a few nurses were at the door. When they saw the door open, everyone quickly dispersed. Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still left Chen Song with a look that said, "You'll have to figure it out yourself." This made Chen Song feel very innocent. In fact, when the hospital performed a private examination or treatment, there would usually be a member of the opposite sex present to prevent some embarrassing things from happening. Su Dongdong stood at the door and felt very awkward. She didn't know whether to enter or not. Chen Song glanced at Su Dongdong. "Dongdong, help me open it and let me see what's inside." Su Dongdong nodded and said, "It should be a book." Chen Song often received books, but many of them were brochures issued by pharmaceutical companies or other companies. After Su Dongdong opened it, he suddenly realized that it was a foreign language magazine. He had never seen it before. "Teacher Chen, look, it's this. It seems to be a magazine." Chen Song was delighted when he saw the cover. It was indeed liver transplantation. He immediately said, "Okay, help me take it to the office." After that, he quickly bandaged the woman's wound and instructed her before walking towards the doctor's office. The woman quickly grabbed Chen Song. "This. Doctor, can you give me your WeChat? If I have any sequelae or something. I can also ask you." A pair of fake eyelashes with mascara blinked, and her eyes were full of hints. Chen Song couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Why couldn't you be more serious about the sequelae of a broken skin? The only sequelae might be that it would heal in a few days. Remember to throw away the bandage." Chen Song smiled and was about to speak when Lele suddenly stood at the side aggressively and said to the woman, "I'm his girlfriend." The woman's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Chen Song with disdain and muttered, "You have no taste." He was so angry that he walked out of the room. She seemed to have forgotten the pain in her leg. Lele snorted coldly, "Too coquettish. You still want to seduce our department doctor." Lele was already married and had 2 sons. Hence, she said this to help Chen Song out of his predicament. Chen Song smiled, "Thank you, Lele." Lele waved her hand and sighed, "Sigh. I hope my husband won't misunderstand. I have sacrificed too much for my career and love." After that, she shook her head and walked out. After Su Dongdong returned to the department with the magazine, she looked at the cover curiously. It was all in English. After trying to translate it, she was suddenly stunned. It was actually liver transplantation? This was one of the top surgical magazines. No wonder Teacher Chen was so good. It turned out that he often read the latest foreign magazines. Thinking of this, Su Dongdong couldn't help but admire him. After all, this was an English-language magazine. Ordinary people would not be interested in reading it. Not long after, Chen Song walked in and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Dongdong." Su Dongdong smiled, "It's okay, Teacher Chen. You're really good. You even read such a high-end magazine. Do you subscribe to every issue?" Chen Song was stunned and knew that Su Dongdong had misunderstood. He explained, "No, I posted an article on it and they sent me a copy. I usually don't subscribe to it. But what you said makes sense. I have to subscribe to more good magazines in the future." After Su Dongdong heard it, she was stunned. "No, wait, it's not a magazine subscription, it's an article published in liver transplantation." Suddenly, Su Dongdong's eyes widened. She was full of disbelief and blurted out, "Damn it." Chen Song's casual words caused a level 12 tornado in Su Dongdong's mind. "So awesome. P.S. Thank you to QQ reader Jingli for the 30,000 tip. Thank you for becoming the protector of this book. Thank you to everyone who subscribed and voted." Su Dongdong felt that there was a difference between him and Chen Song. That's right, it was like this. He had always thought that the gap between people was not that big. At the very least, it should be said that there were specializations in the field. Chen Song's clinical ability was strong. This should be related to his long-term clinical results. At least, he had accumulated too much clinical experience because of this. However, Su Dongdong, who had been a postgraduate student for 3 years, felt that although his clinical ability was not enough, he had scientific ability. This was also the reason why Lan County gave him 200,000 yuan as a settlement fee. Scientific ability was now an important factor in the evaluation and promotion of various medical units. It was a very happy thing to have a doctor who could apply for research topics and publish articles. However, it was precisely because he understood scientific research that Su Dongdong could feel the significance of Chen Song's liver transplantation article. It was difficult to get a low-scoring SCI article from Dongyang University. If he published a liver transplantation article, it definitely meant that he was awesome. Teacher Chen was actually so amazing. He was this Teacher Chen, who did not even go to postgraduate school. Forget about postgraduate school, so what if they went to a PhD? Try publishing a liver transplantation article. To be honest, a liver transplantation article was enough for you to successfully graduate from Harvard Medical School with a full scholarship. It was that important. Su Dongdong was surprised. He sighed and said, "Teacher Chen, you are really awesome. You can actually publish a liver transplantation article. My supervisor dreams of publishing a thesis of this level. You're too amazing." Su Dongdong was telling the truth. When he was studying at Chongqing Medical University, his teacher had always wanted to publish a paper of the level of liver transplantation, but the difficulty was really high. Therefore, his feelings about this were more realistic. Thinking of this, Su Dongdong was excited. "Teacher Chen, can I touch it? Feel the aura of a top student?" Chen Song was amused by Su Dongdong. "Touch it well and try to publish it as soon as possible." Su Dongdong also laughed out loud. He took a few photos. After all, it was his first time seeing a physical magazine of liver transplantation. It would be convenient for him to show off in the future. After work, there were fewer people. The doctors had not left yet, but the housemen had already left. At this time, he was not busy. Chen Song made 4 to 5 copies of the cover page, the table of contents, and the main text of liver transplantation on the printer. This was evidence. Chen Song gave Qin Yu, Chen Bingxing, and Li Baoshan a copy each. The 3 of them were the same author, so they had a lot of weight. They could definitely be given a professional title. At this time, Chen Bingxing was sitting there and playing with his fingers. When he saw the magazine, his eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. He smiled and said, "With this paper, I might be able to become a director this time. I'll protect you then." Chen Song smiled. "Maybe I am too. At that time, we will be on equal footing, haha." When Chen Bingxing heard this, he immediately sneered, "Equal footing? Chen Song immediately took 2 steps back. "TSK, you're bullying me." This caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Big Xiaochen had always been a clown in the department. However, everyone looked at Lao Chen enviously. Zhang Shu from the emergency department said sourly, "Chen Bingxing, you're winning without doing anything. You're still happy. Where are your dreams and revenge?" Chen Bingxing did not care. He said happily, "It's fine if I can win without doing anything. Besides, how can this be considered winning without doing anything? Sister Zhang, you're the one who's winning without doing anything. Old Yan is going to be a director soon, right? In the future, you can just follow Old Yan and enjoy glory and wealth. I'm so envious." Chen Bingxing's joke, which even adults understood, immediately caused a commotion in the office. All of them looked at Zhang Shu mockingly. Zhang Shu's face turned red, but she was still open-minded. They were already an old couple, so she did not care about this. "Lao Chen, your skin is getting thicker and thicker." Everyone laughed one after another. It was very easy for a married couple to be ridiculed in the hospital, especially for a married couple like Zhang Shu. Both of them were in their early 40s, but they were both deputy directors. The old director of endocrinology was about to retire, and Yan Dongxue was the deputy director. This was a sure thing. In addition, Yan Dongxue often came to the emergency department, and the consultation was very timely, so their relationship was very good. They were called the son-in-law of the emergency department, and the brother-in-law of the emergency department. Li Baoshan walked in at this time. Seeing everyone laughing, he could not help but say in a deep voice, "What's so happy about? This is a hospital. Pay attention to your image. What will the patients think if they hear this?" Everyone smiled awkwardly. Director Li's personality was like that. Everyone did not mind. Otherwise, Li Haitan's name would not be so famous. At this time, Chen Song smiled and handed the copy in his hand to Li Baoshan. "Director, the liver transplantation journal is here. You can take it and use it." Li Baoshan was stunned at first, then his face immediately lit up. This was good news. He quickly took the copy and looked at it carefully. "Haha, not bad, not bad. Everyone, be happy. Get off work early. I'll leave first." When everyone heard this, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the owner walk away happily, there was a burst of laughter again. Li Baoshan was secretly happy. After all, this was a highly influential thesis. Thinking of Wang Xiangjuan and these old friends looking at his thesis with a sour look on their faces, it should be very satisfying. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan decided to first post on his WeChat moments to make his old friends happy. After this idea came into his mind, he could no longer hold it in. Li Baoshan hurriedly returned to the director's office and closed the door. He picked up his phone and clicked on a few photos. Then, he posted a sentence. "This era is ultimately the world of the young. We are old." However, the 3 words Li Baoshan, the lead author in the photo, were particularly eye-catching. Sure enough, the moment his WeChat moments was posted, it instantly exploded with countless likes. However, this was not what Li Baoshan was looking forward to the most. At this time, Zhang Youfu happened to see Li Baoshan's post and said sourly, "Sigh, I'm dying of jealousy." After Zhang Youfu's wife heard this, she immediately asked curiously, "Youfu, what's wrong?" Zhang Youfu sighed. "Sigh. It's that Xiao Chen. Chen Song published of liver transplantation. The lead author is Li Baoshan. Now, Director Li is posting on his WeChat moments." When his wife heard this, she could not help but laugh. "Oh? This is good news for our hospital. I'll make a call on Monday and ask Xiao Chen to come and get the reward. Our hospital can give 20,000 yuan for publishing this." When Zhang Youfu heard this, he was even more jealous. This was a few meals of good wine and meat. At this time, when the other 3 of the 4 big shots in the emergency department of Ammoniang City saw this news, their eyelids twitched. This Li Baoshan, when did he learn how to act cool? Wang Xiangjuan looked at Li Baoshan's name on the article. It was as if there were special effects. After thinking about it, he felt a little indignant. However, when an old friend posted good news, he had to support him. However, if he praised Li Haitan, he would feel unhappy too. Hence, he replied below, "Congratulations. The others also wrote congratulatory messages one after another. Li Baoshan looked at Wang Xianjuan and the others' congratulations. His face was full of smiles. Not bad, not bad. The feeling of acting cool was very comfortable. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a group of old friends gnashing their teeth, Li Baoshan seemed to be able to feel the strong love through the screen. Not bad, not bad. He had already received everyone's blessings. Thinking of this, he replied in his comment section, unified reply, "Thank you, everyone." Then, he walked out with a smile. Today's wind is very noisy. After Wang Xianjuan saw the message, his eyelids suddenly twitched. This Li Haitan was really getting better at showing off. Who taught him, however? Seeing that his old friend was able to publish a liver transplant, he was also very happy. It was just that while he was happy, he was also a little unwilling, however. Wang Xianjuan took a closer look and suddenly made a sound. The guide author was Chen Song. Suddenly, Wang Xianjuan thought of a name. Chen Song, was it that? Xiaochen? Suddenly, Wang Xianjuan came to a realization. This old Li was so shameless. He used someone else's article to show off. It was really King embarrassing. 2a. I just looked down on you. Yes, I'm just jealous. So what? You don't allow me to be jealous? However, Li Baoshan was also the first author. He was not wrong to publish it. Then, coupled with the words, "This era is ultimately the world of the young. We are old." It was almost flawless. Wang Xianjuan slapped his thigh. It was indeed Chen Song. Xiao Chen's article added Li Baoshan's name and added him as the first author. It should be like this. Wang Xianjuan immediately guessed it thoroughly. Wang Xianjuan suddenly thought of that young, tall, and capable young man. Every time he saw him, he would bring him a surprise. The first time was when he made the dialysis fluid, which made Wang Xianjuan have a good impression of him. The second time was when Chen Song's emergency room resuscitation surgery, which made Wang Xianjuan a little shocked. And this time, Chen Song actually published an article called Liver Transplantation. Wang Xianjuan was silent. Learn from the painful experience, reflect. After thinking about it, he could not take it lying down. He decided to wait until Monday to put some pressure on the doctors in the department. After all, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. He felt that the potential of young people was limitless. If you don't give them pressure, they won't know what it means to improve. Not only Wang Xianjuan, but many other directors had also seen through Li Baoshan's act. The core element of this bullshit was, it doesn't matter if I'm old. I have a group of subordinates that I'm proud of. Are you convinced? These directors all made a decision to go back and encourage the doctors in their own departments to work harder and spur them on. For a moment, this weekend became the last relaxing weekend of the year for many doctors in the hospital departments. They did not know what kind of new beginning they would face after this weekend. After Su Dongdong returned to his dormitory, he decided to read Chen Song's thesis carefully. He wanted to learn from it and accumulate experience for the future. The other three were chatting. When they saw Su Dongdong return, they asked, "Dongdong, why are you back so late? We even said that we would eat together." Su Dongdong smiled and said, "I just looked at Teacher Chen's thesis." The man couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chen?" It's good that you're talking about Chen Song. We're in the dormitory, not outside. Why are you calling him Mr. Chen? Besides, he's probably younger than us." The other person also nodded and said, "Yes, don't think too highly of him. He just has more clinical experience. You have 3 years of clinical experience, so you're definitely not worse than him. Your starting points are different. He's an undergraduate, while you're a postgraduate." When Su Dongdong heard this, he couldn't help but smile. "I might not be able to catch up to Teacher Chen's current achievements in my lifetime." With that, everyone was stunned. What did he mean? The man said, "Dongdong, respect is respect, but you can't belittle yourself. You've already published 2 core journals of Peking University during your postgraduate period. Ordinary people can't do that." Su Dongdong shook his head. "Do you know what the parcel I just gave Teacher Chen was?" Everyone shook their heads and looked confused. "What?" Su Dongdong smiled. "It's a magazine called Liver Transplantation. Everyone immediately retracted their smiles. Su Dongdong continued, I thought that teacher Chen subscribed to the journal, but in the end, he didn't. He published an article in Liver Transplantation, and they sent back the original copy of the magazine. This sentence immediately made the three of them widen their eyes in disbelief. Their breathing was a little rapid. Was Chen Song really that amazing? He published a liver transplant. Su Dongdong smiled. I'm not belittling myself. I just think that we should learn from them. Our emergency department, including Qin Yu and teacher Chen Bingxing, are all participants. I think that we can learn a lot from them. Su Dongdong's words made everyone fall silent. On Friday night, Qin Yu returned home happily. With his hands behind his back, he held the photocopy given by Chen Song. He ran to his mother's side with a grin and said happily, Mom, I'll show you. Chen Song gave me a present. Lao Qin also looked at Qin Yu curiously. What is it? You're so mysterious. Qin Yu said with a grin, good stuff. Ji Ruyun smiled. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. She was very happy with anything. However, when she saw that Qin Yu was holding a few pieces of paper in his hand, she could not help but smile. A love letter? After Qin Yu heard the love letter, he was stunned for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He first put down the paper, picked up his phone, and wrote in the memo, let Chen Song write a love letter to me. This memo was Qin Yu's own little diary. She wrote many of her own little fantasies in it, such as Chen Song confesses to me, Chen Song takes me on a roller coaster, and all kinds of small goals. Now, there was another one. Qin Xiaoyuan secretly picked up the paper and said with a grin, come, let me see what mushy words it is. However, as soon as he picked it up, Lao Qin's expression changed. Then, he quickly flipped through 2 pages and was stunned. This kid. This gift was not cheap, it was even more precious than a diamond ring. This article was at least the price of a 2-carat diamond ring, moreover, it was priceless. This was not an exaggeration at all. The price of a custom-made liver transplantation thesis was very high. Especially when it was compatible with little Qin's profession. This was not something that could be bought with money. Otherwise, would Zhang Youfu be short of money? Why not buy one? This was not a matter of money. Thinking of this, Lao Qin widened his eyes and looked at the girl. This Chen Song was really not simple. When Ji Ruyun saw Lao Qin's expression change, she was also very curious. What exactly was the gift? Thinking of this, she quickly took the few pieces of paper in Lao Qin's hand. When she took a closer look, she was also stunned. This was precious. This gift might be worthless to others. However, for medical practitioners, the meaning behind this was not ordinary. This article should be enough for Qin Yu to apply for the review system and directly get a doctorate, right? There was no need to participate in the comprehensive examination at all. Thinking of this, Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Yu and could not help but say with a smile, yeah, is this the betrothal gift from Xiaochen? When Qin Yu heard this, her face immediately turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? However, Qin Yu was also very happy. She was happier than anything else. Ji Ruyun smiled. How is it? Do you think Mom should agree? On Saturday morning, Chen Song cleaned himself up and changed into the only suit and leather shoes that he had worn during the interview. He looked at himself in the mirror for 3 minutes. After he was satisfied, he set off. The clothes from 3 years ago no longer fit him. He seemed to be a little stronger than 3 years ago. Or had he grown taller? There was still no reply from the British Journal of Surgery, but with liver transplantation, it should not be too far off. Coupled with the concept conveyed by his 2 surgical videos, Chen Song felt that the problem of being a director should not be too big. He had originally planned to set off with Qin Yu, but Qin Yu mysteriously told Chen Song to go alone and that he might go later. Chen Song had no choice but to go alone. On Saturday morning, the road was not so congested. It made the entire road look very wide, making people have the urge to step on the accelerator. It was a Toyota Corolla. The driver was not young, in his 50s. When he saw Chen Song coming up, he said with a smile, "Young man, you're dressed so well. Are you going to a blind date?" Chen Song sat in the passenger seat and looked at the uncle. He could not help but smile. What's the success rate if I wear this to a blind date? The uncle smiled. You look so good. You can wear anything successfully. His words made both of them laugh. Well, a beautiful day began with business bragging. The interior of this Corolla was very feminine. There were a few anime figurines in front of it. The pink pendants and cushions made Chen Song feel a little uneasy when he looked at the unkempt uncle. Could it be that Luo Tianyi lived in this unshaven uncle's heart? The uncle saw Chen Song's curiosity and said with a smile, "It's the girl's car. She's off today. She doesn't have to go to work, so I came out to drive Didi to earn some extra money." Chen Song nodded. There were many such examples. However, this also made Chen Song wonder if it was time to buy a car. So, he chatted with the uncle. There were fewer cars on the road than usual, so they were more relaxed when driving. However, just as the car was turning left, a car suddenly sped past. The driver suddenly turned the steering wheel. Fortunately, the car was not driving fast, but still, the car still had a black tire mark on the road. A burning smell came up. Chen Song and the uncle couldn't help but have a cold sweat. The uncle cursed, "Motherf asterisk cur, driving so fast so early in the morning, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The two of them straightened the car with lingering fear and continued to drive forward. However, after walking for less than 50 meters, there was a red mark on the sidewalk. Chen Song's eyesight had been enhanced. Following the mark, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the driver and said, "Uncle, stop the car. Someone is injured over there." The uncle was stunned for a moment. He looked in the direction Chen Song was pointing and saw two people lying in a pool of blood. Next to them was a little boy. The little boy was lying on the ground, touching his mother's face as he wailed loudly. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. The uncle hesitated for a moment and glanced at Chen Song. "Call 120. Go over now." Isn't this? The scene was very bloody. One person was lying on the ground, the other was still in the green belt in the middle of the road. It seemed that he had been hit. The little boy was lying on the woman by the roadside, crying loudly. As for the person on the ground, it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Chen Song saw this scene and his expression changed. Thinking of the car that sped away, Chen Song seemed to realize something. Hit and run. Chen Song quickly opened the door, but the door was locked. Chen Song was anxious. He looked at the driver and said, "Uncle, open the door. It's none of your business. Let me out and pay the bill yourself." The uncle was a little confused. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He was a little confused. Chen Song suddenly became anxious. "Hurry up and open the door. I'm a doctor." The driver was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He looked at Chen Song. "Okay. Get out of the car and take a look at her." After saying that, he parked the car by the side, turned on the double flash and got out of the car. Chen Song ran to the side of the woman by the roadside. At that moment, there was a huge hole in the woman's abdomen and blood was flowing out. Chen Song's expression changed. Her abdominal cavity was bleeding profusely. This might have injured her spleen, ruptured spleen, definitely more than that. Thinking of this, Chen Song's expression changed. He quickly took off his suit jacket and pressed it on the woman. He had to stop the bleeding first. He turned to the driver and said, "Call 110 to the police." "I'll call 120 for an ambulance." The uncle swallowed his saliva. His eyes were filled with determination. When he thought of the driver who had hit and run, his eyes were filled with anger. He quickly called the police. Chen Song directly called the driver of the 2nd Provincial Hospital's emergency department, Old Yang. At that moment, it was too troublesome to contact 120. Furthermore, it was less than 2 kilometers away from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. It was very fast and convenient. It was better to call Old Yang directly. The call was quickly connected. Chen Song hurriedly shouted, "Master Yang, quickly come to Dongdiu Street. At the intersection of Shuyang Plaza Road, the sidewalk from before." "Yes, there's a movie theater." "Hurry up. 2 people were hit by a car and their survival is unknown. The driver has escaped." Yes, I'll wait for you. By the way, get the nurse and the doctor on duty to come over." Old Yang spoke very little. "I'll be there in 3 minutes." His words were straightforward. It was Old Yang's character and style. After hearing this, Chen Song felt confident. He needed to be prepared for these dangerous 3 minutes. After hanging up, Xianxia pressed his left hand on the bleeding wound on his forehead. His other hand pressed on the pulsating carotid artery to observe her breathing. Her breathing was very weak, and so was her carotid artery. Xianxia's nervous heart relaxed a little because, at least she was still alive. Pressing to stop the bleeding was the only effective method at that moment. The patient's abdomen was bleeding profusely. At this rate, it would not be long before it caused hemorrhagic shock or even death. Xianxia covered his wound and shouted at the master opposite him, "Uncle, how is it?" The uncle shook his head excitedly. "She's alive. She can still speak." Xianxia's face lit up as he shouted at the uncle, "Come over first. I'll go over and take a look." At that moment, the little boy was lying on the ground. He did not care that he was covered in blood. His hands trembled as he touched his mother's face. He cried until snot and tears flowed down his face. "Uncle! Save my mother. Please, save my mother." Xianxia looked at the little boy and nodded. "All right, I promise you. Get up first. Don't touch your mother." Xianxia was worried that the woman's cervical spine would be injured. He had to consider all of this. When the little boy heard Xianxia's words, he immediately stood up and took a step back. The uncle ran over. Xianxia quickly said, "Help me apply pressure on the wound first." The uncle nodded quickly. Xianxia looked at the uncle gratefully. At this time, there were not many people who were willing to step forward. However, although the uncle was slovenly, he was very warm-hearted. If it were someone else, they would have left Xianxia behind and run away. Could Xianxia handle it alone? That was definitely not possible. However, this unshaven uncle took the initiative to stop and help. Hearing Xianxia's words, the uncle nodded solemnly and applied pressure on the wound. Xianxia's black suit was already soaked. Blood dripped onto his clothes. The uncle's hands were quickly dyed red. What a huge amount of blood loss. Thinking of this, the uncle could not help but feel afraid. Xianxia was worried about another thing. Would the patient have internal bleeding? If the reflux passage blocked the airway, it could cause suffocation. He needed to clear the foreign matter in the woman's mouth and open up the airway as much as possible. At this moment, there were only 2 adults and a 7- or 8-year-old boy at the scene. His eyes were fixed on his mother, who was lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were filled with tears, and his hands were placed in front of his chest in prayer. He nodded his head and muttered something about blessing his mother. After Xianxia cleared the foreign matter in the mouth, he tilted the woman's head to the side and touched her body, trying to find a phone to contact her family. This boy definitely could not make the decision. Soon, after taking out the phone, Xianxia looked at it and asked, "Do you know your mother's phone password?" When the boy heard Xianxia's words, he quickly nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes. I know." He took the phone and after unlocking it skillfully, he dialed his father's number. He was very skilled. The call was connected not long after. A lazy voice came from the other side. "Honey, what's wrong?" The boy burst into tears. "Daddy, Mommy is gone. Mommy is gone. Come and save Mommy." That sentence gave the man a fright. What did he mean by gone? "Bobo, what's wrong? Did you get separated from your mother?" The man's voice was anxious. The boy was about to say something when Xianxia took over the phone. "Hello. Your wife's life is very unstable now. She's bleeding profusely and her life could be in danger at any time. We need to send her to the 2nd Provincial Hospital for emergency treatment immediately. We need a family member to sign. Hurry up and come to the hospital." "Oh right, we've brought the child to the hospital for you." When the man heard this, he was stunned. Traffic accident, hit and run, massive bleeding, life-threatening. These pieces of information formed a terrifying image in the man's mind. Okay. Doctor, you've already saved my wife. I'll be right there. Doctor, please let my son follow you to the hospital. I'll go look for him." The man's lazy voice suddenly woke him up. Although he was in pain, he made all kinds of arrangements rationally. He immediately got up and ran outside. At this time, Xianxia had time to look at the other man. Carrying out rescue work at the scene of the car accident was undoubtedly a race against time. Time was life. This sentence was the most appropriate expression at this time. therefore, snatch, save, and send were the key to reducing the injuries and sequelae of the injured person. It was also the only hope to save their lives. At this time, Xianxia was very concerned about every second, rescue as soon as possible. It was very urgent. At this time, the driver, Old Yang, had already organized 2 ambulances and started to organize the rescue. They were driving towards the destination. In the hospital's emergency department, Xianxia had already started to make all kinds of preparations. After the hospital's emergency department learned of such an incident, all the preparations were made in an orderly manner. The operating theater started the emergency green channel. In the radiology department, they were ready to do the examination at any time. The medical department also started to take care of the responsibility for the rescue and other related work. Massive bleeding in car accidents was the most common. Xianxia quickly started to contact the blood bank to prepare the blood supply. A rescue was not the work of one person. It was the work of a group of people. For the sake of a fresh life, many people ran around. To be on the safe side, Xianxia directly called the director of the orthopedics department, the deputy director, Li Jianwei. After Li Jianwei heard the news, he immediately gathered the rest of the department staff and returned to the hospital. On Saturday morning, a sudden accident had woken many people from their dreams. What awaited them next was a difficult rescue. Traffic accidents were different from other accidents. The typical characteristic was that they were complicated. The injuries are complicated, there are many compound injuries, and they are serious. Therefore, at this time, the rescue principle was very clear: save the life first, then other things. If there was bleeding, the bleeding must be stopped first, and then the respiratory tract must be maintained unobstructed. Xianxia did not have any medicine or equipment, so this was the only thing he could do. When he immediately ran to the green belt, Xianxia saw a young man in his 20s lying there moaning. F***ck. It's so F***king painful. F***ck. It hurts so much. Scientific research showed that venting and doing dirty work could indeed reduce pain to a certain extent. Xianxia looked down and could only see that the man's leg bone had been directly reversed. He was lying there and trying to turn over, but it was extremely difficult. How could it not hurt? Xianxia quickly bent down and asked carefully, "How is it? Other than the leg, where else does it hurt?" He did not dare to touch the man's leg. The man gasped, "I don't know. It seems to hurt everywhere, but it also seems like it doesn't hurt anywhere. Ouch, my leg hurts." Fractures needed to be treated in time. Xianxia said, "Don't move." Then, he quickly got up and looked for some fixing boards, but there was nothing on the ground. Xianxia was helpless and asked the driver, "Uncle, do you have any wooden boards in your car?" The driver was stunned. "Wooden boards? No." "Oh right, I have a small cabinet in my trunk. You will see it when you open it. You can see if it works if you smash it." Xianxia did not care about anything else and quickly opened the trunk. He found that there was indeed a small wooden cabinet inside. Xianxia did not hesitate and directly smashed the box. He decisively removed the door of the small cabinet and hurriedly ran to the man's side. He looked at the man and said, "Bear with it." After that, he began to unbuckle his belt. The man was stunned and did not react in time. Xianxia explained, "I am going to fix your leg. Otherwise, I am worried that there will be a second injury when you change your luck later. That will be troublesome." After that, he began to solve the problem. At this moment, the siren of the first aid ambulance sounded. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally here, and at this moment, Xianxia heard the system's notification sound, ding. Rescuing the unconscious victim of a car accident. After the rescue is successful, you will receive a generous mission reward. P.S. The 3rd chapter is not finished. Read it tomorrow morning. Xianxia had wanted to give Xianxia a surprise. He had prepared for this for a long time. He wore a beautiful outfit and appeared as the MC of the annual meeting. Xianxia felt that Xianxia would be stunned when he saw him. Xianxia suddenly felt very happy when he thought of this. At this moment, Zhang Youfu walked over and looked around. He was stunned when he did not see Xianxia. He went to the sign-in table and looked through it, but he did not see Xianxia. This kid overslept. He quickly dialed Xianxia's number when he thought of this. However, no one picked up. Zhang Youfu was stunned. This little rascal couldn't have really overslept, right? Zhang Youfu found Zhang Zhixin and Chen Bingxing. He called Chen Song one after another, but no one picked up. Zhang Youfu was furious. It was about to start. What was this kid doing? Qin Yu saw this and asked, Chief Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Youfu said angrily, Chen Song is still sleeping, right? I called a few times, but no one picked up. Qin Yu was stunned. He took out his phone and said, let me try calling. Qin Yu called, but no one picked up. This time everyone was stunned. Qin Yu said, that's not right. He contacted me this morning. He's probably on the way. He didn't hear his phone ring, right? Zhang Youfu was so anxious that he was sweating. After all, Zhou Hongguang, the director of 301 Hospital and the vice president of the National Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, was attending the annual meeting because of Chen Song. If Chen Song did not come, it would mean that he was standing him up. Qian Liang walked over at this moment. What's the matter, Chief Zhang? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Youfu said, Xiaochen isn't here yet. Qian Liang was stunned and looked at his watch. It's not time yet. Let's talk about it later. When Chen Song saw the system mission, he was stunned. Without any hesitation, he accepted. As for the director of the Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeons, forget it. Chen Song looked down at the woman and sighed. Let's talk about it later. Saving people is more important. At this moment, from the first aid ambulance, 4 or 5 people were carrying a stretcher and pushing the trolley. They were carrying a first aid kit as they rushed over. At this time, the police had yet to arrive. Xiao Lin carried the box while Lei Lei carried the bed. After they arrived, Chen Song hurriedly called the woman to the stretcher and carefully lifted her to protect her cervical spine. Chen Song quickly said, get in the car first. After saying that, he and Lei Lei went up together. At this time, a few other doctors, including Zhang Xueliang from the orthopedics department, carried the man onto another ambulance. In comparison, a man would at most have a fracture, but a woman might have a life-threatening injury. They had to send her to the hospital as soon as possible. Chen Song turned around and looked at Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, take care of this child. He's a family member. Bring him to the hospital first. After saying that, he and Lei Lei were sent to the ambulance with the help of their master, Old Yang. The ECG monitor was quickly connected. After the monitor was connected, Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. Her blood pressure was less than 70, her breathing was also getting faster. This was not a good sign. Would there be a hemothorax? This was already a problem that had to be considered. Blunt injuries caused by a violent impact like a car accident could cause the diaphragm to rupture. When the diaphragm ruptured, a large amount of blood from the abdominal cavity could flow into the chest, causing a large amount of hemothorax that would compress the lungs and cause a life-threatening injury. At this time, Chen Song was getting more and more worried about the patient's life condition. At this time, the little boy was trembling nervously. He did not know if it was out of fear or, he held his mother's right hand with both hands and squeezed it carefully. He did not dare to use too much strength for fear of breaking it. At this time, his mother's eyes were closed. This made him feel what fear was. He wanted to cry, but he did not dare to cry. His father had said that when his father was not by his side, he was a little man. He had to protect his mother well. A 7-year-old child was at the age when he was exposed to the world. However, he also had a vague understanding of this world. He knew that he had to use his small body to protect his mother, just like in the cartoons, but he did not know what to do. His small body was at a loss of what to do. He had watched television dramas and knew that a car accident could kill. His eyes stared straight at the complicated curves on the ECG monitor. He looked at the constantly jumping numbers. He listened to the uncle in front of him keep saying something about being responsible. He watched the aunties inject some medicine into his mother's body. For the first time, he had an understanding of these uncles and aunties in white. The patient's vital signs were very unstable. The amount of blood loss was too large. If the fluid was not replenished in time, there would be a problem. Moreover, a large amount of blood in the chest cavity had to be punctured and extracted. Otherwise, the respiratory function would not be able to recover. In the car, all 4 of them were busy. Chen Song gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would puncture first, otherwise, there would be a big problem. He turned around and said to Xiaolin, "Give me the puncture bag." Xiaolin immediately nodded. The puncture needle was connected to the drainage bag. The driver, Old Yang's car, was very stable. Chen Song's hand was even steadier. Soon, the puncture was successful, and the blood flowed along the drainage tube into the drainage bag. The patient's breathing rate finally decreased. However, this did not mean that the patient's body had recovered to normal. At this moment, there were more and greater dangers waiting for Chen Song and the others. At this moment, the little boy was shocked when he saw the blood flowing into the bag. He stood up straight and sat down. He quickly got up again. He was a little afraid and a little worried. He quickly raised his head and looked at the constantly jumping numbers and complicated curves on the TV. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital. Chen Song and Lei immediately organized the patient to be sent there for an abdominal examination. After the examination was completed, they immediately began the resuscitation surgery. The blood had been drawn, and the laboratory immediately began the test. The blood transfusion team was already waiting at the side, waiting to replenish the fresh blood at any time. The little boy was led to the side by Xiaolin. Xiaolin comforted him, "Don't be afraid." The little boy nodded and did not say a word. Xiaolin recalled that the little boy did not look at anything along the way. His eyes were fixed on the screen of the ECG monitor. Suddenly, he could not help but ask, "Can you understand the TV in the car that you were watching just now?" The little boy choked and said, "I can't understand, but I saw on the TV that the line became a straight line. Those numbers became 0, and Mom was no longer around. I want to watch him, not let him disappear." After saying that, he could not help but cry. Xiaolin's heart softened. This was the purest form of protecting his mother by an ignorant little boy. P.S. It's midnight for now. We'll continue tomorrow. Sun Xianxia was extremely anxious. He didn't have time to pack too much. He took his bank card, ID card, phone, and medical insurance card and rushed out. It was supposed to be a beautiful weekend morning, but this sudden bad news made him unable to accept it. How could a perfectly fine person get into a car accident? After Sun Xianxia went downstairs, he prepared to drive, but in his current state. Could he drive? He hurriedly ran out of the neighborhood and hurriedly took a taxi to the 2nd Provincial Hospital's emergency room. The little boy was standing at the nurse's station. He didn't go anywhere and just watched. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He mimicked the characters in television dramas and clasped his hands in front of his chest. The scene of the car accident kept appearing in his mind and didn't dissipate for a long time. This terrifying scene was undoubtedly the greatest pain in this 7-year-old child's life. If his mother was fine, everything would be fine, but what if she couldn't? This might be the most terrifying nightmare of the little boy's life. When Sun Xianxia ran into the emergency room, he saw the boy standing there with his hands clasped in front of his chest. He silently prayed for Amitabha and Bodhisattva's protection from Journey to the West. In his opinion, this was the greatest thing he could do. It was to bless and pray. Sun Xianxia was shocked when he saw his son's body, hands, and face covered in blood. He ran over and hugged the child in his arms. "Bobo, are you all right?" When the little boy saw his father, he immediately cried. His tears flowed freely. "Daddy! You're finally here. Quickly save Mommy. Mommy is going to be gone." Sun Xianxia's nose twitched as his tears couldn't help but flow. "Don't be afraid. Bobo, Mommy is being rescued by the doctors. Don't be afraid. Mommy is just asleep. She'll be fine in a while." Sun Xianxia hugged the child and comforted him. The little boy cried and said, "I'm praying to Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the great sage, heaven's equal. Why aren't they coming out yet? Mommy is a good person. Mommy is a teacher. Why aren't they coming out to save Mommy?" The little boy's cries made the hearts of the patients in the emergency room tremble. Sun Xianxia patted his son hard. "Child, these doctors are all doctors transformed from Guanyin Bodhisattva and the great sage. Be good. Daddy will help the doctors save Mommy." He wiped away the tears on his son's face, but he couldn't wipe away the dried blood. At this moment, little Lin saw the situation and said, "Leave the child at the nurse's station for now. Go and settle the paperwork first. The patient is going for a checkup now. We'll prepare for resuscitation immediately. Don't run around. After that, Xiaolin asked the intern nurse to bring the boy to the treatment room next door to wash up. Sun Xianxia wiped his eyes and rubbed his nose. Thank you. This kind of car accident was very critical. Li Baoshan and Taomi had arrived at the hospital. Li Jianwei had already organized an orthopedic rescue team to examine and save the man. After a round of examination, the man's condition was considered fortunate. He only had a fracture in his lower limbs. Although the fracture caused by the impact was very serious, but it was not life-threatening at the moment. What he needed to do now was to ensure that he could keep his leg. At this moment, the woman was still in danger. As soon as the blood test results were out, the patient was immediately given a blood transfusion. One had to know that the spleen was an organ with an extremely rich blood supply in the human body. Moreover, it was the largest lymphoid tissue in the human body and was directly connected to the blood circulation. Structurally, it was like a sponge tissue that could store blood. When the human body was in urgent need, the spleen would contract and release the blood, thus achieving the role of regulating the circulation of blood. Therefore, the bleeding caused by the rupture of the spleen was fatal. It was very easy to cause hemorrhagic shock due to a large amount of blood loss in a short period of time. Chen Song was very worried. Blood transfusion could not be compared to the speed of bleeding. This was simply fatal. This injured area, the inside was the abdominal aorta and inferior vena cava. If there was really a problem with these two things, the life would be gone. Chen Song could only pray at this time. At this time, it was not that Chen Song did not immediately perform surgery to stop the bleeding, but because there were many injuries caused by the car accident, it was necessary to make comprehensive preoperative preparations. Generally, imaging examination was not done for open abdominal injuries. However, the patient's situation was very special at this time. Moreover, because the vital signs were temporarily stable, the patient's situation was very special. In order to ensure the smooth operation, he still did it. After the results came out, Chen Song and the radiologist's faces darkened. It was too serious. This surgery required several people to perform at the same time. The intrathoracic diaphragm ruptured. Through the radiographic films, they could clearly see the blood in the thoracic cavity. Most importantly, the patient's intestines appeared in the thoracic cavity, probably because of the impact. Intrathoracic diaphragm hernia. Next was the injury to the diaphragm, which needed to be sutured and repaired. There was no doubt that the spleen was ruptured. As for the rest, there was a large amount of bleeding in the abdominal cavity. It was a traumatic injury, which needed to be explored in detail by opening the abdomen. The entire surgery was very critical. It had to be done immediately. Chen Song quickly rushed to the operating theater with the nurse. At this time, Li Baoshan, Taomi, and the others had already put on the surgical gowns in the operating theater and were ready to go on stage. After being pushed into the operating theater, Li Baoshan and the others were all there. Chen Song had a backbone in his heart. Chen Song was not confident if he relied on himself now. The number of surgeries and the difficulty of the surgery might be the greatest and most difficult one Chen Song had ever seen. If he relied on himself, it would be impossible to complete it. Diaphragm injury, intraintestinal hernia, spleen rupture, intestinal injury, intra-abdominal infection, and major blood vessel injury? Wait a minute, this was a major emergency surgery. Li Baoshan was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw Chen Song's worried eyes, he signaled him to relax. This was a battle of attrition. Li Baoshan said to Chen Song, open the veins. Blood transfusion during the surgery is definitely unavoidable. Chen Song nodded. Under Li Baoshan's orderly organization, Chen Song, Taomi, and the other two began this emergency surgery. The abdominal wall was cut open layer by layer. Before opening the abdomen for exploration, careful debridement had to be done, and the organs could not be damaged. An open wound like this had already caused a certain amount of damage. Fortunately, there were no foreign objects entering, otherwise, the difficulty would be even greater. The debridement work continued, and countless bags of normal saline were used. The gauze had already piled up into a mountain at the side. Finally, a relatively clean abdominal cavity was displayed in front of everyone. At this time, Chen Song's eyes were filled with red names: spleen rupture, damaged blood vessel, damaged intestine. When a group of red names appeared in front of everyone, Chen Song could not help but sigh. This was a tough battle. Not only Chen Song, but even Tao Mi and Li Baoshan were frowning. Stop the bleeding first, Li Baoshan ordered decisively. Tao Mi turned around and took the hemostatic forceps. She directly ligated the active bleeding vessel. Chen Song did not hesitate at all. Suture. Chen Song's vascular suture was obvious to everyone. They trusted him very much. Li Baoshan and Tao Mi did not say much. Bleeding control became the vanguard of this surgery. Li Baoshan carefully probed the abdomen. Tao Mi was ready to position and perform ligation. Chen Song quickly and tightly sutured. Soon, the bleeding control was carried out in an orderly manner. However, just as Li Baoshan moved the spleen, blood spurted out of the splenic artery. Tao Mi reacted quickly and pinched it. At this time, a choice appeared in front of everyone. What should they do with the spleen? Li Baoshan was a little hesitant. Cut it all off? Tao Mi was a little nervous. Can we keep it a little? She's still young. Li Baoshan was also silent, but at this time, they had to make a choice. Chen Song said at this time, let's suture the splenic artery first. The two glanced at Chen Song meaningfully and then nodded. The spleen was the human body's ultimate immune and hematopoietic organ. In the fetal period, the spleen's hematopoietic function was very active. Even when the spleen was an adult, the hematopoietic function would be transferred to the bone marrow. However, the spleen was still responsible for the production of lymphocytes and monocytes. Most importantly, modern research showed that the spleen could still produce red blood cells when there was a large amount of blood loss or bone marrow dysfunction. It could be said that this was one of the most important organs in the human body. Perhaps no one knew what lymphocytes and monocytes were. For example, lymphocytes and monocytes were like the police and soldiers of the human body. They resisted external enemies, killed internal bad guys, and participated in the whole body's defense function. So, once the spleen was cut, the human body would be in a state. Everyone could imagine, therefore, when the spleen ruptured, it was advocated to preserve the spleen as much as possible. However, no matter how it was preserved, the necrotic tissue must be removed. Now that the splenic artery was also damaged, it had to be sutured as soon as possible. However, the position of the splenic artery was very special. If the needle holder wanted to suture it, not only would the angle be tricky, but it would also easily damage the surrounding tissues and organs. Chen Song took a deep breath and held his breath. He glanced at Tao Mi, and without a word, the two of them began the ligation and suturing work. Every second saved could reduce the amount of spleen necrosis, right? Chen Song's suturing skills once again made the two senior chief physicians gasp in amazement. Chen Song's mastery of needles was as good as his own hands. The splenic artery was not thick, but it was very difficult to suture it. Maintaining a suture distance of a few threads had to be stable and not damage the intima of the blood vessel, causing damage to the blood vessel wall in the later stage. Time ticked by. 1 minute later, the suture was complete. Next, he would have to face the spleen surgery. How to choose? The most important question was whether to repair the spleen or remove it. Suturing the spleen was not difficult, however, the removal of the spleen was significant. The lower pole of the spleen had a transverse rupture injury, and the small blood vessels had been torn. It was impossible to suture it, and the blood supply of the distal spleen had been obstructed. Li Baoshan hesitated. Cut it. Tao Mi nodded. At this moment, Chen Song quickly said, can you anastomose the small blood vessels? After all, he has been injured for a short time. In this part, because the collateral circulation and the small blood vessels are still functioning, we may be able to try to preserve the spleen. Indeed, just as Tao Mi said, she was still young. If the spleen was removed, there would only be half a person left. For a moment, there was no choice. Chen Song looked at the two of them. I can suture the small blood vessels. Leave it to me. Li Baoshan was stunned. Is it still not necrotic? Chen Song nodded. No. He could see it clearly with his eyes. If the spleen was necrotic, he would be able to see it. However, at this time, the spleen was still yellow, not red. This meant that it could be saved, however, the small blood vessels were too locked. It was too difficult to suture. The violent impact had already caused the already fragile spleen to be somewhat fragmented. How meaningful would it be to carry out such a high workload repair? The most important thing was, could Xianxia succeed? This required a deep understanding of the spleen's blood vessels to be able to do it well. This also required an exquisite blood vessel suture technique. Not a single one could be missing. Li Baoshan observed carefully and seriously considered the patient's time. After a comprehensive judgment, he looked at Xianxia. "Xiaochen, can you do it?" Xianxia nodded. "I can do it." He did not say that he would try, but directly said that he could do it. Taomi glanced at Xianxia and said to Li Baoshan, "Give it a try." Li Baoshan also raised his head and glanced at Xianxia. His eyes were full of hope. "Okay. Do your best." How could he not want to give the patient a healthy body, but, at this time, other than encouragement, he did not know what to say. Because if he wanted to do this job well, the amount of work was very large, the workload was even greater, and the precision was even greater. First of all, he had to understand the blood vessel distribution of the spleen well. Unfortunately, Xianxia could understand it very well. He immediately clicked on the special training, human blood circulation. Xianxia carefully studied the blood vessels in the spleen area. He did not know how long had passed. When he broke free to look at the spleen again, Xianxia's mind was already filled with the blood vessel distribution and shape in the skin. The blood vessels that were like branches and branches were neatly sorted in Xianxia's eyes. Perhaps, it was really possible for him. At this time, the director of the Department of Anesthesiology also began to closely observe the patient's vital signs. Everyone was trying their best to create a strong condition for Xianxia. They were all waiting for Xianxia to carry out a seemingly impossible task. They had never thought of carrying out such a work. After all, to the medical staff, removing the spleen was also a successful rescue. Even if it might have a great impact on the patient's later recovery and make life inconvenient, medical technology was limited. But this time, Xianxia decided to do his best to give the woman a healthy body and a relatively healthy spleen. Thinking of the little boy's expectant eyes, Xianxia felt that he needed to do his best to save this family. Xianxia put on the microscope and kept adjusting the magnification. He kept changing the suture thread and suture needle in his hand. Time passed by minute. This was the patient's life. Xianxia's phone, which was thrown in the storage room, rang again and again. The patient's small blood vessels were stitched one by one under Xianxia's serious efforts. There were a little too many blood vessels, but Xianxia did not care. He tried his best to repair them and provide the spleen with good nutrition as much as possible to prepare for the later recovery. Looking at Xianxia's meticulous operation, Li Baoshan and Taomi looked at each other. They could not help but sigh. After an unknown amount of time, when Xianxia felt that his back was numb and there was no feeling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The suture was done. He had already forgotten how many small blood vessels he had sutured. However, he had succeeded. Everyone looked at Xianxia with shock in their eyes. Xianxia really did it. Li Baoshan had been removing spleens all his life and had performed many such surgeries. Today, he witnessed a miracle of saving the spleen with his own eyes. The complicated feelings in his heart were indescribable. P.S. Thank you to First Love is Bright Like Summer Flowers for your 10,000 tip. Thank you, and Xianxia for his 10,000 tip. To be honest, the chief anesthesiologist was a little shocked. To be able to suture the small blood vessels of the spleen like this, it was really not just an ability, moreover, it was a kind of responsibility and belief. He had been an anesthesiologist for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen a doctor who sutured the small blood vessels of the spleen. Putting aside the skill, how many people could suture? Let's talk about how many people were willing to suture. If a ruptured spleen wanted to recover, it needed a good blood supply. Splenectomy and splenic repair were actually surgeries aimed at ruptured spleens. Those that could be repaired would be repaired. Those that could not be repaired and those that were necrotic would be removed. Those that could not be repaired were because of ischemia and necrosis. Therefore, what Xianxia was doing at this moment was to preserve more of the patient's spleen. Even if it was just a little, it would be of great benefit to the patient's future health. The complicated blood vessels and twisted spleen tissue all increased the difficulty of the surgery. Fortunately, it was Xianxia. Perhaps if it were anyone else, they would say goodbye to those ruptured spleen. Because suturing the blood vessels would increase the risk of the surgery, such a simple sentence was enough to dissuade a lot of people. Was it difficult? It was really difficult. Was it tiring? How could it not be tiring? How long could it last with a microscope? But when he thought of the crying child, Xianxia felt that everything was worth it. It was precisely because of this that they showed admiration on their faces. They tried their best to ensure the mechanism and function of the spleen tissue. Xianxia's actions were based on many conditions. Anastomosis of the small blood vessels of the spleen might seem meaningless to others, but if more spleen could be saved, it would be a guarantee of the patient's quality of life. Li Baoshan looked at the blood vessels that Xianxia had repaired, and the admiration in his eyes was overflowing. Taomi was also slightly excited. They were excited not because Xianxia was amazing, but because the patient's recovery could be more guaranteed. Xianxia put down the suture needle and said to Li Baoshan, "Let me remove it. I know the patient's spleen very well. I know where to cut and where not to cut." Li Baoshan looked at Xianxia with eyes full of determination. He didn't refuse and nodded, but he still warned, "Be careful." Xianxia nodded. He turned around and took the scalpel. After the spleen ruptured, not all areas could be repaired by suturing the blood vessels. This was because the anatomy of the spleen determined that although the hilum and the center of the spleen had a rich blood supply, the periphery of the spleen still needed to be continuously removed. Xianxia carefully lifted the spleen to the outside of the incision. His eyes were like a scanner, constantly scanning the spleen, looking for necrotic spleen tissue. Xianxia had a splenectomy, however, its level was only at the elementary level. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his skill points to upgrade to master. Xianxia had nearly 30 skill points, so he spent 6 skill points to upgrade to master level. Xianxia had to be careful because any damage would cause damage to the spleen and its surrounding tissues. The main danger of splenectomy was massive bleeding during the operation. At this time, the spleen had become large because of congestion and swelling. Not only was the tissue relatively fragile, but it was also poorly exposed. Therefore, Xianxia had to lift the spleen to the outside of the incision. Fortunately, the pedicle that connected the spleen was relatively long. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Li Baoshan and Taomi looked at Xianxia carefully, afraid that there would be a problem. However, because of the massive bleeding, the pedicle that was already together was adhered, so the spleen encountered a little obstruction. However, the pedicle of the spleen could not be torn, otherwise, it would be another massive bleeding. It could be said that the entire spleen was like a bun with thin skin and a lot of juice. However, at this time, the thin layer of skin was already a little necrotic. The necrotic tissue needed to be removed, but they had to be careful not to cause massive bleeding. This required very delicate and subtle operations and subtle movements. Be careful, be careful. This was also the reason why Li Baoshan was assured to let Xianxia do it. It was because he knew that Xianxia's hands were terrifyingly stable. Xianxia held the scalpel and removed the red and black periphery of the spleen bit by bit. This process made everyone in the operating theater anxious. The two chief physicians next to Xianxia did not dare to breathe loudly. Time was again on the side of caution. Almost 2 hours had passed since the beginning of the operation. Xianxia's meticulous 2-hour operation was a little emotional in anyone's eyes. After the excision, the blood vessels needed to be ligated. This required Taomi's cooperation. Xianxia performed the excision while Taomi performed the ligation. The two of them complemented each other and the operation progressed very quickly. Finally, the splenectomy was completed and it was time to suture. Xianxia was really a little tired. His back was a little numb from bending over. After putting down the scalpel, he twisted his body. He did not immediately use the recovery skill of Bai Chuan's surgical gown. After all, this rescue would last for a long time. When Li Baoshan saw this, he said, "Let me do it." Xianxia did not refuse. Li Baoshan had done hundreds of spleen sutures, so he was not surprised at all. After the spleen was treated, the other organs and tissues in the abdominal cavity still needed to be repaired. The intestinal anastomosis was the next step. At this moment, Li Baoshan suddenly put down the suture in his hand and looked at Xianxia. He was a little hesitant. After all, he had seen Xianxia's intestinal anastomosis and it was done very well. When he thought of this, Li Baoshan could not help but shake his head and laugh at himself in his heart. As a chief physician, when did he learn to push things to the younger generation? He was one of the 4 heroes of emergency medicine in Dongyang province, Li Baoshan. He was not like this. It's all this kid's fault. He's just too good. When he thought of this, Li Baoshan could not help but smile, and his body radiated a confident aura. At this moment, the abdominal cavity was not safe at all. The intestines were in a mess, and there was even a part of it in the chest. The diaphragm was ruptured. At this moment, Li Baoshan's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. The diaphragm and intestines need to be repaired at the same time, and I'm not good at repairing the diaphragm. What should I do? At this moment, Chen Song rested for more than half an hour and recovered his strength. He took the initiative to say, "Chief physician, I'll repair the diaphragm, and you can repair the intestines. What do you think?" This sentence immediately stunned Li Baoshan. You know how to repair the diaphragm? Chen Song nodded. Yes. I know. Tao Mi and the director of the Department of Anesthesiology were already dumbfounded. Is this kid really a resident doctor? If Chen Song said that he was a department director, they would have to believe him. Other than having a little more hair, which did not match the temperament of a department director, he was not bad at all. Moreover, this resident doctor was really fierce. He knew everything. He knew how to repair the spleen, perform pericardium surgery, and suture blood vessels. They did not expect him to know how to repair the diaphragm as well. What kind of monster was he? Until now, the surgery was actually less than a third of the way through. There was still a lot of work waiting for them. In fact, for acute traumatic diaphragm injury and intra-abdominal injury, diaphragm repair surgery and injured organs should be performed at the same time through the abdominal cavity. However, because diaphragm rupture and diaphragm hernia were not life-threatening for the time being, they still had to deal with the emergency intra-abdominal hemorrhage first. When all the life-threatening factors were dealt with, it was time for intestinal anastomosis. It was not very urgent, so the abdominal and thoracic surgeries were performed at the same time. Originally, the abdominal surgery was performed at the same time, but Chen Song suspected that there were internal organs and blood vessels in the thoracic cavity, so he still needed to open the chest to explore. Therefore, he needed to make another incision in the chest and treat it through the thoracic cavity. At this time, the 2 surgeries were performed at the same time. For the sake of convenience, the head nurse, Li Ying, directly sent more nurses and equipment to serve Chen Song. Li Baoshan had already dealt with the damaged abdominal organs and put the ones that entered the thoracic cavity back in place. At this time, Chen Song held the scalpel and entered the thoracic cavity at the 6th rib. As expected, because of the blood and damage, the organs in the thoracic cavity had already adhered to the lungs, chest wall, and diaphragm. No wonder it affected breathing. After carefully breaking down the adhesion, Chen Song began to clean the thoracic cavity and injected antibiotics to prevent infection. Next, he would suture the diaphragm. Fortunately, the patient's diaphragm rupture time was relatively short, so he could use a closed suture. The anesthesiologist kept an eye on the patient's vital signs, afraid that there would be any accidents. Fortunately, the patient's vital signs were stable now. The hemorrhagic shock caused by the massive bleeding had gradually recovered. Blood pressure was normal, heartbeat was normal, heart rate. The patient's vital signs were very normal. Now, even his breathing was gradually stabilizing. This made everyone in the operating theater breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Song looked up at the nurse and found that more than a dozen people in the operating theater were looking at him. He was stunned. Am I that good looking? Chen Song sighed and said to the nurse, "Don't worry. Silk thread number 6. The nurse immediately handed it over. Chen Song was quite good at diaphragm repair and suturing. After all, a master-level skill was not a joke. The repair of the diaphragm was mainly about firmness, which required a high level of suturing. The surrounding people looked at Chen Song's suturing and actually felt a sense of beauty. At this time, Li Baoshan was also in good condition. He felt that he had not been in such a state for a long time, and the repair of his intestines was going very smoothly. The needle and thread in his hands were incomparably smooth, which made Li Baoshan very intoxicated. Who would have thought that Xiaoqin would actually stimulate the little universe in his heart? When he thought of this, Li Baoshan decided to bring Chen Song along more often when he considered surgeries in the future. Soon, Li Baoshan finished the last surgical knot. He looked up at the nurse and was about to ask for scissors. But at this time, he realized that the focus of the audience was not on him. Everyone was staring at Chen Song, even Taomi, who was assisting him just now, ran to Chen Song's side. This left Li Baoshan dumbfounded, if I remember correctly. I'm the director, right? However, judging from the layout of the operating theater. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Helpless, sigh, Li Baoshan could only rely on himself. He cut the suture and began the next step of the investigation. There were still some scattered bleeding spots in the chest. However, under Chen Song's eyes, there was nowhere to hide. The audience could not help but be excited. From the beginning of the surgery until now, it had been going on for about 5 hours. It started from 8 o'clock in the morning, and now it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the door of the operating theater opened. Li Jianwei walked in. He looked at Li Baoshan and asked, "Baoshan, how is the patient?" Li Baoshan was happy. Finally, someone talked to him. It did not matter whether he was tired or not. The main thing was that there was someone to talk to him. Li Baoshan said, "Fortunately, the rescue was timely. His vital signs are stable. There should not be too much risk, but the hip surgery will need you." Indeed, after the car accident, the patient had several broken ribs and a hip fracture. "Are you done there? How is the patient?" Li Jianwei said faintly, "His leg is saved. Let's see how he recovers later. I'll change first." Li Jianwei also performed the surgery for 5 hours, but he did not have time to rest. After washing his hands, he changed into a new surgical gown and prepared at the side. Otherwise, it would be a protracted battle. After this surgery was done, it might be 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After Chen Song dealt with all the bleeding spots in the chest, he directly sutured the chest. Li Jianwei glanced at Chen Song and nodded with satisfaction. He did not say much. The patient who had just finished the surgery next door also came here and continued the second surgery. Time passed by. The orthopedic surgery went smoothly. Under Li Jianwei's lead, everyone finally finished dealing with the final damage. When they raised their heads to look at the time again, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was done. Everyone in the room stood at this time for a whole day, from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They did not touch a drop of water and did not eat anything. However, everyone was in high spirits. Because their efforts did not go to waste. Everyone's face was full of smiles. There was nothing more fulfilling than saving someone's life. At this moment, the woman suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze and suddenly realized that more than 10 pairs of eyes were staring at her. Immediately, tears streamed down her face. When she saw the people in white and wearing masks around her, the woman's face was full of tears. At this moment, she finally knew that she was not dead, she was saved. When she was first injured and unconscious, she could actually feel it. She could even feel her child crying in her ear and feel someone pressing on the bleeding part of her body. However, she was powerless and could not react. She originally thought that she was going to die. The only thing she was worried about was her son and her beloved husband. At that time, the woman's desperate heart had no strength to struggle. She could only pray silently. "I hope that in my next life, I will be a slave to make up for my love to you." She did not expect to come back to life. This feeling was as if she had obtained a second life. She was glad. There was nothing more blissful than regaining something that was lost. There was also nothing more precious than life. The woman looked at everyone and wanted to say thank you. However, when she opened her mouth, she could not say a word. She could only try her best to smile. When everyone saw this, they could not help but laugh. Sun Xianxia sat there, and the child sat with him on a chair beside him. The two of them were waiting for a miracle outside the operating room. They had just seen a man who had also been in a car accident come out. The doctor said that the surgery was very successful and his leg was saved. The family members cried tears of joy and pushed him back to the ward. At this moment, the little boy was also looking forward to his mother being as lucky as him. The more time passed, the more anxious the two of them became. The two of them didn't eat the bread they bought at noon and drank 2 to 3 bottles of water. Sun Xianxia thought a lot. He clenched his hands tightly and felt a little uneasy. He shook his head and got rid of the horrible and bad thoughts in his mind, but the fear couldn't be dispelled. He admitted that he was afraid. His hands were trembling. At this moment, he felt a pair of warm hands holding his fists. He turned his head and saw his son staring at him with wide eyes. He was very determined. "Dad, Mom will be fine." "Really?" The boy's childish words made Sun Xianxia's nose sour. His eyes were full of tears, but he quickly took a deep breath and looked up. He blinked his eyes and didn't let his tears fall. He didn't want his child to see his weakness. At this moment, he heard his son say, "Dad, even if Mom is not here, I will take good care of you." This childish child was thinking very far ahead. He tried his best to pretend to be an adult and imitated his mother's tone. He said word by word seriously. Although tears had flowed into his mouth, his eyes were very determined. It made Sun Xianxia, who was in his 30s, hold the child and cry. Who would have thought that his son, who was usually mischievous, could say such heartwarming words? However, Sun Xianxia would rather see him being carefree and mischievous than see him behaving like a little adult. Sun Xianxia, who had always been strong, cried with snot and tears. When the clock on the wall struck 17 o'clock, the door suddenly opened. The father and son quickly got up and hurried to greet them. "Doctor, doctor. How is my wife?" Uncle, my mother, how is she?" Looking at the anxious eyes of the two, everyone laughed. Li Baoshan said, "The surgery was very successful. You can rest assured." This sentence made Sun Xianxia's heart tremble. He hugged Li Baoshan and said, "Thank you, doctor." The little adult Bobo also bowed. "Thank you, uncle." Li Baoshan patted Sun Xianxia. It's okay. He went to the hospital bed. The patient has already been sent to the ward. After returning to the ward, the patient needed to be sent to the ICU for follow-up observation. After all, 2/3 of the blood in the body had been replaced, and there were no follow-up reactions. There were still a lot of things to be done to repair the organs. There were still many problems to be solved. However, in order for her to meet her husband and son, she was temporarily placed in the observation room. After Sun Xianxia ran in with the child, the family finally met. Sun Xianxia didn't dare to touch his wife. After all, she was now covered in wounds. Thinking of this, Sun Xianxia's heart ached. At this moment, the child stood to the side and looked at his mother. Suddenly, he said, "Mom, I swore to God that after you wake up, I will never be naughty again. I will not make trouble. I will listen to you and eat seriously." Looking at the child who had suddenly become sensible, the woman suddenly smiled. Sun Xianxia quickly wiped her tears and said with a complicated expression, "Honey, Bobo has grown up." The woman blinked. Chen Song stood where he was and looked at the heartwarming scene. He suddenly felt that everything was worth it. What Dongyang Province's Association of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeries PK Reward. What Dongyang Province's Association of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeries Director. How much weight could these have in front of these fresh lives? Wasn't the doctor's responsibility to save the dying and heal the injured? Chen Song comforted himself. He looked at the more than 100 missed calls on his phone. Basically, they were from Qingyu, Zhang Youfu, Qian Liang, Zhang Jixin, and Chen Bingxing. Even Zhou Hongguang had called him twice. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the little boy said to the woman and his father, "It's that uncle who saved Mom." After saying that, he pointed at Chen Song. After saying that, the little boy walked over. "Uncle, thank you for saving Mom. You're a big hero." Chen Song was stunned and smiled. "Uncle is a doctor." When the boy heard that, there was a kind of yearning in his eyes. He looked at Chen Song seriously and said, "I want to be a doctor in the future, a doctor as good as uncle." Chen Song was stunned. Looking at the little boy who was full of fighting spirit, he couldn't help but bend down. "Then you can do it." The boy nodded and repeated, "I will definitely become a great doctor like Uncle Xiang." Chen Song smiled slightly. "What's your name?" The boy said, "My name is Sun Jingbua." Chen Song had a good impression of the boy. To be honest, he even liked this little boy who was as brave as a little adult. Thinking of this, Xianxia took off a new stethoscope he bought and handed it to him. "This is for you." Sun Jingbo's face suddenly turned red with excitement. "I will definitely become a great doctor." Xianxia nodded. "I believe in you." After leaving the observation room, Xianxia sat on the chair and hesitated for a long time. He wondered if he should return the call. After thinking about it, he sighed. Forget it, anyway, the meeting was almost over. Why should he go over? To get a meal, although the buffet in that restaurant was really good, Xianxia returned to the office and sat on the chair. He turned on the virtual screen and looked at the system mission. Participate in Dongyang Province's hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery video competition. If you win, you will receive hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery profession change certificate. Reminder, mission failed. Xianxia sighed. Forget it, it didn't matter, anyway, he couldn't activate it even if he got it. Xianxia comforted himself. As for the director, forget it, ding. Medical ethics and benevolence test mission completed. Congratulations, you gave up your own interests to save the patient. You will receive a special reward, a special training card. Xianxia was stunned, he quickly looked at the special training card and felt a little incredulous. What did a special training card mean? A perfect skill. Xianxia was lucky enough to get it once, but, at that time, he didn't know how precious it was and used it to train for appendectomy. Later, he regretted it so much. Now, he actually got a special training card. However, Xianxia realized that it was a little early to be happy, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully rescued the patient. You have received a generous reward, 1, an exquisite white coat, purple item, 2. Choose to receive any surgical skill in this surgery, 3. Receive a strengthening gem, permanent. Xianxia suddenly smiled. P.S. Thank you to Miss Xianxia for your 80,000 tip to become the chief. You have added another facade to this book. Thank you to the stranded flamboyant brothers for their 60,000 tip. There is also my old friend Lolu for 10,000 tip to become the chief. There is also my new friend 201712080639555163 for 10,000 tip. Thank you for your support. No charge, ding. Exquisite large white coat. Purple item. Made of special materials, it can withstand sudden damage from sharp weapons, 3 times effect. Other attributes, escape speed +5, immune to being hunted down, strength +5. Hint, automatically takes effect after equipping. Xianxia looked at the exquisite white coat and suddenly felt a sense of desolation in his heart. It was not because the large white coat was not good enough. It was because the large white coat could not cover the neck. What if someone stabbed the neck? Would he not be done for? Xianxia sighed. However, it was better than nothing. At least he was not afraid of being stabbed in the back. As a mature and stable surgeon, he should still have this kind of precautionary mentality. Enhancement gem, permanently increase your strength by +2. Xianxia did not even think about it and directly chose to use it. As expected, the feeling of a 20% increase in strength was very obvious. It was much better than nimble hands. It seemed that this enhancement gem should be a high-grade item. The last one was to randomly obtain a surgical skill that he did not have in this surgery. Please choose, spleen repair, hip fracture surgery. Xianxia directly chose the spleen repair technique. With this technique, he could at least deal with the damage to his spleen alone. When he saw these rewards, Xianxia suddenly felt that the certificate for the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery did not matter, because, as long as he gave the research paper to Qian Liang, he would be able to trigger the mission of apprenticeship. This should be able to activate the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery system. However, the only drawback was that he might need to score 100 points in either cardiology or thoracic surgery. This was longer. The patient was quickly taken away by the ICU for follow-up observation and treatment. At this time, in the venue of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery's annual meeting, the surgery competition had already ended. The winners also gave their acceptance speeches in the afternoon. This time, the winners were very excited because there were many big shots in this annual meeting. It was an honor to be able to show their faces on such a stage in front of these big shots. If they could leave a good impression on these big shots, it was something to be very proud of. It was just that, the few big shots were a little unhappy. Zhou Hongguang was bored. He wanted to look at his phone, but he felt that it was not appropriate for such an occasion, so he could only sigh. It was not that the annual meeting was boring. On the contrary, a group of outstanding young people emerged at this year's annual meeting. The video of the surgery was unique and eye-catching. However, Zhou Hongguang still felt that something was missing. That's right, it was Chen Song. His purpose of coming here was Chen Song. For Chen Song, he specially called his students over to let them see the talents of Dongyang and how well they were doing in the emergency department. But after coming here today, he didn't see what he should see. Even the others were remarkable, but the gap between him and Chen Song was very obvious. Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, after it's over, I'll go back early. Qian Liang and Zhang Youfu's faces darkened. No one knew what they were thinking. Originally, they had agreed to let Chen Song participate in the competition. However, he didn't show up even after the competition ended. Wasn't he standing them up? Thinking of the scene just now, Qian Liang felt awkward. The host called out Chen Song's name several times, but no one showed up. Only then did he switch to the next person. This made them all feel ashamed. Qian Liang remained silent. Why didn't Chen Song come? But there had to be a reason. He called dozens of times, but one of them didn't answer, and the other didn't return. What was going on? When Zhang Youfu saw Qian Liang's expression, he seemed to be a little angry. He quickly explained, Chief Physician Xiaochen, might have something to do. Zhang Youfu could forgive Chen Song. After all, they were in the same department. Xiaochen was not a proud and arrogant person. However, he was worried that this would leave a bad impression on Qian Liang. After all, Qian Liang was the best in the department of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Danyang province. His network and social circle were very big. If he said anything unfavorable to Chen Song, it would be bad. In fact, the person who was most worried on the stage was the host, Qin Yu. She was wearing an exquisite cheongsam. Under her bright smile, she was actually nervous. She was worried that something might have happened to Chen Song. After all, Chen Song was not someone who would stand people up. In the 3 years he worked, he had never been late. There must be a reason why he did not come to the venue. Could something have happened to Chen Song? At this time, Qin Yu did not care about the competition or the annual meeting. She was thinking about Chen Song. Next was the summary meeting. All the big shots spoke and summarized the surgery competition today. Qian Liang went on stage and invited a few big shots in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in the country to speak. They followed the procedure. Although they were unhappy, they could not delay the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery because of Chen Song. The annual meeting continued. Next was the selection of directors. Zhang Youfu looked at everyone and said, Next, it's time to select the directors. I hope that everyone will vote seriously and fairly to choose the most suitable director in your hearts. Next, let's invite the directors who are going to be selected to speak on stage. There would not be many new directors. There were only 5 positions, but there were more than 30 people competing for them. They went on stage one after another and gave a simple 2-minute speech. Everyone was smug. Most of them were senior attending physicians around 40 years old. Chen Bingxing also gave a speech. He was the first author of liver transplantation in his profile, and it instantly caused a commotion among the people present. Lao Chen seemed to have reserved one of the 5 positions. However, when it was Chen Song's turn, no one came up. Zhang Youfu sighed. If Xiaochen was here, there should be no problem, right? However, he sighed. It did not matter anymore. After that, it was time for the voting. The voting now was different from before. It used WeChat to vote. Each chairman had more votes, followed by the committee members, and finally the members. Just as everyone was about to vote, a piece of news suddenly popped up. Everyone habitually prepared to move away, but they saw today's news. There was a traffic accident this morning next to Zhongnan Cinema on Pingxia Road. 2 passers-by were hit by a car and were in critical condition. A young doctor came out. After more than 10 hours of hard work, he finally succeeded in saving the patients. According to our reporter, Dr. Chen Song went to participate in this year's annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. However, when faced with such a situation, he resolutely put down what he was doing and devoted himself to the work of saving the patient. This treatment lasted for more than 10 hours, without a single drop of water or food. In the end, the patient was successfully saved. It is precisely because of doctors like Chen Song that our lives can be stable and peaceful. Now, the escapee has been caught by the police. The suspect is a. The votes were cast by everyone, including the judges who were present. When they saw the news that popped up in Ammoniang City, everyone was stunned. That was because they realized that the name was surprisingly familiar. Yes, it was Chen Song. They clearly remembered that a doctor named Chen Song did not come to the scene. At that moment, the news spread like wildfire. Everyone clicked on the news and read it. It clearly said, according to reports, Dr. Chen Song was supposed to attend the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Everyone was stunned. Could there be someone with the same name? It couldn't be. That was because the voting software was an app in the medical field. It pushed some of the latest medical news and events. When everyone was voting, they naturally saw the news that popped up. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They looked at a few photos in the news. One was a surveillance camera with Chen Song's white shirt covered in blood. He was pressing on the patient's wound. The time was 7:25 a.m. Another was Chen Song's tired figure outside the operating theater. The time was 4:40 p.m. Another was a boy holding a stethoscope and bowing to Chen Song. The time was 5:15 p.m. The three images made all the medical staff present imagine the entire process. From 7 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., 10 hours had passed. It was easy to imagine what a tough battle it would be to rescue him this time. Everyone could imagine what kind of tense scene was playing out in the operating theater. Finally, a reporter gave a simple interview. Reporter, Dr. Chen, when you saw the patient lying in a pool of blood, what were you thinking? Chen Song, I'm a doctor. I should save him. I'm a doctor. I should save him. It was a simple sentence, but it made all the doctors who saw this news feel a little sour in their noses. This was a doctor. For a moment, everyone looked at the words in the news and could not calm down for a long time. That's right, what annual meeting? What selection? Were these important? No matter how important they were, could they be more important than the patient's life? Everyone knew very well what 10 hours of rescue meant. Chen Song faced the patient and resolutely rescued him. It made everyone sigh with emotion. This was a kind of medical spirit. No matter when, no matter where, he should always remind himself that he was a doctor. The word doctor was not just a profession. Most of the time, he was also responsible. When Chen Bingxing saw the news, Zhang Zhixin also saw it. Both of them were excited. This was how Xiaoqin should be. What bullshit annual meeting. It was fine if he didn't come. Chen Bingxing was very happy. Seeing Chen Song do such a thing, he felt a sense of pride. He pointed at Chen Song on the screen and said to his friend, "Look, this is my disciple." The others couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and say, "So awesome, I'm convinced." The General Surgery Department of Lan County People's Hospital also attended the annual meeting. Director Duanbua and Associate Director Yang Peng looked at the familiar figure on the screen. They suddenly remembered the scene when Chen Song inserted intravenous tubes into the burned patient's body. The two of them were excited. This was what a doctor should be like. Chen Song was awesome. On the stage, Zhang Youfu also saw the news. Xian Liang also saw the news. The two of them were stunned for a moment. They suddenly understood why Chen Song did not have time to reply to dozens of missed calls. In a life-and-death situation, how could he reply? How could he have the time to reply? They also knew why Chen Song did not attend the annual meeting. It was because there were things 100 times more important than the annual meeting waiting for him to do. There were things more important than being a director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery waiting for him to complete. If Chen Song became a director because he participated in the selection and neglected to save people, such a director was not worth it. If I were a doctor, I would be a down-to-earth doctor who saved lives and helped the injured. I would not seek to be a doctor who chased after fame and fortune. At this moment, Zhang Youfu felt a sense of pride in his heart. He was proud of this young man. This kid was a character. In the face of fame and patience, he was unmoved. Xianliang leaned back in his chair and looked at his phone. He could not get over it for a long time. He had misunderstood Chen Song. He regretted it. At this moment, he understood that Chen Song had done something more meaningful than this. Compared to Chen Song, he and the others sitting at the annual meeting seemed, Chen Song. What kind of person are you? Xianliang sighed. He recalled the young, steady, capable, and talented young man. His skills are superb, and he has a kind heart. Amazing. Thinking of this, Xianliang voted for Chen Song. Zhou Hongguang looked at the crowd and was a little stunned. Because the voting was done by people from Danyang province, Zhou Hongguang did not know what was going on. He did not understand why the venue was so noisy and no one cared about it. The voting was in progress, everyone did not care about other reasons. They all put a tick where Chen Song was. The other 4 people would choose again. Everyone knew very well what they were doing. Because there was such a young man, a doctor who did not care about his fame and fortune and sacrificed himself to save others. Should they not vote for him? What was a doctor? Wasn't he such a person? If he was not a director, was there anyone more suitable than him? At this moment, everyone firmly placed a tick on the opposite side of Chen Song. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was holding her phone behind the stage, also saw the message. She finally knew why Chen Song did not come, because of responsibility. At this moment, Qin Yu was so excited that tears were about to rush out. Because this person was her husband. He was the person who would protect her for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Qin Yu was full of excitement and satisfaction. At this moment, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was WeChat. It was a message from Chen Song. There were only 3 words. Sorry. After Qin Yu saw it, she burst out laughing. That fool still doesn't know that he's on the news, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yu sent a message, Hubby, I love you. I'm proud of you. After saying that, he put the phone in his pocket happily. Chen Song, who was still where he was stunned. What the hell? After a few minutes, Zhang Youfu said, Okay, everyone has voted, right? Now, please look at the big screen. The 5 new directors are, at this moment, Zhou Hongguang turned around and clapped as if he was supporting the show. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because he found that the person who ranked first was actually Chen Song. Full votes. This time, he was shocked. What the hell? Isn't this too fake? Inside story. I want to report this. No, I'm the vice chairman of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Dongyang is too arrogant, isn't it? Chen Song didn't come, but the votes are full. P.S. Tomorrow will be double the monthly votes. Brothers, it's time to show your skills. We've been on the shelves for 2 months, and we've always ranked 17th or 18th. Come on, come on. Everyone, show your skills and see how many votes we can get this month. Remember, start begging for votes tomorrow. Number 29 to number 31. The veterans are extremely grateful. Zhou Hongguang was very dissatisfied, although he had a good impression of Chen Song, such a method made him very uncomfortable. Why did Chen Song's tickets suddenly become full without a single word being said? Was this not the way to support someone? This was obviously a covert operation. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang could not help but look at the old Xianliang. His face was gloomy and his voice was serious. What's the situation? Xianliang was stunned. Seeing that Zhou Hongguang did not seem to know, he reacted. He quickly handed over the phone. Chief Zhou, look. This just happened today. Zhou Hongguang looked at the phone and hesitated for a while. But after seeing the content, he took it and looked at it. When he looked at it, Zhou Hongguang was stunned. It took less than 2 minutes to finish reading it. Zhou Hongguang was silent for 2 minutes. No wonder Xiaochen did not come and did not pick up the phone. On the operating table to save the patient, he was like a warrior who went to the battlefield to kill the enemy. How could he have time to pick up the phone? Did he want the patient's life? Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang took a deep breath. Today's society needed such a good doctor. He put personal fame and fortune aside and put the patient's life in front of him. This was the attitude and responsibility that a doctor should have. No wonder it was like this, full votes. Looking at everyone present who voted, Zhou Hongguang could not help but take a deep breath. It seemed that this was everyone's recognition of Xiaochen. There were already many directors. It did not matter if there was one more director. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang handed the phone to Qian Liang and said, "Chief Qian, I have a suggestion." Qian Liang was stunned. "Chief Zhou, please say it." Zhou Hongguang lowered his voice and whispered to Qian Liang, "Add one more director. Let the committee vote on the spot. Director is just a title. Don't let this affect everyone's enthusiasm." Qian Liang's eyes lit up. He glanced at Zhou Hongguang. "Chief Zhou's idea coincides with mine." Zhou Hongguang could not help but laugh. Qian Liang also nodded. When Qin Yu saw that Chen Song's votes were full, the satisfaction and pride in her heart spontaneously arose. Pride, she worshipped Chen Song to the core. Zhang Youfu looked at the voting results and was about to let the host, Qin Yu, announce the results. At this time, Qian Liang suddenly patted Zhang Youfu's arm, indicating that he had something to say. Zhang Youfu was slightly taken aback and nodded. At this time, Qian Liang stood up and walked to the front of the stage. He held the microphone and said, "I believe that Chen Song can get full tickets. Everyone should have seen the news. This is the pride of us medical workers. He is also a model for our medical and health workers. Such a comrade should be praised. But every one of us here is outstanding. Your work and achievements are all worthy of recognition." So, I discussed with Chief Physician Zhou, the Vice President of the National Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeons, and we decided to add another director. Chen Song is a member of the Eastern Sun Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. We will give him a position as a director to show our appreciation. In addition to Chen Song, there are 5 other directors who will be chosen according to their ranking. Next, the committee will raise your hands to vote. Those who agree to add another director, please raise your hands to vote. After that, Qian Liang, Zhang Youfu, and the other vice presidents raised their hands. The committee members in the front row also raised their hands to show their approval. This way, everyone was happy. The person who ranked 6th was a 35-year-old senior attending physician from the 2nd Affiliated Hospital of Eastern Sun Medical University. He had thought that he had no hope. Besides feeling sorry, he was also a little disappointed. Of course, he did not complain. He thought about what Chen Song had done and felt that he should be commended. He also agreed with Chen Song's approach. Moreover, if it were him, he would have done the same. However, even so, he was still a little disappointed. After all, the position of director meant that he would be recognized in the circle. However, when he heard Chief Physician Qian and Zhang Youfu's words, he suddenly became happy. He did not expect that he would have a chance. All of a sudden, the man was a little stunned. After hearing the host call out the name of the director, he quickly stood up and went on stage to shake hands with the chairman. Everyone was happy. However, at this time, Qian Liang said, "Congratulations to all of you for becoming a director of the Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of Eastern Sun Province. Work hard for the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of Eastern Sun Province." Perhaps you don't know Chen Song very well here. Actually, Chief Physician Zhang Youfu and I nominated Chen Song to be the director together. He is an excellent doctor in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Although he is young, he has already achieved some good results in our field. Of course, I nominated Chen Song not only because I think highly of him, but also because he has made some special contributions to the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. As for what exactly? I'll keep you in suspense. Tomorrow, I will invite Chen Song to the meeting in the morning. You will know then. Finally, after Zhang Youfu wrapped up some work, the meeting for the day ended. The next day was the exchange time. Some experts would be invited to explain some special surgeries. To put it simply, it was the time of the big shots. After the meeting ended, Qian Liang and Zhang Youfu came over and looked at Zhou Hongguang. "Chief Zhou, what time is the train today? I'll send someone to send you to the station." Zhou Hongguang hesitated for a moment. "Let's go back tomorrow afternoon. After all, I specially brought the students to see Xiaochen's idea. However, although I didn't succeed today, it can be considered a lesson to these children. For doctors, morality is more important than medical skills. Let's go back tomorrow. When Xianliang heard that, he was immediately happy. Okay. After Zhou Hongguang finished speaking, he said to the two of them, by the way, let's go to the second provincial hospital tonight. I'm quite curious about that surgery. When Qianliang and Zhang Youfu heard that, they nodded and began to contact the second provincial hospital. Qingyu did not care about eating. She changed her clothes and went straight to the second provincial hospital. She wanted to tell Chen Song the good news that he had become a director. She hoped that no one would tell Chen Song. Unfortunately, she had been tired for the whole day. She only recovered after eating some bread and drinking some water in the office. She had just completed the surgery when she was interviewed by the reporters. After all, it was her first time on television. She could not eat bread and drink water at the same time, right? Chen Song also had the burden of being an idol. It was her first time on television. Even if she did not look beautiful, she had to pretend to be beautiful. She did not know if the television station's cameras were on beauty filters. After the interview, the little boy bought bread and water. Only then did Chen Song recover. As for Li Baoshan, Li Jianwei, and Tao Mi, they brought their father-in-law to accompany the reporters for dinner. Thinking that the second provincial hospital would probably be reported positively tomorrow, the father-in-law looked at Chen Song with a gentle gaze. This kid was really father-in-law Wang. It seemed that he had to bring Xiaochen to Mount Ju another day to see what Master Zhang had to say. As the main character of today, he originally wanted to ask Chen Song to go with him, but Qingyu told him to stay in the hospital and not run around, so he could only give up. He thought that if he did not want to work hard in the future and had a rich wife to support him, he would just be responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower. Moreover, even if Chen Song wanted to run around, he did not have any clothes. His white shirt was already stained with blood. It was hard to say if others would call the police if they saw him. He could not wear a white coat. The hospital originally had a spare set of clothes, but it was given to Zhu Yongwang during the surgery. However, he left in his own clothes. Chen Song could not help but sigh. It seemed that the hospital still had to prepare some clothes. Also, it seemed that he could not wear today's suit. He would buy a new one. Anyway, it was too small. He would just treat it as a change of clothes for himself. At this moment, the system notification sounded, ding. Congratulations on becoming the director of the Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery Society of Danyang Province. Chen Song was stunned for a full minute and did not react. What exactly happened to this dramatic life? How did he suddenly become the director of the Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery Society? Chen Song was stunned for a few minutes. Could it be that it was easier to be an official with connections? He had a good relationship with Director Qian, Director Zhang, and other high-ranking chairmen. Did they give him an insider position? This caused Chen Song to feel terrified and uneasy, and he sighed with emotion. This was not appropriate. Chen Song picked up the phone and wanted to ask. When he got through to Zhang Youfu, he only heard Zhang Youfu chuckling. When he got through to Qian Liang, the other party also chuckled. He just did not say. Chen Song was curious. What was going on? Little did he know that little Licking Qin had already arranged everything. Chen Song thought about it and decided to wait for his wife to come back and ask her properly. Everyone else was indeed an outsider, unreliable, ding. Challenge mission completed. Obtained Jingran's skill, esophageal aortic fistula repair. Intermediate. When Chen Song saw the system notification, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Not bad, good stuff, although the surgical skill level was a little low, but the surgical level was high. This was a surgical skill that was closely combined with cardiothoracic surgery. 2 days ago, in the cardiac surgery department of Eastern University First Hospital, Chen Song saw with his own eyes the thoracic surgery department director Zhao Jianfeng and the cardiac surgery department director performed such a surgery together. Chen Song watched to his heart's content. He did not expect Jing Ran to know it too. Intermediate. It was a little low. However, Chen Song did not mind. Today, Jing Ran had been happily decorating the house for a long time. He decorated the house beautifully, had a candlelight dinner, and romantic words. The only thing missing was a proposal ring. However, the perfect atmosphere had been created long ago. Jing Ran was prepared to curry favor with Gung Yan today and let her know that he could be romantic too. When Gung Yan returned home, she was indeed surprised. Just as the two of them were about to applaud their love, Jing Ran suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. It was as if his body had suddenly been hollowed out. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness. What was going on? Gung Yan realized that Jing Ran was suddenly like a saint. She was stunned for a moment and asked with concern, "Hubby, what's wrong?" Jing Ran shook his head. Seeing that his wife was full of interest, he quickly shook his head, "Maybe I'm tired." "It's nothing." The two of them continued. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly received another system prompt, ding. Congratulations on becoming a member of 2 national-level societies and completing the challenge mission. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Jing Ran's skill, lung repair, master level. Chen Song abruptly stood up, his face beaming with joy. "Old Jing, you really treat your brother well, I'll treat you to lamb kidney some other day." Chen Song looked at his harvest happily, and his impression of Jing Ran improved a lot. Old Jing was a good man, skills are good, but I have to supervise him in the future. After all, he is my skill library. However, some were happy, while others were sad. Chen Song was both happy and worried. Suddenly, like a night of winter wind, the long night was unbearable. Gung Yan looked at Jing Ran and held his hand with both hands. At this time, as the mistress of the house, she should give him confidence, but, as medical workers, Gung Yan looked at Jing Ran and said firmly, "Hubby, we have to treat this illness." Jing Ran was stunned. "What illness?" "I'm not sick." Gung Yan sighed, her heart aching. She knew that men would not admit it. "It's okay, you'll get better." When Jing Ran heard this, his body trembled. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, he quickly shook his head. "No, I was fine yesterday." Gung Yan also reacted. "That's right, he was fine usually." What happened today? Thinking of this, she thought of today's romance. Could it be that he had done something wrong? Gung Yan stood up and stared at Jing Ran. "Did you do something wrong?" Jing Ran was stunned. "What are you thinking?" "I don't have the time." When Gung Yan heard this, she was unhappy. "Why, do you have to go if you have the time?" "Jing Ran, you're usually so sanctimonious." Jing Ran was dumbfounded. Who the hell did I offend? Chen Song was happy today. Great harvest, it was like the new year. How could there be such a good reward usually? He looked at the skills and items being sent into his pocket. It seemed that he had to do more good deeds in his daily life. More good deeds. When Qin Yu ran in happily and saw that there was no one in the office, she ran directly into Chen Song's arms. "You're so great, hubby." Chen Song was stunned. "Great? I've always been real." Could it be that I'm a fake? Chen Song shook his head and looked at Qin Yu curiously. "How am I great?" Qin Yu stared at Chen Song with her big eyes. At this moment, she was like a little fangirl of Chen Song. She blinked her big eyes and said with a smile, "You're the best in every way." When Chen Song heard this, he felt that it was a must. It was so comfortable to hear this. Before he could say anything, Qin Yu leaned over and gave him a passionate kiss. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu and felt that something was wrong. This girl was not in the right state of mind today. Wasn't she too enthusiastic? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but swallow his saliva. Could it be that today was the day he took an inch and wanted a mile? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that it was really great. Qin Yu felt that something was wrong and quickly took 2 steps away. Her face turned red and white like Chen Song. Chen Song smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. "By the way, how did I suddenly become a director?" When Qin Yu heard this, she said with a smile, "Let me tell you. You were too impressive today." Today, all the chairmen were very unhappy. When they were about to vote for the director election, a message suddenly popped up on their phones. Everyone was curious and opened it to see that it was a message about you. Speaking of this, Qin Yu took out her phone and showed it to Chen Song. "Look, this is your news." Chen Song was curious. It was posted so quickly, he did not even look at it. Chen Song quickly opened it and took a closer look. Needless to say, it was taken quite well. The angle was quite good, and the form and behavior were quite good, otherwise, she would be a professional. Qian Yu said, today, under the leadership of Department Director Qian, everyone added an additional director. When Chen Song heard this, he was suddenly a little touched. At this time, Qian Yu suddenly said, have you not called Department Director Qian and the others back? Chen Song slapped his forehead. He almost forgot. He quickly took out his phone and called them. After Chen Song said a few words, Qian Liang just smiled and said, good job, Xiao Chen. However, Qian Liang added, remember to come tomorrow. I have arranged your time. You will be the first to talk about the surgery. There is more time, so you can introduce it to everyone. After all, you were personally chosen by everyone. Don't let them think that you are not skilled. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately nodded, okay, thank you, Department Director Qian. After hanging up the phone, Qian Yu grinned and said, thank you for your hard work today. I'll treat you to something delicious. Chen Song lifted his white coat and Qian Yu saw that his upper body was bare. Chen Song sighed. My clothes are dirty and covered in blood. I can't wear them anymore. Qian Yu suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, wait for me. I'll get you a set of clothes. After saying that, Qian Yu ran home. He remembered that he had just bought a cashmere sweater with Lao Qin last weekend. It was neither thin nor thick. It was just right. It just so happened that Chen Song and his father were about the same size. Therefore, Qian Yu decided to borrow his father's clothes first. It wouldn't affect him anyway. Besides, they were all family. They wouldn't care about the clothes, right? Thinking of this, Qian Yu rushed home and found his mother applying a facial mask. Immediately, Qian Yu narrowed his eyes. Good luck. Mom, aren't you going to eat? When Ji Ruyun heard that her daughter was back, she put 2 cucumber slices on her eyes. I'm on a diet. Qian Yu was stunned. Where's my dad? Ji Ruyun sighed. Your dad seems to have gone out to eat with the reporters. I'm not sure what happened. I'm too lazy to do it alone, so I'll just treat it as a diet. Qian Yu was excited when he heard that. The heavens were helping him. He tiptoed into his parents' room, opened the wardrobe, and searched carefully. Finally, he found his father's newly bought cashmere sweater in a corner. The label hadn't been cut off in time. He stuffed it into his bag and tiptoed out, smiling. I forgot to take my wallet. Mom, I'm leaving. I'm going to eat with Chen Song. Ji Ruyun lay on the sofa and complained, you're helping an outsider. You forgot about your mother now that you have a boyfriend. Qian Yu smiled. Mom, you're underestimating your daughter. Not only did I forget about my mother, I even took my dad's clothes. Thinking of this, Qian Yu rushed to the hospital. After entering, he said to Chen Song, follow me. I bought you a gift. Chen Song was a little curious. He looked at Qian Yu, who ran back and asked, what gift? Qian Yu pulled Chen Song and walked to the on-duty room and said, you'll know when you come. Chen Song was mysteriously pulled into the on-call room by Qian Yu. Then, with a click, Qian Yu locked the door. Looking at Chen Song, she smiled and said, take off your clothes. Chen Song's heart skipped a beat. In the on-call room, it wasn't appropriate, right? However, he had already unbuttoned Toot Song. Qian Yu took out a khaki cashmere sweater from his bag. Well, try it on. See if it fits. Chen Song looked at the sweater in surprise. You bought it for me? Qian Yu nodded and blushed. She remembered that she hadn't given Chen Song a gift yet. This sweater was not bad. If it fit, she would give it back to her father. Thinking of this, Qian Yu said, try it on first. Chen Song nodded and put it on. Needless to say, it was quite comfortable. Qian Yu looked at Chen Song. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Not bad, it looked good, at least it looked better than her father. And it didn't look old. Thinking of this, Qian Yu said calmly, how is it? I have good taste, right? Chen Song looked at himself in the mirror and was also very satisfied. Compared to his previous clothes, he looked more mature and steady. Coupled with the suit pants and leather shoes, he had a European style. He was handsome, warm, and somewhat elegant. Not bad. Thank you. Chen Song looked at Qian Yu and felt very touched. After all, He remembered his size and even bought him a close-fitting cashmere sweater. He was very grateful. Haven't I given Qingyu a gift yet, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song secretly thought that he must choose carefully and give Qingyu a surprise. Chen Song hugged Qingyu and said softly, "Thank you, baby." When Qingyu heard this, her heart melted. Being hugged by Chen Song, it was warm. She didn't know if it was the cashmere or Chen Song's warmth. However, she knew that selling her father for glory had achieved good results. However, she still felt that she should sneakily buy another one for her father another day. Forget it, this was not considered selling her father for glory, forget it. Thinking of this, Qingyu pulled Chen Song and said, "Let's go and eat something delicious." "It's my treat." Chen Song nodded and smiled. Then, he followed Qingyu out of the on-call room. Lao Qin was in a good mood today. After all, Chen Song's matter today was good news for him and the hospital. They would definitely publicize it tomorrow. In the current tense social environment, such a positive event would definitely be publicized. Thinking of this, Lao Qin was more and more satisfied with Chen Song. After eating with the reporters, Qin Xiaoyuan brought a few people out of the restaurant. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Li Baoshan and said, "Baoshan, thank you for your hard work today." Li Baoshan smiled and said, "Director Qin, it was all Xiao Chen's credit today. I don't dare to be greedy. I suggest that the hospital give Xiao Chen a commendation. After all, this is a good thing. We should guide it positively." Qin Xiaoyuan nodded and agreed. "Well, you're right. I'll talk to the medical department tomorrow and give Xiao Chen a commendation." At this time, Li Baoshan's phone rang. When he saw that it was Zhang Youfu, he immediately said, "Hello, Director Zhang, what's up?" Zhang Youfu said, "Director Li, Director Qian Liang, Director Zhou Hongguang, and I want to watch today's surgery video. Do you think it's convenient?" Li Baoshan immediately said, "It's convenient, but won't it be too late?" At this time, Zhou Hongguang took the phone and said, "Director Li, I'm Zhou Hongguang. I want to watch today's surgery video. It's already so late. Sorry to trouble you." Li Baoshan smiled and said, "It's fine. Director Zhou, you can come directly. I'll wait for you in the emergency department." After hanging up the phone, Li Baoshan smiled and said, "Director Qin, Director Zhou Hongguang from 301 wants to watch the video. Do you want to go?" Qin Xiaoyuan heard that Zhou Hongguang could be a friend. He nodded and said, "Let's go. I have nothing to do at home anyway." As he spoke, the group of people walked towards the hospital. On the way, Qin Xiaoyuan kept asking Li Baoshan about Chen Song, trying to get some information out of him. However, to his surprise, Li Baoshan talked about Chen Song so much that he couldn't stop. There was no need to get any information out of him. However, Qin Xiaoyuan didn't expect that Li Baoshan would think so highly of Chen Song. He was a little happy, no wonder he was the man that his girl liked. Yes, P.S. Thank you to my old friend Xianbei for the 10,000 tip, and to my new friends Shanyuani Yu and Bitter Smile Forever for the 10,000 tip, and to my new friends Shanyuani Yu and Lonely Bitter Smile Forever for the 2 new leaders. Right, from today onwards, the monthly votes should be doubled for the next few days. Veterans don't want to ask for a lot, but when it comes to monthly votes, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. If you get double the votes, it won't be good. For the health of veterans' chrysanthemums, I hope that everyone will vote for it. By the way, there's one more thing. Since it's the end of the year, I'm going to organize an event. Some fans will be given red packets in the QQ group. If you're interested, you can participate. The details of the event are introduced in the comments section. The rules are actually quite simple. Fans with more than 5,000 points can participate. Basically, the red packets are worth dozens of yuan, and there are also JD shopping coupons. If you want to join in the fun, you can enter the group to learn more. Lastly, or to ask for votes. Chen Song was wearing a cashmere sweater borrowed by his little cotton padded jacket. He was very calm. It was already 6 or 7 o'clock, the time when the night market started. The two of them walked hand in hand, chatting and laughing. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly felt that happiness was very simple. Today, Chen Song refused to eat hot pot. After all, it was a new cashmere sweater. It would be very distressing to eat hot pot and smell. After thinking about it, the two of them came to the snack street. It had to be said that Anyang City was very good as it was a central city. At least, there were delicacies from all over the world here. At this moment, Qingyu had a good appetite. Chen Song followed her everywhere. Not long after, his stomach was filled with food. Chen Song looked at so many different snacks and suddenly thought of a scary problem. The human stomach was really strong. It could digest everything. However, Qingyu did not seem to be interested in this problem. She was more interested in what Chen Song had not eaten before. She wanted to buy something Chen Song had not eaten before for him to try. Of course, she wanted to eat it in the name of wanting to eat it. The snack street at night became a unique feature of the city. Most of the people here were young couples, all of them holding hands. The people selling the candied haws were an old couple. They had been making candied haws all their lives. Qingyu bought 2 sticks every time she came, one for herself and one for her mother. When they saw Qingyu coming over, the old couple looked at Qingyu with a smile and then looked at Chen Song. "You have a girlfriend?" The old man was very enthusiastic. He handed the candied haws to Qingyu and greeted her with a smile. Qingyu smiled like a flower. And nodded. Yes. This seemed to be the first outsider she had told. There was a strange feeling in her heart. At this time, in the operating room office, a group of people was staring at the surgery and discussing it. If Xiaochen had arrived a little later, the patient would have died from blood loss. 2 major blood vessels were damaged, the spleen was ruptured, and many organs in the abdominal cavity were damaged. Zhou Hongguang looked at the scene on the screen and quickly made a judgment. Qian Liang and Zhang Youfu recalled the situation at that time and felt a little lucky. If it weren't for Chen Song, the patient might have really been gone. Although it was said that the best time to rescue a car accident was 1 to 2 hours. However, with such a massive loss of blood, if you came here for 2 hours, there would probably be no one left, right? Li Baoshan nodded. Yes, the patient was already in shock at the scene. After all, both the splenic artery and the abdominal aorta were damaged. The blood was like a fountain. Without a doubt, Chen Song was the woman's savior. The images of the surgery jumped. They were all clean and fast-forwarded. However, when they saw the damage in the abdominal cavity, everyone still felt a little emotional. Soon, the image showed the spleen. Everyone sighed when they saw the ruptured spleen. Everyone knew that the patient's spleen couldn't be saved much, however, they didn't have so many extravagant demands. They just wanted to save their lives first. Everything else was easy. However, the next scene stunned everyone. That was because they realized that the next surgery wasn't a splenectomy, instead. What was he doing? Why did he pick up the needle holder, suturing the blood vessels? Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Hongguang quickly called for a pause and looked at Li Baoshan curiously. "Director Li. Is he suturing the blood vessels in the spleen?" Li Baoshan nodded. Yes. Zhou Hongguang was stunned for a moment. The blood vessels in the spleen were complicated. After the spleen was severely injured, the blood vessels ruptured, causing the spleen to be filled with blood and become swollen and brittle. It was very easy for it to rupture. Suturing the blood vessels at this time would undoubtedly further aggravate the damage to the spleen. However, Zhou Hongguang immediately reacted. Why did he do this? Because Li Baoshan and the others didn't want to remove a large area of the spleen. Because the patient was only in his early 30s. The rest of his life was still very long. At this time, the patient's spleen was injured relatively recently. Suturing the blood vessels could indeed achieve a certain effect. It could reduce the scope of necrotic tissue removal. However, there was no doubt that the risk and difficulty of the surgery would be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang took a deep breath. Play the surgery video at the original speed. Yuan nodded and started to operate. Soon, she adjusted the speed to the original speed. Zhou Hongguang looked at the scene and saw the pair of hands skillfully and quickly suturing. He immediately frowned. Original speed, no need to double speed. Yuan was stunned. I'm already at the original speed. Is this the speed of 1.0? Chief, this is already the original speed, Kong Yuan couldn't help but say. Zhou Hongguang was stunned. How is this possible? How can this suture be so fast? This is the spleen. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the time in the upper right corner of the surgery video was really 1:0 times. This time, Zhou Hongguang was stunned. Li Baoshan and Taomi looked at Zhou Hongguang. When they saw his expression, they couldn't help but feel a little happy. Chief Zhou, this is the original speed. Zhou Hongguang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be the original speed? This was the small blood vessels in the spleen. Let's not talk about the shape of the blood vessels first. If the speed was too fast, the risk would increase. However, the speed in the video was indeed the original speed. This made Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but put away his doubts. Instead, his face was full of shock. It was true that there was always someone better than you. He didn't expect that this trip to Dongyang would broaden his horizons. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang looked at Li Baoshan and took a deep breath. His face was full of respect as he said seriously, was this sutured by Director Li? This suturing technique and speed really surprised me. When Li Baoshan heard this, he was happy. It would be great if he was the one who sutured it. However, it was a pity. Li Baoshan shook his head with a smile and did not have time to answer. Before he could say anything, Zhang Youfu interrupted, Director Li, this was sutured by Xiaochen, right? Li Baoshan didn't know why, but when he looked at Zhang Youfu's white and fat face, he felt disgusted. This damn fatty, can't you let me be happy for 3 more seconds? Seeing that Li Baoshan didn't say anything, Taomi smiled. Yes, Xiaochen is really good at suturing blood vessels. Zhou Hongguang gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva to suppress his shock. The Xiaochen you're talking about. Is it Chen Song? Qianliang nodded. Yes. I've seen Xiaochen suture blood vessels before. He's that good. When Zhou Hongguang heard this, he was shocked. How is Chen Song so good? Qianliang continued, actually. You see, Xiaochen's best part is not just suturing blood vessels. Look here, he knows the shape of the blood vessels in the spleen like the back of his hand. Without a solid foundation, it's impossible to do this. Then, Qianliang said, increase the speed to 0.5. Yuan nodded and looked at the director from the capital with disdain. He's an expert from the capital, but he doesn't know anything. It was said that the experts saw the skill while the laymen saw the excitement. This sentence was perfectly interpreted here. Xianxia was the director of the oncology department and an internist. He knew little about surgery. He might be an expert to ordinary people, but compared to this group of department directors, he was a complete layman. But, not knowing was one thing, but that did not stop him from feeling very happy. Moreover, Lao Qin felt very immersed at this moment. Although they were praising Chen Song, Lao Qin felt happy in his heart. Zhou Hongguang nodded. Yes, look here. The ingenious tortuous blood vessels can be treated with this special blood vessel treatment method. Qianliang agreed very much. He got up and walked to the screen. He pointed at the periphery of the liver. Look here. Actually, this can also be sutured, but Xiaochen did not care. I thought something was wrong, but he thought about resection. When he said that, Li Baoshan also slapped his thigh. Why didn't he think of it at that time? Therefore, the 5 department directors were putting on a show. And this show was getting better and better. There were only 2 people watching the show. One was Xianxia, and the other was Kong Yuan. The 2 of them looked at the 5 department directors pointing and drawing in front of the television with mixed feelings. Lao Qin was happy. After all, they were praising his hospital staff and his future son-in-law. This was twice as good. Thinking of this, Xianxia was happy. He was also more and more satisfied with Chen Song. His girl had good taste. After going back tonight, he had to discuss with her to get married early. After all, this group of department directors were eyeing covetously. If a girl appeared, wouldn't she be a future competitor? Although Lao Qin was very confident in his genes, no matter how good a girl was, she would not be able to resist being poached. At this moment, Kong Yuan's heart was in a panic. She looked at the directors pointing at the TV and shouting. Their saliva filled the air and splashed onto the TV screen. The sound of their fingers pointing at the TV was incessant. Pong, pong, pong. She was so worried. She was the one working the night shift tonight. If the television broke, would head nurse Liang chop her up? If he were to pay for it, it would be another few thousand yuan. This was all hard-earned money. Thinking of this, Kong Yuanyuan was terrified. He turned around uneasily and glanced at Director Qin Xiaoyuan. He said cautiously, "Director." Qin Xiaoyuan was intoxicated by it, and he was enjoying the twofold pleasure. When she suddenly heard Kong Yuanyuan's words, she was stunned. Oh? What happened? Kong Yuanyuan felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud, but she was also worried if she didn't say it out loud. So, she whispered, "Director, who's going to pay for the broken TV?" Qin Xiaoyuan was speechless. 2 hours later, everyone left the operating theater reluctantly. What a great night, everyone felt the same way. When drinking with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. It was great to watch movies together. Why do we need to know each other when we meet? Just one surgery was enough. Everyone appreciated each other and made an appointment to drink together the next night. They would perform the surgery together another day. They also made an agreement that if anyone had a good video in the future, they must share it well and discuss it. They even created a small group called Video Exchange Group. Well, the life of a chief surgeon was so boring. Before leaving, Zhou Hongguang looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and said with emotion, "Director Qin, the trip to the secondary hospital has really opened my eyes. I believe that the second hospital will definitely create glory under your leadership." Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. "It might not be under my leadership, but my son-in-law will definitely be able to do it." "Hehe, Chief Zhou, you're too polite. How about this? Come here often in the future. We should strengthen our cooperation with 301 Hospital and improve together." Zhou Hongguang nodded and left. Zhou Hongguang was not only the chief surgeon of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, but he was also the deputy director of 301 Hospital. After all, he was about to become an academician. However, Zhou Hongguang had a strange habit. He liked to be called chief surgeon and was not used to being called director. In his words, the honor of chief surgeon made him feel more identified. It always reminded him that he was a doctor. After everyone left, Qin Xiaoyuan was relaxed and happy. He hummed a tune as he walked home. He hummed, "The birds on the tree are in pairs." Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyuan only knew how to sing a few lines. However, this did not hinder his happiness. After singing countless times, he arrived at the door. After opening the door and entering, he immediately smelled a fragrance. He took a closer look and saw his mother and daughter eating snacks. When Qin Yu saw that his father had returned, he immediately smiled and stood up. "Dad, take a seat. I bought you delicious food." When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he looked at Qin Yu and immediately smiled. "I thought that you had forgotten about your father after having Chen Song." Qin Yu immediately acted coquettishly and said against his will, "How is that possible? Dad is the best, right?" At this point, Qin Yu picked up an octopus and said, "Come, Dad, I'll feed you." Qin Xiaoyuan was satisfied when he saw that the girl was so sensible. Sigh, God is treating me well. A virtuous wife, a filial daughter, and a good son-in-law. I'm satisfied, satisfied. At this moment, Zhou Hongguang was thinking about this matter as he returned to the hotel. He was next to the students and came in to greet them. Zhou Hongguang was very good to his students. He often brought them out for meetings to increase their knowledge. "You're all here?" When he came in, he found 5 or 6 students gathered in the room and chatting. He could not help but ask. Everyone nodded and smiled. "Teacher is back." Zhou Hongguang nodded. "Rest early. We'll return to Beijing tomorrow afternoon." At this moment, a student from Fu'er suddenly said, "Teacher, what did you say we were going to see?" The other students also nodded curiously. "Yes, teacher. They actually wanted to go back today. They felt that there was no point in staying here. They had originally planned to return to Beijing today. However, their teacher suddenly asked them to stay for one more day. This made them puzzled. What was it that they had to see? Moreover, they now knew that Chen Song was only a 27 or 28-year-old doctor who was not even older than them. What exactly attracted their teacher? Zhou Hongguang looked at this group of students and could not help but laugh. "It seems that you have some understanding of Chen Song, right?" Everyone nodded. Indeed, after returning today, they had indeed asked around, looked around, and searched. They really found Xianxia in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. They realized that Xianxia was just an undergraduate student who graduated from Dongyang Medical University. This made them even more curious as to why their teacher wanted them to stay. Zhou Hongguang understood what they were thinking very well. He smiled faintly. Do you know that this undergraduate student did something that none of you could do? In short, he was merciless. Everyone was stunned. P.S. Thank you to Householder 21 for your 10,000 tip, as well as Fire Wings K and Old Nas Awesome for their 10,000 tips. P.S. Thank you to Fairy Beans for their 20,000 tips and Vast Seas Mulberry Fields for their 10,000 tips. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who subscribed and voted. Thank you very much. It's not charged. The group of professors looked at each other. An undergraduate student did something that a doctoral student could not do. Isn't this normal? Why should we be surprised? Their undergraduate students of the same age would call their neighbor Uncle Wang when they got married and had children. They didn't even have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Why should we be surprised? Their undergraduate students who graduated to become pharmaceutical substitutes now had an annual salary of 1,000,000 yuan and could afford to keep goddesses. Let alone keeping goddesses, their hands were polished. Why should we be surprised? We have long cultivated to the point where we would remain calm even if a landslide happened. We would reveal a faint smile of disdain to hide the envy in our hearts. Zhou Hongguang looked at the group of students sitting in front of him calmly, as if they were not surprised at all. This did not seem to match his script at all. Originally, Zhou Hongguang had vowed to use this opportunity to teach this group of good-for-nothing brats a lesson. But, seeing everyone obediently listening to his words, as if they were not shocked or curious at all, this made Zhou Hongguang a little uncomfortable. Zhou Hongguang looked at his most promising student, Dong Chen, and felt that he should punish him as an example to others. He immediately asked, Little Dong, aren't you curious about what Xianxia did? Why should I let you stay? Dong Chen sneered. It was the same trick again. He immediately revealed his expression and shook his head, not curious. Zhou Hongguang looked at this big fool and thought that he had learned his lesson. He sighed and looked at Wang Xinlong, who was more flexible, and asked, Little Wang, what about you? Wang Xinlong was smarter. Teacher, you naturally have your reasons for letting us stay. Zhou Hongguang was stunned. No. This was not acceptable at all. After watching Xianxia's surgery, Zhou Hongguang became more and more fond of this young man. He was already so outstanding at 27 years old. Not to mention performing such a good surgery, he even improved 2 surgical methods. What about this group of doctoral students? Don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you feel embarrassed? Therefore, Zhou Hongguang was very unhappy. He wanted to teach this group of brats a lesson, but there was no problem with teaching them a lesson, but there had to be a suitable reason. As soon as they came in, this group of people gave Zhou Hongguang a reason: arrogance. They must have thought that he was arrogant and prejudiced against Xianxia by letting them stay for the night. They looked down on Xianxia. That was why they were like this. Therefore, he deliberately wanted to arouse their curiosity and tell them how great Xianxia was so that he could teach them a lesson. Unfortunately, the script didn't seem to be very useful, but these people weren't curious at all. However, the older, the wiser, Zhou Hongguang was able to become an academician and vice dean because he was flexible and flexible. Therefore, he sneered and said, Oh. By the way, you guys still don't know that Xiaochen is just an undergraduate, right? The eldest brother, Dong Chen, was taken aback. He said indifferently, We know, we've checked. Look, this is the official website of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Seeing everyone nod silently, Zhou Hongguang was so angry that he almost threw his wig away. Aren't you guys curious? Fu Er's classmates shook their heads. Zhou Hongguang's expression changed. He slammed the table and sighed regretfully. How many times have I taught you? As scientific researchers and medical workers, we should always be curious about the outside world. We should always ask why. Look at you guys, do you still have any desire for knowledge? Sigh. I'm so disappointed. Do you think I'll be happy if you listen to me? I hope you can learn to think independently. Think independently, understand? Zhou Hongguang spoke with great emotion and laughed in his heart. You guys should be ashamed now, right? Unfortunately, time ticked by, the group of people didn't seem to be moved. Dongchen said, Teacher. You told us not to gossip. Zhou Hongguang heard this and said, I don't care. Anyway, I have to teach you guys a lesson today. Otherwise, you won't know the difference between you and others. Everyone was speechless. Seeing Teacher Zhou like this, they couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. If you want to scold us, just say it. Why are you always like this? Everyone sighed. Teacher, we know we're wrong. Zhou Hongguang immediately nodded in relief. What's wrong? Everyone was speechless. Zhou Hongguang continued, Come, sit over here. I'll tell you how good Xiaoqin is and why I brought you to Danyang province. In fact, Zhou Hongguang was famous for being good to his students. Basically, as long as there was a chance, he would bring his students to every meeting. Generally, for a professor with Zhou Hongguang's identity and status, his students would be assigned to the doctors under him. If not, they would be directly thrown into the laboratory to fend for themselves. They would be accompanied by big and small rats all day long. When they graduated, the teacher would arrange a good future for them. This was the general way an awesome teacher usually treated his students. Of course, many people dreamed of this way. After all, wasn't the purpose of going to school to have a good future? However, Zhou Hongguang was sincerely considerate of his students. He taught them to think, to learn how to do scientific research and clinical work. Of course, teaching them was just teaching because he wanted them to improve. Zhou Hongguang said, You definitely don't know what I was doing just now. I just went to see Xiaoqin's surgery. It really made my eyes light up. I even want to make an exception and accept Xiaoqin as my student. The patient was caused by a car accident. The spleen was severely ruptured, but the woman was only 33 years old. Xiaoqin that was the suture of the blood vessels in the spleen, and at that time, the spleen was very fragile. Zhou Hongguang added some details to his story, and everyone fell silent after hearing it. They were all attending physicians with rich clinical experience. They were very clear about this, so after hearing Zhou Hongguang's words, they were also shocked. For a moment, they suddenly looked forward to Chen Song's lecture tomorrow. At this time, Zhou Hongguang saw that it was about time, so he said faintly, By the way, I heard that little Chen has published 2 research papers this year. One of them is liver transplantation, and I reckon that there should be no problem with the other one. He has improved 2 surgical methods in the British Journal of Surgery. This is also the reason why I brought you guys here. The moment these words came out, the few of them were instantly stunned. They might not be good at other things, but they dealt with papers every day. How could they not understand it? When they heard the teacher say that Chen Song had published 2 papers at the level of liver transplantation, they were all dumbfounded. Moreover, he had improved 2 new surgical methods. This was really amazing. On the other side of the ocean in England, it was afternoon tea time. Afternoon tea had been a tradition in England for a long time. In the 21st century, England's tea culture was revived again. On such a sunny and cozy afternoon, George Sivert was thoroughly enjoying this precious moment of her life. Chief Editor, I hope you can take a look at this article. It's really great. I swear on my reputation. Sivert saw her phone ring and saw the email from Dongchen. She could not help but feel helpless. Sivert sighed. She was really helpless when it came to this young man. However, she did not want to affect her afternoon tea. She closed her phone and continued to drink her tea. The English liked to drink a cup. Who knew what time it would be after they finished drinking? Dongchen rubbed his head and looked at the article in his hand. It was a little annoying. Dongchen was a China native. He studied medicine in England. After graduation, he came to the British Journal of Surgery under the recommendation of his tutor. However, he did not receive much attention after he came. The most important thing was that the papers he selected were very difficult to get approved. This made Dongchen very troubled. Until now, he was still in a difficult position as an intern editor. If he did not have excellent results, he would not even get an official offer. In order to get an official offer as soon as possible, Dongchen naturally had to sacrifice his rest time to work and review articles. As the world's top surgical journal, the British Journal of Surgery received many emails from all over the world every day. However, it was because of this that Donson saw a submission from his homeland on the other side of the ocean. During afternoon tea, Donson finished reading the article. However, this article made Donson's eyes light up. This was because this article was really outstanding. Moreover, it was very topical. In the first half of last year, the British Journal of Surgery recommended an article by Professor Auster from the General Surgery Department of the Royal Brompton Hospital in England. It was a study on the disadvantages and shortcomings of laparoscopic appendectomy. This article made the impact factor of the current issue of the British Journal of Surgery fluctuate greatly. Professor Auster's small incision appendectomy was also becoming more and more popular overseas. After all, such a traditional surgical method could minimize the side effects and reduce the influence of abdominal adhesions and other factors that were detrimental to the later stage of recovery. The advantages of laparoscopy were obvious, but Auster believed that as long as laparoscopy was involved in the surgery could not be called perfect. As for appendectomies with small incisions, there were huge limitations, and the requirements for the surgeon were also higher. Therefore, even though there was a lot of support, there wasn't much progress after a year of development. Therefore, after Donson read this article, he keenly captured this information. He was surprised to find out that the doctor named Xianxia had modified the small incision appendectomy. This might not be important to other people, but to the British Journal of Surgery and Professor Auster of the Royal Brompton Hospital, it was significant. He could even bring into play the effects of the appendectomy with a small incision. Thinking of this, Donson was naturally excited. This should be the key to getting the offer. However, after waiting for a long time, he realized that chief editor Georges Chouil was still ignoring him. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, when he first came, the chief editor treated him well, but it seemed that he really didn't seize the opportunity. However, this was a rare opportunity for him. Thinking of this, Donson gritted his teeth and walked towards Georges Chouil's favorite place for afternoon tea. Chief editor, I hope you can read this article. I believe your eyes will light up. This is an opportunity for the British Journal of Surgery. Sivert sighed. If not for the fact that she and Donson's teacher were classmates, she would have chased him away without hesitation. She had no choice but to pick up the article and read it. When she read it, Sivert's expression changed instantly. She immediately stopped fooling around and became serious. After half an hour, Sivert finished reading the article. After reading it, Sivert's expression changed slightly. She looked at Donson and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The next time you find an excellent article, you must come to me. Right, send the author an employment notice first. Sivert stood up. She wasn't in the mood for afternoon tea. She wanted to contact Auster and discuss the article with him as soon as possible. This was really like what Donson said. This was a very important matter for appendectomy. After all, in the early years, the West didn't care much about the appendix. Many people even had their appendix removed when they were young to prevent future complications. It was because of this that they paid more attention to the surgical method of appendectomy. Even though many studies had found that the appendix was actually very useful, the frequency of appendicitis made appendectomy more important. However, this didn't hinder the research of appendectomy. Sivert was naturally very excited. Seeing that Donson was about to leave in a hurry, Sivert continued, Right, you should leave your contact details with the author. I believe this isn't a small matter. Also, the submission fee is waived. When Donson heard this, he was very excited. After a tiring day, Xianxia was really tired. Resuscitation work wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Otherwise, no one would go to the emergency center even if they paid a lot. 2 days ago, Xianxia saw that the capital's emergency center was hiring. Graduate students could go to the capital to settle their household registration. The annual salary was more than 200,000 yuan. This was something that a graduate student would look forward to. However, after going, the students all said that it was normal for them to work 12 hours a day. They were suddenly very envious of 996. When he was sleeping in the middle of the night, he suddenly received a message. Xianxia instinctively opened his eyes. Looking at the light on his phone, he hesitated for a moment. All these years, Xianxia realized that he had unknowingly developed a bad habit. He slept very lightly. He would wake up easily when there was a little movement. He was especially sensitive to ringtones. Looking at the light on his phone, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. After all, the emergency department definitely wouldn't send him a message in the middle of the night. They would usually call him. In a daze, he took the phone and unlocked the screen. He saw that it was an email. However, after reading the content, Xianxia no longer felt sleepy. It was an employment notice from the British Journal of Surgery. After reading the news, Xianxia was extremely excited. Originally, he thought that it would take at least a few months to receive news. He didn't expect to receive an employment notice so quickly. Xianxia was very excited. Generally speaking, the first and second approval of this kind of high-class periodical was very complicated. It had only been half a month and he had already passed. End of chapter 451. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.